The entire world has traversed into a realm of survival, with each individual starting in their own shelter. Zhuang Yu exclaimed, "Are you jesting? You claim this tiny wooden shack is a shelter, starting at hellish difficulty?" Ding! The hundredfold drop rate system has been successfully integrated. To attain wealth, one must first gather resources from trees. You have felled a large tree. Ding! Triggered hundredfold drop rate with *100. You have slain a wild boar. Ding! Triggered hundredfold drop rate, pork *100. The other survivors uttered in disbelief, "What the hell? We are here to survive, but Zhuang Yu seems to be on vacation." Chapter 1. Is this truly a shelter? Have I crossed over? Zhuang Yu gazed out at the dense jungle, taking 10 minutes to reluctantly accept this reality. Just 10 minutes ago, he had been watching Bai Yi while enjoying his meal, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. Zhuang Yu was an ordinary university student who often enjoyed watching wilderness survival shows, and he immediately recognized this as a remote wilderness. Then, a series of mechanical sounds echoed in his ears. "Survivors, welcome to wilderness survival. Here, you can trade freely, gather resources, craft weapons, and even build cities. The wilderness is filled with various monsters and beasts. Some harsh natural environments can lead to your elimination. The shelter is the only place where you can evade beasts and adverse conditions. Upgrade your shelter and strive to survive." Survivors. As Zhuang Yu surveyed his surroundings and grasped the situation, his mindset nearly crumbled. What the hell? Is this really a shelter? A mere wooden shack? The wooden boards were only a single layer thick, allowing the cold winds from the wild to seep through the gaps. Zhuang Yu was certain that if a wild boar charged, it could easily collapse the little wooden shack. The defensive capability of this shelter was nearly zero. Inside the shack, there wasn't even a proper toilet. After searching thoroughly, Zhuang Yu found only a stone axe, a kerosene lamp, 2 compressed biscuits, a bottle of water, and a manual titled Survival Handbook. Zhuang Yu first perused the Survival Handbook to gather information. All of humanity has traversed into this data-driven, real survival game. Night is the domain of beasts and monsters. Without formidable strength, it is best to stay indoors after dark. Collect resources swiftly and empower yourself, for as time progresses, the beast will grow increasingly ferocious. The survival manual contains various blueprints for crafting tools. The higher the level of the shelter, the richer the array of blueprints unlocked. For instance, a level 1 small wooden cabin merely unlocks a simple wooden bed, a rudimentary workbench, and tools like a stone axe. A level 2 small wooden cabin unlocks blueprints for a stove, animal traps, and other tools. Closing the manual, Zhuang Yu couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn, is this all I get to start with? How am I supposed to play this? Ding! The hundredfold explosion rate system has been successfully integrated. Zhuang Yu's eyes lit up. This is fantastic. His golden finger has arrived. Let's take a look at the system description. The system's function is quite straightforward. It multiplies collected resources by 100-fold. First, let's tally the resources. Open Data Center. Zhuang Yu. Shelter. Dilapidated level 1 cabin. Only capable of defending against ordinary beasts and resisting normal weather conditions. Very weak against cold. Resources. Stone axe *1. Durability 5/5. Compressed biscuits *2. Water *500 milliliters. Energy 70. Hunger level 80. Strength, speed, endurance. Abilities none. Pets none. Zhuang Yu pondered for a moment. 2 compressed biscuits and 500 milliliters of water. This is barely enough for a day's energy intake. My current hunger level is still quite high. If I conserve a bit, I can last 2 days. This means I must gather enough resources within 2 days. No sooner had he spoken. Ding! Hundredfold explosion rate triggered. Stone axe *100, compressed biscuits *100, water *100. What the hell? This can also trigger 100-fold. Zhuang Yu chuckled. At that moment, a chat box popped up before him. World chat channel. What the? What's going on? How did I end up here while taking a dump? What kind of survival game is this? Damn it, if I find out who's pulling this prank, I'll make them pay. Wah-ah. I want to go home. Something just crashed into my house. It's so terrifying. Can someone come and save me? Haha, I was born by the riverside. There are so many wild fruits here. I'm going to prosper. What the heck, I was born in a cave. Goodness, there is a wild beast over 10 meters tall. Oh my, is this for real? Are the brothers upstairs still around? I estimate they are mostly gone. Glancing at the chat channel, Zhuang Yu had not spoken. Clearly, Many individuals were still uncertain about their current predicament. Some had accepted the reality of their time travel. Others had already begun trading supplies in the chat channel. Most were exchanging the planks from dismantled small wooden houses for food and water. Food and water were now in high demand. Following a hundredfold increase in drop rates, Zhuang Yu now possessed 50,000 milliliters of water, enough to last him considerable time. Zhuang Yu, 100 milliliters of water for 2 kilograms of planks. What? Water for planks? Has this guy lost his mind? Water is a rare resource. Wood is everywhere in the wild. This is amusing. I can't believe someone is so foolish. Enough of this. I'll make my own trade. In no time, Zhuang Yu had acquired 20 kilograms of planks, commencing the construction of a simple wooden bed. Simple wooden bed. Sleeping on a wooden bed will restore energy faster than sleeping on the ground. Zhuang Yu had enough food and drink. He now needed to prepare adequately for the resource-gathering tasks the next day. Constructing the wooden bed consumes 20 energy and takes 1 hour. Ding! Wooden bed construction complete. Zhuang Yu glanced at the time. There were still 5 hours until dawn. 5 hours of rest should suffice. He looked again at the chat channel. There were still people chatting. In the early stages of survival, every morsel of resource is exceedingly precious. With nothing but a wooden bed, Zhuang Yu is confident that he stands ahead of the majority of survivors. As night descends, the sounds of animals echo outside the small wooden cabin. Zhuang Yu muses, "It seems I must reinforce the cabin tomorrow night." Dawn breaks. Zhuang Yu stretches, rises from his bed, and feels his energy restored to 90. He gazes at the thatched wooden bed with a hint of dissatisfaction. If only it were a memory foam mattress. He opens the chat channel and glances at the messages. Goodness, I'm so tired. I didn't sleep a wink last night. I can't go on. I slept on the ground last night, and I'm utterly exhausted. I have no energy to gather supplies. I feel the same. Sleeping on the ground is so tiring, and it's easy to catch a chill. I'm so hungry. I finished my compressed biscuits yesterday, and now I lack the energy to gather more supplies. What am I to do? Zhuang Yu closes the chat channel, chuckling as he nibbles on a piece of compressed biscuit and washes it down with water. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Zhuang Yu shoulders his stone axe and steps outside to collect resources. Exiting the cabin, Zhuang Yu notices a small hole in one corner, undoubtedly gnawed by some unknown creature last night. It seems necessary to reinforce the cabin. Wooden cabin level 1. Upgrade requirements. Wood, 0/2,000 kilograms. No time to linger, let's chop some trees. 100 stone axes should be sufficient for Zhuang Yu's needs. First, he will upgrade the cabin. Reaching level 2 will unlock more crafting blueprints. After expending 15 points of energy over the course of an hour, Zhuang Yu fells a large tree. This tree weighs approximately 150 kilograms. After removing some unwanted branches, the usable wood amounts to about 100 kilograms. Wood, 100 kilograms. Ding! A hundredfold reward has been triggered. Wood asterisk 100. In the blink of an eye, Zhuang Yu's stockpile of wood transformed into 10,000 kilograms. A broad smile spread across Zhuang Yu's face. This external aid seems rather formidable. He dragged the wood back to the cabin, first disassembling it, and then began upgrading the shelter. Chapter 2. Upgrading the shelter, earning the builder's pioneer medal. Commencing the upgrade of the cabin. Upgrading the cabin requires 2,000 kilograms of wood, 70 points of energy, and 7 hours of time. Consuming 70 points of energy, Zhuang Yu took a deep breath, signifying he would be occupied until late into the night. Consequently, during the day, his energy would be insufficient, disrupting his daily routine. The survival manual mentions a common berry that restores 0.5 points of energy, but consuming it reduces satiety by 2 points. In the early stages of survival, everyone's food mainly consists of a meager supply of compressed biscuits, which barely suffice for satiety. No one wishes to endure hunger, especially since this item only provides a minimal energy boost. Zhuang Yu opened the chat channel, certain that someone would be trading for homemade berries. I'm so hungry. Can anyone spare me some food? Once we leave this cursed place, I'll give you 10 million. You fool, it's obvious we can't get out. 10 million? If you can give me a piece of meat, I'll grant you 100 million once we're out. Wah! There are beasts outside crashing into my cabin. A small hole has already formed. I'm so scared. Is there any lady willing to share a living space? Don't be afraid, miss. Share your location, and I will protect you. What the heck? What kind of monster is outside? My cabin has been gnawed into as well. This is disastrous. Is there anyone who has wood for trade? Damn it, I'm also short on wood. If I had known, I would have rested properly last night to restore my energy. No point in saying that. Sleeping on the ground won't restore much energy. I toiled all day just to gather 100 kilograms of wood. Is there anyone with wood? I will trade homemade berries for it. You fool! Who would trade wood for berries that only leave you hungry again? Zhuang Yu. Trading wood. 1 kilogram of wood for 1 homemade berry. Has the person upstairs lost their mind? Trading wood for berries. I can't help but laugh. There are actually people who would trade wood for berries. The person upstairs clearly doesn't understand survival. Some survivors were filled with deep regret. Damn it, I saw so many of these things during the day. I only noticed that the survival guide indicated these berries were of little use and had side effects, so I didn't pick any. Damn, I regret it now. Zhuang, you set the wood to be traded at 1 kilogram per unit and placed it in the trading slot. A total of 1,000 kilograms of wood was traded. The entire chat channel fell silent. What the hell? Who is this? Collecting 1,000 kilograms of wood on the first day. I'm astonished. Zhuang Yu, esteemed one, please share your tree felling strategy. Esteemed one? What nonsense. Trading wood for berries. He must be a fool. You upstairs are the real fool. The fact that he can trade 1,000 kilograms of wood clearly indicates he has more than that in stock. Zhuang Yu ignored the pleas of the survivors in the chat channel. With 1,000 kilograms of wood, Zhuang Yu exchanged them for 500 red plum berries. Unfortunately, no matter how many of these berries he consumed, they could only restore his energy to 70 at a time. To further enhance his energy, Zhuang Yu had to sleep. After consuming some compressed biscuits to balance his hunger, Zhuang Yu began his work. After expending 150 red plum berries for compressed biscuits and 700 milliliters of water over the course of 7 hours, Zhuang Yu finally completed the upgrade of the small cabin. Learning from experience, most survivors had already taken a rest by this time. Ding! Top announcement. Congratulations to survivor Zhuang Yu for upgrading the shelter to level 1. Ding! Awarding survivor Zhuang Yu the Pioneer Builder Medal. The chat channel was in shock. Damn! So fast. It's only the first day. Someone has already upgraded their shelter. Goodness! Zhuang Yu is the first to upgrade the shelter. I checked. It takes 2,000 kilograms of wood to upgrade the small cabin to level 1. Haha, that's too low. Your perspective is limited. 2,000 kilograms of wood is just the first phase, and it also requires 70 energy points. Heavens, how did Zhuang Yu gather so much wood? Damn, I said it. Why would Zhuang Yu trade wood for berries? Upgrading the small cabin requires 2,000 kilograms of timber, and 1,000 kilograms were used to exchange for berries. Does this not imply that Zhuang Yu possesses at least 3,000 kilograms of timber? By the way, what is the purpose of the Builder's Pioneer Badge? Zhuang Yu gazed at a silver plaque in his hand, crafted from pure silver, upon which was intricately engraved a delicate little hammer. Builder's Pioneer Badge reduces construction time by 50 and energy consumption by 50. This is truly a divine attribute. With this item paired with a 100-fold resource yield, Zhuang Yu firmly believes that no one's productivity can rival his. Ding! The shelter has been upgraded to level 1, and certain blueprints have been unlocked. Level 1 Smelting Furnace, capable of smelting ores. Level 1 Tool Bench, can craft stone axes, iron shovels, and small animal traps. Level 1 Stove, capable of cooking various foods. Bang! 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 Outside the house, the sounds of beasts striking the house and digging can be heard. However, the small cabin has already been upgraded. The beast struck for a while before departing. Chat channel. What on earth is this monster? Help, help. A wolf is tearing apart my house. Damn, it has come inside. The chat channel displays a survival count, totaling 6 billion. Yet now, this number is continuously dwindling. In just one day, it has decreased by 100 million. Some suffered from bad luck, while others failed to reinforce their shelters, allowing beasts to enter the cabin through the damage from last night. Unarmed humans are naturally incapable of resisting these ferocious beasts. Zhuang Yu took a deep breath. Fortunately, I was wise and got up early to gather wood. Indeed, Master Day does not deceive me. To become wealthy, one must first gather wood. With 4 hours remaining until dawn, Zhuang Yu plans to craft some tools. Commencing the manufacture of small animal traps. Animal trap. 1 kilogram of vines / 1 kilogram of wood. Ding. Insufficient vines to trigger the 100-fold explosion rate. Zhuang Yu opened the chat channel and exchanged 100 kilograms of wood for 100 kilograms of vines in the trading bar. Initially, the price of wood was quite low, but after such commotion, it skyrocketed overnight. After all, one's life is paramount. After crafting a small trapping cage, Zhuang Yu appeared in the chat channel. Is there anyone with iron ore? I will trade 1,000 kilograms of wood for 100 kilograms of iron ore. Damn, Zhuang Yu actually has so much wood. Iron ore? Who goes mining for iron ore on the first day? By the way, what does Zhuang Yu need iron ore for? I guess it must be to upgrade the shelter, unlocking some crafting blueprints. No way. While we are still chopping trees, Zhuang Yu has already entered the Iron Age. Chapter 3. Discovering wild boars and crafting weapons on the internet. There are invariably individuals who occupy the moral high ground, often referred to as self-righteous. Someone exclaimed, Zhuang Yu, haven't you noticed the multitude of people in the chat channel pleading for help? You possess an abundance of wood. Why not spare a little? Do you truly disregard life? Indeed, you have already upgraded the shelter. This wood is surplus. Self-righteous individuals, be gone. If your compassion is so boundless, why don't you dismantle your little cabin and donate it? The chat channel erupted with exchanges of harsh words. Zhuang Yu chose to disregard these individuals. He understood that their desires would perpetually remain unfulfilled. Beneath their facade of empathy lay an insatiable selfishness. This, after all, was a data-driven survival world, where excessive compassion was a profoundly foolish endeavor. Then, Zhuang Yu received a private message. Ya, greetings, Zhuang Yu. I have the iron ore you seek. Zhuang Yu was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated finding someone with iron ore on just the first day of survival. He inquired, how much do you possess? Maya replied, only 20 kilograms. I spent an entire day gathering and have only managed to collect that much. She continued, however, I do not wish for wood. I seek some food and water. This was entirely feasible, as Zhuang Yu's supply of compressed biscuits and water was sufficient for over a month. He traded 10 biscuits and 10 liters of water, successfully acquiring 20 kilograms of iron ore. By the way, how did you come by so much iron ore? Zhuang Yu asked. He knew he would require iron in the future, and if Maya had a stable source, subsequent trades would be much simpler. Maya responded, I hail from a region near an abandoned mine, where iron ore is plentiful. However, I lack mining tools, and there are no plants or water sources nearby. Therefore, Zhuang Yu, if I provide you with iron ore in the future, could you consistently supply me with water and food? Zhuang Yu assured her that it was no problem at all. The 20 kilograms of iron ore arrived, and he promptly placed it into the smelting furnace. Ding! Obtained 10 kilograms of iron. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, resulting in 100 kilograms. With the 100-fold explosion rate, Zhuang Yu gained a staggering 1,000 kilograms of iron. The sudden surge of happiness left him momentarily dazed. What to do with 1,000 kilograms of iron? Zhuang Yu first utilized 10 kilograms to craft an iron axe, iron saw, spear, shovel, and short knife. Additionally, he fashioned an iron vest for protection. Equipped and ready, he also gifted a set to Maya for her defense. After all, she was his current source of iron ore. Should anything happen to her, it could result in a significant interruption in his supply. With 3.5 hours remaining until dawn, Zhuang Yu lay down to rest. At dawn, he donned his complete gear and prepared to thoroughly explore the surroundings. Upon stepping outside, he discovered there were 4 rows of wheels beneath the small cabin. The little cabin turned out to be mobile. Zhuang Yu attempted to push it, only to discover that it required an excessive amount of physical effort and was far too slow, leading him to abandon the endeavor for the moment. It seemed necessary to devise a means of obtaining a movable shelter. Zhuang Yu's speed was limited, and he could only explore during daylight hours, estimating that within a week he would be able to thoroughly investigate the surrounding areas. On the first day, Zhuang Yu busied himself with gathering wood and did not carefully examine his surroundings. Around the shelter, dense thickets were abundant. Soon, he stumbled upon a narrow path. Having watched survival shows featuring Uncle Da and Brother Bei, Zhuang Yu immediately recognized this as the unmistakable trail of rodents. He set a trap on the narrow path and continued his exploration. Suddenly, he heard rustling sounds ahead. As he parted the thicket before him, he was astonished to find a group of wild boars. A sow was foraging with several piglets. The mother boar, adorned with a coat of bristly black fur, sported 2 prominent tusks. Although pork is a common part of our diet, one must not be deceived by the appearance of pigs. As the saying goes, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. The combat prowess of wild boars should never be underestimated. Even with a spear in hand, a dagger at his waist, and clad in iron armor, Zhuang Yu felt no sense of safety. The presence of a mother boar accompanied by her piglets indicated that a larger group of wild boars was likely nearby. This posed a significant threat to the little cabin, which might not withstand even an upgraded version. He would need to devise a plan to eliminate them. As the sun set, darkness enveloped the forest, and the silent wilderness was occasionally punctuated by the calls of wild animals. Glancing at the time, Zhuang Yu realized it was time to return to the cabin. He first went back to the location where he had set the trap. To his delight, he discovered a small gray rabbit caught within. Ecstatic, he thought he could finally enjoy some meat that night. Brimming with joy, he carried the trap and the rabbit back to his shelter. As night fell, the cabin glowed faintly with the flickering light of an oil lamp. Zhuang Yu had already skinned the rabbit and cut it into chunks. Ding! 100-fold reward was triggered. Rabbit meat, 100. Rabbit fur, 100. Rabbit meat. Consuming it increases hunger value by 60, restores 10 energy, and has a maximum recovery limit of 80. Rabbit fur can be crafted into a blanket, restoring 15 hours of sleep energy. Warmth, 5. In winter, a rabbit fur blanket will undoubtedly envelop you in the warmth of home. A rabbit fur blanket not only promised Zhuang Yu a more comfortable sleep, but also facilitated better energy recovery. With a 100-fold drop rate, the cabin was filled with rabbit meat. If not properly managed, such an abundance of meat risked spoiling. Opening the chat channel, he saw messages flooding in. "I'm so hungry. I haven't eaten in 2 days. I regret trading compressed biscuits for wood. I have no strength left to chop wood today. I long for meat. I swear. I saw a group of wild rabbits today. Chased them all day, but caught nothing. It would have been better to gather wood. What a waste of my energy." Zhuang Yu had already roasted a rabbit, sipping on mineral water while savoring the roasted meat. Alas, what a pity. Without any seasoning, the flavor could have been enhanced further. If the other survivors were to discover that Zhuang Yu was still here grumbling, they might very well consider taking his life. The surplus rabbit meat should be utilized for trade. Zhuang Yu glanced at the survival guide. A level 1 workbench could still craft a crossbow. With such a weapon, his chances of dealing with wild boars would significantly improve. However, crafting a crossbow necessitates refined iron, copper, nickel, rare earth metals, and silicon. Silicon, fortunately, is readily available in the stones scattered about. The refined iron, copper, nickel, and rare earth metals, on the other hand, pose a considerable challenge to acquire. Zhuang Yu thought, rabbit meat, trade for refined iron, copper, nickel, rare earth metals. Goodness, rabbit meat. How I long for some meat. Why does the esteemed Zhuang Yu require so much metal? Surely, he isn't contemplating the forging of alloys? We haven't even managed to produce a stone axe. And yet he embarks on alloy crafting? Chapter 4. Crafting the crossbow. Slaying the wild boar. Enough talk. All I desire is meat. How foolish of me. I barely have enough compressed biscuits to sustain myself. And here I am, realizing that the Great One has already feasted upon meat. Zhuang Yu placed the rabbit meat in the trading slot. The survivors were once again astonished. My goodness, so much. Over 50 rabbits? Has he plundered a rabbit den? Zhuang Yu, please share your strategy. Woe is me. I have spent an entire day without even touching rabbit fur. No one understands survival better than Zhuang Yu. To his surprise, there were indeed survivors who had gathered the ores he required. The 50 rabbits were not traded all at once. Zhuang Yu acquired 5 kilograms of nickel ore, 3 kilograms of copper ore, and several other metal ores. These metals were just sufficient for him to forge a crossbow. Zhuang Yu declared, "Let us invest the ores." Ding! The ores have been deposited, totaling 15 kilograms of copper and 2 kilograms of nickel. The alloy smelting is complete, resulting in 15 kilograms of alloy steel. Commencing the manufacture of the crossbow. Crafting the crossbow consumes 8 kilograms of alloy, 1 kilogram of wood, and 3 kilograms of rabbit sinew. It expends 15 energy points and takes 1 hour. The rabbit sinew can be utilized for the bowstring. It suffices for a standard crossbow. However, for heavier crossbows, the sinew would likely fail to withstand the strain. An hour later, the crossbow was completed. Zhuang Yu coated it with a layer of charcoal, wrapping it in tree bark. This weapon weighed a total of 10 kilograms, even surpassing the weight of some firearms. The entire crossbow was nearly as long as Zhuang Yu's upper body. He fashioned a strap from vines and flax for easy carrying on his back. The 10-kilogram crossbow in his hand provided a profound sense of security. With the remaining 7 kilograms of alloy, Zhuang Yu crafted 20 arrows, all fitted with alloy tips. He was certain that this weapon would be more than adequate to fell an adult male wild boar. There was still a considerable time until dawn. First, let us make a rabbit fur blanket. Commencing the manufacture of the rabbit fur blanket. Crafting the blanket would require 2 hours and expend 30 energy points. 2 hours later, the rabbit fur blanket was complete. Zhuang Yu lay on his bed, resting upon the blanket, the comfort of which was beyond description. A bit of meat, a sip of water, and then to sleep. Tomorrow promises to be a day brimming with hope. Zhuang Yu contemplated the situation, while the other survivors were engulfed in despair. Not only for tomorrow, but for the days to come. Thud, thud, thud. Just as Zhuang Yu was in the depths of slumber, an inexplicable series of knocks jolted him awake. Amidst the rhythmic banging, he could discern the roars of beasts. Fortunately, the small wooden cabin had been upgraded, preventing the creatures from breaching the threshold immediately. Armed with a crossbow and a dagger at his side, Zhuang Yu cautiously approached to investigate. Meanwhile, the chat channel was ablaze with activity. What lurks outside? I am terrified. Are they monsters? Can anyone rescue me? Zhuang Yu observed the dwindling number of survivors at the top of the chat, indicating that creatures had already overrun some of the survivors' cabins. Suddenly, a loud snort echoed, and a massive maw adorned with 2 tusks broke through the entrance. A wild boar. The beast relentlessly rammed against the cabin. If this continued, the structure would surely succumb. Zhuang Yu wasted no time, thrusting his spear into the boar's mouth. The creature squealed in agony, its pain driving it into a frenzy as it continued to batter the cabin. Lacking the strength to pierce the boar's skull with his spear, Zhuang Yu resorted to his crossbow. At such close range, aiming was unnecessary. A single bolt struck true, eliciting a blood-curdling shriek from the beast. Another bolt followed, embedding itself deep within the boar's head. The creature thrashed a few times before falling still. Outside, the sounds of other beasts persisted, prompting Zhuang Yu to refrain from venturing out. It would be prudent to wait until dawn. After reinforcing the cabin, he returned to bed. Ding! A top announcement rang out. Congratulations to player Zhuang Yu for slaying a large beast. Ding! Congratulations to player Zhuang Yu for earning the Boar Hunter medal. Upon opening the chat channel, Zhuang Yu found messages celebrating his victory over the wild boar at the top. The chat exploded with excitement. How did Zhuang Yu manage to kill a wild boar? Is this real? I can't even catch a rabbit, and Zhuang Yu has already dispatched a boar? Seriously? You mean to tell me that those 2 massive tusks belonged to a wild boar? I believe it was a saber-toothed tiger. The wild boar in the survival game differed vastly from the ones Zhuang Yu had seen on television. The latter had evolved over the years, their wildness significantly diminished. In contrast, the boar Zhuang Yu encountered resembled a prehistoric creature with a coat of steel-like bristles and formidable tusks, boasting undeniable combat prowess. TCH, it's just a wild boar. Killing one is hardly a challenge. You upstairs must be quite ill. If you encounter a wild boar, a bear, or a tiger in the forest, you best take the long way around. Indeed, it's evident you've been overly pampered and have no idea how ferocious a wild boar can be. Even if you were to tie up a domestic pig for slaughter, you might struggle. With Zhuang Yu's triumph as inspiration, the courage of the other survivors began to swell. Brothers, if Zhuang Yu can slay such a creature, surely we can too. That is a valid point. By the way, doesn't that mean Zhuang Yu now possesses a wild boar? For the next month or 2, there will be no need to worry about food. How enviable. The other survivors began to emulate Zhuang Yu, contemplating the hunt for wild boars. However, they possessed only a stone axe. Lacking even a decent iron tool, how could they possibly slay a wild boar? Even if a boar stood still for them to strike, it would take an eternity to fell it. Unless, of course, the boar foolishly offered its neck. 10 minutes later. Goodness, are wild boars this ferocious? This is absurd. Their hides are too thick. I can't land a blow. Oh no, I've been injured. What to do? Sustaining an injury in such a desolate wilderness is akin to receiving a death sentence. Without medicine, the wound could easily become inflamed or infected. Even if the injury does not become infected, the survivor's ability to gather resources would be severely compromised. This is a slow march toward demise. Zhuang Yu closed the chat channel and checked his Wild Boar Hunter medal. Wild Boar Hunter medal provides a 20 suppression effect against all pig-like creatures. Increases damage dealt to pig-like creatures by 20. Zhuang Yu was overjoyed. This was yet another extraordinary artifact, with a wild boar medal equipped. Even if he encountered a herd of boars, he would not need to panic excessively. There are still 5 hours until dawn. Zhuang Yu lay in bed, blissfully drifting into slumber. At dawn, Zhuang Yu pushed open the door to find a wild boar, weighing at least 300 pounds, collapsed at his doorstep. This was a stroke of fortune. Chapter 5. The surprising attribute growth from wild boar meat. Ding. Insufficient space in the shelter. Unable to trigger hundredfold rewards. Zhuang Yu. Is the house too small? Is that even a possibility? Unable to trigger the hundredfold reward? Very well. 300 pounds of boar meat is sufficient sustenance. Upon inspection, Zhuang Yu discovered that the creature lying at the threshold was a male boar. Just yesterday, he had indeed seen a female boar accompanied by a litter of piglets. This meant there was still a brood of piglets awaiting him. Zhuang Yu dragged the male boar's carcass into his home, securely storing it before venturing out to track the wild boars. Fully equipped with a short knife at his waist, a crossbow upon his back, and a spear in hand, Zhuang Yu soon detected the trail of the wild boar herd. He followed the trail, cutting through thorns and brambles, delving deeper into the forest. The daylight in the survival world is fleeting. Glancing at the sun, Zhuang Yu realized it was nearing dusk. Observing the path of the boars, he understood that if he continued his pursuit, he would likely find the herd, yet it was highly probable that he would not return to the shelter before nightfall. Thus, Zhuang Yu temporarily relinquished the chase, marking the areas he had explored, intending to return when the opportunity arose. As the sun set, Zhuang Yu returned to his cabin. He commenced the dissection of the wild boar carcass. Before long, the boar was expertly processed. Ding. Obtained wild boar meat. Wild boar meat. Satiety 100, stamina 50. With an entire wild boar, Zhuang Yu could only manage to process half. The remaining half, if not properly handled, would spoil with time. First, he needed to expand his shelter and then upgrade the cooking stove. Zhuang Yu, I shall exchange wild boar meat for stone and metal, or first and foremost, it is imperative to fortify and expand the shelter. For if by chance it were to collapse under the assault of beasts, we would find ourselves plunged back into chaos. The chat channel erupted with excitement upon seeing the wild boar meat posted by Zhuang Yu. Goodness, I yearn to taste that wild boar meat. I've grown weary of consuming nothing but compressed biscuits. A voice from above interjected. Stop your lamentations. You still possess compressed biscuits. I have none and am on the brink of starvation. Who can come to my aid? I read in the survival compendium that the higher the quality of the ingredients, the more significant the enhancement effects. Some ingredients can even elevate attributes. Zhuang Yu remarked, they can boost strength, agility, satiety, energy limits, and other attributes. The crowd was once again astonished. The food they currently possessed was merely sufficient to stave off hunger. Incredible. It truly can elevate attribute limits? Brothers, we must secure it at once. Even if I must sell my trousers, I will buy it. This 1 kilogram of pork could be exchanged for 5 kilograms of stone and 1 kilogram of metal, or isn't that a bit steep? Steep? My friend, there is but one source of wild boar meat online, and if you do not purchase it, others will. Precisely. Stones are abundant. As long as you possess energy and time, you can gather as much as you desire. But where will you find a wild boar? Can you slay one? Slay a wild boar? Don't be ridiculous. I heard that last night. A dozen people banded together to take down a single boar and ended up with 2 fatalities and several injuries. I wonder how Zhuang Yu managed to fell a wild boar all on his own. The freshly acquired 100 kilograms of wild boar meat was swiftly consumed. The small cabin was then filled with a significant quantity of stone and metal, or totaling 200 G of metal, which could yield approximately 90 G of refined metal. It was time to upgrade the stove. Ding! Upgrading stove. After the upgrade, more cooking options will be unlocked. Ding! Upgrading the stove requires 200 G of stone, 10 G of metal, 50 energy points, and 3 hours of time. Do you wish to proceed with the upgrade? Zhuang Yu replied, proceed with the upgrade. An hour and a half later, the stove was upgraded. Zhuang Yu gazed contentedly at the builder's pioneer metal in his hand. This item was remarkably useful, possessing godlike attributes. With the metal's enhancement, it only consumed an hour and a half and 25 energy points. Ding! Stove level 2. Wood consumption reduced by 10. Additional cooking methods unlocked. The previous stove, made of stone, had a slower heat transfer effect, leading to higher wood consumption during cooking. Now, Zhuang Yu had crafted an iron pot. After 2 days of roasted meat, he was growing weary of it. A bowl of rib soup would be a true delight. Without hesitation, Zhuang Yu tossed several rib bones into the pot, added some meat and wild vegetables gathered from the outdoors, and set it to simmer. The small cabin lacked even a restroom. making things somewhat inconvenient. With 4,000 G of stone and 5,000 G of wood, Zhuang Yu had ample resources to sustain him for quite some time. It was time to construct some essential facilities. Commencing the construction of the bathroom, kitchen, and bedroom, Zhuang Yu was engrossed in his tasks when suddenly a message arrived. Chapter 6. The Discovery of a Wild Boar Herd. Upon opening the message, he found it was from manhua. Zhuang Yu, please help. Filled with curiosity, Zhuang Yu replied, "What is it? Have you been attacked by a wild beast?" manhua, on the verge of tears, responded, "No, my sister seems to have caught a cold. I have nothing here, no medicine, and I don't know what to do." In her quaint wooden cabin, a girl who appeared to be only 2 or 3 years younger than manhua lay in her arms. Such circumstances indeed made one susceptible to colds. Without a proper place to rest, warm clothing, or adequate nutrition, the situation was dire. Furthermore, one should not underestimate the severity of a cold. In our modern world, a mere dose of medicine suffices to remedy it. However, they were in the wild, devoid of any modern conveniences, and without medicine, the consequences could be fatal. Zhuang Yu pondered why the two sisters were alone together. With only 2 of them, their mining efficiency would diminish significantly if one were absent. If he could assist, he would choose to help them. manhua, in tears, lamented, "I only have this little bit of her left. I beg you to think of a solution." She had placed all her hope in Zhuang Yu, knowing that if even he could not help, there would be little chance of assistance from anyone else. The girl in her embrace then asked, "Sister, will he help us? That or is our only asset. Perhaps we should just give up." "Sister, I will only be a burden to you." Shortly thereafter, Zhuang Yu received a transfer of 10 kilograms of iron ore. 10 kilograms, neither excessive nor negligible. He provided them with some rabbit fur, wood, 2 kilograms of wild boar meat, 10 liters of water, and some refined alloys. When Maya received these provisions, she was utterly astonished. This is far too much. Surely he must be lacking. With concern, she hastily messaged Zhuang Yu. "Zhuang Yu, this is excessive." Zhuang Yu replied calmly, "It's fine. These are merely leftovers that I no longer need." Maya was taken aback. "What? Leftovers? These items are merely scraps?" Her sister expressed disbelief. "Is that even possible? There is so much left over?" After a moment, their transaction window displayed a large pot of meat soup. Zhuang Yu mentioned, "I believe I spotted some indigo woad in the wild today. I will see if I can gather some tomorrow." The sisters gazed at the pot of rib soup, moved to tears. "How difficult it has been. We never anticipated we would have soup to drink." They both understood the value of a bowl of rib soup. They could not fathom that Zhuang Yu had gifted them an entire pot. The younger sister inquired, "Sister, could it be that Zhuang Yu has feelings for you?" With a roll of her eyes, Maya retorted, "Don't be absurd. How could that be? He has never even met me." With that, she sighed to herself, unaware of the unfolding circumstances. At this moment, Zhuang Yu reclined on the wooden chair he had crafted, gazing at the large iron pot simmering on the stove, letting out a satisfied belch. "Alas, I have overcooked it. What shall I do?" After a hearty meal, Zhuang Yu's hunger and energy maximum values surged to 120. This implies that, with such replenishment, he could labor approximately 2 hours longer than others. His strength and speed also escalated to 12, yet thereafter, no matter how much Zhuang Yu consumed, his attribute limits did not further increase. It appeared that wild boar meat could only enhance one's attributes up to a maximum of 12. As for the other survivors, they were not indulging in gluttony like Zhuang Yu. A few pounds of meat offered negligible enhancement to their attributes. Zhuang Yu had recklessly expended his hunger and energy values, subsequently feasting to achieve such an increase. Who, in their right mind, would frivolously deplete their hunger and energy values? The other survivors were fearful of running short. Zhuang Yu was astonished that, despite such consumption, he still had plenty left to offer the Mei's sisters. There was no alternative. It would spoil if left unattended. Thus, he decided to place it in the trading section. He exchanged for stone and metal ores. In the chat channel, the survivors were astonished. "Pork rib soup. Goodness. How did the great Zhuang Yu manage this? I yearn to taste it. Brother Zhuang, could you spare me a bit of soup? If we cross paths again, I will surely repay you handsomely." "Get lost," someone retorted. "Who knows how vast this survival zone is? You think we'll meet again? You are just trying to mooch off him. Give it to me. Once I get out, I'll give you 10 million. The laughter of a bystander echoed. "Can you believe there are those who think they will escape? Indeed, if you can't even survive, what good is 10 million to you?" Zhuang Yu exchanged 1 pot of meat soup for 1,000 g of stone and 100 kilograms of ores. He then opened the shelter panel. The current capacity of the shelter to withstand risks was still quite feeble. It could endure encounters with solitary beasts, but should a horde of creatures appear, it would likely be overwhelmed. The level 2 shelter required a significant amount of stone, so Zhuang Yu surmised that upgrading the shelter to level 2 would likely mitigate many risks. The present shelter was a small wooden cabin at level 1. To upgrade the cabin to a stone house at level 2, the following materials were necessary: 5,000 g of wood, 20,000 g of stone, 5,000 g of steel, cement, sand, and water. Furthermore, all facilities within the small cabin needed to be completed and all shelter facilities upgraded to level 1. Zhuang Yu took a deep breath. It seems that elevating the small cabin to level 2 is a formidable challenge. As night fell, Zhuang Yu began upgrading several facilities within the house. After completing the upgrades, he transformed as much wild boar meat as possible into jerky for convenient transport. He also fashioned a set of leather armor from wild boar skin to don. This gear boasted reliable defensive capabilities. Zhuang Yu had struggled to pierce it with his spear several times before managing to breach its skin. With 4 hours remaining until dawn, Zhuang Yu finally lay down to rest. 4 hours were ample for him to fully restore his energy. At daybreak, Zhuang Yu donned his leather armor, hefted a hoe, grasped a dagger, and slung a crossbow upon his back, ready to embark on his journey. Yesterday, he discerned that the area where the wild boars roamed appeared to harbor some Isitiz root. This plant is a prudent reserve, not only for the 2 sisters who crave it, but also for Zhuang Yu, who ought to stockpile some for himself. Herbs such as mint, honeysuckle, and star anise can all serve as valuable medicinal ingredients. Shortly thereafter, Zhuang Yu arrived at the spot where he had previously spotted the Isitiz root. There, he observed several dark shapes darting through the dense underbrush. Zhuang Yu immediately heightened his alertness and cautiously approached with his crossbow in hand. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed with delight. After all, he had not traversed far in vain. It was indeed a sounder of wild boars, 1 male, 2 females, and a group of piglets. Chapter 7. A Compendium of Remedies. This was precisely the group of piglets Zhuang Yu had seen before. To his astonishment, the wild boars were currently feasting on the Isitiz root. He could not allow them to squander it. Zhuang Yu quickly ascended a tree. The combat prowess of wild boars should not be underestimated. Even with a powerful crossbow at his disposal, he felt a sense of danger on the ground. Climbing the tree was certainly the more prudent choice. Zhuang Yu readied his bolt, aimed and released. Whoosh! The arrow struck the male boar squarely in the forehead. With the boon of the wild boar hunter's medal, the damage inflicted upon the boar was enhanced by 20%. That single shot claimed the life of the male boar. The female boars detected Zhuang Yu's presence, however. Instead of charging at him in a frenzy, they fled with their piglets. Zhuang Yu descended from the tree, regretting that he was unable to capture any of the piglets this time. Had he managed to snare them, he could have constructed a pen to rear them, thus alleviating future concerns about the availability of pork. Alas, collecting the Isitiz root took precedence today. He marked the location, vowing to return to the wild boar's den next time and eradicate the entire sounder. Zhuang Yu commenced digging for the Isitiz root. Ding! Isitiz root 1G. Ding! Acquired Isitiz seeds. In addition to the Isitiz root, Zhuang Yu discovered star anise, honeysuckle, mugwort, and herba aristolochi nearby. Zhuang Yu was elated. Now he had a complete set of essential herbs. With these medicinal plants, his chances of survival in the wilderness would significantly improve. Mugwort and herba aristolochi are known for their hemostatic and anti-inflammatory properties. Although they cannot compare to certain modern miracle drugs, they're still quite commendable. At times, one must admire the wisdom of ancestors in the wild. These traditional herbs can prove as effective as Western medicine. Zhuang Yu carefully packaged the Isitiz root along with the other plants. He glanced at the sun, noting that dusk was approaching. While dragging the corpse of the wild boar and carrying the Isitiz root along with several other plants, he made his way home, feeling quite satisfied with his bountiful haul. In contrast, most other survivors were still laboriously gathering resources. Upon returning home with a wild boar carcass and an abundance of plants, he heard a notification, ding, triggered a 100-fold reward. Isitiz root 100. Ding. Honeysuckle 100. Ding. The small cabin was instantly overflowing with a plethora of plants. Furthermore, Zhuanggu had harvested numerous seeds. As night fell, various beasts could appear at any moment outside the cabin. Whether planting crops, cultivating herbs, or constructing a pig pen, it remained perilous to do so outside the safety of the small cabin. It appears that the expansion plan must be prioritized. Zhuangyu initially provided the sisters, Maya and her younger sibling, with a host of herbal remedies, including the likes of isatis root and honeysuckle. Maya gazed in astonishment at the array of herbs Zhuangyu had procured. Heavens! Sister, how did he manage this? There are so many. He truly found the herbs. For many, these herbs would be unrecognizable. Even if encountered in the wild, they might go unnoticed. Zhuangyu, however, was different. He had long been an admirer of Bear Grylls and other survivalists, and he often indulged in survival games. Thus, he had a fundamental understanding of various plants found in the wild. After the shelter upgraded to level 1, the survival manual also gained additional identification features. Records of common animals and plants were now included. Of course, to identify more advanced items, the shelter would need to reach higher levels. Maya was deeply touched. She never expected Zhuangyu would actually bring herbs. Her sister was saved. Thank you so much, Brother Zhuangyu. I don't even know how to express my gratitude. Zhuangyu replied indifferently. There is no need for thanks. I have plenty of these. Just help me gather some metal ores in return. Maya felt a tinge of disappointment. Was he only interested in the metal? It made sense. In this survival world, one could not know what the other looked like, and encounters were not guaranteed. Zhuangyu had not pondered deeply. He merely sought the metals that Maya could provide. Determined, she suddenly traded a metal piece. Brother Zhuangyu, this is something I stumbled upon. It appears to be some kind of blueprint. I don't know how to thank you, so I'll give you this. Her sister stared at her in disbelief. Sister, this item is precious. You were just giving it to him? If you traded something with him, he would certainly reciprocate. Maya simply smiled. I know he would willingly trade with us, but Brother Zhuangyu has helped us immensely. We ought to respond in kind. Moreover, this blueprint is of little use to me at the moment. It would be more beneficial for him. Upon receiving the metal piece, Zhuangyu heard a chime. Complete herbal prescription compendium. Would you like to absorb it? Zhuangyu exclaimed, what? A compendium of prescriptions? Without hesitation, he chose to absorb it. The metal piece fused in his hands, and soon, an abundance of herbal prescriptions filled his mind. Remedies for clearing heat and detoxifying, treating heat stroke, and alleviating colds. Nearly every prescription imaginable was there. More importantly, Zhuangyu felt as if he had acquired profound medical knowledge, as though he had become a physician. Eagerly, he opened his personal attribute panel. Name, Zhuangyu. Hunger level, 9120. Energy, 8120. Strength, 12. Speed, 12. Ability, Herbalist, LV1. His abilities had indeed increased. The herbalist skill not only granted him the ability to concoct medicines, but also enhanced his capacity to identify a wider array of herbal plants. Let us first attempt a simple endeavor, to concoct an antidote. 5 grams of honeysuckle, 3 grams of gardenia, and 5 grams of ophiopagon. Alas, both ophiopagon and gardenia are unavailable. Zhuangyu opened the chat channel. Goodness, so many insects, he exclaimed. This wilderness is crawling with snakes, bugs, rats, and ants, all teeming with venomous creatures. How perilous. Furthermore, I seem to have caught a cold. My head is burning. What to do? Just a few days have passed, and many have already fallen ill. Zhuangyu, I will trade wild boar meat for gardenia, ophiopagon, coptis, chrysanthemum, and the like. Anyone possessing these herbs or their seeds, feel free to approach me for a trade. What is going on? I have discerned that Zhuangyu is taking an unconventional path. He is even willing to barter boar meat for chrysanthemums? This is hardly a loss. However, one must ponder, what does Zhuangyu intend to do with such items? At this moment, food, water, and building materials are the true necessities. You upstairs have no idea, someone chimed in. Have you not noticed? Zhuangyu has consistently been ahead of us. From the very first night, when he traded for wood, he has outpaced us. Alas, what use is this discussion? The crux of the matter is our dire lack of food and water. Woe is me. Enough of this. I am beset by a beast towering over 10 meters. Who can rescue me? I am on the brink of starvation. Chapter 8. The construction of the herb garden then. Zhuangyu received a message. The sender was named Ma Qiuxiu. Brother Zhuangyu, I possess the seeds and herbs you seek. However, apart from meat, I also wish to exchange for some timber and building materials. Of course, that is no problem. Zhuang Yu promptly traded all the materials Ma Qiuxiu required: 200 kilograms of timber, 200 kilograms of stone, and 2 kilograms of wild boar meat. Ma Qiuxiu was astonished. She had not anticipated that Zhuang Yu would not haggle and would trade so readily. What remarkable generosity! Is this what it means to be wealthy? For Zhuang Yu, these basic materials were accumulating too slowly through trade, and he resolved to gather them himself. A substantial quantity of seeds and various medicinal herbs arrived. The herbs were finally complete. First, the construction of an alchemical furnace was in order. Ding! Constructing the alchemical furnace requires 100 grams of alloy steel and 100 grams of stone. It consumes 50 energy and takes 3 hours. Ding! Builder's metal effect. Energy consumption reduced by 50, time expenditure reduced by 50. An hour and a half later, the alchemical furnace was completed. The small cabin, already limited in space, now appeared even more cramped. He commenced the preparation of the antidote. Ding! Each antidote consumes 1 energy and takes 1 minute. A single batch yields approximately 10 antidotes. Ding! The chrysanthemum heat-clearing antidote has been successfully concocted. Ding! 100-fold explosion rate triggered. Chrysanthemum heat-clearing antidote x 100. Ding! Chrysanthemum heat-clearing antidote total 1000. Effect: capable of clearing heat and detoxifying. It can eliminate the toxins from most snakes, insects, rodents, and ants. Zhuang Yu is elated. Good heavens! With a 100-fold explosion rate, I have produced 1,000 antidotes. 1,000 antidotes would suffice to withstand a day-long assault from a cobra, rendering its venom utterly ineffective. Zhuang Yu retained 20 antidotes, while the remainder was placed in the trading channel. He pondered what he should exchange for. With such an abundance of seeds and herbs, it was essential to establish a herb garden in the cabin. Zhuang Yu sent a message to Ma Qiuxiu. May I inquire where you acquired so many herbs? The response was generous. There are numerous herbs and flowers surrounding my birthplace. However, the trees and stones are rather scarce. There are plenty of small animals around, but as a girl, I simply cannot catch them. Lately, I've been living on compressed biscuits and wild fruits, and I am close to nausea. Thank you so much. Zhuang Yu. Without you, I would be at a loss. Zhuang Yu inquired, by the way, how is the soil quality in your area? Ma Qiuxiu answered. There are many animals here, so the soil should be quite fertile, but beyond that, I cannot say. Zhuang Yu contemplated. Fertile soil is precisely what one desires. Alas, had I known it would come to this, I should not have used the previous droppings to nourish the towering trees outside. He mused that surely someone would be willing to trade excrement, and thus he opened the chat channel. Zhuang Yu proclaimed, antidotes for excrement. The crowd was bewildered. What the heck? What is going on? Zhuang Yu is becoming increasingly outrageous. Antidotes for excrement. Are you serious? Many survivors glanced at the antidote's function, astonished. It could neutralize the venom of snakes, insects, and rodents. Remarkably, it could even counteract the venom of cobras. This antidote was indeed a life-saving treasure. In the wilderness, there were countless toxins. One careless moment could lead to demise. With this antidote, however, one could feel much safer. Yet, what troubled many survivors was Zhuang Yu's bizarre request for excrement. Who keeps a stash of excrement at home? That would only pollute the air. Zhuang Yu inquired in the chat channel for a considerable time, but received no replies. Just as he was contemplating, a voice suddenly emerged on the public screen. Lao Ba. Zhuang Yu, I have excrement to trade. Zhuang Yu's heart leaped with joy. No way. Someone is actually selling excrement. The other survivors were equally astonished. Wow. Lao Ba, you're still alive? Did you not mention a gigantic monster in your vicinity? How can you even step outside? What are you eating? Lao Ba Zipli? Guess what? Zhuang Yu was incredulous. Seriously? Lao Ba Kontin? Ooh. I have no choice. The monster's excrement contains many undigested fruits. It's the only way I can barely survive. Zhuang Yu exclaimed. Are you for real? You are at the pinnacle of the food chain, feasting on meat, while this man survives on excrement. Lao Ba. Zhuang Yu, I have an abundance of monster excrement. Would you like some? Zhuang Yu. Monster excrement? That could work. Survivors, wow. I am envious. Who would have thought that living off excrement could be more prosperous than my own situation? After the trade, the monster excrement was delivered. The odor was indeed quite unbearable, compelling Zhuang Yu to store it in a barrel and set it aside. He then commenced the construction of the herb garden. To establish a basic herb garden required 70 energy, consumed 5 hours, and occupied 40 square meters of space. Consumed materials: soil, artificial fertilizer, timber, stone. Under the blessing of the pioneer metal, Zhuang Yu completed the construction of the herb garden in just 2.5 hours. The space in the shelter had become even more limited. Zhuang Yu planted the herb seeds in the garden, but unfortunately, the space was still somewhat cramped, leaving many herb seeds unplanted. If other survivors were to learn of Zhuang Yu's current predicament, they would likely be infuriated. "We have nothing to eat, and you are complaining about having too many herb seeds?" Ding. Radix isatatus has been planted, expected to mature in 2 days. Ding. Chrysanthemum seeds have been planted, expected to mature in 1 day and 12 hours. Ding. Zhuang Yu was bewildered. Was there some kind of buff applied? Why was the growth so rapid? Zhuang Yu had assumed that in this survival world, even with any buffs, plants would not grow this quickly. Yet, it turned out that harvest could be reaped in just a day or two. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the reason. Grade A monster. Wild giant ape S feces. Catalyzes and enhances plant quality. Goodness, it turns out to be the excrement traded by old 8. Zhuang Yu initially thought that the towering monster, standing over 10 meters tall, was merely a tall tale, but it turned out to be true. If the feces of such a creature had such remarkable effects, one could only imagine the potency of its flesh. Shaking his head, Zhuang Yu decided to set aside such musings for now. Seeking such a being with his current strength would undoubtedly be courting disaster. Once he had tended to the herb garden, Zhuang Yu began to expand his small wooden cabin. He was full of energy, with some food replenishing his vitality, and the bed, adorned with a rabbit fur blanket, further accelerated his recovery. Zhuang Yu found that he needed only about 4 hours of sleep each day to fully restore his energy. Compared to other survivors, he had significantly more active hours. Awakening to the dawn, Zhuang Yu prepared to gather materials for upgrading the shelter, aiming to expand it to level 2 by nightfall. He crafted a saw, which greatly increased his efficiency in felling trees, allowing him to bring down 2 trees in just 1 hour. Ding. Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. Timber x 100. Ding. Timber, 10,000 kilograms. In addition to timber, Zhuang Yu also required stone and alloy. He first crafted a small cart from the timber and began gathering stone. One stone after another was loaded onto the cart and transported to the small wooden cabin. The already limited space was now filled to the brim. With stone and timber adequately prepared, Zhuang Yu commenced the expansion of the cabin. Commencing the expansion of the small wooden cabin. Ding. Autonomous expansion of the small wooden cabin requires a blueprint. Blueprint? Zhuang Yu scratched his head, realizing he was not particularly adept in this area. He would have to check the trading channel. Chat channel. Zhuang Yu. Wild boar meat in exchange for architectural blueprints. Those who can draft blueprints, please contact me privately. I knew it. This open-world survival game is bound to give rise to various professions. Zhuang Yu. I was previously in architectural design. Zhuang Yu. I have been in architectural design for over a decade. One by one, talents in architectural design came forth to offer their services. After all, it is common knowledge that Zhuang Yufu is exceedingly wealthy and quite generous. The proposition of exchanging 10 kilograms of wild boar meat for a design blueprint raises the question, which official could withstand such a test? Curiosity piqued. Someone inquired, what does the esteemed Zhuang intend to do with the design blueprint? Could it be that he is preparing to upgrade the shelter to level 2? Zhuang responded, the shelter lacks sufficient space. It requires an expansion. The crowd was taken aback. How could it possibly be that the shelter is insufficiently spacious? Zhuang elaborated. With such a small cabin, how much provision can it possibly hold? Clearly, it is inadequate. The survivors were astonished. Is it truly filled to capacity? How can this be? Our own shelter is barren, and we are left hungry, while Zhuang's stockpile has already filled his cabin. How did Zhuang manage this? It was inconceivable. Ignoring the chatter in the public channel, Zhuang began sifting through private messages directed to him. One survivor, Lu Jianxi, caught Zhuang's attention. Lu first sent a trade request, which Zhuang accepted, acquiring a rather ordinary architectural design blueprint. Lu then stated, esteemed Zhuang, this architectural design is one I created previously. Please let me know if you have specific requirements for the expansion of the shelter. I will strive to design a shelter that meets your satisfaction. Upon reviewing the blueprint, Zhuang felt fairly content. Lu's architectural skills were commendable, and the option for customization according to Zhuang's specifications was appealing. Very well. Please hold on for a moment while I convey my precise requirements for the expansion. Gazing at his small cabin, Zhuang pondered for a while. The expansion would necessitate a warehouse, a small herbal garden, a modest farm, a kitchen, a bedroom, a living room, a bathroom, and a workshop. Additionally, a potion-making room was essential. Ideally, the structure should be 3 stories tall, featuring a balcony and a watchtower for defense. Zhuang estimated that the shelter would require approximately 350 square meters of space. He relayed his comprehensive requirements and budget to Lu Jianxi. As Lu examined Zhuang's design specifications, a bittersweet smile of envy crept across his lips. So this is the life of the affluent? Such abundant resources allow for such extravagance? A 3-story villa, indeed? Goodness, this budget? 50,000 kilograms of timber? 10,000 kilograms of stone? 5,000 kilograms of steel? Lu replied, "Esteemed Zhuang, please bear with me. The design will be ready for you by tonight." Zhuang was in no rush, as several hours remained until dusk. The shelter was movable, and navigating through the jungle without established paths would prove somewhat challenging. To prosper, one must first pave the way, with no nearby water source. Relocating would be imperative in the future. Thus, Zhuang commenced the task of constructing a road, opting for simplicity by clearing away a few sturdy trees in the vicinity. Upgrading to level 2 still requires alloy, and adding a layer of alloy armor outside the shelter would make it resemble a tank, wouldn't it? Ordinary barriers pose no threat. One can simply crush through them. After a vigorous session of sawing trees, dusk was fast approaching. The area surrounding the shelter had been largely cleared by Zhuang Yu, who managed to carve out a path extending a full kilometer within a single day. Upon returning to the shelter, with no space left inside, Zhuang Yu stacked the timber outside. After consuming a few pieces of meat and sipping some water, his hunger and energy levels were nearly restored. It must be said, having good resources is indeed a comfort. The other survivors, after laboriously toiling throughout the day, often lacked the energy to engage in further activities at night. Even though Redberry could restore energy, it also diminishes hunger levels. Unless one is affluent like Zhuang Yu, most survivors would refrain from using red berries. As for meat, it goes without saying. On just the 3rd day of survival, managing to catch a rabbit or 2 is already commendable, and one must be frugal with their consumption. Not everyone can afford to disregard food expenses like Zhuang Yu. Perhaps this is the lifestyle of the wealthy. While he was enjoying his meal, a trade request arrived. Lu Jianxi, Boss Zhuang, I have completed the design blueprints you requested. Additionally, I believe that moving such a large structure could prove challenging, so I have also devised a blueprint for a steam engine and replaced the wheels with a track design. Of course, if you find it unsuitable, these elements can be omitted. Furthermore, regarding the load-bearing structure of the shelter, Zhuang Yu was genuinely taken aback upon receiving the blueprints. Such expertise is indeed remarkable. Time to commence the expansion of the shelter. Ding! The blueprints have been successfully inputted. The materials required for the expansion of the shelter are as follows. Wood, 50,000 kilograms. Stone, 10,000 kilograms. Steel, 50,000 kilograms. Cement, 2,000 kilograms. Cement is manageable, as its primary component is limestone, and Zhuang Yu had collected a fair amount of limestone within the stone materials. In the chat channel, Zhuang Yu announced, "Wild boar meat for gravel. Survivors." Shocked. What is Boss Zhuang up to? Trading pork for sand? Is he serious? Does he even know how to survive? Using meat to exchange for sand? Some survivors near water sources were elated. Never mind, let us go for it. Collect sand to trade for meat. Before long, the sand trade was completed, and with all materials prepared, Zhuang Yu finally began the expansion of shelter. Chapter 10. The White Little Fox, Male or Female? Zhuang Yu was astonished that Lu Jianxi had even designed a steam engine for him. This was truly unexpected. With a steam engine, moving the shelter would become significantly easier. Without further ado, Zhuang Yu commenced the expansion. He started with the warehouse, followed by ascending construction. The entire expansion of the shelter would take several days. In just one night, he managed to complete the warehouse, the first floor, and the steam engine construction. Consequently, a separate boiler room was established on the first floor. After a night of hard work, there were still 2 hours until dawn. Zhuang Yu replenished his energy, preparing to rest and gather strength for the next day's endeavors. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from outside, reminiscent of some creature stirring. Grasping his short knife and crossbow with caution, Zhuang Yu approached to investigate. Although the shelter had undergone upgrades, enhancing its defensive capabilities, it remained uncertain whether this modest wooden cabin could withstand an encounter with larger predators. Peering through a crack in the window, a fleeting white shadow startled him. A ghost? Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was a snow-white fox meandering around the periphery of the shelter, seemingly with unknown intentions. As long as it was not a formidable beast capable of breaching the cabin, Zhuang Yu decided to ignore it. After securing the doors and windows, he retired to bed. At dawn, Zhuang Yu was roused by the cacophony of wild chickens' distress calls and various noisy collisions. Upon focusing, he was taken aback to find that the white fox had somehow entered his shelter. This fox had managed to enter his animal trap and had killed 2 wild chickens and a hare. What a predicament! Zhuang Yu swiftly extracted the fox from the trap, exclaiming in disbelief at its ferocity. How dare it slay his chickens? Just wait until I stew you. To his surprise, the little white fox clasped its paws together and bowed to him, its eyes beseeching. This sight amused Zhuang Yu. The creature possessed a certain charm. The fox then turned and dove back into the trap, shaking its head while clutching a wild chicken. Zhuang Yu inquired, "Are you suggesting you can catch wild chickens?" The fox nodded affirmatively. "Really? If you could catch them, why would you need to invade my home to steal them?" Zhuang Yu pondered, considering that the fox's flesh likely wouldn't be appetizing. Perhaps he should spare its life. The little fox was rather attractive. Keeping it as a pet could be delightful. Zhuang Yu harnessed a small wooden cart, equipped with a saw, short knife, crossbow, and shovel, and began to repair the road. The progress was swift. Within half a day, he had constructed a kilometer of pathway. Just as he settled down to rest and replenish his energy, he heard an unusual sound nearby, akin to an animal calling out. Following the sound, he soon spotted a magnificent white stallion ensnared by vines, unable to move. This stallion stood nearly 2 meters tall, its physique suggesting it was a splendid beast. Zhuang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could capture this wild horse as a steed, it would greatly facilitate his explorations, expanding his range of discovery. Approaching the stallion with care, Zhuang Yu fashioned ropes from vines and flax to secure the horse and transport it to his cart. As it was a wild horse, it had yet to be tamed. He would take it home first. Upon bringing the majestic creature back, he tossed some fodder in front of it. Zhuang Yu regarded the stallion with some trepidation. If he captured it but could not tame it, how would he utilize it? Should he resort to slaughtering it for a roast instead? There remains an abundance of meat. Consuming horse meat is merely a fleeting novelty, and the excess would inevitably lead to waste. At that moment, the little fox was still squatting nearby, indulging in the meat, which irked Zhuang Yu. He seized the small creature and administered a few sharp slaps to its rear. "You useless thing, all you do is eat," he scolded. "Tonight, I shall prepare a stew with you." The little fox gazed up at Zhuang Yu with pitiful eyes, whimpering softly. This only fueled Zhuang Yu's ire, prompting him to deliver a few more slaps. "Are you trying to feign innocence? Does that serve any purpose? I still have to construct a stable. Otherwise, your droppings will adversely affect the air quality of my home." Lost in thought, the little fox scampered over to the great white horse, chattering in a manner that suggested it was imparting some message. To Zhuang Yu's astonishment, the horse seemed to comprehend the fox's words and even nodded in response. Was it possible that a fox could converse with a horse? In this game world, perhaps such phenomena were not entirely implausible, given the existence of colossal beasts towering over 10 meters. Next, the little fox returned to Zhuang Yu, gesturing towards the white horse and then back at him, babbling away. Zhuang Yu, puzzled, inquired, "Are you suggesting that this horse has already been tamed?" The fox nodded affirmatively. Zhuang Yu gazed at the little fox with newfound respect. Who would have thought this small creature possessed such capability? "Very well, I shall keep you for now." Curious, he then grasped the little fox, lifting its legs to discern its gender. Is it male or female? The fox squirmed in protest, but to no avail. Zhuang Yu, unable to locate any distinguishing features, gave its backside a gentle pat and remarked, "You are but a fox. What is there to be shy about?" With that, he released the little fox and untied the horse. As anticipated, the great white horse ceased its commotion. Zhuang Yu mounted the horse, wielding a lance. Feeling quite the medieval knight, he took the horse for a few laps around the vicinity, noting its speed to be approximately 30 kilometers per hour. Lacking stirrups and a saddle made it somewhat challenging to control. Yet, Zhuang Yu surmised that across the plains, he could likely reach a maximum speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Upon returning home atop the Great White Horse, Zhuang Yu crafted a set of harnesses, which would greatly facilitate riding. As dusk approached, he roasted some wild boar meat to replenish his energy before continuing the expansion of his shelter. The little fox, drawn by the aroma of the roasted meat, instinctively approached him. Zhuang Yu cast a glance at it, playfully flicking its forehead before tossing a piece of meat its way. "You little fox, you seem rather greedy." The fox eagerly embraced the roasted meat and began to gnaw at it. Were other survivors to witness this, they might well curse their fate. "Goodness, this man lives better than a mere fox. We struggle to find sustenance, while this fox has already begun feasting on roasted meat." Once sated, Zhuang Yu set about expanding the shelter. The ground floor was complete, and he commenced work on the second floor. He planned to install a workbench and a bedroom on this level, diligently following his design blueprint. Unexpectedly, the little fox took the initiative to lend a hand. Zhuang Yu speculated that perhaps the little fox was concerned that he might stew it during the night, hence its commendable behavior. If the little fox could assist, did it possess attributes of its own? Upon examining the little fox's attributes, Zhuang Yu was elated. Chapter 11. Encounter with the savages. This little fox, much like himself, possessed energy and hunger values, indicating that it could indeed share the burdens of labor with Zhuang Yu. Opening the data center, he found Host, Zhuang Yu's shelter, Level 1 wooden cabin, with certain defensive capabilities, able to withstand cold and retain warmth, albeit with limited strength, resources, timber, steel, stone energy, 100-120 hunger value, 100-120 strength, speed, endurance ability, apothecary LV1 pet, white fox, loyalty 80. Zhuang Yu was thrilled. He genuinely had a pet. With the little fox's assistance, his progress accelerated significantly. It appeared that he would complete the renovation of the second floor by nightfall. As the night deepened, the second floor was finally constructed. Zhuang Yu even managed to build a watchtower on the third floor, a part of the design blueprint. He intended to equip a more powerful crossbow on this tower, ensuring that the shelter would be fortified both defensively and offensively. Furthermore, standing on the third floor with a formidable crossbow, no ordinary creature could possibly ascend. Even at night, Zhuang Yu could survey the scenery beyond the little cabin. After a light supper, Zhuang Yu was preparing to retire for the night when he suddenly spotted a distress message in the regional chat channel. "Maya, is there anyone who can come to my rescue? Help!" To Zhuang Yu's surprise, it was Maya. He wondered what had happened to her. Just as he was about to inquire, others in the regional chat had already begun to respond. "Shenhan, what's wrong, beautiful?" Maya replied, "My sister and I have been captured by a group of savages. They have bound us, and we don't know what they plan to do." Shenhan reassured her, "Don't panic. Take your time to explain. Since we are in the same area, we cannot be too far apart. First, calm down and describe your current circumstances and surroundings clearly so we can devise a plan to rescue you." Maya responded, "I don't know where we are, only that it's a valley with a river nearby." "Oh, right, I can send a coordinate." Maya sent a coordinate, and, upon glancing at it, Zhuang Yu noted it was merely 10 kilometers away. He could reach it in half an hour on horseback. Shenhan inquired further, "Have the savages done anything to you?" Maya replied, "No, they fed us some fruit, but I truly don't know what to do. As long as I can save my sister, I would agree to any conditions." Suddenly, a flurry of responses erupted in the regional chat. "Don't worry, beautiful. Since we're in the same area, let us plan how to rescue you. Bro, don't make promises too boldly. Do you know how many savages there are? We should at least ascertain their strength before discussing a rescue plan." This was reasonable advice. Maya added, "There are about 8 or 9 savages, and they are quite fierce. Whoa, I'm so scared right now." Malt initially contemplated sending a distress message to Zhuang Yu. Yet she realized the odds of them being in the same vicinity were exceedingly slim, given the multitude of survivors. She trusted that if Zhuang Yu were to see a message in the regional channel, he would undoubtedly respond. Shenhan remarked, "Since the wildlings have provided you sustenance, it indicates they are not likely to eliminate you swiftly. You must conserve your strength until we can rescue you." He continued, "Brothers, since we are all striving for survival in this same area, it is only fitting that we aid one another. Our chances of survival will be significantly enhanced if we unite. I plan to embark on a rescue mission for the ladies tomorrow. Those willing to join me, raise your hands." In an instant, over a dozen individuals responded affirmatively. Excellent. Then we shall set off at dawn. Shen Han had made commendable progress. Although the small cabin had not been upgraded, it had been reinforced with stone and wood. He had fashioned himself a suit of armor from animal hides and bones, and he had even procured some metal to forge a short sword. This level of advancement was quite impressive among the numerous survivors, instilling Shen Han with confidence. He envisioned not only rescuing the damsel in distress, but also becoming the leader of this region. Life would surely be more comfortable thereafter. However, Zhuang Yu shook his head. They were all modern individuals, accustomed to urban living. Regardless of their physical condition, they lacked the primal instincts and combat experience of the wildlings. Despite their numbers, a single misstep could lead to total disarray. The wildlings, having faced ferocious beasts for years and being well acquainted with the wilderness terrain, possessed combat skills far superior to those of these city dwellers. Moreover, most of them were inadequately armed. With a sigh, Zhuang Yu decided to accompany them the following day, hopeful for a successful rescue. Furthermore, Malt had mentioned a nearby mine close to her shelter. If they could secure that mine, they could elevate the shelter to level 2 and construct it with alloys, ensuring top-notch defenses. Should the rescue fail, Zhuang Yu would have no other recourse but to resign himself to fate. With only an hour and a half until dawn, Zhuang Yu lay down to rest. At daybreak, he had breakfast, mounted his white horse, donned his silver armor, and secured a short dagger at his waist, along with a spear and a strong crossbow slung across his back. The collective resources of most survivors scarcely matched the value of his equipment. Zhuang Yu possessed ample provisions to restore his hunger and energy levels. A mere hour of sleep would suffice to prepare him for battle. Before long, he arrived near the coordinates provided by Malt. He crouched on a hillside, observing a small river below, surrounded by numerous trees, some bearing wild fruits. His eyes brightened. If the shelter could be established here, it would be significantly more convenient. Indeed, the Wildlings tribe was situated at this very location, comprised of several structures constructed from banana leaves, reeds, and timber. In the center of the dwellings stood a massive stone, with fires crackling around the houses. Several Wildlings came into Zhuang Yu's line of sight. This group of wild men donned garments crafted from animal hides, wielding brilliantly polished stone spears. Each individual bore a fierce countenance, their bodies rippling with sinewy muscle. The tribe consisted of 5 adult males, 3 women, a child, and an elder, a total of 10 souls. Their combat prowess was undeniably formidable. The 5 adults likely represented the primary fighting force of this savage clan. Zhuang Yu stood merely 200 meters away from them. After a moment of contemplation, he realized he lacked the confidence to eliminate the 5 adult males with his crossbow from such a distance. His experience in close-quarter combat was scant. Although clad in armor, he preferred to avoid such encounters if possible, particularly if the wild men were to disperse and encircle him. Danger would surely ensue. Zhuang Yu had no desire to find himself in peril. As he pondered his next move, Shen Han arrived with a dozen survivors. Chapter 12. Annihilation of the Wild Tribe. This group displayed audacity beyond measure, neglecting even to observe the wild men's capabilities before launching themselves headlong into the fray. Zhuang Yu was left astounded by their reckless bravery. Shen Han, clad in animal skins and bone armor, brandished a short sword, bellowing as he charged towards the wild men's encampment. "Brothers, follow me to rescue the captives. Charge! Charge!" The group transformed into modern-day knights, gallantly storming the wild men's stronghold. In swift response, the male wild men brandished their long spears, unleashing a cacophony of war cries as they countercharged. Those accustomed to the comforts of modern urban life were no match for the ferocity of these savages. Initially, the attackers were filled with zeal, but soon the wild men began hurling their spears. 6 gleaming stone spears were launched toward them. "My God!" the survivors gasped, hastily dodging the deadly projectiles. The spear narrowly grazed Shen Han's scalp, embedding itself with a thud into a nearby tree. Another man was pierced through the thigh by a stone spear, collapsing to the ground in agonized screams. Doubt crept into the hearts of the would-be rescuers, extinguishing any thoughts of confronting the wild men. At this rate, not only would they fail to rescue anyone, but their entire group risked annihilation. In mere moments, several male wild men armed with stone axes and spears surged forward. Shen Han's earlier bravado evaporated. Terror gripped him, and he turned to flee. They finally recognized the chasm that separated them from the wild men. Despite their own physical strength and superior combat experience, they were no match for these savages. The wild men, steeped in bloodlust and hardened by the unforgiving laws of the jungle, had become formidable adversaries. This scene was witnessed by Maya, her eyes filled with despair. If these men could not save themselves, how could she expect to be rescued? It seemed her fate was sealed, and her life would end here. At that moment, a male wild man charged forth, his spear aimed directly at Shen Han's chest. Shen Han nesa pupilas dilata. As if he could already envision the spear piercing through him, confronting the specter of his own demise. Suddenly, he was gripped by regret. Why had he felt the need to be so audacious? Why engage in futile bravado? Stay at home if you feel unwell. The only thought that consumed Shen Han was one word: doom. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt whizzed past his cheek, striking with brutal force into the chest of a male savage. Who was responsible for this? Shen Han turned to see a man clad in silver armor, riding a white steed and wielding a spear, charging towards them. In that moment, everyone stood in awe. At that instant, Zhuang Yu resembled an unyielding knight from the Middle Ages, exuding unparalleled courage. Maya was equally astonished. Is this the prince on the white horse? Zhuang Yu unslung a powerful crossbow from his back, aimed at one of the savages, and released the bolt. Whoosh! One arrow fell the savage. 4 remained. Zhuang Yu brandished his spear, piercing through another savage. The savages, lacking mounts, could not match Zhuang Yu's agility. Although their stone spears occasionally grazed him, Zhuang Yu's armor was far too formidable. Their projectiles could not breach his defenses. Under equal combat conditions, Zhuang Yu would have undoubtedly been outmatched by these savages. However, wealth and superior equipment had changed the game. A well-equipped warrior could easily overpower this group of seasoned combatants. A few female savages remained, alongside an elderly savage wielding a wooden staff. The old man pointed his staff at Zhuang Yu, muttering incantations. Suddenly, a fireball erupted from the staff, hurtling towards Zhuang Yu. He swiftly dodged. Magic? Zhuang Yu was taken aback. The savage was capable of sorcery? The elderly savage appeared drained after casting the spell, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Zhuang Yu seized the opportunity, charging forward on horseback to deliver a fatal thrust. Shen Han was astounded. Had this one man eradicated them all? Such ferocity. Zhuang Yu then plunged into the savage camp, exterminating the remaining foes. In such dire circumstances, Suangju Harvard no simpisi. Even if he spared the remaining savages, they would inevitably perish, with all the male savages of their tribe slain. These few had no means to fend off wild beasts. Moreover, Zhuang Yu preferred to eliminate potential threats. Who could predict if the remaining savages would seek vengeance? After dispatching the savages, Zhuang Yu commanded Shen Han and the others, "Go rescue the captives." Shen Han, still in shock, nodded dumbly. He was profoundly impressed by Zhuang Yu's prowess. Who was this extraordinary individual? He dared not defy Zhuang Yu's orders. Shen Han and his companions proceeded to rescue Maya and her sister, while Zhuang Yu picked up the wooden staff from the old savage, examining it closely. Embedded within was a fiery crimson stone. Zhuang Yu could feel the heat radiating from it. Could that fireball have been conjured by this stone? Zhuang Yu secured the stone and ventured deeper into the savage tribe's territory. He entered the largest structure within the camp, where several small savages were hiding. Zhuang Yu acted decisively, delivering a fatal blow without hesitation. In the center of the hall lay a treasure chest, which Zhuang Yu promptly opened. Ding! Acquired riding skill, level 1. Ding! Acquired archery skill, level 1. Ding! Acquired fighting skill, level 1. Ding! Acquired strength, pill, level 1. Zhuang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. These were precisely what he needed. Without a moment's pause, he absorbed the rewards. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate. Riding skill, level 100. Ding! Fighting skill, level 100. Ding! Archery skill, level 100. Ding! 100 strength pills. Zhuang Yu could distinctly feel changes occurring within his body. His riding skill had surged to its maximum level, instilling him with confidence. He now felt more at ease on horseback than with a woman. The enhancement in fighting skill transformed Zhuang Yu into a master of combat. Faced with the wild men from earlier, even unarmed, he was confident he could defeat them all. With the improvement in archery, his eyesight had also significantly sharpened. Hitting a target from 100 paces was no longer a boast for Zhuang Yu. As for the strength pills, they had dramatically augmented his physical attributes. He opened his personal attributes: strength, 40, agility, 40, stamina, 80, 300, hunger level, 90, 300. One strength pill had elevated his physical prowess to 4 times that of an average person. Within the wild man tribe, Zhuang Yu discovered an abundance of wild fruits. Without hesitation, he loaded them all onto his cart. At the highest point of the Grand Hall, there was an enormous throne, presumably belonging to the elder wild man. Zhuang Yu sat upon it, relishing the surroundings. This place had a pleasant atmosphere. He contemplated relocating his refuge here. Just as he was lost in thought, he felt something beneath him. Chapter 13. Is this a refuge? Surely it's not a castle? Zhuang Yu lifted the cushion and discovered a crystal hidden beneath. Ding! Acquired fire control technique. Usable with fire essence stones. Goodness, fire control technique. Zhuang Yu was elated. He had not anticipated that this survival game would incorporate elements of magic. Having gathered a wealth of treasures, Zhuang Yu was about to return on horseback when the 2 sisters, Maya, caught up with him. The sisters were quite stunning. One appeared gentle and refined, while the other was whimsical and lively. As they gazed at Zhuang Yu, momentarily speechless at his impressive gear, one of them finally exclaimed, "Thank you." With a blush, Zhuang Yu merely waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. We don't even know your name." Zhuang Yu. The sisters' eyes widened in disbelief, and the surrounding crowd was equally astonished. "Wow, it's the great Zhuang Yu," Maya exclaimed, her excitement bubbling over as she finally managed to articulate. "What a coincidence. I can't believe you are the great Zhuang Yu." Zhuang Yu chuckled, scratching his nose. "That's me. Well, there's nothing more to discuss. You can head home now." "Home?" The sisters' expressions fell. "Do we even have a home? Just that dilapidated little cabin?" Inside, such a rundown dwelling, they felt utterly devoid of safety. The cabin offered them no real refuge. It hardly resembled a home. Upon realizing this, the 2 young girls suddenly burst into tears. Mia implored, "Brother Zhuang Yu, our shelter cannot withstand the dangers we face. I'm truly terrified. May my sister and I stay with you for just one night? I beg you. I would do anything." With determination, Mia fixed her gaze on Zhuang Yu, ready to sacrifice herself for her sister's safety. She was willing to comply with any request he might have. As she looked at him, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. After all, Zhuang Yu possessed a certain charm, and women often admire the strong. Zhuang Yu smiled and agreed, "All right, you can return once your shelter is completed." In truth, Zhuang Yu's willingness to take the 2 girls in was not purely altruistic. Mia lived near a mining site, and should they locate the mine, it would yield a continuous supply of metals. This could eventually transform the cabin into a fully fortified structure. Soon after, the 2 girls climbed into Zhuang Yu's cart, their eyes filled with admiration, while Mia pondered thoughtfully. She was amazed that Zhuang Yu possessed a white horse. It was an impressive feat. Was this truly a quest for survival? Just as Zhuang Yu was about to head home, Shan Han and his band of followers suddenly blocked his path. Gazing at him with eager eyes, Shan Han inquired, "Zhuang Yu, could we possibly become your subordinates?" It was a jest, but the wilderness was perilous. Wild beasts and even a few savages could decimate them. The cabin offered no sense of security. Zhuang Yu was powerful, and aligning with him would alleviate their fears. Zhuang Yu was unfamiliar with the concept of recruiting followers. He wondered what purpose this group would serve. "I do not take in subordinates," he replied. Shen Han quickly seized the opportunity to clarify. Then, "Zhuang Yu, may we relocate our shelter nearby? I assure you, we have no intention of competing for resources. We simply require a small plot of land." These individuals were not overly ambitious. Their primary concern was merely survival. After contemplating for a moment, Zhuang Yu decided it would be reasonable to allow them to reside nearby for mutual support, and thus he consented. Shen Han and his companions rejoiced, leaping with excitement, as if celebrating a festival. "This is incredible. We are now neighbors with Zhuang Yu." Zhuang Yu's shelter, under the control of a small fox, approached at a remarkably slow pace. Soon, Zhuang Yu reunited with the shelter. Upon witnessing a 3-story house that moved on its own, everyone was left in awe. "Goodness, is this truly Zhuang Yu's shelter? It can't possibly be a mere cabin." Mia and the other girls stood with mouths agape, exclaiming, "Heavens, this is Zhuang Yu's shelter? It is worlds apart from ours." Their own refuge was primarily constructed of wood. Due to the onslaught of beasts, the shelters here are riddled with holes, in a state of disrepair, particularly atop the refuge. Zhuang Yu has constructed a watchtower. This tower boasts a powerful crossbow significantly larger than the one Zhuang Yu carries, designed to combat formidable predators. All right, we're home. You may rest now. The Mia's sisters entered the house and surveyed their surroundings, tears welling up in their eyes. This truly feels like home. The interior was immaculately clean, with wooden flooring throughout. The kitchen, bedroom, and a separated wet and dry bathroom. Oh my, there was even a bathtub. The sisters felt a pang of reluctance to return. How wonderful it would be to settle here, free from worries about safety. Stealing a glance at Zhuang Yu, Mia sensed that this man harbored no ulterior motives towards them. Zhuang Yu suggested, "You should go take a shower. I'll prepare dinner and call you when it's ready." The sisters nodded enthusiastically and dashed to the bathroom. Mia's cheeks flushed as she pondered, "Will brother Zhuang Yu? At home, there's barely enough water to drink, let alone for bathing. How could he afford such luxury?" After a refreshing shower, the sisters felt rejuvenated, their spirits lifted. However, they soon realized a pressing issue. They had no change of clothes, and their previous garments had become quite odorous. Mia called out, "Brother Zhuang Yu, do you have any clothes we could change into?" He only possessed a couple of outfits, one of which was still damp. This was indeed awkward. Surely, he couldn't allow the two young ladies to emerge unclothed. He contemplated the few rabbit fur blankets he had. "Let us make do with the blankets for now." The sisters wrapped themselves in the blankets as they emerged from the bathroom. Clean and refreshed, they looked much more vibrant, albeit the blankets were a tad short, leaving them exposed in certain areas. Zhuang Yu had prepared a stew of ribs, grilled meat, and some potatoes. The sight was tantalizing. Such a life was truly enviable. Yet, being wrapped in blankets made dining rather inconvenient. A little fox scampered over to Zhuang Yu, begging for food. He tossed a piece of meat to it, leaving the sisters utterly amazed. A little fox. How adorable. This creature seems to live better than we do. Reflecting on their past hardships, they couldn't help but wonder if this well-groomed fox dined on meat every day. Truly, one could feel disheartened when comparing their plight with that of others. While they struggled to fill their stomachs, Zhuang Yu had the leisure to keep a pet. Chapter 14. Please, do not overthink after satisfying their hunger, Zhuang Yu said. You should get some sleep now. Mia, unable to suppress her thoughts, began to misinterpret his words. Sleep? Brother Zhuang, you can't possibly mean. This is not the city. We are in a survival game. There are no laws to constrain us here. In such an environment, one must pay the appropriate price for what they desire. They were seeking refuge in Zhuang Yu's shelter, and she understood that she ought to offer something in return. However, at this moment, what could possibly captivate Zhuang Yu's attention beyond the two girls themselves? If it were suggested that Zhuang Yu desired to refrain from any action, they would be rather skeptical. To be candid, Zhuang Yu is not presently inclined to entertain such thoughts, not to mention the potential gains. It would also demand considerable effort and time. In the early stages of survival, every resource is invaluable. Furthermore, Zhuang Yu abhors coercion. He favors a mutual willingness instead. Fortunately, Maya remains oblivious to these sentiments. Were she to discover them, she might blush and exclaim, "I would gladly oblige." The two girls, harboring different thoughts, retired to the bedroom. Upon entering, they were taken aback by the soft rabbit fur blanket and the spacious bed. Overwhelmed with emotion, they nearly shed tears. Their refuge lacked any comforts, not even a bed. Zhuang Yu's room, however, was simply adorned yet cozy, with two green plants gracing the balcony. The arrangement was, in fact, superior to their own homes. Seated on the balcony, Zhuang Yu gazed out the window, astonished. Though he had yet to secure a dwelling on earth, he found himself in possession of a quaint villa here. He retrieved the fiery red stone he had seized from the old wild man earlier that day. The system indicated that this peculiar item possessed fire attributes and could control flames. Zhuang Yu affixed the firestone to his powerful crossbow and nocked an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow was released, trailing flames as it struck the wall, nearly penetrating the stone surface. The power of this shot took Zhuang Yu by surprise. However, each fiery arrow consumed 20 points of energy, meaning he could only launch 5 shots while in peak condition. To utilize more arrows, he would need to replenish his energy. To his astonishment, he discovered that this survival game included a blue energy bar. Upon checking his attributes, he noticed a new skill, Fire Control LV1. Unfortunately, this skill had not triggered a 100-fold critical strike, and thus had not reached its maximum potential. Zhuang Yu pondered that perhaps not maxing out the skill was advantageous. If it were fully leveled, it might drain energy excessively, leaving him with insufficient reserves. Currently, His sanctuary could be relocated at will, albeit at the cost of substantial fuel. Zhuang Yu opened the chat channel, intending to exchange for fuel and water. Upon entering, he noticed Shen Han had initiated a live stream, boasting about his exploits. Shen Han proclaimed, "Today, I collaborated with the esteemed Zhuang Yu to annihilate an entire tribe of wild men. Those savages were exceedingly fierce, and the old wild man could even breathe fire." "Are you just bragging?" Someone interjected. Shen Han rietoted, ho. "Bragging? I'm now neighbors with Zhuang Yu. Just look." He shared a photograph, causing the chat to erupt with disbelief. "Is this real? Is this truly Zhuang Yu's sanctuary? No way. It resembles a castle. My goodness, a 3-story villa? Constructed of stone and alloy? Where did Zhuang Yu acquire such abundant resources? This is astonishingly affluent. My sanctuary hasn't even been upgraded yet." The chat quickly became a flurry of requests directed at Zhuang Yu for survival tips. Zhuang Yu, in a moment of desperation, yearned for a survival guide. He pondered. A guide? What good is a guide? Does it grant one extraordinary abilities? Observing Shen Han's ostentatious demeanor, Zhuang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. The notion of collaborating to eradicate the savage tribe was laughable. He had single-handedly vanquished those foes. Shen Han, however, continued to boast. "You have no idea how perilous the situation was. 3 savages armed with spears encircled me, and it seemed certain that one would pierce my skull. Just then, an arrow whizzed past my face and struck one of the savages in the head." Zhuang Yu was taken aback, turning to witness a gallant figure clad in silver armor, astride a white steed, wielding a lance as he charged forth. Zhuang Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This man was indeed a talent. His eloquence deserving of the stage of a storyteller. The entire chat channel was captivated by Shen Han's narrative. Survivors chimed in, "No way. Don't stop. What happened next?" "Yes, exactly. I am enthralled. Hurry up and tell us more." Shen Han, finding aku, raplia, imparka. "I'll send you gifts if you continue. Thank you for the 200 milliliters bottle of mineral water. Much obliged for the berries." Zhuang Yu was astonished. Goodness, this can actually be profitable? The influx of gifts left Shen Han dumbfounded. The supplies were sufficient for his sustenance for 5 or 6 days. Zhuang Yu realized his newfound popularity. This was a genuine survival game, where life and death were at stake. As a pioneer among survivors, his every action drew the attention of many. Shen Han continued. Later, Zhuang Yu wielded his spear and decimated the savage tribe, annihilating them entirely. Of course, we survivors shared in the spoils of victory. Zhuang Yu's bravery in rescuing us was commendable. Zhuang Yu then entered the live stream, prompting an uproar. "Wow, Zhuang Yu has arrived. Unbelievable. The great Zhuang Yu is here. Thanks to Zhuang Yu for the 2 pounds of pork. Incredible. Is this the life of the affluent? Just giving away 2 pounds of meat?" Shen Han was equally astonished. After bestowing gifts, Zhuang Yu exited the stream. With 99 power pills remaining, he knew their effects were limited. The initial consumption provided the greatest enhancement. He consumed a few more, boosting his physical attributes to 50, the maximum achievable through these pills. Subsequently, he placed 20 power pills in the trading channel, exchanging them for fuel and water. Power pills can enhance physical capabilities. The chat channel erupted. "No way. This exists? Incredible. It can actually increase attribute limits? This is a miraculous elixir. Where did you acquire this, Master Zhuang? My goodness, you are exceedingly swift. 20 pills consumed in an instant." Chapter 15, The Wolf Pack. What on earth is happening? Have you all invested money? Goodness gracious. 1 strength pill requires 50 liters of water. How could you possess such an abundance? This is truly astonishing. These individuals are remarkably fierce, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Zhuang sells strength pills without a trace of concern that other survivors might surpass him. Typically, one must consume around 20 pills to fully enhance their physical capabilities. However, these survivors lack the means to purchase such a quantity at once. This implies that their physical attributes are fundamentally incapable of matching Zhuang's. Furthermore, Zhuang's long-term consumption of beast meat has already endowed him with superior physicality compared to other survivors. And the enhancement effects of the strength pills he consumes far exceed any benefits others might gain. With the 20 strength pills, Zhuang exchanged for a substantial amount of water and fuel. This supply could sustain the shelter's operations for at least 5 days. Having nearly exhausted the spoils of the day, Zhuang proceeded to renovate the shelter. Currently, the 3rd floor has merely a watchtower constructed, with numerous functionalities yet to be perfected. After dedicating 2 hours, Zhuang completed half of the work on the third floor. With 3 hours remaining until dawn, he decided to conclude his efforts for the day. After a long day, Zhuang took a shower and returned to his room, ready to sleep. Upon entering, he discovered the two sisters, Mia and Mai Tang, comfortably asleep in his bed. It dawned on him that this was indeed his only room, and now the bed was occupied by them, leaving him uncertain of where to rest. Zhuang was not one to pander to whims, so he roused the sisters without hesitation. Mia awoke with sleepy eyes, gazing at Zhuang in confusion. He stated calmly, "I'm going to sleep." Instantly, her face flushed, and her mind wandered to peculiar thoughts. Is he really going to sleep now? I am not ready for this. Zhuang had just finished washing up, droplets of water still clinging to his skin. His physique, having undergone transformation, was now remarkably perfected, no longer resembling his previous frail form. His muscles were well-defined and strikingly proportionate. As Mia observed the water droplets on Zhuang's skin and his evenly toned physique, her cheeks reddened further. What a perfect body. Zhuang, puzzled by her flushed face, thought to himself, could this girl be unwell? He remarked, there is only this one bed. You two can find somewhere else to sleep. Startled, he then lay down on the bed, indifferent to their presence. Fortunately, the bed was spacious enough to accommodate 3 people. The sisters found themselves in a quandary. Unsure whether to remain on the bed or to get up, Mia contemplated, is Brother Zhuang implying something? Mai Tang leaned closer to her sister and whispered, Sister, are you truly considering that? Taking a deep breath, Mia responded, For you, I would be willing to do anything. Mai Tang chuckled, Come now. I see that you have developed feelings for Brother Zhuang. Mia retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? Having occupied his space and consumed so much of his provisions, and being saved by him, it is only fitting that we repay him. Zhuang Yu, what are you two whispering about while you should be sleeping? Oh, it's nothing. Zhuang Yu, if you can't sleep, why not do something productive? Do something? Right now? But there are no safety measures in place. Zhuang Yu looked perplexed. What safety measures do you need? Maya completely misunderstood, her heart racing. Just then, as Zhuang Yu lay asleep, a pair of hands crept up. This startled him awake. Zhuang Yu, what are you doing? Maya, well, aren't we supposed to do something? Zhuang Yu, I meant the third floor isn't finished yet. If you can't sleep, why don't you help me with the renovations? Thus, the two sisters were compelled out of bed and toiled for several hours. Zhuang Yu lay on his bed, muttering, These two sisters are quite peculiar. Sigh, it's far more comfortable to sleep alone in a big bed. At dawn, Zhuang Yu found the two sisters on the third floor. They had worked through the night and completed the renovations. Exhausted, they had fallen asleep on the floor. However, Zhuang Yu's house was clean enough that even sleeping on the ground was preferable to their refuge. The second renovation of the shelter was complete. The next phase would involve upgrading the shelter based on this model. The first floor comprised a greenhouse, stables, a breeding area, a power room, a boiler room, and a warehouse, among other facilities. The second floor served as the living quarters. The third floor housed the armory and storage, where various weapons and items were kept. Zhuang Yu was thoroughly pleased with the transformed shelter. The sisters had endured a fright and were fatigued from the night's work, so he did not wake them. After breakfast, Zhuang Yu packed provisions, weapons, and tools, mounted his white horse, and departed the shelter. Unbeknownst to him, as he left, a little fox began to cause mischief. The fox looked at the two sisters with a hint of jealousy. They dare to compete with me for my master? The little fox gathered some charcoal and painted the sisters into large, colorful cats. Outside the shelter, Zhuang Yu had not ventured far when he spotted 7 or 8 others from the shelter nearby. It was Shan Han and his group. Fearful, they had journeyed through the night to reunite with Zhuang Yu, anxious about losing him. Seeing the 3-story villa and the lookout tower atop it, they felt a sense of security. Some survivors would go to great lengths, even considering drastic measures, just to gain entry into Zhuang Yu's shelter, even if it meant toiling as laborers. Watching Maya and her sister having spent the night at Zhuang Yu's shelter, they were filled with envy. Zhuang Yu paid them no mind and continued to track the wild boar herd. After having shot a male boar last time, the female had fled with her piglets. If he could take down the sow, he could raise the piglets without worrying about meat supplies. Galloping on horseback, Zhuang Yu's speed increased and his search area expanded. Soon, he discovered traces of the wild boar herd. Not only did Zhuang Yu encounter a herd of wild boars, but he also spotted a pack of wolves. At that moment, a dozen wolves surrounded the boar group, while a mother pig fought desperately to protect her piglets. The poor creature bore numerous wounds, bloodied and battered. After all the effort to find her piglets, how could she allow this pack of wolves to snatch them away? He readied his bow, aimed, and unleashed his fire control technique. An arrow shot forth with a whoosh. Zhuang Yu, now a master archer, could indeed shoot with precision. One arrow down a wolf, and the flaming projectile not only inflicted damage, but also instilled great fear among the wolves. Seeing Zhuang Yu standing alone, the pack quickly abandoned their pursuit of the boars and turned their attention toward him. Chapter 16. The Wolf Pack Attack. Zhuang Yu was astonished that the wolves did not flee. The white horse was swift, preventing the wolves from encircling him in a short span. With successive arrows, several wolves fell, and the pack realized they could not close in on Zhuang Yu without suffering significant losses. Thus, the wolves retreated. Zhuang Yu felt elated. His archery and fire control techniques proved extraordinarily powerful. Previously, he would never have dared to confront a dozen wolves alone. However, with his enhanced archery skills and fire control, each arrow struck true. Coupled with the rapid speed of his horse, the wolves had no chance to encircle him. After driving off the wolves, Zhuang Yu approached the mother pig. She lay on the ground, bloodied and covered in wounds, barely clinging to life. The surrounding piglets gathered around her, refusing to flee. A mother's love is indeed fierce. This wild sow had fought valiantly against the wolves to safeguard her young. Zhuang Yu felt a pang of sorrow. Observing her wounds, it was evident she would not survive. He delivered a merciful blow to end her suffering, then loaded her body onto a cart. All the piglets were captured and tossed onto the cart, 7 in total. 7 pigs, a substantial fortune even in the city. This excursion had been remarkably fruitful. Zhuang Yu returned to the refuge with the wild boar. At that moment, the two sisters Maya had awakened. They sat together in silence, gazing at the little fox. Zhuang Yu inquired, "What's wrong?" They never anticipated that a mere little fox could bully them. Alas, who could resist this creature, being Zhuang Yu's pet? They dared not confront the fox. Looking at the wild boar and the piglets Zhuang Yu had brought back, they felt a surge of envy. Such a bountiful harvest from a single outing. Meanwhile, they had toiled endlessly without even catching a rabbit. Was the disparity truly so vast? Upon glancing at the cart, they were shocked to see several wolves. Wolves! This was entirely different from wild boars. While wild boars lacked fierce aggression, wolves possessed a formidable offensive nature, excelling in teamwork. Wolves were also more intelligent than boars, making them much more challenging to contend with. Zhuang Yu gazed at the two dazed individuals and remarked, "All right, if there's nothing else, please assist me in setting up the breeding farm." He then declared, "Commence construction of the breeding farm." A notification chimed, "Breeding farm under construction. Consuming 120 energy, duration 6 hours." With the help of 3 individuals and a small fox, the breeding farm was completed in merely 1 hour. Zhuang Yu tossed several piglets into the enclosure. Now, even if he were unable to capture wild boars in the future, he need not worry about a shortage of pork. With the breeding farm established, Zhuang Yu directed the relocation of the shelter. By evening, he successfully moved the shelter near the previous wild tribe's territory. This area boasted picturesque scenery, abundant fruit trees, and a gentle stream. Truly an ideal place to settle. Zhuang Yu was thoroughly satisfied with this location. After having dinner with the two sisters, Maya, he sent them back home. The sisters were reluctant to return to their dilapidated and cold shelter, preferring the comforts of Zhuang Yu's abode, which featured a large bed, meat to eat, and hot water, an experience akin to paradise. However, Zhuang Yu had no intention of keeping them, and they felt it would be inappropriate to linger any longer. Later that night, Zhuang Yu pondered, since there is a fire control technique, could there not also be an ice control technique? The pork could not be preserved for long, necessitating its sale. If he possessed ice control, he could create a freezer, thereby facilitating the preservation of the pork. He proceeded to dissect the wild wolves he had hunted that day. The resilience of the wolf tendons was remarkable, making them suitable for crafting bowstrings. He extracted the tendons from 3 wolves and subsequently placed the separated meat into the trading bar. In the chat channel, Zhuang Yu announced, "Wolf meat for fuel and water." Instantly, the entire survivalist community was abuzz with astonishment. Wolf meat? No way. Can the great Zhuang Yu even hunt wolves? Some were incredulous, lamenting their inability to catch a mere rabbit while Zhuang Yu had progressed to hunting wild wolves. "Great Zhuang Yu, we seek your strategy." Zhuang Yu replied, "What strategy? I'm just fortunate, all right? As some opened the trading bar, their surprise deepened upon discovering not just one, but 3 wolves. Goodness, has the great Zhuang Yu encountered a pack of wolves? Is it possible that he not only survived, but also took down 3? Many sought wolf tendons in exchange for fuel and water. For the time being, Zhuang Yu was relieved from the burden of energy concerns for his shelter. After enjoying dinner, just as Zhuang Yu prepared to retire for the night, he suddenly heard the haunting howl of wolves outside. In the next moment, Shen Han sent a frantic message, "Boss, help! A pack of wolves!" Shocked, Zhuang Yu thought, "These wolves can dig." Shen Han continued, "Boss, please help. My small cabin has already been chewed through." Zhuang Yu hurriedly ascended to the lookout tower on the 3rd floor. Peering down, he was met with a sea of green glowing eyes, the eyes of the wild wolves. The sheer number sent a chill down his spine. There were at least dozens of them. It appeared that the wolf pack had returned for revenge. As for the other survivors, they could assist wherever possible. In a dire situation where rescue seemed impossible, Zhuang Yu found himself with limited options. He had already witnessed some survivor shelters being breached by the wild wolves. The only course of action available to him was to guide his refuge closer to those in need. The crossbow stationed at the 3rd floor watchtower possessed formidable power, and with his mastery of archery, he could eliminate a wolf with a single shot. He had already dispatched several of the beasts, yet the wolves showed no signs of retreat. It appeared they were resolutely intent on seeking vengeance. At that moment, Shen Han was live-streaming, drawing countless survivors into his broadcast. The viewers were astounded. Goodness, such a massive pack of wolves. Brother Shun, I mourn for you. You might not make it out alive. By the way, if you do perish, could you leave your inheritance to us? Exclaimed one viewer. Seriously, are you even human? The host is on the brink of death, and you're still thinking about his legacy? Brother Shun, I'm different from these shameless folks. Just give me something to eat. As the viewers tuned in, they witnessed flaming arrows raining down from Zhuang Yu's 3-story shelter, each arrow claiming the life of a wolf. How is Zhuang Yu's shelter so different from ours? Is this really a refuge? It looks more like a fortress. The wolves, displaying remarkable intelligence, understood that continuing their assault would only lead to more casualties without any gain. Thus, they retreated beyond the range of the powerful crossbows. Seizing the opportunity, the other survivors fled towards Zhuang Yu's haven. After all, the wolves were seeking revenge against the sisters, and those fleeing were merely collateral damage. So Zhuang Yu welcomed them all. At that moment, Zhuang Yu received a distress signal from Maya. Brother Zhuang, help! There are many wild wolves outside our house. Chapter 17, Night Operations. This posed a significant challenge. The Maya sisters lived near the mine, some distance away from Zhuang Yu's shelter. Their refuge was slower to mobilize, and the terrain between their location and the mine was quite treacherous, making it inconvenient to reach them. Maya sent another message. Brother Zhuang, there are 5 or 6 wolves outside our house. What should we do? They're coming in fast. Meanwhile, the survivors who had fled to Zhuang Yu's shelter were left in awe. Wow, is this really Zhuang Yu's refuge? What is this? A pigsty? A livestock farm? No way. Zhuang Yu has even established a farm. They exclaimed. And what is this? A vegetable garden? You can grow your own food at home? This disparity is overwhelming. Zhuang Yu's shelter was constructed from wood and stone, reinforced with alloys, and complemented by a watchtower on the roof, rendering it impervious to the wolves. Shen Han's shelter was slightly better than those of other survivors and could withstand a short-term assault from the wolves. However, for safety's sake, he also sought refuge in Zhuang Yu's stronghold. The area of Zhuang Yu's shelter was vastly larger, with the 1st floor capable of accommodating dozens. Upon entering Zhuang Yu's shelter, Shen Han was utterly astonished. He initially believed that he had constructed his refuge quite admirably, yet upon comparison with Zhuang Yu's, it was as if one were in the heavens while the other languished in the depths. There was simply no basis for comparison. At this moment, Zhuang Yu had descended from the 3rd floor. Clad in armor and wielding his weapon, he led his white horse and addressed the gathering. I am now going to rescue Maya and her sister. You must guard this place. Shen Han stepped forward with eagerness. Boss, do you want me to accompany you? Zhuang Yu cast a glance and decided against it. Although Shen Han had made commendable progress among the survivors, he was still insufficiently equipped to confront the wild wolves. The presence of this fellow would likely not only fail to provide assistance, but might also create complications. Zhuang Yu instructed, you should take control of the watchtower on the 3rd floor. Shen Han's eyes brightened. Such a fortunate task. He had envied Zhuang Yu's display of firepower when he had launched the rocket, which had seemed so impressive. To his surprise, Zhuang Yu entrusted him with such an important responsibility, and Shen Han accepted with enthusiasm. Thus, Zhuang Yu set out into the night astride his horse. Venturing out at night posed considerable danger, but for the sake of the mine, it was a risk worth taking. Fully armed, Zhuang Yu felt confident in his ability to confront any creature that was not excessively formidable. As for Shen Han and his group, Zhuang Yu harbored no concerns that they would seize his refuge or plunder his supplies. An official mechanism ensured that any survivor entering another's refuge would adhere to the commands of its owner. This meant that upon entering Zhuang Yu's sanctuary, they had become his subordinates, bound to follow his every directive. Riding swiftly, Zhuang Yu soon beheld the refuge of the My Sisters. It was a modest wooden cabin, the front door having been torn open by wild wolves. The sisters had ignited a bonfire at the entrance and were dismantling the cabins would defend off the ravenous pack. However, the wolves were cunning, merely circling the cabin, instilling fear with their growls, occasionally launching attacks to test the sisters' defenses. They seemed to await the moment when exhaustion would set in or when the flames would dwindle before making their move. The sisters were on the verge of tears. If things continued as they were, they feared they would soon be torn apart by the wolves. Having recently escaped from the clutches of wild men, they now found themselves besieged by wolves, lamenting their ill fortune. The more they dismantled their shelter, the larger the exposed opening became. Without timely rescue, they knew they would not survive until dawn. Mai Tang asked, "Sister, do you think Brother Zhuang Yu will come to save us?" Maya bit her lip and shook her head. "I do not know." Mai Tang sighed. "I doubt he will come. It is nighttime, and there are so many wolves outside. It is far too dangerous. He likely feels it unnecessary to risk his life for us." Maya's heart sank indeed. It was nighttime, and this was an unexpected crisis for which they were unprepared. Furthermore, their relationship with Zhuang Yu could hardly be described as close. He was under no obligation to rescue them. Clang! A sound echoed through the night. In a corner of the cabin, a hole was gnawed open by a wild wolf, its gaping maw tearing at the wooden planks. Taking a deep breath, Maya summoned her courage and struck at it with a stick. Just then, a wolf squeezed through the opening. The two women found themselves almost entirely defenseless against the beast, their hearts consumed by terror. As the wolf lunged with its bloodied mouth wide open, they closed their eyes in fright, as if foreseeing their demise at the jaws of the predator. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air. A fiery arrow shot through the window, striking the wolf squarely in the head. It collapsed to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling still. More arrows followed, swiftly eliminating the pack of wolves surrounding their refuge. When the two women looked up, they saw a man clad in silver armor, wielding a spear, rushing towards them. Overcome with emotion, they burst into tears. What woman could withstand such a harrowing scene? Zhuang Yu shouted, "What are you standing there for? Get on the horse." The wolves, sensing Zhuang Yu's presence, began to encircle him slowly. If they were even a moment slower, he would be surrounded. Even if encircled, he had confidence in breaking free. But the two sisters were not so fortunate. The Maya sisters hurriedly mounted the horse, which was strong and bore all three of them swiftly away. Zhuang Yu hastened towards the shelter, while dozens of wolves closed in on him. Drawing his bow, he dispatched one wolf after another, each shot draining his energy significantly. Despite consuming food to replenish his strength, it proved futile. Meanwhile, atop the watchtower of the refuge, Shen Han stood, controlling the powerful crossbow, surveying the wolf pack below. He felt invigorated. The thrill was exhilarating. "Xian Yi, can I take a shot too?" One voice called out. "Yeah, Xingu, with such a massive crossbow, it must be thrilling to use." Another chimed in. "Damn, that pack of wolves chased me earlier. It was quite the ordeal. Xingu, let me take a shot to avenge myself." Shen Han proudly lifted his chin, declaring, "Not a chance. This is a grave responsibility entrusted to me by the elder brother. I can't let just anyone play with it." Turning back, Shen Han grinned and began a live stream. "Hello, dear viewers. Behold the powerful crossbow atop Zhuang Yu's tower. I will now demonstrate the art of wolf hunting from first-person perspective." As he spoke, he encouraged his audience to send gifts. The viewers exclaimed in awe, "What a massive crossbow. Wait, Xingu, look down there. Who's that on horseback? They look so cool." Chapter 18. A safe return to the refuge. It's Zhuang Yu. Someone shouted. "What is that behind him? A pack of wolves? So many of them." If they catch up, there will be nothing left of him. While some expressed concern, others relished the potential misfortune. Some survivors contemplated that if Zhuang Yu were eliminated, they might seize his position and rise to the forefront among survivors. This is dire. Zhuang Yu, the great leader, exclaimed, "Is this the end? Can we possibly survive?" He shouted below, "What are you waiting for?" Shen Han, receiving the command, seized the crossbow and aimed at the pack of wolves to unleash his shot. However, in the next moment, Shen Han was bewildered. Why could Zhuang Yu shoot fire arrows while he cannot? Unbeknownst to him, the art of fire control was essential for launching such projectiles. He could only fire regular arrows, devoid of flames, significantly diminishing their lethality against the wolves. In a live stream, viewers chimed in, "Shengu, why can't you shoot? Indeed, how come Zhuang Yu's arrows are ablaze while yours are not? Are you incapable?" Shen Han retorted, "How should I know? Am I not capable? I am perfectly fine. Goodness, Zhuang Yu is incredible." Through the live stream, countless viewers witnessed Zhuang Yu riding a white horse, launching volley after volley of fire arrows towards the wolves. He galloped away, pursued by a relentless horde. From the vantage of the watchtower on the third floor, Zhuang Yu appeared against a backdrop of darkness, with innumerable bright points chasing him, resembling demons from the depths of hell, as if any delay would lead to his consumption by those fiends. With arrows in hand, he continuously fired, causing the demons behind him to fall one after another. From the tower, arrows rained down relentlessly. Wow, this is exhilarating. I feel like I'm watching The Lord of the Rings. The scene was more thrilling than a Hollywood blockbuster. Goodness, this is incredibly impressive. Is this what survival games are about? I think I'm beginning to grasp the essence of this survival game. The male viewers in a live stream were ignited with fervor, each one suddenly inspired with thoughts of saving the world. Unbeknownst to Zhuang Yu, the video of him charging through the wolf pack would illuminate the dreams of countless passionate young men. Meanwhile, the female viewers gazed at Zhuang Yu, their eyes sparkling with admiration, falling into a reverie. So handsome. Is this the prince on a white horse? Oh, how I wish to be the princess on that horse. I want to bear Zhuang Yu's children. At that moment, Zhuang Yu attracted an innumerable following of female fans. Their imaginations of a prince were forever fixed upon him, not only for his looks, but also for the formidable strength he exhibited in the wilderness. Females are invariably drawn to strong males, a trait that becomes even more pronounced in the wild. Clearly, being by Zhuang Yu's side promised a sense of security. Having vanquished over a dozen wolves, Zhuang Yu finally burst into the shelter. With a bang, the door slammed shut. Zhuang Yu exhaled in relief as everyone stared at him in utter astonishment. Their eyes shone with unadulterated admiration. Is this even real? How could he possibly survive? The livestream viewers were equally dumbfounded. No way. He actually made it back. Zhuang Yu removed his armor and shed his gear, consuming several pieces of jerky to barely regain his energy. Shen Han descended from the third floor, gazing at Zhuang Yu in awe. From that moment onward, Zhuang Yu became an irreplaceable deity in his heart. All that filled his gaze was admiration. To be a subordinate of the great Zhuang Yu was his utmost honor. Zhuang Yu's actions captivated everyone present. He patted Shen Han on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Well done." Shen Han stood there in a daze, taking a moment to comprehend. Did the esteemed Zhuang Yu just praise me? Did he say I did well? Seizing the opportunity, Shen Han quickly exclaimed, "Boss, you see, I do have some value. Why not take me on as your little brother? From now on, I am willing to serve you faithfully through thick and thin." Zhuang Yu pondered, recognizing that Shen Han was indeed capable and could assist with various tasks. It seemed feasible to accommodate one more person. Moreover, Shen Han was entirely capable of being self-sufficient. Humans are inherently social creatures, and Zhuang Yu realized he needed to adopt a different perspective. Shen Han gazed at Zhuang Yu with hopeful anticipation. Zhuang Yu nodded and declared, "All right, since that is the case, I have made a decision. With billions of survivors, it is fate that we gather in this single area. Starting today, I intend to establish a survivor alliance. In this alliance, we shall rise and fall together. We must cooperate and strive to survive in this wilderness. Not only must we endure, but we shall also strive to elevate human civilization on this unfamiliar land. As long as you follow me, you will not go hungry as long as I have food." He added, "Of course, everyone must contribute. There shall be no free rides. Should that occur, do not blame me for my wrath." In an instant, the entire shelter erupted with excitement. Wow, this is incredible. Following Zhuang, you means we want to starve? Is this a joke? Another exclaimed. Exactly. Even a fox in captivity can feast. A mere pet lives better than we did before. With Zhuang Yu, every day will feel like a grand affair. The Mia sisters looked at Zhuang Yu with immense gratitude. Brother Zhuang, thank you so much. We never imagined you would take such a significant risk to save us. Zhuang Yu felt a bit bashful. He truly did not perceive it as a risk. Even surrounded by a pack of wolves, he was confident in his ability to escape. The question was merely whether he could save the two of them, and his own safety was never in doubt. Mia continued, Brother Zhuang, our shelter has been destroyed. May we temporarily stay here with you? Zhuang Yu nodded. There was ample space on the second floor to create another room. The two sisters had no other place to go, so they would remain here for the time being. The other survivors looked at Zhuang Yu with envious admiration. One of Shen Han's companions whispered enviously, I want a woman too. Shen Han delivered a swift slap to his face. What nonsense! You can't even support yourself, and you want a woman? Zhuang Yu proclaimed. Since all of you are willing to follow me, tonight's feast is on me. Eat and drink freely. The joyous uproar from the crowd nearly lifted the roof off. This is absolutely exhilarating. I want to cry. Just a moment ago, we were huddled in the shelter, terrified by the howls of wolves outside. And now we are hosting a party with a dozen wild wolves surrounding us. Chapter 19. Entering the Mine, Shen Han's live stream. Shen Han, my friends, today I shall perform a remarkable skill, devouring a rabbit in 3 bites. The onlookers feasted with great joy. Many moved to tears, for it had been quite some time since they could indulge so freely. Fortunately, it was at the sanctuary of Zhuang Yu. At this moment, the loyalty of the crowd towards Zhuang Yu quietly intensified. His stockpile of food was vast. If he were to dine alone, it would suffice for half a year. The consumption of a dozen individuals in a single evening hardly registered as a significant dent in his supplies. The sanctuary was ablaze with light and filled with lively chatter, while outside, the howls of wolves echoed ominously. In Shen Han's live stream, viewers expressed their envy. Wow, I genuinely admire Zhuang Yu. In which region is he located? I wish to visit. This is simply delightful. So much meat, pork, rabbit, and there are vegetables and fruits as well. What is that? Juice. Is this truly Zhuang Yu's sanctuary? He has constructed a breeding farm within. There's even a vegetable garden. The disparity is astounding. When will I possess a sanctuary like this? The crowd celebrated through the night, satiated and content, sprawled on the ground, drifting into slumber. For them, even sleeping on the ground was preferable to remaining in their own shelters. As dawn broke, the pack of wild wolves had dispersed. Zhuang Yu awakened the two sisters, Maya and Shen Han. He instructed Shen Han, rouse a few individuals to accompany me in search of a mine. Shen Han promptly awakened all the survivors. Some remained behind to tidy up, while others joined Zhuang Yu in the expedition to locate the mine. Should they successfully uncover, or Zhuang Yu would elevate the sanctuary's level once more. Before departing, Zhuang Yu upgraded his small wooden cart, adding a canopy and a cargo bed, making it not only suitable for transporting goods, but also for carrying people with ease. Shen Han nestled within the cargo bed, admiring the scenic landscape along the way. The wilderness appeared quite beautiful now. Previously, consumed by survival, he had been too preoccupied with the daily struggle for food to appreciate the beauty around him. Reflecting on life in the city, it was much the same. Each day marked by early departures and late returns, suffocated by the relentless pace of work, leaving no time or inclination to savor the joys of life. Yet now, following Zhuang Yu, Shen Han felt his spirits lift. The other survivors harbored a sense of pride. Today, they had boarded Zhuang Yu's cart, presenting a grand opportunity for future advancement. Guided by the two sisters, Zhuang Yu soon arrived near the mine. The sisters' sanctuary had been reduced to ashes by the fire from the previous night. Regrettably, the pack of wolves that had attacked them had dragged away all the carcasses. Before them lay a deep mine. Zhuang Yu inquired, "Is this the mine?" The sisters nodded, "Yes. I collected the ore from within, but I am uncertain how deep it goes and did not dare venture too far." The group proceeded towards the mine, revealing traces of human excavation, complete with tracks and mining carts, though clearly abandoned for a considerable time. Evidently, this world is inhabited by intelligent life, albeit with a seemingly rudimentary level of technological advancement, reminiscent of the Steam Age at most. However, the presence of magic within this realm invites profound contemplation. Soon, The group ventured into the mine. Zhuang Yu ignited a flame using a fire elemental stone. Shen Han's eyes widened in astonishment. Boss, is this magic? Creating fire with bare hands? Holding the torch aloft, Zhuang Yu pressed onward. Before long, he stumbled upon the first ore, a commonplace iron ore. Maya remarked, last time I came here with my sister, we dared not venture further. It was simply too dark. I was terrified. Zhuang Yu tossed the ore into the cart, and the group continued along the mine's passage. Unbeknownst to them, they had traversed deep into the depths. Along the way, Zhuang Yu had collected several pieces of iron ore and even a piece of copper ore. Goodness, we shall never lack metal in the future. Suddenly, Maya seemed to kick something, producing a resounding clang, followed by a piercing scream. Zhuang Yu turned to her and inquired, what happened? Maya pointed toward the side of the mine. Following her gaze, Zhuang Yu beheld a skeleton slumped against the wall. A chill ran down everyone's spine, their foreheads beating with cold sweat and goosebumps rising on their skin. Shen Han unsheathed his short sword, adopting a defensive stance, his vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Swallowing hard, he stammered, "Be boss, a corpse." Zhuang Yu raised his hand, signaling the group to halt. He spoke. Have you noticed that this mine has not collapsed or suffered any degradation? It remains remarkably intact, and we can still find ore along the way, indicating that the mineral resources here are quite abundant. Curious, Shen Han asked, Boss, what could that signify? Zhuang Yu pondered. I've been intrigued by the fact that this mine was evidently constructed by intelligent beings. Yet, why did they abandon it? Shen Han furrowed his brow. Could there be something dreadful within this cave? Zhuang Yu nodded thoughtfully. When we first entered, I could not be certain, but now I can substantiate this hypothesis. There are several possibilities. 1, there could be monsters within the mine, or 2, there might be nearby tribes of wild men or packs of wolves, making extraction operations exceedingly perilous. However, Zhuang Yu mused, if the presence of wild men or wolves was the reason for their abandonment of the mine, it would seem rather illogical. Why? Shen Han inquired with intrigue. Zhuang Yu replied, if that were the case, they would have had no reason to mine here at all. The corpse on the ground still bore a layer of armor and clutched a long sword, now encrusted with rust. The armor was marred by a deep claw mark, which had penetrated the chest of the iron armor. Clearly, this was the primary cause of the individual's demise. As the group gazed at the claw mark, cold sweat trickled down their backs. Shen Han asked, Boss, should we continue forward? Zhuang Yu declared, you may leave. I shall venture deeper to investigate. Such a vast mine holds the promise of an unending supply of ore. The future construction holds immense benefits. Yet the prospect of an unknown danger led to a hasty retreat, which left Zhuang Yu discontented. Determined to explore, he declared, I must venture in. Shen Han, gritting his teeth, responded, then I shall accompany you. After pledging last night to follow Zhuang Yu through thick and thin, how could he possibly falter now? It would be absurd. Zhuang Yu possessed the ability to wield fire magic, capable of breaking free from a pack of dozens of wild wolves. What was there to fear? Chapter 20. A 1-meter-tall groundhog? The others quickly expressed their agreement. Then we shall go together. It was evident they were entirely oblivious. The corpse sprawled on the ground was clearly that of a well-trained warrior, evidenced by its standard armor and the weapon in hand, indicating a life of professional training. If such a seasoned fighter succumbed to the unknown monsters within the mine, what fate awaited Shen Han and his companions? They would surely be delivering themselves to their doom. Maya interjected, I studied geography and geology in university. I have knowledge of minerals. Indeed, her expertise would be invaluable should they encounter any precious ores. For missing out due to ignorance would be a significant loss. Shen Han remarked, if Miss Maya is going, then I must join as well. Otherwise, it would be too much for you, boss, to manage alone. We need manpower to transport the minerals. Thus, the group followed Zhuang Yu into the mine. As they descended deeper into the tunnels, the light faded entirely. Zhuang Yu's torch occasionally startled the bats within, causing them to flit overhead, much to the fright of the two sisters. Thankfully, the journey was devoid of peril. Soon, they reached the bottom of the mine, where an abundance of various minerals awaited them. Zhuang Yu filled an entire cart with ores, iron, copper, and even nickel, far exceeding his expectations. Boss, the tunnel ahead is blocked. Shen Han returned from scouting, panting heavily. Blocked? Zhuang Yu furrowed his brow and instructed, everyone, proceed with caution. Just as he finished speaking, Maya suddenly let out a terrified shriek, her gaze fixed on the dark depths of the mine. 2 points of red light flickered ominously within the shadows, prompting immediate vigilance from the group. Zhuang Yu knocked an arrow and shot a fire arrow into the darkness, revealing a rodent. Shenhan chuckled. You scared me. I thought it was something sinister. Turns out it's just a groundhog. He approached the creature, poking it with his short sword, and jested. Can you make groundhog sounds? Suddenly, the groundhog bit down on Shenhan's sword, snapping it with a resounding crack. The creature then swiped at him, and he swiftly raised the remaining piece of his sword in defense, only to witness it punctured by the creature's claw. Cold sweat beaded on Shenhan's forehead as he hastily retreated to Zhuang Yu's side. My goodness, is this truly a groundhog? Zhuang Yu remarked. The monsters we speculated about must be these creatures. In the next moment, several red points of light illuminated the dark cavern. The multitude of luminous points numbered in the hundreds, causing a cold sweat to break out among the onlookers. My goodness, the quantity is simply overwhelming. As Zhuang Yu launched a rocket, he discovered that a horde of these creatures, hundreds of mole-like beings, had gathered. At the rear of this assembly stood a larger specimen, astonishingly upright and towering at a height of 1 meter. This creature was clad in armor, wielding a sword, and perched upon a metallic throne. Clearly, this was the leader of the moles. The two sisters, Maya, gasped in horror. What a colossal rodent. This is terrifying. Zhuang Yu furrowed his brow. If the teeth and claws of these moles could slice through iron, their leader would undoubtedly be even more formidable. The previous tribal chief practiced magic and cast fireballs. It was plausible that this mole king possessed similar arcane abilities. Caution was imperative. However, in an instant, the moles charged towards Zhuang Yu and his companions. Shenhan shouted loudly, Boss, run, escape? How could they possibly outrun these creatures? If they could eliminate the leader, the remaining moles would undoubtedly scatter in disarray. Without hesitation, Zhuang Yu surged forward into the throng of moles. His combat skills were fully mastered, and in his eyes, the mole's movements slowed to a crawl. With swift strokes of his dagger, combined with fire control techniques, each mole fell one after another. Having lived underground for so long, they were severely unaccustomed to brightness. Shenhan and the others stood transfixed in astonishment. Zhuang Yu resembled a modern-day Zhao Zilong, dispatching moles with ease. However, his silver armor was now marred with numerous claw marks, some nearly penetrating the metal. Before long, he had reached the Mole King. With a decisive strike, he aimed for the creature's armor, but failed to penetrate it. The Mole King, taken aback, swung his long sword at Zhuang Yu with a smirk of confidence. Having seen many humans fall beneath his blade, Zhuang Yu parried with his knife, but with a sharp clang, his weapon was cleaved in two. In a moment of desperation, Zhuang Yu evaded the blow, his perfected combat skills granting him reflexes beyond human limits. He then swiftly drew an arrow, shooting it into the Mole King's neck. The Mole King stared in disbelief at the man before him, unable to comprehend how he had evaded that attack. Yet, it was too late for explanations. The Mole King fell, and the remaining moles fled in chaos. Maya, Shenhan, and the others were left in stunned silence. This was beyond anything a mere human could achieve. How did Zhuang Yu accomplish such a feat? To take the enemy leader amidst a throng of foes. Realizing he needed to document today's events for his livestream. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yu examined the long sword in the Mole King's grasp. The hilt bore a crystal, shimmering with a golden hue. After all, his dagger had been forged with modern techniques and solid steel, making it implausible for it to be severed by a single blow. However, the long sword wielded by the Rat King truly accomplished its purpose. Ding! Congratulations to Zhuang Yu for vanquishing the Golden Mite King. Subsequently, an iron treasure chest materialized before Zhuang Yu. The spoils of battle had yielded equipment. Upon opening the chest, he discovered a blueprint and a crystal orb. The blueprint depicted the design of a large crossbow. With this contraption, Zhuang Yu could construct a more formidable crossbow within shelter. Its range would extend further, and its power would be significantly greater, making it an excellent defense for his home. Ding! Acquired crossbow blueprint. Ding! Acquired ability, rune engraving. The effect of sharpness rune weapon has been mastered. Sharpness effect 1. Zhuang Yu pondered. Could this be the reason the Rat King's sword was capable of severing my blade? Had I not dodged in time, the strike might have pierced my armor directly. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. Sharpness effect 100. Zhuang Yu. Sharpness effect, 100. Does this mean it can slice through iron as if it were mud? Surely, even diamonds could be cleaved with ease. Goodness. This expedition has yielded remarkable rewards. Chapter 21. Bountiful Harvest Zhuang, you not only acquired a substantial amount of metal, but also gained the ability to engrave runes. The sharpness rune enhances the edge of weapons. The large crossbow blueprint would aid Zhuang Yu in fending off formidable beasts. Additionally, he obtained the claws of a gopher, which could penetrate armor effortlessly. Its sharpness was indisputable, making it perfect for crafting arrowheads. He loaded all his treasures into the mining cart and returned to the shelter. First, he intended to examine the gem embedded in the long sword. Ding! Acquired psionic crystal. Psionic crystals can be fused with metal to enhance its quality. Zhuang Yu was elated. No wonder the Rat King sword was both hard and sharp. This must be the reason. If this substance were to be introduced into the smelting furnace, could it not directly enhance the metal's hardness and toughness? Zhuang Yu tossed the ores into the furnace and proceeded to smelt them. Ding! Iron 100G. Ding! Copper 30G. Ding! Nickel. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. Instantly, Zhuang Yu's metal reserves multiplied 100-fold. The stockpile of iron reached a staggering 10 tons. This single expedition could upgrade the shelter once more. If he repeated this process a few more times, he could construct an iron fortress. Zhuang Yu retrieved the newly smelted metals. Indeed, both the iron and copper exhibited a hardness 35 times greater than before, while also enhancing their toughness. Utilizing alloy smelting technology, Zhuang Yu was astonished to discover that the strength of the smelted alloy rivaled that of titanium alloy. In this era, crafting armor from such a robust alloy would render him impervious to blades and bullets. This adventure brought Zhuang Yu unexpected joy and surprise. It was evident that defeating monsters for equipment was the way to go. He opened the data center. Host, Zhuang Yu. Shelter Level 1. A transformed Level 1 shelter, capable of defending against ordinary beasts, resistant to common weather conditions, and possessing certain insulation functions. Supplies: 2 tons of wild boar meat, 300G of rabbit meat, water, fuel. Energy, 8150. Hunger level, 8150. Strength, speed, and endurance. Skills: Alchemy Level 1, Rune Engraving Level 1. Pets: White Fox, White Horse. First, let us examine the materials required to upgrade the shelter to Level 2. Wood, 10 tons. Steel, 20 tons. Stone, 20 tons. Sanding. Upgrading the shelter to Level 2 unlocks additional technological blueprints. The stability of the shelter will significantly enhance, enabling it to adapt to more complex terrains. Zhuang Yu glanced at the technological advancements available at Level 2. Internal combustion engine, generator, electric light. He was astonished. Upgrading to Level 2 represented a technological explosion, propelling them directly from the steam age into the electrical era. Entering the electrical age would indeed facilitate both outdoor adventures and daily life immensely. To pursue further upgrades, a redesign of the shelter would be imperative. Zhuang Yu first approached Lu Jianxi, compensating him handsomely for the design plans. With the reinforced metal defenses enhanced by psychic crystals, the shelter's security would be formidable. Should those wild wolves dare to return, they would find it impossible to breach the shelter's defenses, even if they gnawed at it for a century outside. Subsequently, Zhuang Yu sent a message to Shun Han, instructing him to gather everyone. Upgrading the shelter to Level 2 was undoubtedly a monumental undertaking. The energy expenditure alone would amount to 3,000, with a considerable increase in time required. Normally, if one person were to attempt to upgrade the shelter to Level 2, it would take at least a month. However, with a group of subordinates at his disposal, the situation was different. With a dozen individuals collaborating, coupled with Zhuang Yu providing restorative food, completion was anticipated within a week. Zhuang Yu messaged Shun Han, but the fellow did not reply for quite some time. In Shun Han's livestream, family, following the last incident where Boss Shuang ruthlessly defeated the wild men, this time, my experience with the boss is bound to be even more thrilling than with the wild tribe. Audience, come on. Enough with the preamble. Get to the point. Exactly. We're on the edge of our seats here. Hurry up. I'm getting impatient. Let us go. Xianhan, ahem. My throat is dry. Let me take a sip of water first. Thanks to the loyal Shun Han for the 200 milliliters of water sent by a devoted fan. And thanks to Shun Han for the generous offering of a piece of gopher meat. Zhuang Yu was perplexed as to why this guy had not responded, only to discover that he was busy live streaming. Shenhan, today I will narrate our exploration of the mine with Boss Zhuang. At that time, we were surrounded by hundreds of gophers. What is so terrifying about gophers? Are you foolish? Are there any normal animals in this survival game? Indeed, if you saw hundreds of rats, wouldn't you be scared? Exactly. What if these gophers carry viruses? One mishap could lead to dire consequences. Shenhan, what is so frightening about gophers? Have you ever seen a gopher over a meter tall? Have you ever seen a gopher capable of tearing through armor with a single claw? Are you joking, streamer? There is no such gopher. One audience member chimed in. I believe I've seen a gopher like that in the survival compendium, one that lives underground and congregates around metal mines. Their claws and teeth are exceedingly sharp, and it is said they possess mastery over metallic runes. Typically, these moles appear in swarms of hundreds. Even wolf packs and tigers find themselves at a loss against such a formidable force. Astonishingly, it is indeed true. What happened next? How did you manage to survive? Dear streamer? Shenhan, what happened next? At that moment, I truly believe my fate was sealed. Yet, to my astonishment, the leader, Zhuang Yu, emerged like a specter in the night, cutting through the throng of hundreds of moles and delivering a decisive blow to the mole chief. At that moment, a notification chimed. Zhuang Yu has entered the live stream. Audience. Goodness. The esteemed Zhuang Yu has arrived. Is what Shingu said true? Zhuang, more or less. It's not quite as exaggerated. Shenhan, summon everyone. Come to my refuge. I require assistance in upgrading it with compensation. Audience. Upgrading again? No way. And he wants everyone to join in? What a colossal undertaking. One viewer remarked. I've had the fortune of advancing my refuge to level 1 and glanced at the conditions for reaching level 2. Steel, timber, and so on are measured by the ton. Timber is manageable, but where to procure steel? Goodness. Does this imply that the esteemed Zhuang Yu has acquired a substantial amount of steel? Were the tales of the moles indeed true? Chapter 22. The Serpents Assault Shenhan. The boss has summoned me to work, so we shall conclude here for the day. Swiftly, Shenhan gathered the other survivors to Zhuang Yu's refuge, including Zhuang and the two sisters, Maya. The total was precisely 20 individuals. Zhuang addressed the assembly. I trust Shenhan has informed you of the reason for gathering everyone. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Work? Alas, I never anticipated that even in the wilds, I would be toiling for someone else. Is my fate to be a mere labor for life? Indeed, on the very first day of entering the survival game, I vowed never to be a worker again. Yet here I am, confronted with capitalists, even in the wilderness. How naive I was. Zhuang coughed lightly. The work duration is 7 days, inclusive of 3 meals, with voluntary overtime covering late-night snacks and accommodation. Additionally, a daily wage of 10 jin of pork. The crowd? 10 jin of pork, and they cover meals and lodging? Such fortune for these survivors. Merely having enough to eat is a daunting challenge, setting aside the generous provision of food and accommodation. The offer of late-night snacks alone would entice the vast majority to flock here. Zhuang continued. For those who prefer not to receive food, they may exchange it for corresponding materials. Financial matters will be entrusted to Mai Tang, while meal provisions will be managed by Maya. As for supervision, Shenhan is the perfect choice. In no time, Zhuang acquired the blueprints. I must say, Lu Jian's design astonished Zhuang once more. The refuge's space has doubled compared to before, and to Zhuang's surprise, Lu Jian had even designated a planting area on the roof, significantly optimizing the space usage. Moreover, an external elevator was designed for the refuge, allowing direct access to the 3rd floor. The rooftop watchtowers have increased from 1 to 4, effectively eliminating nearly all blind spots from the observation point above. In addition, the sanctuary has been fortified with a robust wall and a dedicated breeding ground. The breeding area is separated from the sanctuary, connected by a corridor constructed of steel and rock, ensuring that the scents from the breeding ground do not permeate the living quarters. An elevator has been installed, providing direct access to the breeding area, facilitating Zhuang Yu's swift transition from his indomitable position to ground level for combat. Simultaneously, the power of the sanctuary's engine has been increased, and enhancements such as tracks, shock absorbers, and mechanical legs have been added. Consequently, the terrain imposes minimal limitations on Zhuang Yu's sanctuary. In summary, everything is utterly impeccable, and Zhuang Yu is immensely satisfied. Naturally, He has compensated Liu Jianxi handsomely for his efforts. When Shen Han and the others received the design plans, they were utterly astounded. Goodness, boss, are you truly transforming the sanctuary into a castle? Presently, Zhuangyu's sanctuary spans nearly 400 square meters, ample space for even a swimming pool. Shen Han and his team commenced construction while Maya began preparing a meal, with Little Fox assisting her. Zhuangyu, in turn, set about constructing a large crossbow. Once installed atop the sanctuary's watchtower, it would render them fearless against any monstrosity. 3 hours later, the first large crossbow was completed. This formidable weapon boasts a range of 300 meters, which is noteworthy considering that the effective range of modern rifles is merely a few hundred meters. The only lament is the possession of only a single fire element stone. Had they a few more, these crossbows could unleash immensely powerful rockets. Dinner is ready. Maya's voice resonated from downstairs. Zhuangyu temporarily set aside his work and descended to dine. A grand table was laden with generous portions of pork and rabbit meat. The aroma was divine. The survivors' eyes gleamed with delight. How fortunate we are. Sister-in-law's culinary skills are exceptional. How delightful. Everyone turned to Zhuangyu, anticipating his first bite. Zhuangyu gazed at the pork, sighed, and remarked, "Eating meat every day is becoming rather monotonous. If only there was some rice to accompany it." The others twitched at the corners of their mouths, thinking to themselves, what a display of extravagance. Eating meat daily and still yearning for rice. Is this dissatisfaction even warranted? The disparity between people is astonishing. We can barely fill our stomachs, while he finds fault with such abundance. Even this little fox enjoys better fare than what we previously had. It seems one is better off living as an animal than as a person. Yet, none dared to voice these thoughts, as they were partaking in his hospitality. Zhuangyu waved his hand. "All right, let us eat. Afterward, those wishing to return to rest may do so, and those wishing to stay and work can remain." Work? We must work. Staying in one's modest cabin offers no sense of security. How much more comfortable it is to remain here with Zhuangyu, free from the worry of wild beasts. "I have never worked in such pleasant conditions," Shen Han remarked. "How can this even be considered work? We are radiating our brilliance, showcasing our worth." His words were met with unanimous agreement. Brother Shen is right. This is indeed a demonstration of our value. After all, the malevolent capitalists are nothing like Zhuangyu. After the meal, nearly everyone remained to assist Zhuangyu in constructing the shelter. Zhuangyu, in turn, continued to work on the large crossbows. Once 4 formidable crossbows were completed, he began crafting arrows using the claws of the gopher. These claws were capable of effortlessly penetrating human armor, making them excellent for arrowheads. Zhuangyu estimated that they could even pierce the skull of a wild boar. Just then, a sudden loud crash rang out from outside. Shen Han's voice echoed, "Boss, a monster! There's a monster!" Zhuangyu hastily climbed the watchtower to assess the situation. To his astonishment, a gigantic python was entangled around a survivor's shelter, which collapsed within moments. This python was at least 20 meters long, its body thicker than a barrel, and its enormous head was even larger than that of a lamb, capable of swallowing a person whole. The survivors working on Zhuangyu's shelter were left dumbfounded. Each one shared a common thought. "Thank heavens I stayed to work overtime. Thank goodness I didn't head back. Is it a snake? Can a snake be that large?" The group began to worry whether Zhuangyu's shelter could withstand such a massive serpent. Zhuangyu frowned at the sight of the snake. How could such a colossal creature exist here? Where did it come from? This was beyond the realm of ordinary animals. He shouted loudly, "Everyone, take cover in the shelter. Those with good skills, come up to the watchtower with me." It was unexpected that the crossbows he had just crafted would be put to use so soon. Shen Han and a few other survivors followed Zhuangyu up the watchtower. Coincidentally, the massive snake had also detected the commotion and slithered toward Zhuangyu. Chapter 23. Wounding the giant python, seeing the enormous snake, everyone's hearts raced. If Zhuangyu's shelter could not withstand this creature, they would likely all perish. On the watchtower, 4 individuals, including Zhuangyu and Shen Han, had already taken aim at the giant snake. Zhuangyu called out, "Don't panic. It can't get in. If we can take this beast down, we won't have to worry about food for months." In the blink of an eye, the giant snake had coiled around the shelter, attempting to destroy it by constricting. However, Zhuangyu's shelter was far sturdier than those flimsy wooden shacks, exceeding the python's expectations. Yet, the snake did not relent. It began to circle the shelter, searching for an entry point. The onlookers held their breath, anxiously watching the exterior. A massive snake head occasionally appeared at the window. They could even hear the sound of the snake flicking its tongue and the friction between its body and the ground. After a while, the noises outside ceased. The group assumed the python had given up. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the entire building shook violently. The giant python was forcefully striking the doors and windows. Panic erupted within the shelter. Zhuang Yu expertly maneuvered the massive crossbow, aiming at the head of the colossal python. A rocket was launched. Whoosh! To his astonishment, the bolt failed to penetrate the serpent's skull. The other 4 members quickly followed suit, releasing their arrows. However, the steel projectiles inflicted minimal damage upon the great beast. Provoked, the snake grew more frantic, relentlessly crashing against the shelter. With each impact, the refuge trembled perilously. Zhuang Yu had grossly underestimated the creature's might. Should it continue its assault, the sanctuary might very well be demolished. Boss, this is futile. What are we to do? Quoted Fian Han. Zhuang Yu replied, switched to arrows fashioned from gopher materials, and distracted. Aim for its eyes. Alas, the aim of the others was dismally poor. Were it not for the python's immense size, Zhuang Yu would have doubted their ability to hit anything at all. While Shen Han and the others harried the serpent, Zhuang Yu commenced etching runes. Damn it! I refuse to believe I cannot subdue you. The combination of the sharp rune and the gopher claw arrowhead was truly formidable. Unfortunately, constrained by materials and energy, Zhuang Yu could only inscribe a rune with a sharpness effect of 10. Had it been 100, he would have surely vanquished the beast by now. The great serpent soon noticed the individuals atop the watchtower, hissing menacingly as it charged towards them. Shun Han and the others screamed, their aim faltering as they frantically loosed arrows. The python's body was riddled with projectiles, resembling a giant porcupine. With a thunderous crash, the serpent collided with the watchtower. Fortunately, Zhuang Yu had reinforced the structure with alloy, or it might have collapsed under the impact. Boss, are you done yet? We can barely hold on. Fianan exclaimed. Goodness, this beast is terrifying. Amidst the chaos of confronting the snake, Shun Han did not forget to stream live. This fellow was relentless in his pursuit of profit, demonstrating a keen business acumen. The audience in the live stream was utterly stunned. What on earth is that? A python catastrophe? My goodness, what a gigantic snake. How could such a behemoth be defeated? It's impossible. This is bad. I fear Zhuang Yu is done for this time. The shelter is merely a flick of its tail. Indeed, this is certain doom, no doubt about it. Look, it takes a massive crossbow to barely pierce the skin of this great serpent. How could it possibly be slain? At that moment, Zhuang Yu completed the rune inscription. A single sharpness 10 rune arrow had consumed a staggering 100 points of his energy. For any other survivor, possessing a total of merely 100 energy points, inscribing a rune would likely lead to their collapse. After completing the inscription, Zhuang Yu felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Yet, he steeled himself to load the rune arrow onto the massive crossbow. The great serpent seemed to sense the threat posed by Zhuang Yu and charged towards him with renewed vigor. Everyone was left in awe. Oh no, this great serpent might very well annihilate us. Where on earth did this creature come from? Zhuang Yu readied the crossbow, aiming at the serpent's head. Whoosh! A flaming runic crossbow bolt pierced directly into the eye of the colossal serpent, enhanced by the property of sharpness. The bolt swiftly penetrated through the serpent's eye and into its brain. The serpent writhed in agony, thrashing its body wildly. Its massive form slammed against the walls of the sanctuary, clearly driven into a frenzy. Seizing the opportunity, Zhuang Yu loosed another bolt. This one bore no runes, yet still, bolstered by the sharpness attribute, it effectively penetrated the remaining eye. With both of its eyes rendered useless, the serpent panicked and began to flee. The immediate danger had passed. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Goodness, how extraordinarily powerful. This enormous serpent has been incapacitated. Incredible. I envy this. Shen Han exclaimed. Now do you understand? My previous talk of cave exploration was not mere fantasy. Do you believe me now? Where are you located, Shun? I wish to join you. Another chimed in. Indeed, if such a formidable serpent could not withstand Zhuang Yu, your situation must be exceedingly comfortable. Yes, how secure this feels. After driving back the serpent, Zhuang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon returning to the sanctuary, a chorus of cheers erupted. Unanimously, A thought crossed everyone's mind. The sanctuary must be fortified. For should they encounter such a terrifying creature again, it could very well lead to their destruction and an abrupt end to the game. With 3 hours remaining until dawn, Zhuang Yu lay in bed, contemplating. He had previously detected no signs of such a serpent nearby. How had it suddenly appeared and attacked without provocation? From whence had this serpent come? And what of the wild men who had abducted the sisters Mia, yet did not consume them immediately? Could there be a connection between these two events? For now, Zhuang Yu set aside these musings. The serpent was gravely injured, and this was the opportune moment to eliminate it. If allowed to recover, it would surely seek vengeance. It was imperative to eradicate this threat entirely. After consuming a modest meal to regain some strength, he retired to sleep. At dawn, Zhuang Yu mounted his horse, equipped himself, and set out with a wooden cart. The traces left by the serpent were unmistakable, making the pursuit straightforward. Surrounding the sanctuary were abundant scales, blood, and remnants of flesh. Chapter 24. The demise of the great python. Zhuang Yu instructed others to collect the serpent's blood and scales. He had witnessed the formidable nature of the scales firsthand. His handheld crossbow could not penetrate them, and even a large crossbow mounted on a watchtower would be thwarted in delivering its full force. Crafting armor from these scales would undoubtedly yield exceptional defensive capabilities. Once the sanctuary was organized, Zhuang Yu set off on horseback to track the great python. Its enormous size left conspicuous traces, facilitating his pursuit. The path where the serpent had moved formed a long, deep indentation, marked by the blood it had shed. Following the trail, Zhuang Yu soon discovered a cave. To Zhuang Yu's astonishment, the cave was situated merely 2 to 3 kilometers from the refuge. He was utterly taken aback. If this enormous serpent had indeed made its home here and preyed upon the surrounding fauna, how could those wild tribesmen dare to inhabit this area? Furthermore, how could they have the audacity to establish a settlement? After much contemplation, a semblance of understanding began to dawn upon him. Within the wild tribes, there existed a colossal stone platform that appeared to serve as an altar. Strikingly, the tribesmen did not execute the sisters, Mia and her sibling, upon capturing them. Instead, they provided them with sustenance and water. It was highly probable that they intended to use Mia and her sister as sacrificial offerings. The object of their devotion was none other than the great python. This territory was unquestionably the domain of the serpent. Thus, to reside in this region, one must offer tributes to the python. However, the offerings that Zhuang Yu provided were precisely the sisters whom he had rescued. The great serpent, having failed to locate its offerings and discovering the absence of the tribesmen, sought retribution against Zhuang Yu. Yet, the python was unprepared for the change of times. Zhuang Yu was not like those tribesmen who could merely cast a fireball and lacked further capability. He was endowed with the prowess of technology. A few large crossbows nearly incapacitated the great serpent. Zhuang Yu observed the cave and the vivid crimson serpent's blood outside. He paused momentarily. After engraving 2 crossbow bolts with sharpness runes of level 10 and taking a brief respite to consume some energy-restoring food, he proceeded to inscribe sharpness runes onto his alloy-crafted longsword and the claws of gopher, ensuring that all preparations were meticulously made. Zhuang Yu cautiously ventured into the python's lair. Before long, he encountered the great serpent, coiled within the cavern. Its eyes had been blinded by Zhuang Yu's earlier shots. At this moment, Zhuang Yu felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. The serpent's massive body posed a significant threat. Even an inadvertent strike from its tail could inflict grievous harm. Zhuang Yu realized he needed to secure a decisive blow. The great python seemed to be at rest, oblivious to the intruder in its den. In its perception, it was the sovereign of this territory, and no foolish creature would dare to trespass into its domain. Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, Zhuang Yu had ventured inside. Grasping the longsword inscribed with sharpness runes in one hand and a crossbow in the other, he approached with utmost caution. Soon, he found himself beneath the serpent's jaw, then climbed onto its head. With a swift motion, Zhuang Yu thrust the longsword toward the serpent's skull. The enchanted blade pierced the python's head with unexpected resistance. The hardness of its cranium exceeded Zhuang Yu's expectations. The creature writhed in agony, attempting to throw Zhuang Yu off. Yet, he clung fiercely to the sword, refusing to be dislodged. In his other hand, he raised the crossbow and took aim at the serpent's eyes, releasing an arrow that struck true, intensifying the serpent's torment. The The great python relentlessly struck the cavern's rocky walls with its massive body, utterly unaware that anyone would dare to intrude upon its lair. To prevent himself from falling, Zhuang Yu gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, a task that demanded considerable exertion. Clearly, the inflicted injuries were insufficient to render the python fatal. Its sheer size rendered it formidable. In desperation, he contacted Shen Han, requesting the transport of a powerful crossbow from his home via cart. Zhuang Yu remained entangled with the python. Blinded with rage, the python dashed out of its cave. And at that moment, Shen Han and his companions arrived. The scene before them left them utterly astonished. Zhuang Yu stood valiantly atop the python's head, resembling a dragon-slaying warrior, while the creature thrashed violently in an attempt to dislodge him. Incredible! How magnificent! A dragon-slaying hero indeed. Is this for real? Zhuang Yu, the esteemed warrior, dared to face this colossal python in single combat. The python ran for several kilometers before finally succumbing to exhaustion. Its severe injuries, coupled with the energy expended in its frantic escape, rendered it immobile. Even as chaos ensued atop its head, it showed little inclination to retaliate. Meanwhile, the powerful crossbow was set up, and Zhuang Yu leaped down from the python's head to aim it at the creature's skull. With a swift whoosh, a rocket imbued with a sharpness attribute pierced directly into the python's head. The creature convulsed several times before falling silent. Ding! A pinned announcement proclaimed, "Congratulations to survivor Zhuang Yu for slaying the C-rank mutated python, the black-scaled python." In the chat channel, survivors were left in disbelief upon seeing the announcement. No way. Is this real? The very python I saw in Shunji's livestream last night? Goodness. That python stood nearly 7 stories tall, and it has been killed just like that. Could this be a bountiful harvest for Zhuang Yu? Just imagine the amount of meat from such a massive creature. Meat? Brothers, you're mistaken. Your vision is limited. How superficial. This is a mutated beast. It cannot be compared to ordinary wildlife. Indeed, this mutated creature may possess additional value. Curiosity sparked about how Zhuang Yu managed to vanquish the great python. It was quite a feat. Incredible. How powerful. Ding. Congratulations to survivor Zhuang Yu for obtaining the Serpent Slayer badge. Survivors remarked, "Another badge. But what purpose does this badge serve?" In Zhuang Yu's palm appeared a small silver medallion, intricately carved with the image of a serpent. Serpent Slayer badge grants the wearer a 20 suppression effect against serpentine creatures, increases damage dealt to such creatures by 30, and provides immunity to snake venom. Additionally, it weakens most animal toxins. This was nothing short of divine attributes. In the wilderness, countless poisons abound. Wolves and wild boars can be guarded against. But those toxins are far more treacherous. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 25. The Little Fox Transforms. With immunity to snake venom. Encountering venomous snakes in the wild would no longer be a cause for alarm, unless it is a colossal python capable of swallowing a person whole. Witnessing Zhuang Yu's swift defeat of the giant serpent left the crowd in stunned silence. Such strength. Zhuang Yu took a deep breath, contemplating that if the python continued to thrash about for a few more hours, he would surely exhaust himself. He addressed the gathering. "Let's take this creature back." "Certainly." Shen Han promptly called over the other survivors. Disassembling such a massive serpent was no trivial task. Soon, the remaining survivors arrived. When they beheld the enormous snake, which had rampaged through the survivor camp the previous night, now lifeless, they were utterly astonished. Zhuang Yu had slain this great python? How was that possible? How did he manage it? Zhuang Yu joined the others in the dismemberment of the serpent's carcass, resulting in heaps of snake meat, bones, and scales. Such a bounty of materials would suffice for indulgence for quite some time. Observing these individuals, clad in tattered garments and devoid of any decent weaponry, it was evident that this group of survivors lacked significant combat prowess. In the event of encountering a formidable beast in the future, relying solely on himself would prove to be a taxing endeavor. He would need to craft weapons and armor for others as well. After an entire day of labor, the python's body was finally processed. Zhuang Yu and his companions returned to the shelter, their storeroom nearly overflowing with snake meat. The sight of the mountainous pile of serpent flesh stirred excitement within their hearts. They likely wouldn't need to worry about food for a month or two. That evening, they feasted on a sumptuous snake meat banquet, an extraordinary boost. The meat of the C-grade black-scaled snake could rapidly replenish energy levels and, with prolonged consumption, enhance the consumer's fundamental attributes. And this was merely ordinary snake meat. The giant python was a treasure trove in itself. Scales, snake blood, skeleton, fangs, and gallbladder, all invaluable resources. Zhuang Yu held a sizable gallbladder. It scent somewhat pungent, yet its effects were remarkable. C-grade black-scaled snake gallbladder. Consuming it greatly enhances the eater's physical resilience, recovery ability, and coordination. Overall, this remarkable substance significantly improved Zhuang Yu's physical attributes. Snakes generally possess resilient life forces. Even when decapitated, their heads can remain alive for an extended period. Zhuang Yu felt a newfound harmony in his physical control. Whether in combat, horseback riding, or archery, he sensed an unparalleled enhancement compared to before. The flavor of the gallbladder was slightly bitter, but that mattered little. Having acquired such valuable resources, it was only fitting to share the benefits with his fellow survivors. In the chat channel, Zhuang Yu proclaimed, "Python meat for trade, seeking plant seeds, stone, and wood. Python meat. Zhuang Yu is trading python meat. C-grade beast meat. I wonder what extraordinary effects it may possess. I believe it can elevate the consumer's maximum attribute values. Moreover, it may rapidly restore energy. Is such a splendid item truly available for trade? This must be the joy of the affluent. How I envy that. If only I could be so wealthy." Zhuang Yu traded 1 ton of snake meat for a substantial quantity of building materials. Remaining serpent meat, Zhuang Yu intended to provide for Shen Han and the other survivors, enhancing their physical prowess. Additionally, a few remaining strength potions were also distributed among them. Shen Han and his companions were astonished. Is this the joy of labor? Goodness! Such generous benefits. While others expend vast resources to acquire strength potions and python meat, they are fortunate enough to partake without cost. Is this the privilege of being a subordinate? The substantial provisions Zhuang Yu obtained not only upgraded his shelter, but also fortified the other survivors' refuge. After all, having so many individuals residing in his shelter was not sustainable. Once everyone had feasted, they eagerly returned to their tasks. Observing the diligent survivors, Zhuang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. He then proceeded to his workshop, where a massive serpent head and various parts of the black-scaled snake lay before him. With eager anticipation, Zhuang Yu rubbed his hands together, pondering the treasures concealed within the great python. He commenced the dissection of the serpent. The hardness of the skull exceeded his expectations, necessitating the use of a long sword embedded with sharp runes, crafted from the claws of a groundhog, to penetrate the great python's cranium. Soon, he successfully severed the serpent's head. Suddenly, a soft azure glow emanated from within. What could this be? Curiosity piqued. Zhuang Yu extracted the luminous object, a blue orb. Ding! Acquired C-grade black-scaled snake crystal core. Every beast of a certain caliber may contain a crystal core within its body. A crystallization of its essence that, upon absorption, can significantly enhance physical attributes. A friendly reminder. It is advisable for the host to assess their own condition before merging with the crystal core to avoid potential conflicts with the beast's essence. A crystal core. What a remarkable find. Zhuang Yu had witnessed the prowess of this great python. Its strength, vitality, and resilience were extraordinary. Yet, what did it mean to assess one's condition? Could insufficient physical quality pose a danger upon absorption? As Zhuang Yu pondered, a small white fox unexpectedly leaped out from nowhere and promptly devoured the black-scaled snake's crystal core. "What the? You little fox, how could you eat something indiscriminately?" Zhuang Yu exclaimed, swiftly grasping the small creature and prying its mouth open. But the fox stubbornly refused to comply, swallowing the core whole and gazing up at him with innocent eyes. Zhuang Yu, exasperated, smacked the fox's rear. "You are insatiable. Do you dare consume everything? Are you not afraid of choking? How could such a precious item be wasted on you?" The little fox, appearing somewhat aggrieved and bashful, looked at Zhuang Yu and whimpered. "Why is my master so unfair, hitting my bottom?" Unaware of the fox's thoughts, Zhuang Yu, seeing its pitiful expression, delivered another slap to its rear, scolding. "You are merely a fox. What's there to be shy about?" After his reprimand, Zhuang Yu's worry began to resurface. The official just suggested that if one wishes to absorb this substance, it is essential to assess their physical condition. If one's physique is lacking, forcibly absorbing it could lead to unforeseen consequences. This little fox certainly does not appear to possess robust physical qualities. It has consumed the black-scaled serpent's crystal core in one gulp. Who knows what side effects may ensue? Zhuang Yu watched the little white fox with growing concern. Soon, the little fox began to show signs of distress. Chapter 26. Behave. Show me. The little fox writhed on the ground in apparent agony. Zhuang Yu grew increasingly anxious. This was unprecedented. He had never encountered such a situation before and was at a loss for what to do. I told you not to be greedy. Look what you've done. You've upset your stomach. This is the essence of a great python. Who knows if it is toxic? Zhuang Yu gazed helplessly at the little fox rolling on the floor. Suddenly, the little fox began to emanate a brilliant white light. So bright that Zhuang Yu could barely open his eyes. Squinting, he vaguely perceived a figure rising from the dazzling glow. A girl. No, not just a girl. She had fox ears and a tail. Could it be that she was transforming? Before long, the light faded, revealing a sweet-faced young woman before Zhuang Yu. He stared, astonished. Is this really my little fox? The little white fox looked up at him and called out, Master! Oh, this is... The little fox has transformed. Zhuang Yu hurriedly grabbed a blanket to drape over her. The little fox, blushing, exclaimed, Master, you just spanked me. Look, it's all red. Zhuang Yu responded, What? Let me see. I need to check your condition. Just then, Maya burst through the door. In an instant, their eyes met. Zhuang Yu looking at Maya, the little fox looking at Maya, and Maya looking at both of them. The air grew still, the atmosphere thick with tension. Maya's face turned crimson, and she immediately turned away, fleeing the scene. Zhuang Yu stood frozen, mouth agape, unsure of what to say. This was a disaster. There was no way to explain. Maya, her cheeks aflame, recalled the scene of Zhuang Yu checking the little fox's condition, her mind racing with implications. So, Zhuang Yu likes this sort of thing? Does he have a fondness for small creatures like foxes and kittens? Watching Maya depart, Zhuang Yu's expression darkened. This was a serious misunderstanding. He sighed, glancing at the girl before him, now adorned with fox ears and a tail. What was he to do? Was this some sort of test? After all, he was still a spirited young man. Who could endure such a trial? Zhuang Yu said, You should lie down on the bed. I'll find you some clothes. The little fox with big, pleading eyes replied, Master, I've only just adjusted to this human body, and I can't even walk yet. With no other option, Zhuang Yu reluctantly lifted the little fox into bed. Just then, Maya reappeared at the doorway. Zhuang Yu stared in a daze at her. Maya, feeding awkward, Chakiv. You all carry on. I merely came to close the door. Zhuang Yu shouted, It's not like that. You've misunderstood. Yet, the only response to Zhuang Yu was the sound of a door slamming shut. The little fox chimed in, Master, you just hurt her backside. Aren't you going to help her soothe it? Observing the innocent gaze of the little fox, Zhuang Yu sighed deeply, pondering whether this was genuine ignorance or feigned naivety. Master, aren't you going to take a rest? Aren't you going to sleep? Sleeping with a fox girl? Zhuang Yu was uncertain if he could endure such a temptation. He toiled until the late hours of the night before finally washing up and retiring to bed. However, unbeknownst to him, Maya had somehow acquired a foxtail and ears. She felt conflicted, contemplating, Is it because I do not meet Zhuang Yu's preferences that he has yet to accept me? Having stayed with Zhuang Yu and received his care, she had secretly harbored feelings for him after he saved her during a perilous moment. Yet, Zhuang Yu had never responded to her affections. Tonight, she resolved to make her move. After a long day, Zhuang Yu lay down, only to suddenly feel a furry presence behind him. He reached out to touch it. Eep. Turning around, he discovered the little fox had somehow snuggled onto the bed, lying against him just like before her transformation, resembling a koala as she clung to him in slumber. How could one possibly endure such a situation? You're not a fox right now. Any normal man would react. The little fox suddenly sensed something amiss. Master, what are you hiding under the covers? Is it something delicious? Swang Judy played. No, there's nothing tasty here. The little fox insisted. You're lying. I can feel it. Zhuang Yu's expression shifted. Hiss. Master, do you want to keep it all to yourself? I want some too. Saying this, the little fox burrowed into the blankets. Zhuang Yu gasped, just as the door swung open. Another fox girl appeared at the doorway, leaving Zhuang Yu bewildered. What is happening? Another one? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Maya. Judging by her attire, Zhuang Yu understood that tonight's events would be exceedingly difficult to explain. Maya glanced at the little head bobbing under the covers, her face turning even redder. She quickly concocted an excuse, bashfully stating, My sister said she wanted to be alone today. I'm scared on my own. With such a declaration, how could Zhuang Yu refuse? The little fox piped up, Master, didn't you say you'd check on me? When will you do that? Zhuang Yu replied, We'll discuss it later. As dawn broke, Zhuang Yu awoke, bleary-eyed. Last night had certainly been tumultuous. The little fox and Mayo were still nestled under the covers, peacefully sleeping. Zhuang Yu sighed in resignation. What is this? ISNT, it's supposed to be a survival game? How did it turn into a nurturing game with anime girls? He secured the door to his room. The shelter was still undergoing frantic construction, and it would take at least 5 more days to complete. The great python had been eliminated, and this area was temporarily safe. Yesterday, everyone was preoccupied with dealing with the colossal python, and the experience left them quite shaken. Upholding humanitarian ideals and embodying the spirit of a benevolent capitalist, Zhuang Yu granted all survivors a day of respite. A holiday? Among this group of survivors, Shun Han was the first to voice his dissent. The others chimed in. We must demonstrate our value. It is only through labor that we can perceive the significance of our existence and ascertain our worth, ultimately discovering our life's purpose. My heart is devoted solely to work. What is a holiday? It simply does not exist. Zhuang Yu, paid leave. Survivors, the boss is wise. Nearby, there flows a small river, and it seems there are fish within its waters. Consuming wild boar and rabbit meat daily has grown tiresome for Zhuang Yu. It is time for a change in palate. Let's craft a fishing rod. Ding. Crafting a fishing rod requires 5 energy. Ding. The fishing rod has been successfully created. Armed with his fishing gear, Zhuang Yu ventured to the riverbank. Chapter 27. The water arrow turtle. The fishing rod triggered a 100-fold catch rate, instantly elevating its quality and doubling the chances of a successful hook. Zhuang Yu arrived at the riverbank with his fishing rod. As he began to fish, Shun Han and several other survivors gathered around. Reflecting on their previous days filled with anxiety, whether it was due to the inadequacy of their shelter's defenses or the scarcity of food, how serene and leisurely their current situation was. They could even fish now. Zhuang Yu baited his hook and created a fishing spot. Shun Han approached, grinning, Boss, judging by your baiting technique, it seems you have little experience fishing in the real world, right? Zhuang Yu replied, Indeed, I haven't fished much. Shun Han, no worries, I am an expert. Allow me to teach you, and I assure you will return with a bountiful catch today. Shun Han began to set his own hook nearby. Yet within half a minute, Zhuang Yu had already caught a fish, a sizable crucian carp. He tossed the fish into his bucket and continued to cast his line. Not long after, he caught another. Shun Han, watching from the side, was bewildered. What kind of sorcery was this? Zhuang Yu's demeanor hardly suggested he was an adept angler. Why was he catching fish every half-minute? In stark contrast, Shun Han had yet to reel in a single catch after an eternity of waiting. Soon, Zhuang Yu's bucket was brimming, while Shun Han remained empty-handed. Was this not an exercise in humiliation? Shun Han called out, Teach me to fish, will you? Zhuang Yu turned to find Shun Han had vanished. With a puzzled expression, Zhuang Yu wondered, where did he go? At that moment, Shun Han was with a few other survivors. Shun, weren't you supposed to be teaching the esteemed Zhuang Yu how to fish? How is your fishing going? Shun Han's face was a portrait of frustration. Following Zhuang Yu made it utterly impossible to maintain his facade of superiority. All of Zhuang Yu's glory overshadowed him completely. Expertise? What does that matter? Is skill truly impressive when one appears to be cheating? Shun Han could only feign prowess among the other survivors. Having been granted a day of leave, some survivors, like Zhuang Yu, were fishing by the river, while others seized the opportunity to gather wood and collect building materials to upgrade their shelter. Yet, those diligently gathering would soon realize that their efforts paled in comparison to working for Zhuang Yu. A barrel filled to the brim was replaced with a new one. Suddenly, Zhuang Yu felt a tremendous force tugging at the fishing hook. Instantly invigorated, Zhuang Yu realized that this force was certainly not that of a small fish, but rather that of a formidable creature. He tightened his grip on the rod and began to pull vigorously upwards. However, the opposing force was equally formidable, resulting in a stalemate between him and the fish. Fortunately, the quality of the fishing rod was high. Otherwise, it might have been yanked apart. Despite its superior craftsmanship, Zhuang Yu dared not exert his full strength, for his current power was 6 to 7 times that of an average adult male. Additionally, he had consumed the gallbladder of a black-scaled snake, which enhanced his bodily coordination and resilience. Generally, a person cannot harness all of their physical potential. Achieving 60% of one's latent strength is already quite impressive. However, the gallbladder of the black-scaled snake allowed Zhuang Yu to unleash 80% of his capacity, making his strength exceed that of a normal adult male by more than eightfold. While Zhuang Yu was locked in this contest with the fish, a sudden jet of water shot towards him. He quickly dodged, and the water arrow struck a tree, creating a small hole in its trunk. Zhuang Yu's expression changed. What on earth was that? A water arrow turtle? Capable of shooting water arrows? It seemed that whatever creature had launched the water arrow lost its strength, as it was soon dragged ashore by Zhuang Yu. To his astonishment, it was indeed a small alligator snapping turtle, which threatened him with its claws and jaws. However, out of the water, its strength diminished significantly. Zhuang Yu seized its tail, effectively subduing it. The turtle squirmed, attempting to bite Zhuang Yu's hand, but could not manage to free itself. Zhuang Yu opened the survival manual's animal encyclopedia. Water arrow turtle, a growth-oriented amphibious creature with water attributes, capable of launching powerful water arrows. Upon reaching maturity, it can evolve into a water-spraying dragon. If successfully tamed, it will become a valuable ally. The little white fox could assist Zhuang Yu in managing his refuge, while the white horse could transport goods. Now, with the addition of a water arrow turtle, if he were to acquire a flying pet, wouldn't he dominate land, sea, and air? Zhuang Yu playfully tapped the turtle on its forehead. Little fellow, you'd best behave. Obedience brings rewards, while disobedience may lead to your own demise. With that, he tossed the turtle into the barrel. Today, his haul was plentiful, and he was set to return home with a water-filled bucket. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a pet, water arrow turtle. Ding! Water arrow turtle loyalty level 1. Ding! Water arrow turtle loyalty level 1. Zhuang Yu mused, loyalty? Is that how loyalty is increased? Curiously, he glanced into the barrel. To his astonishment, the once full barrel contained only 5 or 6 fish. No wonder it could boost loyalty. The turtle, sated and content, floated atop the water, seemingly unconcerned about becoming Zhuang Yu's next meal. Upon arriving home, Zhuang Yu began to gut the fish. The sight of the fish made the two sisters, Maya and her sibling, as well as the little white fox, brighten with excitement. Wow, are we having fish for dinner today? Zhuang Yu nodded. Let us try something different today. I shall have fish. Ding! 100-fold drop rate was triggered, yielding 100 fish fillets. Zhuang Yu sighed in relief. Fortunately, with a 100-fold drop rate, otherwise, tonight's dinner would be insufficient. Currently, he had several hundred kilograms of fish meat in reserve, and he decided to convert a portion into dried fish while placing the remainder on the trading channel. He exchanged the fish for sand and plant seeds. Zhuang Yu intended to use the sand to create glass, yet he was uncertain where the small alligator turtle had wandered off to. Before long, someone indeed approached Zhuang Yu. Brother Zhuang, I have some apple tree seeds. Zhuang Yu inquired, do you have rice or wheat seeds? He believed that staple foods should primarily consist of grains. After all, consuming meat every day was not feasible. Regrettably, the other party replied that they had neither rice nor wheat seeds. Zhuang Yu traded for some apple tree seeds and then acquired some organic fertilizer from Laoba. He planted the fruit tree seeds and applied fertilizer. Ding! The apple trees would require 2 days and 3 hours to mature. Zhuang Yu was astonished. Wow, this effect is remarkable. Golden fertilizer? Laoba Zimak? Matsta Zhuang. I heard you defeated a C-class beast. Could you possibly help me eliminate the beast near my location? Laoba was currently unable to venture anywhere due to this beast, which hindered his resource gathering. Many survivor shelters have begun to upgrade, but his shelter remained in its initial state. Chapter 28. King Jiji. Zhuang Yu found himself at a loss. Not to mention the distance between them, the beast near Laoba appeared to be of a higher level than the black-scaled snake he had previously encountered. He had barely managed to defeat the black-scaled snake using the large crossbow in the shelter. Encountering a beast of even higher level, Zhuang Yu felt uncertain of his capabilities. At the very least, he hoped to fully transition into the electrical age first. Perhaps in the future, once he had developed internal combustion engines and firearms, he might be able to assist Laoba in dealing with that beast. As for now, Zhuang Yu still needed Laoba as golden fertilizer. Dinner was entrusted to the little fox. Zhuang Yu then began constructing a fish pond. Some sand was traded over, and he promptly placed it into the smelting furnace. where it was quickly transformed into glass. After a busy afternoon, Zhuang Yu finally completed the fish pond. Observing his increasingly refined shelter, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The orchard, vegetable garden, herb garden, and fish pond were all in place. Soon, the delightful aroma of fish soup wafted from the kitchen. The little fox had prepared the fish soup, and it must be said, the flavor was indeed delightful. At that moment, the water arrow turtle crawled out from the fish pond, gazing at Zhuang Yu with eager eyes. "You wish to eat?" Zhuang Yu exclaimed. "How dare you shoot water arrows at me? Will you dare to do it again?" The water arrow turtle quickly shook its head. It clearly distinguished between hunger and satiety. Zhuang Yu observed the water arrow turtle, pondering. Since the little fox could transform into a human, could this alligator turtle also take on a human form? Previously, the little fox transformed into human form after consuming the crystal core of the black-scaled serpent. If this little alligator turtle is to evolve, must it also procure a beast's inner elixir? Zhuang Yu was deep in thought when suddenly he heard Shenhan's voice outside. "Boss, help!" Zhuang Yu rushed out to find Shenhan's face marked with bruises. Puzzled, Zhuang Yu inquired, "What happened to you? Did you get into a fight?" Shenhan, with tears and snot streaming down his face, replied, "Boss, after fishing all afternoon, a bunch of monkeys appeared out of nowhere and stole all the fish." A few survivors followed Shenhan, nodding in agreement, "Yes. Boss, we don't know where those monkeys came from. They are utterly despicable. Not only did they steal our fish, but they also barged into the shelter to take our things. We tried to chase them, but those monkeys swung through the trees, throwing stones at us. They are far too agile. We stand no chance against them. Those supplies were meant for upgrading the shelter, and now they've been completely pilfered by the monkeys." Goodness, monkeys? It seems that when the tiger is away, the monkeys will play. Before we dealt with that black-scaled serpent, we never saw any monkeys around. Now that we've taken care of that giant python, a few monkeys dare to frolic about? Shenhan declared, "Boss, we must teach this group of monkeys a lesson. They are far too arrogant. They have no fear of us. If we don't show them some might, they will surely return to steal from us again." One survivor lamented, "Brother Shun, those monkeys are not just stealing. It's outright robbery." Another chimed in, "Boss, I saw a grove of peach trees near the monkey troop. The peaches are large and sweet. If we can catch those monkeys all at once, those peach trees will belong to us." Zhuang Yu's eyes brightened at the mention of the peach grove. If we have a peach grove, we can enjoy peaches every day after meals. How delightful. Thus, Zhuang Yu declared, "All right, take me to those monkeys. Today, we shall avenge you." At that moment, in a peach orchard, the monkey troop was dividing the spoils they had just seized from Shenhan and his companions. A chorus of chattering monkeys filled the air. "Huh, ridiculous natives. Daring to linger in our territory? We will seize from them every time we encounter them. Boss, why don't we drive them away?" One monkey queried, addressing a larger adult monkey adorned with a crown and wielding a wooden stick. Clearly, this monkey was the leader of the troop. The leader responded, "These natives are weak in combat, but they utilize tools and forage for food. Why not keep them around to fish and gather fruits for us?" Goodness, a few monkeys are already contemplating capitalist exploitation. This cannot be allowed to continue. As the monkey troop chattered away, they suddenly spotted a man clad in armor, wielding a long sword and riding a white horse approaching from distance. The monkeys erupted in laughter. The leader of the monkeys sneered, "Huh, how foolish of a human to dare approach us. Attack, drive him away." Zhuang Yu is certainly not akin to the motley crew of Shenhan and his companions. As the monkeys commenced hurling stones at him, the pebbles merely struck against Zhuang Yu's obsidian-scaled serpent alloy armor, leaving not even a scratch. The formidable defense of the armor rendered the monkeys' attacks utterly inconsequential. Thus, Zhuang Yu ambled confidently toward them, his eyes gleaming at the sight before him. So many peaches. Even in the real world, a peach orchard of such abundance would be worth a fortune. To his surprise, these monkeys exhibited a discerning taste in their choice of locale and seemed to relish their bounty. However, at this moment, he thought, "Hand them over. They are all mine." Zhuang Yu seized his powerful crossbow and carelessly aimed at a monkey. With a swift whoosh, an arrow was released, and the monkey promptly plummeted from the branch. Another arrow followed, claiming yet another monkey's life. Although the monkeys were agile, cunning, and unruly, they posed no threat to Zhuang Yu whatsoever. He leisurely strolled through the orchard, dispatching any audacious monkey with a single arrow. The monkey troop was left in shock. How could this individual be so different from the previous group? If this continued, our troop would be annihilated. The monkey leader gritted his teeth, raising his wooden staff towards Zhuang Yu. To his astonishment, the surrounding vines began to grow rapidly, ensnaring him. The leader was confident in this tactic, having seen even the tigers of the forest falter against it. Yet, Zhuang Yu was no tiger. With a swift swing of his long sword, the vines were severed effortlessly. The monkeys were left dumbfounded. Zhuang Yu's gaze fell upon the monkey leader. What an unusual appearance. The king of Jiji? Zhuang Yu's attention was drawn to the wooden staff in the leader's hand. What a remarkable artifact. It could induce rapid plant growth. No wonder this peach grove was so lush. With a swift release of an arrow, the king of Jiji, upon seeing the projectile approach, narrowed his pupils and hastily dodged. Nevertheless, the arrow struck his arm, causing the staff to tumble to the ground. Zhuang Yu quickly advanced to retrieve the staff, which was adorned with a vibrant green crystal. The king of Jiji was taken aback. This is disastrous. My treasured staff has been snatched away. Such humiliation. Our troop has always been the plunderers. Well, have we ever been robbed? Chapter 29. The plunder of monkey troop resources with the precious staff now in Zhuang Yu's possession. The monkey troop had no choice but to retreat. This peach orchard had become his domain. He stowed away the staff of the king of Jiji and began to scour the monkeys' territory. These monkeys had a notorious penchant for theft, preying on anything they could find. Even wolves had fallen victim to their cunning, rendering them infamous in this region. Indeed, it wasn't long before Zhuang Yu stumbled upon a cache of the monkeys' amassed resources. He beheld a plethora of fruits, peaches, apples, and even a substantial amount of dried meat. Among them, he recognized the supplies that had previously been pilfered from Shan Han and his group. Remarkable. These monkeys truly had a talent for hoarding. Yet now he thought, bring it to me. It is all Zhuang Yu's. Zhuang Yu called over Shan Han and the others to begin moving the supplies. Upon seeing the bountiful accumulation of fruits and various materials, including wood, stones, and animal pelts, Shan Han and his companions were astonished. Goodness, boss, these monkeys are incredibly impressive. We're about to strike it rich. The cart made several trips to transport all the resources gathered by the monkeys, highlighting the abundance they had amassed. However, upon returning, Shan Han chose not to touch the items. Instead, he stored everything in Zhuang Yu's shelter, awaiting his distribution. The monkeys huddled nearby, watching Zhuang Yu and his group freely rummage through their territory, their frustration palpable. Yet, they knew they were no match for Zhuang Yu. Any attempt to confront him would lead to their demise. Zhuang Yu continued to explore the monkey's domain until he suddenly caught a whiff of an intoxicating aroma. The scent was delightful and inviting, awakening a sense of comfort. His eyes sparkled with realization. Could it be monkey wine? Some monkeys enjoyed fermenting fruits into wine, and even in modern cities, this delicacy was highly prized. Following the alluring fragrance, Zhuang Yu soon discovered a small pond, which indeed contained the coveted monkey wine. To his surprise, he had found a source of alcohol in the wilderness. He procured a barrel and filled it with the wine, leaving some behind. If he took it all, the monkeys would no longer have the means to brew it, a principle of sustainable development. King Jiji, witnessing Zhuang Yu filling his barrel with the monkey wine, was infuriated. This wine had been stored for a long time, and even among the monkeys, it was forbidden to consume without the king's permission. He cherished it dearly. After drinking this wine, King Jiji felt invigorated, as if he were not merely a monkey, but the king of the forest. Having accumulated so much wine, he was now watching a human cart it all away. This cannot stand. I must seek vengeance. He resolved. The orchard and the monkey wine could not be allowed to be taken so easily. With a wave of his hand, he rallied the monkeys to follow him. It was time to enlist the help of his elder brother. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yu returned to the shelter with the wine. Ding! A notification rang out. You have triggered a 100-fold reward. The monkey wine he brought back multiplied 100 times. Originally, just a few dozen pounds. It now amounted to nearly 1,000 pounds, a supply that would last for 2 years. Unbeknownst to Zhuang Yu, this wine possessed some special properties. Upon arriving at the shelter, he was greeted by a mountain of supplies at the entrance, with Shan Han and several survivors gazing at him expectantly. Zhuang Yu waved his hand, saying, "Take back your own belongings. Also, leave me 20 pounds of the picked fruits. You may divide the rest." Cheers erupted from the survivors. The boss is brilliant. Our leader is incredible. Following Zhuang Yu is simply delightful. Alas, what days did I once endure? In the past, it was a struggle for survival. Now, it feels as though I am merely on vacation. After distributing the supplies, Zhuang Yu returned to the plantation in the shelter. He retrieved the scepter of King Jiji, an artifact capable of hastening plant growth. If he were to obtain some rice seeds, it would not be long before he could feast upon fragrant rice. Aiming the scepter at the apple tree he had planted yesterday, a prompt appeared. Ding! Would you like to apply accelerated growth to the fruit tree? This will consume 20 energy points, and the apples will mature in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Zhuang Yu was astonished. How remarkable! He confirmed the application, and the apple tree began to grow at a visibly rapid pace. Before long, it was laden with large, crimson apples. Unfortunately, he lacked rice or wheat seeds. Otherwise, a meal would be imminent. At that moment, the little fox had prepared dinner. The two sisters, Maya, the little white fox, and Zhuang Yu formed a warm family of 4. It must be said that having women at home is indeed beneficial. Zhuang Yu could focus solely on exploring and hunting, leaving all domestic matters to them. Master, do sample the potato stew with wild chicken that I have prepared, the little fox suggested. Wait, Zhuang Yu interjected. I have brought something special today. He produced a wooden barrel filled with monkey wine. The others looked on in astonishment. Is this wine? Maya inquired, her eyes wide. Zhuang Yu nodded. Gods, where did you procure this? Zhuang Yu chuckled. It's the wine brewed by those monkeys today, and now it is mine. He set the barrel down, and the little fox dutifully poured him a drink. Leaning back in his chair, Zhuang Yu reveled in the attentive service of the women. This was sheer bliss. It was far more delightful than life in the city. In the urban sprawl, one could hardly enjoy such service. Even the most mundane assistance would cost hundreds. He pondered the rarity of this wine. Perhaps it could be traded for something valuable in the marketplace. Zhuang Yu listed 10 pounds of monkey wine in the trading section. In the chat channel, Zhuang Yu announced, monkey wine for rice or wheat seeds. Instantly, the chat erupted. Wow, wine? Monkey wine? Goodness, how did Zhuang Yu manage that? Did monkeys actually brew it? I can't wait to taste it. My craving for alcohol is overwhelming. It feels like an eternity since I've had a drop of clean water. Goodness. Brother upstairs, you are truly unfortunate. Water? You still have water? The others exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 30. The Feast of Rice indeed. Not long after, Zhuang Yu received a private message. Lanqiao, great Zhuang Yu. I have rice seeds available. Zhuang Yu smiled. To his surprise, there truly was a stroke of fortune. Lanqiao continued. I was initially reluctant to trade my rice seeds. As you know that if rice cultivation goes well, one need never worry about food again. Thus, I find myself in need not only of wine, but also of materials and weapons. Zhuang Yu, no problem. The other party was taken aback by Zhuang Yu's unexpected generosity. How could one compare their entire worth to the mere pocket money of the esteemed Zhuang Yu? Such trifles were but a drop in the ocean for him. Zhuang Yu exchanged 10 pounds of monkey wine, along with some materials, a powerful crossbow, a set of ordinary armor, and a cleaver in return. The other party, in exchange, provided Zhuang Yu with 100 grains of rice seeds. The transaction concluded. The group of malts stared in awe at Zhuang Yu. Little fox, can we eat now, master? Zhuang Yu smiled mysteriously. Wait for an hour, and I shall treat you to a proper meal today. The Malt sisters looked at Zhuang Yu with confusion. A meal? Rice? But where will we find rice? Zhuang Yu, you will see soon enough. Upon arriving at the plantation, Zhuang Yu began the seedling process for the rice seeds. With the aid of King Jiji's scepter and Xiang Ku La's influence, the rice seeds sprouted at a remarkable pace. With the support of Xiang Ku La and the Jiji scepter, Zhuang Yu did not even need to prepare the rice fields or create a suitable environment for the rice to thrive. In merely 2 minutes, the first batch of rice seeds had matured. Zhuang Yu harvested a portion of the rice seeds and continued to plant them, repeating the process. Before long, the area beside the plantation was piled high with rice. Zhuang Yu processed the rice, husking it to reveal the glistening white grains. A wave of emotion washed over him, as the rice in his hands evoked a sense of returning to human society. He set the rice to cook. An hour later, a pot of fragrant rice was served at the table. The Malt sisters gazed at Zhuang Yu in utter astonishment. My goodness, rice. Is it truly rice? How did you manage this? Zhuang Yu chuckled. You will find out in due time. After all, the shelter must eventually be entrusted to the Malt sisters, and they will learn about the Jiji scepter and Xiang Kala sooner or later. It is hardly a secret. Zhuang Yu urged, dig in. With a few side dishes, They enjoyed rice and wine. The malt's sister cautiously scooped a mouthful of rice, and an overwhelming sense of satisfaction washed over her. Suddenly, she burst into tears. Zhuang Yu looked at her in confusion, unsure of how to comfort her. What was wrong? Why was she crying over a meal? The malt's sister sobbed. For so long, my sister and I have lived in constant fear, never having tasted a true meal. Thank you so much, Brother Zhuang Yu. You have given us a sense of home, reminding us that we are still human beings, part of a highly intelligent civilization, rather than mere beasts living in the wilderness. The malt's sister spoke wisely. If humans were to survive in the wild for too long, gradually forgetting the scientific knowledge they once possessed and instead learning to hunt like other animals, their creativity would be gradually eroded. Thus, those individuals would increasingly resemble beasts. Zhuang Yu reassured her, enough now. Isn't everything well? You two can settle down here with peace of mind. The management of the shelter sanitation is entrusted to you. The two nodded gravely, gazing at Zhuang Yu with utmost sweetness. The four raised their goblets. Cheers. With a single gulp, the three women flushed with color. Zhuang Yu was also somewhat astonished. This monkey possesses quite the skill, brewing such delightful wine. Being a fruit-based brew, it was sweet on the palate, akin to drinking a refreshing beverage, exceedingly palatable and delicious. The water turtle in the pool, witnessing this, approached eagerly for a taste of the wine. Zhuang Yu chuckled. Goodness, you, a mere turtle, wish to drink wine? He poured a bit for the water turtle, which surprisingly downed nearly half a pound in one go. After finishing, the turtle floated contentedly in the pool, evidently relishing the moment. However, it must be said, the potency of this monkey's brew was quite considerable. Unbeknownst to them, the four had consumed nearly a small barrel of it. They all appeared flushed and somewhat dazed. Maya began to slur her words, her speech becoming indistinct. Zhuang Yu, big brother, we can transform this rice into flour for buns, or even make noodles. I'm so touched. Zhuang Yu was certain that if they produced buns or a bowl of noodles and placed them in the trading channel, they would fetch an exorbitant price. It is the skills that hold the true value. Up to this point, it seemed Zhuang Yu was the only survivor enjoying rice. Mais y'a pas besoin. Her eyes suddenly becoming glazed. Why do I feel so warm? Me too, replied Mai Tang. At this moment, the little fox could no longer restrain herself. Snuggling against Zhuang Yu, he too felt a warmth rising within him. Suddenly, Zhuang Yu realized, could it be the wine? Goodness, this wine is invigorating. The wine was so fragrant that its intoxicating effect was imperceptible at first. But once the alcohol kicked in, it was overwhelming. Zhuang Yu found himself in a similar predicament. He gently carried the three women one by one to the bed. At dawn, when Zhuang Yu awoke, he discovered the three women clinging to him like octopuses in their slumber. A fluffy foxtail lay across his chest. The heat from the wine had caused their clothes to be discarded on the floor. He had no recollection of the previous night's events. Zhuang Yu stared blankly at the three women beside him. It must be said, the figures of the Maya's sisters were indeed remarkable. Curvaceous where they ought to be and slender in all the right places. Zhuang Yu, possessing superior physical resilience, was the first to awaken. Cautiously, he attempted to extricate himself from the embrace, carefully moving the foxtail and shifting Maya's leg, intent on escaping the scene of the incident. Just then, Maya stirred awake, gazing at Zhuang Yu in a daze. You're awake. I'll make you breakfast. As she sat up, she suddenly sensed something amiss. The room was soon filled with the sharp screams of the two women. Zhuang Yu had no choice but to flee hastily. For a long time thereafter, the Maya's sisters would feel exceedingly awkward whenever they met. After leaving the room, Zhuang Yu rubbed his temples. Wow, this monkey's brew is quite potent. At that moment, the voice of Shan Han resonated from outside. Boss, the king of monkeys has arrived. Chapter 31. The monkeys have invaded. Rise of the Planet of the Apes? Zhuang Yu stepped outside, only to be greeted by a chaotic scene teeming with monkeys. Some of these primates wielded wooden sticks and stone axes. To his astonishment, there were also baboons present. The combat prowess of baboons far surpassed that of monkeys, exhibiting a fierce brutality. They demonstrated an understanding of tool usage. As some monkeys and baboons commenced the destruction of makeshift shelters belonging to the survivors. Fortunately, after several days of labor, Zhuang Yu had provided ample materials for upgrades to their shelters. Otherwise, the rudimentary structures would likely have been no match for the onslaught of this monkey and baboon horde. Even so, The others struggled to withstand the assault. The survivors were in a state of panic. Zhuang Yu stood, dumbfounded. Rise of the Planet of the Apes? Good heavens! This group of monkeys dares to seek revenge? Xianhan, equally alarmed, exclaimed, Boss, what should we do? If this continues, we will surely perish. Shenhan considered himself fortunate for having left the shelter early to join Zhuang Yu. Within the safety of Zhuang Yu's stronghold, he had no reason to fear for his safety. However, the others were not so lucky. They gazed in terror at the frenzied monkeys and baboons outside. While they would not fear wild boars or wolf packs, creatures incapable of breaching their refuge, this troop of monkeys and baboons, armed with tools, posed a dire threat to their wooden shelters. In no time, Zhuang Yu received numerous distress signals, all from the beleaguered survivors. Taking a deep breath, he realized that he would have to expedite his military plans. Shenhan, take a few people to the watchtower and snipe these monkeys and baboons. Understood, boss. Xianan responded. Today, I shall show you the might of Shenhan. With determination, he ascended the watchtower, preparing to utilize the large crossbow stationed there for sniping. He certainly would not miss the opportunity to display his prowess. The live stream was abuzz with excitement. Wow, it truly is the rise of the Planet of the Apes. Where did all these monkeys come from? And baboons too. This must be 100 strong. We're doomed. With so many monkeys, I fear you will be completely plundered. I've heard baboons are ferocious, even preying on leopards. Can these monkeys really tear down homes? The top lane has been invaded by monkeys. Xin Yi, why are you just watching? Shoot your arrows. Useless Shungu, useless AD top. Can't even hit a monkey. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yu is in the workshop, diligently crafting combat armor and weapons. A complete set of equipment, including armor, spears, daggers, and hand crossbows, was quickly assembled under the high success rate of his creations. The survivors were in disarray. Oh no, boss, what should we do? My shelter has been breached by these monkeys. They are about to enter. These monkeys are brutal. Boss, help us. Zhuang Yu, do not be anxious. I shall bestow upon you the strength you seek. Ding dong, you now possess ironclad defenses. In the survivor's warehouse, armor has arrived. Here are the most formidable weapons for you. Ding dong, the spears are here, and may you be gifted with the courage to charge forth. Ding dong, the daggers have arrived. One by one, the survivors received the supplies traded by Zhuang Yu. Zhuang Yu continued. Outside lies the very troop of monkeys that once plundered your resources. They have even summoned a band of ferocious baboons as reinforcements. You cannot remain under my protection forever. Rise bravely and fight. Repel these invaders, defend your homeland. Safeguard your sanctuary. Remember those vile monkeys that once stole your means of survival, leaving you hungry and unable to upgrade your refuge. Recall how you were bullied by these monkeys. We are the wise, technologically advanced human civilization. How can we possibly be defeated by the wilderness and these dim-witted beasts? Zhuang Yu urged, fight survivors. Demonstrate your resolve to endure in this wild expanse. No one can assist you now. The only help you have is yourselves. The survivors were ignited with fervor. They drew their daggers and armed themselves with crossbows, charging forth from their sanctuary. Though the monkeys were numerous, their weapons were largely crude and poorly crafted. The arms forged by Zhuang Yu were of an entirely different caliber. Their stone axes could not even breach the armor produced by Zhuang Yu. Meanwhile, the survivors wielded their spears, daggers, and crossbows with devastating might. A single strike could inflict fatal damage upon the monkeys. The tide of battle swiftly turned in favor of the survivors. The monkey horde was thrown into disarray. They were no match for these well-equipped humans. In less than half an hour, the monkeys were utterly routed. They could not comprehend how, just a day prior, these humans had been powerless against their assaults. Yet now, they had transformed into such formidable adversaries. King Gigi gazed upon the corpses of monkeys strewn across the ground, despairing. It seemed they would never reclaim their territory from the humans. With the monkeys repelled, the survivors gathered at the entrance of Zhuang Yu's shelter. Boss, these armors and weapons. Zhuang Yu waved his hand and said, these were always intended as your reward. Survivors, boss is wise. Goodness, this is simply marvelous. Each one receives a set of equipment. Is this what it means to be wealthy? To relish in such joy? If I were to venture alone, I would have no idea how long it would take to acquire such gear. It is no jest. These individuals are Zhuang Yu's labor force. To continue evolving and expanding, relying solely on oneself, is inadequate. They are Zhuang Yu's most invaluable asset. Just imagine how long it would take to upgrade the sanctuary alone. But with their assistance, the pace of upgrading the sanctuary would accelerate significantly. Outside the refuge lay heaps of monkey and baboon corpses. Zhuang Yu had grown accustomed to pork, and now savored other meats. The consumption of monkey meat is indeed rather unpalatable. After all, these creatures possess a modicum of intelligence and bear a resemblance to humans. Eating monkeys evokes a disconcerting sensation akin to consuming a child. While Zhuang Yu finds it difficult to partake, it does not hinder other survivors from indulging. Many among them endure daily hunger, and as long as there is sustenance to be had, the nature of the meat is of little consequence. Zhuang Yu, uninterested in the corpses of the monkeys, relinquishes them to the other survivors, for they are the spoils of their own conquest. Such a benevolent leader is hard to come by. Chapter 32. The mandrill. The departing troop of monkeys included baboons, who could only watch as their territory was usurped by this group of humans. With the loss of so many of their kin, King Jiji felt a swell of indignation. The baboons, too, were discontent. The resources of the entire fruit grove, along with the river and its precious water supply, could not be allowed to fall into the hands of these humans. This was a matter of survival for their species. The continuation of a race or civilization necessitates expansion, which often entails plunder, leading inexorably to conflict. Thus, the wheel of war has never ceased to turn from ancient times to the present day, and it is certain to ignite again in the future. In the wilderness, the brutality of war is magnified. Consequently, the monkeys and baboons sought the aid of their elder brother, the mandrill. The mandrill, the largest primate species on Earth, is characterized by its elongated head, formidable teeth, and prominent canines. It is known to prey upon monkeys and baboons. In the presence of a horde of mandrills, even lions and tigers are no match. This troop of mandrills inhabits the cliffs nearby, where the abundance of wildlife and a flowing river provide ample sustenance. This territory, rich in fruit trees and diverse food sources, is fiercely protected. Not even wolf packs or big cats dare to encroach upon it unless in desperate search of water. Today, however, King Jiji, the monkey leader, and the baboon chief have come to pay a visit. If Zhuang Yu were present, he would surely be astonished to see the mandrill leader clad in human armor, wielding a long sword, albeit one marred with nicks and scars. It is evident that these creatures have attained a certain level of intelligence and are capable of utilizing tools. The mandrill leader, adorned with sharp claws and two prominent canines, regarded the visiting monkey and baboon leaders with a hint of derision. The mandrill inquired, "Speak. What brings you to me?" In this forest, the mandrills held a position of superiority, dismissing all others. Should they be provoked, they would not hesitate to prey upon monkeys or baboons. If King Jiji had not been left with no other options, he would not have sought out the mandrills. Should he require their assistance, it would come at a considerable cost, such as a monthly tribute of fruits. King Jiji proclaimed, "Great mandrill, a band of humans has seized my orchard, plundered our water source, and even stolen the wine brewed by our monkeys. They are formidable, even armed. I lead a troop of monkeys, while the baboon chief commands its own kind. Yet neither has managed to gain any advantage over this group of humans." King Jiji is astute. He understands how to negotiate with these arrogant and greedy mandrills. He remarked, "This band of humans is erecting walls, constructing homes, and forging weapons. If they continue to develop unchecked, they will surely seize the entire forest." The mandrill chief scoffed. "Seize the entire forest? Huh, you seem to be utterly intimidated by these humans. What if I choose not to act? I do not believe these humans dare to invade my territory." King Jiji, anxious, replied, "But they have already occupied the water source, and even the black-scaled serpent has fallen to their hands. If you can expel these humans, I am willing to provide you with half of my monthly wine supply." Upon hearing King Jiji's offer of wine, the mandrill chief instantly perked up. It had long coveted the monkey wine that King Jiji prized above all else. With King Jiji's wine, it could regain its stature before the female mandrills, who would surely submit to its might. Thinking along these lines, the mandrill chief declared, "In addition to your wine, I desire one more thing. All spoils from these humans shall belong to me." King Jiji felt a pang of difficulty. He understood the immense value of the human spoils. Those weapons, if they could acquire and master them, would greatly ease their hunt for prey. The entire troop would no longer need to worry about sustenance. King Jiji responded, I require a portion of the human's weaponry, and I also demand my scepter. The mandrill dismissed him with disdain. The weapons of humans were beneath their notice. Their own sharp claws, formidable fangs, and agile bodies were their mightiest armaments. The mandrill retorted, "If I drive away or annihilate these humans, why should I share the spoils with you?" King Gigi countered, "I can provide you with intelligence about these humans. We have had dealings with them and know them well." The mandrill scoffed again. In its eyes, the survival team of over 20 led by Zhuang Yu was hardly a threat. Ultimately, after much negotiation, the mandrill agreed to join King Gigi in their campaign against Zhuang Yu and his group. The mandrill was indifferent to King Gigi's scepter and the humans' weapons, thus acquiescing to King Gigi's terms. Meanwhile, in the depths of the mine, all survivors had been preoccupied with upgrading Zhuang Yu's shelter, leaving the mine temporarily unvisited. Deep within the mine, a group of gophers tirelessly excavated, finally unearthing a small glass vial. The contents of the vial were murky, obscured from view, but the opening was sealed, adorned with a cross, and inscribed with various incantations. The gophers sighed, casting resentful glances toward the cave's exit. That stranger had slaughtered their kin and eliminated their leader. More importantly, the humans seized their treasures, an unforgivable act. They resolved to release the spirits sealed in darkness to exact revenge on this human. The moles removed the cross from the glass vial and opened it. A wisp of black smoke emerged from within, gradually coalescing into a human form. The dark mist stretched its body, proclaiming, 20 years have passed. At last, I am free once more. Let me see who has liberated me. I must express my gratitude to them. I shall relish their flesh and blood." This group of moles? Very well. Let us designate today as Thanksgiving. Each year on this day, I shall consume one mole. At that moment, one mole stepped forward, trembling with fear, yet it gazed at the black mist and said, "My lord, if you intend to devour us, please do not be hasty. On the ground, there lies your nemesis. I believe you might prefer to seek vengeance upon them first." As it spoke, the mole produced a shard of a short knife. The black mist, upon seeing the fragment, suddenly roared in fury, "Knights of the Falcon City-State." Meanwhile, the baboons set off, their demeanor aggressive as they headed toward Zhuang Yu's refuge. King Gigi and the troop of baboons followed closely behind, eager to witness the arrogant baboons face humiliation before Zhuang Yu. Having learned from previous encounters, all survivors were anxiously upgrading their shelters. Should they encounter a formidable beast again and their refuge be destroyed, it would be unbearable. Zhuang Yu's shelter was already halfway through its upgrade. At this moment, much of the refuge was encased in steel alloy, rendering it seemingly indestructible. Zhuang Yu was confident that even a creature as fearsome as the black-scaled serpent could not breach his sanctuary. At this juncture, Shenhan suddenly addressed Zhuang Yu, "Boss, I have an idea." Zhuang Yu was hesitant to agree with the thoughts of this clever strategist. "What idea?" he inquired. "Shenhan plead, boss. I propose that we construct a surrounding wall around the refuge, consolidating everyone's shelters together. In this way, if any beast dares to invade, we can respond promptly and face it collectively. Once the wall is erected, we can also build farms and pastures within, cultivating rice and fruit trees." Zhuang Yu stroked his chin. There was merit in Shenhan's suggestion. He glanced at the rice growing inside the house. If these crops were to be cultivated within the confines of the refuge, the area would be far too limited, yielding insufficient produce. However, if planted outside, there would be ample space, allowing Zhuang Yu to reap a bountiful harvest. Yet there was a concern. Zhuang Yu remarked, "If we build a wall, we will have to defend a much larger area. If powerful animals breach the walls, it would spell disaster." Shenhan was momentarily speechless. He had not considered this aspect. Indeed, if any creature were to penetrate the wall, their losses would be significant. Zhuang Yu pondered for a moment and remarked, "Let us postpone the construction of the walls for now. Once my shelter has been upgraded, we can commence the wall-building endeavor. After erecting the walls, I can consolidate all the survivors' shelters. Each shelter will be equipped with a large crossbow, and we can establish watchtowers at strategic points along the walls to enhance our defenses. However, there are significant challenges to consider. Firstly, the magnitude of the wall construction is daunting. Secondly, my shelter is currently at level 2. Only upon upgrading to level 3 can I unlock additional technologies, including the internal combustion engine. By then, we will certainly have access to more formidable weaponry. Once we unlock some powerful weapons, defending the walls will become considerably easier. As night fell, the little fox and my steamed buns and prepared noodles. The family gathered for a simple meal. I must say, Maya's culinary skills are quite commendable. She remarked, "It seems I made a bit too many buns. I've placed a few in the trading bar." Zhuang Yu inquired, "What do you intend to exchange the buns for?" Maya replied, "I wish to trade the buns for some coarse cloth and cotton linen." Of course, no survivor arrived in this world without clothing. Zhuang Yu's industrial capabilities are still insufficient to produce fabric. To acquire clean and comfortable garments, one must trade with others. Zhuang Yu noted, "The weather seems to be turning colder. It is time to procure some clothing." Many survivors can barely satisfy their hunger, let alone worry about clothing. Zhuang Yu opened the chat channel and was taken aback. The entire chat was inundated with exclamations. Buns? Noodles? What the heck? Where did these come from? I can't believe there are actually buns. I crave buns so much. Oh my goodness, though they are mere buns. I feel as though I have glimpsed the dawn of humanity's industrial revival. This is a testament to technology and productivity. By the way, who is this Maya? I've never seen her before. Indeed, the fact that she can even make buns suggests her skills have reached an astonishing level. Does this imply that Zhuang Yu could potentially be surpassed? Shenhan chuckled. You are all overthinking it. Zhuang Yu could never be surpassed. He is forever a legend. Exactly. Someone asked, Brother Shen, do you know this Maya? Shenhan replied, of course. I mentioned her during my live lecture on Zhuang Yu's survival story. One of the two girls we rescued is named Maya. As for her current situation, her shelter was long ago destroyed by the black-scaled serpent. The crowd exclaimed, That's impossible. If her shelter was destroyed, how did she manage to make buns? Shenhan explained, she is now residing within Zhuang Yu's shelter. What's going on? Shenhan confirmed, that's right. All the raw materials were provided by Zhuang Yu. To be honest, I've even had the pleasure of tasting a meal prepared by Miss Maya. How enviable. Wow, I am genuinely envious. If only my birthplace were in the vicinity of the esteemed Zhuang Yu. A few steamed buns and a couple of pounds of noodles have driven countless individuals into a frenzy. These delicacies are not merely sustenance. They possess intrinsic value. They allow the survivors who have traversed this place to once again experience the essence of human society, reminding them that they are part of an intelligent species endowed with its own civilization and technology, rather than mere beasts subsisting on raw flesh. Fabric? Is it merely fabric? I could very well forego clothing. Goodness, your speed is astonishing. I have yet to remove my clothes before you snatch them all away. Zhuang Yu, when will you be able to produce more steam buns? Indeed, I feel as though I've lost all hope of surviving in the wilderness. If only I could savor a single bite of the steamed bun, I would willingly embrace death. Zhuang Yu did not anticipate that a few steamed buns would incite such a tremendous uproar. Clearly, Maya was equally taken aback and turned to Zhuang Yu for his counsel. These survivors are indeed somewhat pitiable. After all, humanity is a collective. Zhuang Yu contemplated that if there were an opportunity to unite a multitude of survivors in the future, he would surely require their assistance. Thus, he declared, in that case, I shall have Maya prepare a selection of steamed buns, noodles, rice, and some home-style dishes to place in the trading bar every day. However, the quantities will be limited. Whether you can procure them will depend on your dexterity. Astonishing. Zhuang Yu's wisdom is undeniable. By all means, I must secure a steamed bun tomorrow. They are truly delightful. Chapter 34. Has a thief entered the home? Nightfall. Zhuang Yu, Maya, and the others, having dined well, lay comfortably in bed. The water arrow turtle stealthily approached the door of Zhuang Yu's room. Upon seeing Zhuang Yu in slumber, it began its nocturnal escapade. The water arrow turtle quietly slipped into the kitchen, where jars of monkey wine were displayed. After consuming the monkey wine, the water arrow turtle discovered that this elixir enabled rapid evolution. Previously, it could launch a maximum of 3 water arrows in a day. Now, after partaking of the wine, it could unleash 30. Compared to before, it had gained remarkable strength. While Zhuang Yu slept, the water arrow turtle embraced a jar of wine and began to drink voraciously. However, this was indeed alcohol. Consuming it would lead to a lack of recollection. Before long, the water arrow turtle became inebriated. It clung to the jar, collapsing into the water basin, bobbing on the surface, taking sips intermittently, and occasionally firing water arrows in a daze. Fortunately, Zhuang Yu's shelter was constructed robustly. Otherwise, It might not withstand the antics of this little creature. By morning, Zhuang Yu would surely administer a sound thrashing. Soon, several gophers appeared outside the shelter, tasked with investigating the circumstances within. They perched at the window, observing the interior. Suddenly, a water arrow shot forth. With a whoosh, a water arrow shattered against the window, striking one gopher squarely on the forehead. The power of the water arrow turtle's arrows was formidable, akin to a high-pressure water gun. Even when striking a steel plate, it could create a significant dent. The unfortunate little gopher was struck down by a drunken water turtle's powerful water jet. The gopher outside was taken aback. What the hell? An ambush! The knight from the Falcon City State was evidently well prepared. Cursed, he thought, we must flee. The army of mountain monkeys is currently stationed 2 kilometers away from the refuge. The mountain monkey leader disdainfully remarked to King Jiji, "They are merely a handful of humans. Under our mountain monkey army, they are but a trivial charge." He chuckled. What further intelligence is needed? It is superfluous. King Jiji merely smiled, contemplating. You have yet to witness the ferocity of these humans. If it weren't for my orchard and the monkey wine, I would have no inclination to assist you in your reconnaissance. Let you face the consequences on your own. Conversely, on the other side of the refuge, a few monkeys and mountain monkeys were investigating the circumstances within. The monkeys encountered a fate similar to that of the gopher. They too were struck down by the intoxicated water turtle. They were shocked. Damn, this knight even has a magical pet. This magical creature was exceedingly formidable. While King Jiji could only wield a single spell in a day, this water turtle seemed to spray water arrows incessantly. The troubling fact was, these water jets were lethal. A single shot left a gaping hole in their bodies. The monkeys hastily vacated the refuge to report what they had witnessed. At that moment, the mountain monkeys and gophers crossed paths. Both parties were startled, and a shared thought arose in their minds. This human even keeps mountain monkeys? This human even harbors gold-eating mice? How infuriating! This human appears quite formidable. How shall we contend with this? Meanwhile, Zhuanggu was soundly asleep, oblivious to the turmoil outside. The gophers and mountain monkeys retreated to report back. A few returning mountain monkeys rushed to their leader in a flurry, panting, "Leader, it is dire. That human has even bred a magical pet." The mountain monkey leader was somewhat taken aback. What? A magical pet? What kind of magical pet? The mountain monkeys and monkeys who had been scouting replied, "That magical pet can shoot water arrows, and once struck, it leaves a hole. It is terrifying, and it seems there is no limit to its water jets. Every few seconds, it fires another." The mountain monkey leader fell in a deep thought. Yet, he still did not regard a single magical pet as a threat. After all, his mountain monkey army numbered in the hundreds. Could they truly fear just one magical pet? The scouts swallowed hard and continued. "Leader, not only is there a magical pet, but we also spotted gold-eating mice. That human even keeps gold-eating mice." The mountain monkey leader was slightly startled, incredulous as he inquired, "Are you certain you saw correctly? Gold-eating mice?" The mountain monkeys nodded, affirming, indeed, they were gold-eating mice. The mountain monkey leader once again sank into contemplation. If it were indeed gold-eating mice, that would complicate matters significantly. It is well known that gold-eating mice act in swarms, and their collective strength is formidable. If this human is breeding them, it is unlikely he would have just one or two. Moreover, the golden mouse swarm typically includes a dominant golden mouse king. If this human were to possess a swarm of golden mice, it would indeed pose a formidable challenge. How could it be possible? How could this human ever tame golden mice? The mountain gorilla leader found it hard to believe. King Jiji chuckled and remarked, "Do you now believe our words? The human who seized our territory possesses considerable strength. If not for his formidable power, do you think he could have taken our land?" The mountain gorilla cast a disdainful glance at King Jiji and retorted, "Powerful? They are merely a few golden mice. We mountain gorillas are not as easily defeated as you monkeys." King Jiji shrugged, a smile on his face, acknowledging the contention. Meanwhile, several golden mice had returned to the mine. They hurried to the dark mist, panting and anxious, exclaiming, "My lord, it is dire. The knight from the Falcon City State has even tamed mountain gorillas." The dark mist fell into contemplation, incredulously stating, "How can this be? How could a human possibly tame the unruly mountain gorillas?" The golden mice insisted, "It is true. My lord, we saw several mountain gorillas outside his dwelling. If we hadn't fled quickly, we would have surely become their prey. Furthermore, he has even tamed a magical pet. That magical creature can unleash powerful water arrows. One of our brothers has already perished from its attack. The dark mist pondered for a moment and declared, I have just emerged from my confinement. My strength is not yet fully restored. Otherwise, I would take the life of that human myself. Continue your reconnaissance. Report any anomalies to me at once. In 2 days, just 2 days, I shall regain most of my power. As for that magical pet, once I recover, I shall not fear even it. At dawn, Zhuang Yu awoke. Yawning, he stepped out of his bedroom and was instantly taken aback by the state of the living room. What the hell? Did a thief break into my house? Chapter 35. The night of the full moon, werewolf Zhuang Yu observed the disarray in his home, resembling a tornado's aftermath. His gaze fell upon the water arrow turtle, floating on its back in the pool, clutching a wine jar. Suddenly, Zhuang Yu understood the situation. This creature had taken advantage of his slumber to indulge in the wine. Astonishing. A water arrow turtle could wreak more havoc than a mischievous dog? Zhuang Yu seized its tail. The turtle, still smacking its lips, appeared to be relishing the experience. Zhuang Yu swiftly delivered a sharp slap, rousing the turtle from its stupor. Upon realizing the chaos it had caused, the turtle recognized its folly and looked up at Zhuang Yu with a timid, pitiful gaze. Zhuang Yu scolded, You little rascal. After creating such a mess, you dare to feign innocence? I shall punish you by withholding food for a day. With that, he tossed the water arrow turtle back into the pool. The metal materials for constructing the shelter were depleting rapidly, prompting Zhuang Yu to plan a trip to the mine today to gather more metal ores for alloy production. As he opened the door, he was met with a strong scent of blood. Zhuang Yu furrowed his brow, puzzled. Where on earth was that bloody odor coming from? Zhuang Yu followed the scent of blood and soon discovered the bodies of the golden mouse and the baboon. He was taken aback. When had these creatures arrived? Logically, the golden mouse required a leader to direct its movements. Without a leader, they would be nothing more than a disorganized mass, unlikely to venture into human camps to meet their demise. Why had the golden mouse and baboon appeared here? Could it be that a new mouse king had emerged within their ranks? This was far from good news. The mine was the territory of the golden mouse. And if a new ruler had indeed arisen, Zhuang Yu would face considerable difficulties in his mineral gathering endeavors. Upon examining their wounds, enlightenment struck him. It turned out that these baboons and golden mice had been injured by the water arrow turtle. He had mistakenly judged the little turtle. Zhuang Yu returned to the pool, seized the water arrow turtle, and tossed it a couple of pieces of rabbit meat. I apologize, little one. I wronged you. The golden mouse gazed at Zhuang Yu in confusion, evidently unaware of the events that had transpired. If the baboons and golden mice discovered they had been vanquished by a drunken water arrow turtle, the poor creature would surely be driven to despair. The presence of the baboon and golden mouse corpses heightened Zhuang Yu's vigilance. Clearly, the plan to construct a wall needed to be expedited. Even if a wall could not be erected immediately, it would be prudent to establish some alarm mechanisms outside the shelter. However, just then, several survivors rushed towards Zhuang Yu in a state of panic, their faces etched with fear. Boss, something's terribly wrong. Boss, monkeys, enormous monkeys, monkeys with fangs. It's terrifying. The monkeys are coming for revenge. Zhuang Yu lifted the nearby baboon's corpse and inquired, Is this what you are referring to? The survivors stared in astonishment at the body he held. What the? Boss, you already knew? You've taken this monkey down? Zhuang Yu shook his head, responding, This is a baboon, the largest primate, exceedingly ferocious. You say you just saw a baboon? Where? The survivors answered, Boss, we had just stepped outside to gather firewood and collect some stones to upgrade the shelter when we spotted a multitude of these monkeys. They were hiding in the thicket, and as soon as we approached, they attacked us. We had no chance to gather resources or upgrade the shelter. Zhuang Yu pondered for a moment. It was undoubtedly King Jiji seeking revenge. But why were they not attacking? Last night, they had scouted the area. What were they waiting for? Something fell amiss. If it were merely a matter of dealing with ordinary beasts, Zhuang Yu would not be concerned. However, these monkeys and baboons possessed a certain level of intelligence. They acted in unison and were capable of reconnaissance. Zhuang Yu had to treat the situation with utmost caution. Shortly thereafter, Shen Han arrived, claiming he too had seen the baboons. They had been lurking in the thicket, and he had narrowly escaped their grasp. It was indeed terrifying. Zhuang Yu was puzzled as to why they were not launching an attack. Just then, a notification chimed. An official announcement had been suddenly released. Survivors, congratulations. You have successfully navigated the arduous early stages of survival and have persevered for a month within this challenging game. Your determination to endure has been validated. Now, it is time to assess the fruits of your labor. In 3 days, the night of the full moon shall arrive. On this fateful night, all creatures, both wild and feral, in your vicinity will become frenzied, displaying heightened aggression and bloodlust, and they will grow stronger. Some animals may even undergo a regression or take on humanoid forms. Beware, for werewolves are formidable. Exercise utmost caution. You have 3 days to prepare your supplies. Enhance your shelter and fortify it against the impending threat. Are you ready to face the first full moon night, dear survivors? All survivors received this urgent notice, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. Shenhan was equally perplexed. A full moon night? Werewolves? Surely this is a jest. Even the common wild wolves and boars are beyond my capacity to withstand. Zhuang Yu now comprehended why the mountain monkeys had refrained from attacking. They were biding their time, waiting for the full moon night when they would grow even stronger. Zhuang Yu opened the chat channel, and the survivors were expressing their grievances. What? Werewolves too? What kind of event is this? A test of our survival results? Where's the designer? Step forward and face the consequences. I shall be the first to toss you to the werewolves. Despair began to settle in. What can we do? I can't handle even a wild wolf, let alone a werewolf. This is disastrous. Old 8 lamented. If you all are doomed, then I am even more so. I have a massive beast here. If it turns savage, I shall be finished. Several survivors turned to Zhuang Yu for guidance. Boss, what should we do? There are hundreds of mountain monkeys lurking outside. If we wait for the full moon night, we all perish? Shun Han and the others looked to Zhuang Yu, their only hope for surviving the impending full moon night. After pondering for a moment, Zhuang Yu stated, 3 days should be sufficient for me to upgrade the shelter to level 3. Shun Han, inform everyone to converge their shelters towards mine and instruct them all to return. We must elevate our shelter to level 3 before the full moon night. Chapter 36. Shelter Upgrade. The Age of Electricity. Following Zhuang Yu's instructions, Shun Han summoned everyone, directing them to bring their shelters closer to Zhuang Yu's. The survivors formed a circle around him, with each shelter merely a few meters apart. This arrangement ensured Zhuang Yu could attend to them at any moment. On the night of the full moon, given the unreliability of their individual shelters, they would have to seek refuge within Zhuang Yu's fortified haven. In truth, Zhuang Yu wished to provide them with materials to enhance their own shelters. Wouldn't it be splendid for each rooftop to be equipped with a strong crossbow? Yet, they struggled to believe in their own capabilities. After all, what could their humble wooden cabins be considered but mere shelters? On the night of the full moon, 3 days hence, all beasts become frenzied. Staying within one's abode would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, our humble wooden cabin is but a single story high. What use is there in affixing a powerful crossbow upon the roof when that monkey could easily leap atop it, turning us into mere targets? Such a course of action would be utterly reckless. It is far wiser to seek refuge in the sanctuary of Elder Zhuang Yu, which offers greater safety. Consequently, the survivors began to congregate within Zhuang Yu's haven. Each individual was resolute, diligently working to upgrade the sanctuary. For 3 consecutive days, they rested but 3 hours on average, awakening solely to labor. Tasks that initially required 6 to 7 days were astonishingly completed before the arrival of the full moon. Furthermore, Zhuang Yu ordered the lighting of hundreds of bonfires surrounding the sanctuary. Even in the darkness of night, the flickering flames would illuminate any approaching entity with clarity. Ding! Top announcement. Congratulations to player Zhuang Yu. The sanctuary has been upgraded to level 3. In the chat channel, exclamations arose. What? Level 3? Elder Zhuang Yu has elevated the sanctuary to level 3? Achieving such a feat demands a considerable amount of metal. Incredibly swift. Truly impressive. One remarked, such naivete. Upgrading to level 3 necessitates not only vast materials, but also an extraordinary expenditure of energy points. If one were to dedicate all their energy to upgrading the sanctuary, it would take at least a month. Has it not been less than half a month since Elder Zhuang Yu upgraded to level 2? This is astonishing. It appears Elder Zhuang Yu has invested heavily to prepare for the full moon night. How enviable. Elder Zhuang Yu need not worry about his safety at all. I do not envy Elder Zhuang Yu, for he has attained a level of prowess that is beyond admiration. My envy lies with Shan Han and those survivors in the same vicinity as Elder Zhuangyu. They may be lacking in skill, yet they can rely on Elder Zhuangyu for a life free from want. Indeed, even if they are not exceptional, they can enjoy a life of comfort thanks to Elder Zhuangyu. Zhuangyu gazed upon his transformed sanctuary, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The sanctuary had gained an additional story, now towering 4 levels high, complemented by watchtowers. Few creatures, save those capable of flight, could scale the heights of the roof. The walls of the sanctuary, polished from stone, were exquisitely smooth, and the broad upper structure effectively deterred any attempts at climbing by animals. The number of watchtowers had increased from 4 to 12, enabling a comprehensive surveillance of the surroundings. From the apex of the sanctuary, there were virtually no blind spots. Zhuangyu's sanctuary could now be likened to an impregnable fortress. In the third-floor workshop, Zhuangyu rubbed his hands together with palpable excitement. Let us see what splendid innovations Level 3 has unlocked for me. Ding. Internal combustion engine unlocked. Installation complete. Ding. Generator technology unlocked. Ding. Electrical technology unlocked. Ding. Smoothbore gun unlocked. Zhuangyu continued to unveil a series of technological advancements. The internal combustion engine was promising, yet it required oil. The smoothbore gun was commendable as well. If only he could unlock automatic rifle or machine gun technology. Manufacture smoothbore gun. To create a smoothbore gun, the workstation must be upgraded to level 3 and fitted with a precision machine tool. Zhuangyu examined the requirements. Acquiring a precision machine tool necessitated diamonds and iron essence, 2 items he did not yet possess. At this moment, within the sanctuary, all survivors were gathered, each one anxiously gazing out the window. Shen Han, accompanied by several survivors, was stationed on the rooftop, standing watch. Soon, the ominous clouds dispersed, revealing a full moon that glowed ominously crimson. Everyone was captivated by the blood moon. Goodness, that moon looks truly sinister, exclaimed Maya. Today, let us steam more buns to place in the trading post. All right, she replied. Zhuangyu opened the trading post, placing surplus ordinary crossbows, spears, armor, and some provisions for trade. In the chat channel, someone exclaimed, "Wow, Zhuangyu has put up so many weapons. What is the intention? To assist us in fending off monsters? What is up for trade? Diamonds? Iron ingots? Black powder? Saltpeter? I don't have any of those." A few sanctimonious individuals began to criticize. You're already doing well. Why not donate some of these items? Exactly. With the blood moon looming, everyone's life is at stake. Don't you realize that by contributing a little more, you might save someone's life? Goodness. I went to the temple and saw no deities, yet the chat channel is filled with sanctimonious figures. Why are there so many self-righteous individuals? What makes you think someone should provide you with items for free? Is it because you feel entitled? Although I also wish Zhuangyu would offer these items freely. I understand that if I were in his position, I might be even more selfish. To be fair, Zhuangyu has not exploited the situation. It is commendable that he has not taken advantage of the chaos. Wow, Miss Maya is so thoughtful. Why are there so many buns today? Quick, grab some, brothers. I see. Miss Maya is worried that we might not have enough to eat later, so she wants us to fill our stomachs today. In no time, Zhuangyu had accumulated a significant amount of iron ingots, black powder, and saltpeter. These materials are nearly useless in the hands of ordinary survivors, as only Zhuangyu has managed to upgrade the sanctuary to level 3, unlocking these technologies. Upon acquiring iron ingots and diamonds, Zhuangyu stated, "Let us begin adding a precision machine tool to the workbench." Ding! Adding precision machine tool requires 1 hour and consumes 30 energy points. Ding! Precision machine tool added successfully. Zhuangyu took a deep breath. This machine tool represents a pivotal moment in history, marking the transition from the age of cold weapons to that of firearms. Let us commence the construction of a smoothbore gun. Ding! Smoothbore gun construction in progress. At that moment, on the rooftop watchtower, Shen Han spotted a multitude of dark figures rushing towards the sanctuary from a distance and shouted, "Monsters are coming. Everyone prepare." The sound of bowstrings being drawn echoed from the top floor. Chapter 37. Blood Moon. The smoothbore gun was completed, and Zhuangyu began crafting ammunition. The bullets for the smoothbore gun differ from those of modern rifles. While modern rifle bullets are pointed, smoothbore gun projectiles are steel balls. Black powder is packed into the barrel, utilizing the explosive force of the powder to propel the steel ball. The smoothbore gun crafted by Zhuangyu has a limited range, effective only up to 30 meters, Yet this is sufficient. In close proximity, the lethality of steel balls is astonishing. On the rooftop of the shelter, Shun Han and his companions frantically unleashed arrows at the mountain demons below. What on earth are these creatures? Hienan exclaimed. Under the enhancement of the blood moon, the mountain demons had doubled in size. Their strength, agility, and speed had all seen a remarkable boost. With ease, these demons could leap 7 to 8 meters high, effortlessly scaling the rooftops of unupgraded shelters. Their sharp claws could easily tear through the roofs of the shelters. The survivors, including Shun Han, were left in utter disbelief. These monkeys are incredibly fierce. Indeed, fortuitously, we were clever enough to seek refuge with boss Zhuang Yu. Otherwise, we might have already met our demise. The mountain demons were ferocious, and even with their skills, Shun Han and his companions found it difficult to land a hit. Conventional crossbows, even if they managed to strike, would inflict minimal damage unless they were the large crossbows mounted on the shelter, which could deal fatal blows to the demons. However, these large crossbows were cumbersome. After wreaking havoc on a nearby shelter and finding it unoccupied, the mountain demons turned their attention toward Zhuang Yu's shelter. Over 100 mountain demons charged towards Zhuang Yu's refuge. Yet, Zhuang Yu's shelter had been upgraded to level 3, setting it apart from ordinary shelters. The nimble mountain demons found it impossible to scale Zhuang Yu's stronghold. Instead, the survivors positioned atop the lookout tower of a shelter could retaliate with the large crossbows. The power of these crossbows was immense. A single bolt could take down a mountain demon. But in addition to the mountain demons, there were also monkeys and baboons. In the darkness, a multitude of glowing points surged towards the shelter. Boss, what should we do? There are too many mountain demons and monkeys. Stay calm. Gather everyone. Today, I intend to ensure that these mountain demons and monkeys will not leave unscathed. With Zhuang Yu's words, Shun Han felt reassured. Soon, he summoned all the survivors. Zhuang Yu then produced a number of firearms, leaving everyone astonished. What? Guns? Boss, where did you get these? I can't believe we actually have guns. With firearms, who could we possibly fear? The survivors were filled with exhilaration, for firearms are a man's greatest love. I never thought I would find a gun here when I couldn't even touch one in the real world. Zhuang Yu inquired. Do you all know how to use them? Of course. Even if we haven't eaten pork, we've seen pigs run. Zhuang Yu sighed. Unfortunately, these are merely smoothbore guns. If only we could manufacture rifles, these monkeys would be doomed. The craftsmanship required for rifles is highly advanced, necessitating rifling and precise machinery. Additionally, the barrels must be made of high-strength metal, and Zhuang Yu currently lacked the capability to produce rifles. Exuding confidence. The mountain demons were right beneath the shelter, and the smoothbore guns fired steel balls that spread widely, negating the need for precise aiming. Shun Han initiated a live broadcast. Hey folks, today we are live streaming the rise of the Planet of the Apes, showcasing our strategies to tackle these loathsome simians. The audience in the stream was utterly astonished. What? Are these monkeys? Such colossal creatures? This monkey is larger than I am. Is this the monstrous result of the Blood Moon event? It's truly terrifying. Such incredible agility. What shall we do? Goodness, there are so many wolves surrounding my refuge. What should I do? I feel as though my end is near. In the next moment, Shun Han produced a smoothbore gun, leaving everyone bewildered. A gun? No way. You actually managed to create firearms? I am still in the Stone Age. I don't even possess an iron axe, and you already have guns? How on earth did you make that? Can it be sold? If only I had a gun. Hunting would be so much easier in the future. Hunting? My friend, you are being rather simplistic. With a gun, we can rise to power directly. Shun Han frantically loaded gunpowder and pulled the trigger. Damn it! A sneak attack? Hiding in the trees to ambush me? I'll crush you, you scoundrel. Soon, the frenzied baboons and monkeys sensed something amiss. The firepower of the refuge was overwhelming. They heard the flashes of gunfire and the thunderous roars, followed by the sight of their companions falling one by one into pools of blood. This is bad. It's magic. Lightning magic and fire magic. How infuriating. These spells can inflict tremendous harm upon us. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The massive troop of baboons, having abandoned several corpses, withdrew. The survivors reveled in their triumph. Hienan exclaimed. Wow, shooting is exhilarating. These baboons are so weak. I haven't had enough yet. At that moment, The chat channel was filled with complaints and cries for help. What sort of ridiculous official event is this? My hard-built refuge is gone. It's as if I returned to square one overnight. Shenhan replied, what? The monsters are formidable? I haven't even had my fill of shooting. Damn, these pretentious fools. If it weren't for the great Zhuang Yu, you would be nothing. Indeed, he sighed. Even so, I can't help but envy them. No matter how hard I try, it pales in comparison to simply being alive. Sitting atop the watchtower, Shenhan gazed out at the desolate wilderness, letting out a sigh. Is this all the Blood Moon has to offer? How utterly dull. Isn't there anything more formidable? Before he could finish speaking, a survivor pointed into the distance and shouted, Brother Shun, more creatures are approaching. Once again, a swarm of luminous points appeared. Shenhan observed these lights and scoffed. Is that all? There are even fewer than the monkeys from before. However, the next moment, they were left speechless. What the hell? Werewolves. They are werewolves. These werewolves towered over 2 meters in height, their robust physiques exuding an aura of ferocity. This was the pack that had previously been attacked by Zhuang Yu. They had awaited this day for a long time, seeking vengeance for their lost spoils and slain companions. Today, they intended to reclaim their honor by tearing these humans apart. Among the pack stood a singular white alpha, towering at 3 meters with a silvery coat. Chapter 38. The Final Battle with the Werewolves. Oh, before Zhuang Yu could take any action, all the werewolves moved simultaneously. There existed a fundamental distinction between these werewolves and the pack Zhuang Yu had previously encountered. If the former were merely a horde of beasts, the latter possessed a considerable capacity for tactical thought and combat. Nevertheless, these werewolves underestimated Zhuang Yu's stronghold. The recent assault by the mountain demon and baboon had been chaotic and relentless, yet under the onslaught of the smoothbore rifle, they had no chance to struggle. No matter how flamboyant their approach, I had a gun in hand. Everyone, snap out of it and fire. At that moment, Shenhan shouted loudly. After the recent battle, a glimmer of determination flashed in Shenhan's eyes. With the assistance of the smoothbore rifle, the threat posed by the werewolves diminished significantly. Zhuang Yu, however, cast a glance at the werewolves in the distance. He had previously encountered a similar pack and had left them with a small token of his own. Now, observing these werewolves from afar, he seemed to detect the metallic scent of their blood. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted at that moment. In an instant, all the survivors pulled the triggers of their smoothbore rifles. It must be noted that with the activation of the smoothbore rifles, a formidable barrage of firepower was unleashed. Each rifle spat flames, intent on eliminating anyone foolish enough to cause trouble at that moment. However, a shocking turn of events unfolded. The formidable wall of firepower had been established, and one could only imagine the terrifying might of this force. Yet the werewolves continued their advance. Indeed, these werewolves exhibited no signs of retreat, resolutely pressing forward despite the wounds adorning their bodies. Were these werewolves truly that fierce? Could the bullets not pierce their skin? Damn it, these bastards have exceptionally tough hides. We must engage them at close range. The survivors began to feel a sense of urgency, as they had initially believed the threat of the pack to be negligible. Yet witnessing these accursed werewolves advancing through the hail of bullets was utterly absurd. Even Shenhan, who had previously been unconcerned, now felt a twinge of anxiety. He turned to Zhuang Yu nearby and exclaimed, Boss, this is untenable. These creatures are far too ferocious. There seems to be no way out. Up until now, after several rounds of assault, the werewolves persisted in their attack, with only 7 or 8 of them paying the price. Zhuang Yu had undoubtedly taken note of this. The long-range damage was insufficient. Had it been a rifle or a machine gun, the damage would have been considerably amplified. Yet, a mere smoothbore rifle was inadequate. It might take dozens of shots to take down a single werewolf. The damage was lacking, compounded by the terrifying speed bestowed upon these werewolves by the full moon. We must engage them at close quarters. Maintain your distance, Zhuang Yu suddenly declared, his gaze fixated on a promising opportunity not far off. In comparison to the challenges faced by the Zhuang Yu refuge, the calamities in other regions pale in significance, particularly as other survivors find themselves utterly incapable of coping with the crisis. This wave of beasts is truly terrifying. What is the point of continuing the struggle? Surely, this system does not consider us to be formidable opponents, does it? Let us not even mention it. My humble cabin was lost at the outset. I have now resolved to retreat, leaving any notion of battle behind. I just glanced over at the more experienced survivors, and it seems they too are encountering difficulties. Even those at level 3 are facing threats. It appears to be werewolves. At this moment, many survivors have surrendered to despair, recognizing that the current beast tide is beyond their capacity to withstand. Those who had previously exchanged combat resources with Zhuang Yu are fortunate. For now, they may survive, albeit in a state of mere existence. It is at this juncture that everyone cannot help but turn their gaze toward the live broadcast initiated by Shunhan, the only level 3 refuge, regarded by all as the most formidable of leaders. If we cannot stand our ground, we might as well observe how this leader deals with these monstrous beasts. Prior to the refuge, Shunhan and his companions had begun adjusting their strategies as suggested by Zhuang Yu, patiently awaiting the werewolves to draw near before engaging. Fortunately, the level 3 refuge is proving somewhat effective at this moment. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yu has ascended to the rooftop where the crossbows are stationed, his most powerful weapon thus far. No matter the beast, those who dare approach shall surely meet their demise here. However, the emergence of smoothbore firearms has somewhat diminished the efficacy of the crossbows. Nevertheless, he has stationed 2 survivors here, seemingly Xiao Lu and Xiao Hu. Casting a glance at the survivors nearby, Zhuang Yu swiftly produced his secret weapon, black powder. When the werewolves begin to surround us, you shall fire upon them, Zhuang Yu declared. Drawing the werewolves into the attack range is merely the first step. The true spectacle lies within the black powder. Xiao Lu and Xiao Hu exchanged glances upon seeing the black powder. Zhuang Yu revealed, swallowing hard in awe. Truly, he is a leader. This artillery is ready at a moment's notice. Utilizing these crossbows, they could indeed unleash the explosive power of the black powder. But both of you must remember not to falter. Seemingly still harboring some concern, Zhuang Yu reiterated, "At present, I cannot manufacture cannon. If it comes to that, we must first employ the crossbows to launch it and subsequently ignite it with the crossbows and the smoothbore firearms below. When that time comes, the display will undoubtedly be more magnificent than anticipated." Among the werewolves, the silver-haired alpha wolf displayed a hint of disdain. They were close to fully encircling their prey. Soon, it would be time for their slaughter, and these wretched humans, particularly those wielding weapons, must pay the price for their actions. As his eyes darted, the alpha wolf howled once more. In an instant, all werewolves surged forward recklessly. Just as the alpha wolf envisioned, the so-called encirclement swiftly took shape. At this very moment, as Shenhan found himself somewhat astonished, Zhuang Yu approached his side, ready to commence the grandest of feasts. Just as Shenhan was still in a daze, several beams of light suddenly streaked across the sky. What was that? Fire. Before Shenhan could ponder, Zhuang Yu spoke up, simultaneously firing the first shot. Bang! 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 As one person initiated the chaos, others quickly followed suit. The thunderous sound of explosions erupted, leaving Shenhan in a state of disbelief. This was not merely cannon fire. It surpassed it. The power unleashed by the gunpowder was utterly terrifying, especially as the werewolves formed a visibly evident encirclement. For Zhuang Yu, this represented the perfect opportunity. As long as they remained together, the explosive force would indiscriminately take its toll. It is worth noting that everything unfolding on Zhuang Yu's side was being live-streamed by Shenhan. Initially, many survivors who had given up were left dumbfounded. What? Is that a cannon? Goodness, I feel as if I'm still in the Stone Age. Stop it. Even if it were the Stone Age, it's still a gift from the giants. My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. The audience, witnessing the spectacle before them, began to struggle with acceptance. Who could withstand this? Previously, they believed they were only slightly behind Zhuang Yu, who was in the first echelon. But now it became evident how naive they had been. The disparity was not merely slight, it was vast. While they were still utilizing stones, others had already progressed to cannons. Neither Shenhan nor Zhuang Yu had the luxury to communicate with the survivors. The werewolves were still a pressing threat. Although black powder had created a suitable opportunity for Zhuang Yu and his team, it still proved insufficient. These werewolves were not fools, and they would not simply stand by as explosives decimated their ranks. Howl! The lead wolf howled once more. They needed to disperse. If they continued to remain locked in a standoff, the consequences would be dire, and total annihilation would merely be a matter of time. With the lead wolf's howl, the werewolves began to react. Everyone, scatter. Do not rush. Just spread out. Clear the path. However, it seemed the lead wolf had underestimated the implications of the situation. Had he continued to command his subordinates to press the attack, the outcome might not have been so drastic. There might have been a glimmer of a fighting chance. Or, at the very least, a mutually destructive scenario. Yet now, as all the werewolves chose to disperse, the situation had changed significantly. Most notably, the opportunity had shifted. Zhuang Yu had initially been contemplating how to amplify the enemy's casualties, but even he could not have anticipated that fortune would favor him so unexpectedly. The werewolves were, in fact, becoming disorganized. Not only that, but as these werewolves fled, the gunpowder could easily scatter. Everyone fire! Zhuang Yu erupted in fury. A rare opportunity had presented itself. And not only that, he could sense the fluctuations in the aura of these beings before him. However, Zhuang Yu's gaze disregarded the figures right in front of him and instead fixated on a distance. There stood the alpha wolf, a magnificent creature cloaked in shimmering silver. Zhuang Yu was both familiar and unfamiliar with this wolf. Observing the human-like expression in its eyes, Zhuang Yu could not help but beckon with his hand. He was eager to see whether this creature would dare approach him, especially considering the eager weapons at his disposal. Yet, it was evident that the alpha wolf was not foolish. This assault held no purpose. At least, judging by the current trend, launching an attack against Zhuang Yu was implausible. And moreover, his own subordinates had suffered numerous casualties. While a sense of regret lingered, it was overshadowed by a deeper resentment. Humans, I shall return. The alpha wolf growled. With a flicker of bitterness in its eyes, it chose to depart without a backward glance. The alpha was not naive. The werewolves were in utter disarray, and it was clear to all that continuing down this path would yield no favorable outcome. Moreover, the toll of casualties had far exceeded what the alpha could tolerate. Under the alpha's leadership, the werewolves began to retreat slowly. Yet even so, Shen Han and his companions remained oblivious to the situation. This prompted Shen Han to raise his smoothbore gun high, declaring, "Everyone, let us charge. Today, I shall punish the fallen." With those words, he surged forward. The others exchanged glances and followed suit, driven by the pent-up frustration from their earlier suppression. Zhuang Yu made no attempt to halt them, understanding that the alpha wolf would not strike again. The alpha appeared too astute to act recklessly. Having chosen to retreat, it would not engage once more unless it believed it had a viable opportunity. The notion of pursuing a retreating enemy was somewhat ludicrous. While Shen Han and his group cheered, they had merely ventured a short distance with their guns. Were they to leave the sanctuary, they would surely be aware that the alpha would turn back. As anticipated, the others soon returned. What bad luck. These fools really can't take a hit. It's only been a moment since the battle. Shen Han was the first to voice his complaints, grumbling as he walked. Zhuang Yu observed without comment. Knowing that Shen Han and his companions had just endured a fierce battle and needed an outlet for their frustrations. However, Shen Han quickly noticed Zhuang Yu's presence and remarked with a grin, "Boss, these smoothbore guns are indeed impressive. Should we consider using them for our hunts in the future?" A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Shen Han's eyes. Although weaponry had evolved, who could resist the allure of a smoothbore gun? Zhuang Yu nodded and then shook his head once more. Even with the addition of smoothbore guns, the resources could not be lacking. Rest assured, boss, I guarantee the completion of the task. The moment Zhuang Yu spoke, Shen Han realized that the matter was settled. Henceforth, their weaponry would transition into the era of firearms, and perhaps it would not be long before even the smoothbore guns could be replaced. As they conversed, Shen Han's gaze shifted to the crossbow atop the building. Indeed, the crossbow bolts had proven quite effective. However, recalling the explosive power of gunpowder, he found himself with a burgeoning anticipation for cannons. As the saying goes, truth resides only within the range of artillery. At that moment, Zhuang Yu glanced at the position of the crossbow bolts, acknowledging their merit, yet he recognized that he was likely to transition towards the age of firearms. Thus, it was imperative to expedite the cannon's development. The resources below should preferably lean towards iron and black powder. While speaking, Zhuang Yu placed some of his resources once again in the trading channel. Chapter 40. The era of great construction before the rapid development of cannons had become a pressing necessity for Zhuang Yu. The previous battles had already demonstrated their significance. Nowadays, ordinary beasts could be subdued with merely a smoothbore gun, but entities like werewolves posed a formidable challenge. The optimal solution was to upgrade the weaponry. In the public channel, many survivors were taken aback. More resources? Each time Zhuang Yu offered some for trade, they were reminded of their own poverty, feeling as though even the scraps of a magnate were beyond their reach. Yet, Zhuang Yu's resources were precisely what was in dire shortage. I must trade. If I don't, I may not survive the next encounter. I see the boss seems to have smoothbore guns. Indeed, boss, could you possibly trade a few smoothbore guns? If we had those, will we not also secure better resources? Zhuang Yu observed the discussions amongst these individuals, though his attention soon turned to Shenhan, who appeared somewhat stirred. Shenhan, do you think it necessary for us to contribute our resources? This felt less like a question and more akin to a test. I believe we should trade. Sensing Zhuang Yu's interest, he quickly elaborated, Boss, acquiring smoothbore guns is no longer an issue. Likewise, we have entered a phase of rapid development, and it is only natural that we look ahead. Seeing that Zhuang Yu seemed to be receptive to his thoughts, he continued, we can certainly elevate the strength of other survivors as well. Under your wise and formidable leadership, we shall progress more swiftly. However, we must not sever our supply lines. Otherwise, our resource collection will undoubtedly fall short. Shenhan's words resonated with Zhuang Yu's current thoughts. Although he had ventured further than most, it was undeniable that foundational resources were essential. In the present moment, I am able to exchange resources while others remain stagnant, making no discernible progress. Naturally, the resources cannot keep pace. First, we must assemble the cannon. Once it is nearly complete, the smoothbore guns will be available for trade. Soon, Zhuang Yu articulated his plans directly. The cannon is of utmost importance, and the trade of smoothbore guns is also pressing. Yet there is a natural order to these matters. Likewise, Zhuang Yu glanced once more at the surrounding survivors, who could be considered his loyal subordinates, always by his side. You must expedite the upgrade of your shelters. Currently, my refuge cannot accommodate everyone. This was also one of Zhuang Yu's strategies. His shelter must ultimately serve as the final stronghold. Yet the other survivors' shelters also require completion. From his perspective, the establishment of these additional refuges would create a visible barrier for him. A balanced environment, one that allows for both offense and defense, is crucial. During this time, aside from gathering your own resources, you must also work on upgrading your shelters. There is no need for us to appear so desperate today. As he spoke, countless thoughts raced through Zhuang Yu's mind. Although today's battle resulted in no casualties, his preparations had been woefully inadequate. Had he thoroughly considered all aspects beforehand, many issues could have been avoided. In plain terms, the fault lay with him. The other survivors nodded in agreement, fully grasping Zhuang Yu's intent. Soon, they dispersed, and Zhuang Yu began to extract the materials he had acquired. Although he did not manage to procure the smoothbore guns immediately, the other resources were indeed what his fellow survivors lacked. This allowed Zhuang Yu to amass a sufficient quantity of fundamental resources once more. Next time, luck will not be so favorable for you. The alpha wolf returned to the forest with the remaining werewolves, feeling somewhat humiliated by the recent battle. According to their plan, those detestable humans should have had no chance. Yet, not only did the adversaries deploy peculiar weapons, but the subsequent explosives also rendered the werewolves nearly incapacitated. Even the alpha wolf, who had initially suffered no harm, sustained burns while fleeing. A trace of visible black marred his once silver form. At this moment, the alpha wolf and the werewolves reverted from their wolfish state back to their original beastly forms. A howl of frustration escaped the alpha wolf as he lamented his fate. Who would have thought you could lose as well? Just then, a somewhat familiar voice resonated. The alpha wolf, still howling, turned to see the approach of the mountain monkey and King Gigi. It was King Gigi who spoke first. What brings you here? A flicker of displeasure crossed the alpha wolf's eyes. These two were not to be trifled with. Didn't you also suffer defeat? We all fell to that wretched individual. The mountain monkey expressed his dissatisfaction openly. Awoo! The moment the baboon opened its mouth, it provoked the ire of the other wild wolves, causing an uproar among them. The baboon clenched its fist, clearly contemplating a confrontation at any moment. Cease this commotion. That human is not far from us. Do you still wish to engage in infighting? Do you truly want these humans to persist? King Gigi suddenly interjected with a loud voice. At that moment, although the baboon and the lead wolf retained a trace of hostility, they fell silent. For King Gigi had addressed a matter of great concern to all. You are all defeated foes. How dare you threaten me now? If you possess the courage, then eliminate the human. The baboon retorted, still expressing dissatisfaction. The lead wolf, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed upon King Gigi. Ignoring the baboon, King Gigi mused that this creature was all brawn and no brains. If they were to engage in battle, a surprise attack would be imperative. A frontal assault would yield no opportunities. The best course of action would be to lure him out. If Zhuang Yu were present, he would undoubtedly give King Gigi a thumbs up for employing such stratagems. The lead wolf then spoke. We cannot approach. They possess a long weapon that would reveal us the moment we draw near. Then we shall devise a method to create an opportunity. A flicker of confidence appeared on King Gigi's face. At this point, both the baboon and the lead wolf were momentarily taken aback. King Gigi's words had, to some extent, calmed both the baboon and the lead wolf. Even though both still regarded each other with disdain, their mutual animosity did not escalate further. They understood that Zhuang Yu was the current priority. Only King Gigi's eyes gleamed with a spark of inspiration. Previously, he had wished to unite others for a coordinated attack. Yet, both of these individuals were mentally challenged. They could have resolved matters swiftly, but instead, opportunities had arisen repeatedly, only to be squandered by these incompetent allies. It would be a lie to say that King Gigi was not frustrated. Fortunately, it seemed that these two fools were willing to set aside their grievances this time. Meanwhile, the golden mice were also scheming within a mind. Following their last ambush, the golden mice chose to remain inactive, partly due to the demands of the black mist, and partly because they were uncertain if they could match Zhuang Yu in strength. The individual combat prowess of the baboons far surpassed that of the golden mice. However, today, the black mist began to stir once more. Previously, the black mist had maintained a calm demeanor, but at this moment, it was enveloping everything in chaos. Not only that, but as the black mist spread, the golden mice sensed an ominous presence drawing closer. Had they not known the identity of a black mist, they might have even considered fleeing. Yet, despite this, each golden mouse trembled in fear. I have returned. I have finally returned. The dark mist savored the profound sense of fulfillment coursing through its being, nearly forgetting how long it had been since such a sensation had graced it. That wretched human would soon pay the price for their transgressions. The dark mist spoke once more. As it did, the previously restless golden munching mice erupted with excitement. Naturally, they harbored no fondness for Zhuang Yu. At last, would the time for retribution arrive? In that moment, another golden munching mouse approached the dark mist and inquired, "Should we investigate further before taking action?" Yet, the dark mist dismissed the query with disdain, asserting that if there had been a prior inability to act, now was the moment for that human to face the consequences. Its words brimmed with confidence. Coupled with the dark mist's somewhat intimidating presence, the golden munching mice became equally agitated. This was the opportunity they had been waiting for. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yu began seeking materials for the construction of walls. Long before the arrival of the wolf pack, he had initiated plans for the walls, but a series of unforeseen events had delayed him. Now that the third-level shelter had been successfully upgraded, it was unacceptable to remain without a proper wall. During this time, the foxes had also commenced construction as per Zhuang Yu's instructions. It could be said that the entire shelter, especially the one surrounding Zhuang Yu, was engulfed in a fervent rush of activity. The events of the full moon night were not merely a concern for Zhuang Yu. Other survivors felt the impending threat as well. Furthermore, Zhuang Yu had informed the other survivors that even if they relied on his shelter, they too must upgrade their own shelters. This was crucial. The buffer zone. To Zhuang Yu, the shelters of the other survivors represented the ideal buffer zone, and it was more than that. Otherwise, he would not have utilized his resources to initiate exchanges in the public channel. To put it plainly, he needed to fortify his own shelter into an impregnable fortress. Ideas for constructing the walls had already formed in Zhuang Yu's mind. Merely erecting ordinary iron fences would serve no purpose. Other beasts would continue to come and go as they pleased. Thus, he needed to devise some offensive weapons in conjunction with the iron barriers. This was of utmost importance. Some previous technologies had already enabled the generation of electricity. Although resources were plentiful, they were insufficient to sustain a 24-hour power grid. Nevertheless, activating the power grid at night was indeed necessary. Yet, even with a power grid in place, it would not suffice. As someone frequently ambushed, Zhuang Yu understood that if possible, he needed to transform his stronghold into an impenetrable bastion. The crossbows, once on the verge of obsolescence, could be effectively combined with the fences. Currently, aside from the foxes and a few others, there were not many individuals he needed to concern himself with. Most survivors, upon seeing his barriers, would likely refrain from seeking their own demise. The true threat remained, however, in the form of the wild beasts. At this moment, Zhuang Yu felt a deep sense of regret. As the saying goes, one must eradicate the roots of the grass. Otherwise, the spring wind will bring a pile of troubles. Those wretched individuals had crossed paths with him more than once before, yet his strength remained insufficient. He could not eliminate them entirely. Indeed, as the proverb states, how could one allow others to slumber beside them on their own bed? These individuals not only sought to occupy his space, but also desired to use his head as a pillow. Without hesitation, he took action. The water turtle, which had been lounging in the pond, was captured by Zhuang Yu to serve as labor. However, he did not anticipate that, as he prepared, other survivors would arrive at this very moment. Boss, you are being rather unkind. Logically, you are our last hope. We should prioritize your shelter when constructing ours. Upon seeing Zhuang Yu, Shenhan spoke up. With his initiation, the other survivors echoed in agreement. All right, today, we'll provide food. Let us work together. Zhuang Yu did not dwell on these matters. Though he had initially intended to avoid involving others, their reasoning was sound. If he completed the fence, not only would he find sanctuary, but they would benefit as well. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. If Zhuang Yu were to undertake the endeavor alone, it might take him 2 or 3 days to construct the iron fence. However, with the inclusion of the other survivors, the timeline was drastically reduced to just 1 day. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the iron fence was completed and even the crossbows were laid out. Since the electric grid required additional technological points, Zhuang Yu was not in a hurry to install it directly. At present, the iron fence had already taken shape akin to a barrel. Soon after, a glimmer of inspiration shone in Zhuang Yu's eyes as he opened the public channel. I require some oily substances, such as fats. I can exchange various food resources for them. He articulated his needs on the public channel. Chapter 42. A visit to the cottage and encounter with the water turtle naturally. Shenhan noticed Zhuang Yu's message in the public channel. He was astute and quickly grasped the implications. The crossbows could ward off attacks, while oily substances could be applied to the iron fence. A fence taller than a person could still be climbed to some extent. Both the electric grid and oily substances could effectively deter intruders. Is the boss seeking resources again? I have some. Can I trade for meat? I also have some. I wish to exchange for resources. Can I trade for a shotgun? In an instant, the public channel erupted with excitement as Zhuang Yu re-emerged. To them, he was the unparalleled benefactor. Each of his appearances sparked a wave of trading. This time would be no exception. Curiosity surrounded the items Zhuang Yu sought to exchange. Boss, what do you intend to do with these items? I feel as though you are on the verge of an evolution. Didn't the boss just acquire firearms? Can he still evolve? Step aside. Let me speak for a moment. You must be suffering from a lack of reason. Why concern yourselves with the great leader? Simply make a change. If the leader has anything to share, let it be known. Naturally, Zhuang Yu paid no heed to the words of those in the channel. Yet he kept his true intentions concealed. As before, the proposition remained. What you seek, I possess, and thus, an exchange can be made. Observing that the leader remained silent, a few self-righteous individuals once again stepped forward. Do you not find this behavior despicable? They only seek to utilize you when in need, and cast you aside when you are not. Indeed, it is as if they were born with a propensity for servility, languishing all day as sycophants. I cannot fathom how such base individuals exist in this world. There are those who relish conversation, and naturally, others who prefer to don the guise of virtue. Regrettably, neither those intrigued by Zhuang Yu nor Zhuang Yu himself harbored any regard for these self-righteous souls. Keyboard warriors are ever present, and they may continue their clamor as they wish. One can only hope that their shouting sustains them. Meanwhile, those who previously sought to barter with Zhuang Yu hastened to present themselves, for they were no fools. When a leader offers a trade, what else is there to await? In no time, Zhuang Yu collected all the necessary grease paint, coupled with 100-fold critical strike. His resources were nearly overflowing. Seizing the moment as twilight descended, Zhuang Yu called upon others to directly apply the grease to the fence. From this night onward, the days of constant ambush would be forever banished. After a long day of toil, Zhuang Yu ensured that those who labored were well compensated. Provisions were certainly not lacking, and basic resources were also provided. This posed no conflict with his prior plans. However, unbeknownst to Zhuang Yu, the water arrow turtle commenced its search for monkey wine once more. As the sole simpleton under Zhuang Yu's command, it was amusing that even it did not comprehend its fondness for the drink. Whether it was the delight of spewing water or the taste of alcohol, it remained uncertain. Yet, the sensation following indulgence brought it great pleasure. Taking advantage of its master's absence, the water arrow turtle slipped away once again. Sensing that Zhuang Yu and the others might be nearby, it thoughtlessly made its way to the fence with monkey wine in tow. Today, it had indeed played the role of laborer, recognizing that the fence was likely the safest spot. Little did it know, King Jiji and his companions were currently lying in wait. From the moment dusk enveloped the land, the mountain ape and the head wolf had united in their endeavor. Moreover, King Jiji had also mobilized his army of baboons. The failure to seize the opportunity during the full moon was of little consequence. This time, humans must not be granted another chance. Before long, a host of beasts arrived near the shelter. Yet, as they gazed upon the refuge, the mountain ape and the head wolf exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonishment. This shelter appeared somewhat different from their recollections. Had they not just visited this place yesterday? They distinctly remembered there being only a single dwelling. Yet now, what could be said of this towering fence? These cunning individuals have constructed formidable defenses, yet fear not. King Jiji spoke up at this moment. He had keenly observed the performance of his two allies, but more importantly, he could not allow their alliance to falter. The prior instances of trouble had already caused King Jiji considerable distress. This time, even with the peculiar barriers in place, he would not permit any retreat. They were undoubtedly in their most vulnerable state, and these defenses appeared to them as a source of unwarranted confidence. Once more, King Jiji rallied his allies. At such a critical juncture, there could be no room for failure. Shall we advance now? The mountain monkey inquired with a hint of uncertainty. However, King Jiji shook his head, urging them to wait until the moon ascended the branches. More waiting? The mountain monkey's temper was evidently flaring. At this moment, the head wolf disdainfully shook his head. Such a being, unwilling to wait for prey to lower its guard, was unworthy to stand alongside him. Observing the head wolf's demeanor, the mountain monkey understood his thoughts well. With a huff, he refrained from further comment. That night, beneath the tranquil sky, everything appeared so ordinary, except for a water arrow turtle that had become quite inebriated. Suddenly, with a series of bursts, it unleashed a flurry of water arrows towards the barriers. Perhaps it was the influence of the monkey wine or the turtle's desire for freedom. Typically, its water spouts required a cool-down period. However, bolstered by the monkey wine, it managed to release 3 arrows in quick succession. This unexpected turn left both the mountain monkey and the head wolf astonished. Had the water arrow turtle discovered their presence? When did human magical pets become so formidable? King Jiji furrowed his brow, realizing they could wait no longer. They must advance. Roaring with authority, King Jiji commanded his subordinates to engage. He had witnessed the mountain monkey and head wolf's hesitance. Their previous bravado had dissipated. How could they become so timid at this critical moment? King Jiji would not allow such cowardice to prevail. Most importantly, he saw his precious monkey wine being squandered by that accursed water arrow turtle. It must perish, and that detestable human must meet the same fate. As he roared, the mountain monkey and head wolf charged forward. Chapter 43. Zhuang Yu. Am I training troops? At this moment, Zhuang Yu lay in deep slumber, blissfully unaware of the unexpected battle unfolding just outside his refuge. King Jiji was the first to launch an assault on the barriers. As a multitude of baboons sprang into action, both the head wolf and the mountain monkey recognized that they could no longer delay. If the surrounding humans awakened, the ensuing battle would prove exceedingly arduous. From the outset, they had been observing, waiting for the perfect moment when Zhuang Yu's companions had departed. If it did not strike now, they could not predict when the next opportunity would arise. Moreover, for them, this is perhaps the best scenario currently available. It is somewhat lamentable that they seem unaware of the naivety of their actions. although Zhuang Yu has yet to electrify the fence. Both the grease and the crossbows have been meticulously arranged. The baboons, adept hunters within the forest, can leverage the natural environment to their advantage, provided the trees are not slippery. While the fence appears imposing to humans, the baboons remain unfazed. However, such thoughts did not linger long before they were met with utter bewilderment. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All the baboons began to cry out, not without reason, as the unfolding events defied their expectations. The moment a hand grasped the fence, many baboons sensed something was amiss. There was no point of leverage. Whether it be trees or fences, climbing requires a solid foothold, a fact well known to these skilled tree climbers. Yet, they never anticipated that no such point existed. In the blink of an eye, having just grasped the fence without attempting to scale it, they suddenly realized their bodies were betraying them, leading to a swift descent. The baboons, in a state of panic, began to frantically scratch their ears. Yet the ordeal was far from over, for at that moment, the crossbows sprang into action. The fence was a carefully devised trap by Zhuang Yu. The instant anyone exerted even the slightest pull on the fence, the crossbows would unleash their assault. A chain reaction set into motion. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, all the crossbows fired, locking onto the baboons. This spectacle left the mandrill, who had intended to launch an attack, momentarily stunned. He cast a disbelieving glance at King Jiji, unable to fathom such a turn of events. Wasn't King Jiji supposed to be an astute strategist? How could this commander fail to anticipate such preparations from the humans? Not only the mandrill harbored such thoughts, the advancing wolf pack leader also halted in his tracks. Due to their recent quarrel, they had refrained from sending forth their subordinates. Little did they know that this sudden dispute had spared them from disaster. In that moment of relief, the mandrill sarcastically remarked, "Is this your reason for urging us to charge?" The wolf pack leader, equally uncertain, regarded King Jiji with skepticism. Both began to question the situation. Could it be that King Jiji had been compromised by the humans? As the self-proclaimed wisest among the three beasts, King Jiji could no longer contain his frustration. He leapt up, exclaiming, "Do you think I jest with you? Can you not see my brethren perishing?" He was genuinely enraged, even if he were allied with the humans. It was unacceptable for his kin to be sacrificed in such a manner. To claim that he would allow the annihilation of his kind would be met with disbelief. Regrettably, both the mountain demon and the wolf-headed figure gazed at King Jiji with a hint of skepticism. Given the current circumstances, their attitude towards King Jiji was steeped in doubt. However, just as the trio began to stir, unexpected events unfolded. The water arrow turtle, having consumed monkey wine and already possessing a poor tolerance for alcohol, began to spew forth water arrows uncontrollably. Thus commenced the collaboration between the crossbow and the water arrow turtle, which, unbeknownst to them, created an unexpectedly seamless synergy. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The earlier dark mist also began to stir. Due to its prior incomplete recovery, the mist did not immediately seek trouble with Zhuang Yu, but it believed that Zhuang Yu ought to have perished long ago. Now, having regained a significant portion of its strength, it was confident that Zhuang Yu might not stand a chance against it. With this thought in mind, the dark mist summoned all the gold-devouring rats. At this moment, the mist lurked in the northern section of the refuge, waiting for an opportunity. Some gold-devouring rats looked southward with a hint of surprise, sensing that something was amiss. Could it be that this human is in trouble? One of the rats voiced uncertainly. The dark mist, glancing briefly to the south, deduced that the human was likely testing its own strength. Did you not claim that his subordinates were few? Now, he is utilizing them to assess his own capabilities. To the best of my knowledge, Zhuang Yu himself was unaware of having such subordinates as the mountain demon. Due to their previous conflict, both parties had come to view each other as Zhuang Yu's followers. This misconception led to the dark mist's current understanding. In the eyes of the dark mist, this sudden skirmish could not possibly be without reason. It was highly probable that Zhuang Yu was training his troops. This human possesses the foresight to prepare for danger while at ease. Indeed, he is not to be underestimated. Yet, this situation aligns perfectly with my intentions. As he spoke, the dark mist waved his hand decisively. He intended to strike directly. By circumventing them, he would first eliminate the mountain demon and his companions. If Zhuang Yu wished to train, he would render him without troops to practice with. Following the dark mist's orders, the gold-devouring rats sprang into action. Although taking the long route might waste time, it was currently the best strategy, delivering a fatal blow before the opponent could react. Meanwhile, the mountain demon and the wolf-headed figure continued to fixate on King Gigi, with no intention of launching another attack. They would not act unless King Gigi provided a reasonable explanation. King Gigi, in a state of anxiety and helplessness, found that his foolish companions left him with no viable options. The king is in trouble. A horde of gold-devouring rats has appeared behind us. Simultaneously, the mountain demon's younger brethren emerged, delivering an unexpected message to him. The mountain demon and the wolf-headed figure turned their furious gazes upon King Gigi. Are you attempting to encircle us? You truly are a traitor. Chapter 44, An Interesting Night. The gaze of the baboon and the wolf once again fell upon King Gigi, both feeling an urgent need for clarification. Why had matters deteriorated to this point? However, it was King Gigi who promptly realized the implications. These two dimwits intended to leverage their so-called intelligence. The thought darkened his expression further. It was not the incompetence of his allies that concerned him, but rather the prospect of their intellect. If the two of them were to concoct some scheme, he would most likely be the first to suffer the consequences. You cannot possibly think this is my doing, can you? Despite knowing the limited faculties of these individuals, King Gigi could not help but speak up. Some matters were best addressed directly. This remark only deepened the discomfort of the baboon and the wolf. Though they were indeed somewhat foolish, they were not entirely naive. According to King Gigi, he bore no responsibility for the situation. Naturally, they found that hard to believe. Look up. Count how many of my subordinates have perished. King Gigi nearly roared, his countenance darkening to an extreme. There were no traitors at play. It was a calamity wrought upon their own kind. Perhaps this is merely your ploy. The wolf responded slowly at that moment. King Gigi was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the wolf, then at the baboon, ultimately conceding the point. He had not previously considered that these creatures were aware of such tactics. Had they initiated a ruse against their own? King Gigi, unwilling to engage in further banter, turned sharply and shouted at a nearby troop of baboons, "Let us retreat." Due to their heavy losses, the baboons had long since lost their will to fight, and upon hearing their leader's command to withdraw, they chose to flee. This spectacle only reinforced the suspicions of the baboon and the wolf. You think you can escape? As he spoke, the baboon extended his hand, determined to prevent King Gigi from fleeing. However, he seemed to have underestimated the resolve of the king. Refusing to allow any disruption, King Gigi swiftly dodged, exclaiming, "You fools! Do you still wish to contend with humans? Bah, it disgusts me. Play your games if you wish." With that, King Gigi sprinted away once more. The baboon and the wolf exchanged glances. Under normal circumstances, if King Gigi had truly betrayed them, he would not have chosen to retreat. Now that the truth was laid bare, a last-minute defection would be entirely plausible. Yet King Gigi still opted to run. This left the two of them feeling somewhat uncertain. Nevertheless, both the baboon and the wolf held a disdain for one another. Even if they harbored suspicions, they could not voice them aloud. A stalemate ensued. "Your Majesty, trouble looms. The golden-mouthed rat moves with alarming speed. Many of our brethren are in peril," shouted another baboon as he rushed over. Initially, the mountain demon intended to take action but glanced at the head wolf, questioning whether a confrontation was still necessary. The head wolf, surprised, exchanged a brief look with the mountain demon before shaking his head. It was no longer feasible to engage in battle. At that moment, the situation had irrevocably changed. The offensive against Zhuangyu had to cease. Continuing would only invite unforeseen complications. In a fleeting moment, both the head wolf and the mountain demon opted to withdraw, realizing they could not afford to confront Zhuangyu any longer. The prowess of the golden devouring mouse was indeed formidable, especially when united. Although the mountain demon and the head wolf were at odds, the threat posed by the golden devouring mouse was undeniable. They needed to neutralize that threat first. The subsequent matters could be addressed later. Before long, the entire pack of wolves and the mountain demon had turned to confront the golden devouring mouse in a decisive battle. At that moment, Zhuangyu, who had been in a deep slumber, emerged from his room, having initially failed to respond to the commotion outside due to his profound sleep. The tumult outside the shelter was too great to ignore, prompting his emergence. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by the sight of the fleeing mountain demon and wolves. Zhuangyu couldn't help but stroke his chin in bewilderment, wondering what was transpiring. Could these two factions truly unite? It would be disingenuous to claim he was not curious. However, his attention quickly shifted to the water arrow turtle. Had it pilfered his monkey wine once again? This was the second occurrence, was it not? Considering the ruckus outside, Zhuang Yu began to suspect that the water arrow turtle might be a harbinger of misfortune. Trouble seemed to follow whenever it indulged in alcohol. With this thought in mind, he approached the water arrow turtle and confiscated the monkey wine once more. The very item he had previously used to restrain it had returned to his possession. Simply put, he could not afford to grant this little creature another opportunity. If this continued, who knew what calamities would ensue? Swiftly resolving matters with the water arrow turtle, Zhuang Yu's gaze then drifted to the distance. His instincts warned him that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Determined to ascertain the truth, Zhuang Yu set out to investigate, pondering whether these creatures might indeed be leveraging the enclosure he had constructed for their own benefit. Even he found this notion implausible. He was no fool. After all, he had lost the essential electric fence, which signaled that something was amiss. After a moment of contemplation, he grasped his smoothbore gun. The distance from the shelter to the outside world was not excessively far. A brief observation would pose no danger. Thus, Zhuang Yu boldly stepped outside. What he did not anticipate, however, was the astonishing scene that awaited him. The head wolf, the mountain demon, the golden devouring mouse, and even a swirling mass of black mist engaged in a fierce confrontation. At that moment, Zhuang Yu's mind was utterly bewildered. He found himself at a loss for understanding the unfolding chaos, as everything he witnessed shattered his previous assumptions. Were these creatures truly deranged? Witnessing their fierce battle, even Zhuang Yu could discern that something was decidedly amiss. However, what Zhuang Yu failed to notice was that with his appearance, both the alpha wolf and the mountain monkey had taken heed. Even the black mist cast a glance at Zhuang Yu at that moment. In truth, both the alpha wolf and the mountain monkey sensed something amiss. Was the gold-devouring mouse truly Zhuang Yu's pet? What could not be ascertained before was now evident, as they observed the reactions of the others. In an instant, a glimmer of malice flashed in the eyes of the alpha wolf and the mountain monkey. They had no choice but to fight with all their might. This was their only option. Chapter 45. Collapsed. The events unfolding before Zhuang Yu were somewhat beyond his comprehension. Even he could not fathom the situation. Nevertheless, this did not hinder him from concluding that none of the entities before him bore goodwill. They all had some grievances with him, and it seemed they were not here for the first time. Whether it was King Jiji or the mountain monkey, even the alpha wolf had visited recently. There was no doubt in Zhuang Yu's mind that they were here with ill intentions. However, that was not all. At that moment, Zhuang Yu's gaze was drawn to the gold-devouring mouse and the black mist. The others could be momentarily disregarded, as they were familiar adversaries he could deal with later. The issue lay with the black mist and the gold-devouring mouse, with whom Zhuang Yu was not well acquainted. In his memory, the gold-devouring mouse seemed vaguely familiar. But what a black mist! This sudden apparition left Zhuang Yu perplexed. These beasts were comprehensible within the realm of human understanding. Yet a formless black mist? What did that signify? His mind was filled with questions, yet Zhuang Yu restrained himself from probing further. The chaos unfolding was also beyond his expectations. The black mist was a force unto itself, undeniably so. Yet why would the gold-devouring mouse assist it? Previously, King Jiji and the mountain monkey appeared to be allies. Yet now King Jiji had become a thorn in everyone's side. He and his baboons faced assault from all sides. Neither the mountain monkey nor the alpha wolf had forgotten to wage war against King Jiji. In Zhuang Yu's eyes, one word sufficed to describe the scene: chaos. Beyond chaos. He could find no other suitable adjective. The battle did not last long. If one were to assess the strength of the factions, it was a stalemate. Thus, no one could decisively eliminate the other in a short span, resulting in significant casualties among many combatants. This was far from a favorable outcome. As expected, just when Zhuang Yu felt the situation was nearing its conclusion, all the beasts, including King Jiji, fled. They believed that their adversaries were connected to Zhuang Yu. If the standoff continued, Zhuang Yu would surely intervene. Who could withstand the repercussions of such an ambush? Even Zhuang Yu himself could not have anticipated that the grand spectacle he witnessed would conclude due to his own actions. As he observed the departure of these individuals, Zhuang Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. To claim that he did not wish to ensnare them all would be a fabrication. Yet, He was acutely aware that this was a situation where desire met impotence. Despite his aspirations, he lacked the requisite strength. His current capabilities were too one-dimensional. Without other survivors uniting, it was ultimately a fanciful delusion to expect to unleash formidable power. Contemplating this, Zhuang Yu let out a sigh. Their fortune was indeed remarkable. Although he felt a twinge of reluctance, he understood how to console himself. Timing was simply not yet ripe for retribution. Meanwhile, a fleeting shadow from earlier crossed Zhuang Yu's mind. The dark mist, the entity accompanying the golden devouring rat, was something even Zhuang Yu struggled to comprehend. This was no jest. He could not ascertain the true nature of this presence. If one were to suggest it was an animal, Zhuang Yu would be the first to dispute such a notion. However, if it was indeed not an animal, then the alliance between the golden devouring rat and the dark mist was beyond question. Even at a distance, Zhuang Yu discerned that the dark mist appeared to be the leader of the golden devouring rats. An existence that could command the golden devouring rats. Did they truly lack intelligence? This thought briefly crossed his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed by Zhuang Yu, for he could not accept such a premise. After pondering without arriving at any conclusions, Zhuang Yu decided to retire for the night. With dawn still some time away, returning to rest was hardly a challenge. As Zhuang Yu departed, tranquility in the forest was irrevocably shattered. The mountain ape and the head wolf had opted to ally themselves. In truth, during their recent retreat, the two had already conspired with one another, leading their respective followers to escape together. They had observed the preceding events keenly, yet regarded them as inconsequential. The more pressing matter was the emergence of the dark mist and King Gigi. To the mountain ape and the head wolf, this represented a human alliance. If they did not band together, were they simply awaiting death? Despite their mutual disdain, both recognized that cooperation was essential for survival. On the other side, King Gigi was equally troubled. He had finally found an ally, and even he felt that an opportunity had arisen. Little did he expect that this chance would vanish so abruptly. He had never anticipated that a series of chaotic events would unfold one after another, completely overturning his expectations. However, unlike the mountain ape and the head wolf, King Gigi had always prided himself on his intellect. He was now pondering the identity of the dark mist. Were the golden devouring rats truly allies of humanity? As the most astute among these beasts, he was beginning to gain some clarity. He had previously overthought the situation. Whether in their initial encounter or subsequent battles, they had all perceived humanity as possessing allies. Are the golden mice truly allies of humanity? Their absence during the full moon night may be excusable, but what about now? This time, if humans appear united as one, can anyone, be it themselves or those two fools, escape? King Gigi is the first to doubt it. Even if a glimmer of suspicion arises in his mind, it remains mere conjecture. What he urgently needs now is to restore his strength. Despite having kept a low profile in recent battles, he has paid a hefty price. The dark mist in the caves also gazed upon the golden mice before him. The plan has failed. Previously, the golden mice's failure could be understood, as he believed their intellect lacking. But what of the present? This is no longer the golden mice's affair. He personally led the team, having confidently asserted success before their departure. And yet, they do not even know what humans truly are, nor do they comprehend the means at their disposal. It is utterly laughable. Anger surged within his mind, and amidst the chaotic dark mist, no one could discern its thoughts. Chapter 9 or Revolutionary Creation. The electric net daylight broke. Shortly after dawn, the slumber of Zhuang Yu was shattered by the arrival of Shun Han and his group, disrupting his sweet dreams. Due to the events of the previous night, Zhuang Yu's quality of sleep had been rather poor. Did you all sense something was amiss last night? Are you blind? Aren't those corpses outside? I knew I wasn't dreaming. Exhaustion had clouded their judgment, leading them to believe it was all a figment of their imagination. It wasn't until morning that someone noticed the irregularities in Zhuang Yu's barricade, prompting everyone to rush over. Currently, Zhuang Yu is viewed as the cornerstone of hope by all. Anyone else may perish, but Zhuang Yu must not falter. Although they all outwardly identify as survivors, in their eyes, there is only one true survivor, Zhuang Yu. Perhaps it is more fitting to refer to him as their savior rather than merely a survivor. Fortunately, when Shun Han and the others arrived, they discovered that despite the numerous corpses and signs of battle, Zhuang Yu remained unharmed, still asleep in his home. Many felt a sense of relief, but more so, They were filled with joy. Their leader was safe. Such events had terrified many, yet Zhuang Yu bore not a single mark, appearing as if he wished for everyone to let him sleep undisturbed. Boss, should we reinforce the barricade? Shen Han spoke up at that moment. Previously, he would not have urged Zhuang Yu to attend to such matters, but following the incident with the barricade, his mind was utterly in disarray. The fates of those outside are of little concern for now. However, the well-being of Zhao Yu is paramount. Absolutely, it cannot be compromised. At present, Zhao Yu's refuge stands as the finest option, the sole beacon of light and hope in everyone's hearts. As Shen Han suddenly spoke, Zhao Yu opened his eyes at that moment. He is not a fool. Who hasn't he experienced a bit of morning irritability? Coupled with the chaotic events of the previous night, Shen Han's words brought clarity to Zhao Yu. He realized that his prior arrangements were not yet fully realized. With this thought, Zhao Yu hastily instructed the fox to continue their tasks while he gathered the other survivors to commence his earlier plans. Furthermore, the public channel's earlier requests needed to be addressed as well. Before long, everyone was bustling with activity. These survivors were counting on Zhao Yu to lead them to safety in the end. Thus, even if it wasn't their own refuge, they exerted every effort. In truth, they were even more invested than in their own shelters. Meanwhile, Zhao Yu focused intently on the technological advancements. The layout of the electric grid was no simple task. Yet, as the shelter's level increased, the fencing soon overcame the most challenging layout issues. The configurations being established were far more complex and demanding than before. The electric grid is undoubtedly a revolutionary innovation in the current wilderness. Even other survivors would need to think twice before approaching Zhao Yu's refuge. As for the beasts, they were not to be trifled with. During the day, they were manageable, but at night, one encounter could lead to death. Initially, Shen Han thought it would suffice to merely create a prototype, but Zhao Yu's pursuit of perfection was unexpected. For Zhao Yu, the events of last night served as an excellent wake-up call. To put it plainly, the notion of those with ill intentions towards him lingered incessantly in his mind. Coupled with the public channel's requests, a simplified version of a high-voltage electric grid began to take shape. Regardless of hunting outside during the last full moon, anyone who dared approach the shelter met their demise. In response, Shen Han couldn't help but broadcast the fencing live. This time, the brothers on the public channel could no longer remain silent. So, this acquisition is for the electric grid? Goodness, if we get our hands on this, won't we be invincible? Invincible? Don't be ridiculous. This is revolutionary. Here I am, still wielding the stone knife given by the big shot. The disparity is infuriating. I can't take it anymore. Is this even humanly possible? Many expressed their astonishment. Sensing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Zhao Yu spoke directly on the public channel. There's no need to rush. As long as you put in the effort, you too shall receive rewards. Keep going. This encouragement from the big shot sent many survivors into a frenzy of excitement. Was this truly encouragement from the big shot? Unfortunately, Zhao Yu had no interest in witnessing their antics. For him, this was not a significant matter. The emergence of the fence is, in essence, merely a simple beginning. With the establishment of the fence, it becomes imperative to subsequently address matters related to farming and livestock. This stands in stark contrast to the previous world where prosperity was paved through roads. At this moment, Zhuang Yu's objective is self-sufficiency. The hundredfold system can, to a certain extent, assist in bypassing numerous tasks. This is beyond doubt. The fence issue has been temporarily resolved, and there is no need for others to remain. Zhuang Yu swiftly instructs these individuals to return and construct their own shelters, although their gazes are fixed upon him, without a first line of defense. Would they not be courting disaster? Fortunately, Zhuang Yu's mere presence is enough to prompt their immediate departure. The leader's concerns are settled, and what remains is their own responsibility. Before long, numerous chickens and ducks are brought forth by Zhuang Yu, resources acquired previously. However, it must be noted that due to the insufficient level of the shelter, these resources were previously overlooked. Now that the shelter's level is adequate, the cultivation of chickens and ducks can commence, and the presence of the fence will aid in better containing these small creatures. And what of the water turtle? For Zhuang Yu, it can also monitor these little beings. Yet, this is not the only matter at hand. Various foods, vegetables, and fruits also necessitate arrangement. The level 3 shelter is sufficient to create a small cycle, albeit modest. It is adequate for personal use. Meanwhile, the sisters from the barley family can also lend their assistance, and the processes with the foxes cannot be halted. Chapter 47. The natives. The emergence of the fence has, to a degree, alleviated most of Zhuang Yu's troubles. Both vegetables and poultry have been released by him. In an instant, this small shelter surprisingly possesses a hint of a pastoral charm. However, for Zhuang Yu, this is merely the beginning. Based on his current progress assessment, several more upgrades are necessary. Only upon reaching the threshold of a manor can it be deemed a true commencement. Zhuang Yu begins to ponder how he should expand next. At present, an upgrade is indeed required, yet the materials needed are considerable, and the fence has only just been completed. It would be wise to observe the individuals on the public channel. With this thought, Zhuang Yu promptly opens the public channel. Have you all noticed anything unusual lately? What do you mean by unusual? I have a nagging feeling that someone is keeping an eye on my shelter. I recall your rickety wooden cabin. Who want to lay eyes on that? At least it offers some shelter from the wind and rain. What are you talking about? I think you're just being paranoid. Within the public channel, these individuals engage in daily banter from all corners of the world. In Zhuang Yu's perspective, without the public channel, would these individuals not drive themselves to madness? At the very least, they now share a form of alternative camaraderie as netizens. After a fleeting glance, he still failed to acquire the information he sought and promptly posted a new set of requests. The sanctuary, after all, could not cease its progress. Certain resources were perpetually required. Before long, Zhuang Yu received a substantial influx of resources. Such a routine persisted for 3 days until Shen Han arrived. Upon witnessing Shen Han's entrance, Zhuang Yu was filled with a sense of bewilderment. Wasn't this fellow busy establishing his own sanctuary? What brought him here? Xian Han, upon noticing Zhuang Yu, wore an expression of alarm and urgently exclaimed, "It's bad, boss. Something has happened." Zhuang Yu, intrigued, urged him to calm down, saying, "Take your time. Speak slowly. There are actually people here." Shen Han's words rendered Zhuang Yu momentarily speechless. He was no fool. The individuals Shen Han referred to could not possibly be mere survivors. If they were other survivors, Shen Han would have mentioned them differently. The pride and confidence that would typically adorn his face were conspicuously absent, replaced instead by sheer panic. This indicated that the individuals currently present were undoubtedly not ordinary folk. Who are they? Speak. Zhuang Yu, initially taken aback, soon demanded answers. Shen Han, without hesitation, recounted everything he had witnessed. This morning, someone had discovered traces outside the sanctuary. Many dismissed these signs, believing that with a figure like Zhuang Yu at the helm, even lions and tigers posed little threat. Moreover, Zhuang Yu had, a couple of days prior, equipped everyone with a batch of smoothbore guns, which serve as a vital means of survival. This was a source of pride for all. While the existence of a trace might not have raised alarms, the confirmation from a familiar face indicated that it was not the mark of a beast. Typically, wild animals do not erase their tracks. They lack the intelligence to do so. Coupled with corroboration from others, a terrifying realization dawned upon everyone. There were indeed people, a group of them. The exact number remained unknown, but if they were survivors, they would not engage in foolish pursuits. Who was Zhuang Yu? A figure of renown, his strength was unmatched by ordinary individuals. As the sole proprietor of a level 3 sanctuary, while others were still wielding crude weapons, Zhuang Yu had already wielded smoothbore guns. Only a fool would seek trouble in his domain. Various hypotheses emerged, yet all were quickly dismissed, leading everyone to a collective understanding. These were humans, but not survivors, most likely indigenous people or perhaps savages. This was precisely what troubled Shen Han the most. Whether savages or indigenous folk, neither were easily dealt with. The beasts they had encountered previously were manageable, lacking the intellect and constitution to pose a true threat. But what are the savages and indigenous people? The distinction between humans and animals is primarily manifested in the utilization of tools, which represents the most significant disparity between the two. Humanity's ascendancy to the apex of the food chain is largely attributed to this capability. Moreover, many of the cunning strategies employed by beasts remain beyond their grasp, while humans, particularly those referred to as wild men, possess a rudimentary understanding of sustenance. Although Shen Han and his companions exhibit pride, their intellect is sound. They are survivors, not invincible beings. The existence of these wild men suggests that their cognitive abilities may surpass those of Shen Han and his group, but this is merely a fraction of the reality. The physical prowess of the adversary undoubtedly exceeds their own, as evidenced by previous encounters with ferocious beasts. In this world, the strength of the wild men is likely to multiply exponentially. Upon Shun Han's utterance, Zhuang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. However, he soon regarded Shun Han with a look of incredulity, as if to question whether he was jesting. Shun Han was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications of his leader's words. Was the threat posed by the wild men truly negligible? As he contemplated this, Shun Han noted the intensity of Zhuang Yu's gaze, which appeared to be directed not only at him, but also at what lay behind him, his smoothbore gun. For the survivors, the smoothbore gun had become akin to a cherished companion. Many would sooner part with a spouse than relinquish their weapon. Surely you do not believe the wild men possess technology? Surely this is not an era of advanced science? Zhuang Yu interjected. The group had been in this place long enough to recognize that it resembled a primitive epoch, perhaps slightly more advanced than the dawn of civilization. However, it was far from a technological age. The smoothbore gun represented a revolutionary development, one of the closest links to the modern era. To suggest that a band of sword-wielding individuals could withstand the onslaught of smoothbore bullets was, in Zhuang Yu's opinion, absurd. He was aware that Shun Han was becoming ensnared in a web of confusion. Even if such a confrontation were to occur, it would not amount to a grave concern. If you remain uneasy, we can patrol the perimeter in groups of 5, armed with smoothbore guns. What could possibly instill fear in you? Zhuang Yu swiftly proposed. Shun Han nodded repeatedly, gradually grasping the essence of Zhuang Yu's rationale. Leader, it seems my judgment has faltered. I comprehend now. Chapter 48. The watcher Zhuang Yu was acutely aware of Shun Han's apprehensions, yet he regarded them as trivial. The chasm separating the two factions was as vast as the heavens, whether they were indigenous people or the so-called wild men. The prospect of overturning the established order in this boundless wilderness would require considerable capability, even if they were to learn to wield practical tools. It was unlikely they would arrive with artillery in tow. Zhuang Yu was the first to dismiss such an idea. There exists a distinction among tools, a fact beyond dispute. In truth, had their group encountered the indigenous people at the onset, their fate would have been sealed. However, the notion of awaiting death now seemed utterly implausible. The smoothbore gun stands as a revolutionary invention. Though its numbers remain scarce within this confined territory, it signifies a lethal presence. After returning Shun Han, Zhuang Yu swiftly turned his gaze toward the horizon. The refuge must continue to evolve, not only for himself, but for others as well. Yet, this is merely a facet of the matter. The real crux lies in the tilt of the technological tree. This aspect holds paramount significance. Should the technological tree fail to undergo reform, calamities are inevitable in the future. It is imperative to preemptively thwart any unforeseen events before they transpire. With this thought in mind, Zhuang Yu found it untenable to remain within the refuge. He must venture into the uncharted territories that await exploration. Naturally, he would need to equip himself with some fundamental weaponry beforehand. On a moonlit night, the gunpowder could serve as an alternative artillery. However, for Zhuang Yu, this was merely a rudimentary foundation. At the very least, he ought to possess some grenades. Resolute in his decision, he commenced procuring the necessary items for grenades through the fair channel. Before long, under Zhuang Yu's formidable influence, his spatial backpack brimmed with 999 grenades. Although this was still a fraction compared to the martial prowess of his previous life, Zhuang Yu undeniably emerged as an unexpected arsenal in motion. Should he choose to, he could easily establish a formidable network of firepower centered around himself, transforming into a bastion of action. After a brief exchange with Shun Han and the others, Zhuang Yu set forth alone. In contrast, embarking on this journey solo proved to be the most prudent choice. Should any misfortune arise, he could swiftly retreat, while the other survivors trailed behind, increasing in number. With this in mind, Zhuang Yu resolved not to bring along any companions. The construction of the refuge would require some time, and during this interval, it would be prudent for him to scout the surroundings. Before long, Zhuang Yu had distanced himself from the refuge's location. For him, the primary task at hand was to explore the unknown regions. Resources cannot simply be delivered to one's doorstep. Previously, the king of Gigi and his companions were merely a stroke of luck. Any matters related to resources necessitate his personal exploration. In no time, Zhuang Yu arrived at the periphery of the forest, a domain with which he was well acquainted. The king of Gigi and his party remained within this very forest, which, to date, had yet to be fully explored. As Zhuang Yu surveyed the somewhat shadowy woods before him, he narrowed his eyes. Entering now would not be the wisest choice. Zhuang Yu was no fool. He understood that stepping inside would equate to abandoning himself. Moreover, given his unfamiliarity with the forest, should an unexpected situation arise, he could not rely solely on his weaponry to resolve it. Zhuang Yu is indeed a veritable powder keg, yet he has not succumbed to the arrogance of disregarding those around him. With this thought in mind, Zhuang Yu resolutely chose to take a detour. If his memory served him correctly, there seemed to be unexplored territory on the other side of the forest as well. In the wilderness, one must avoid the woods. Thus, Zhuang Yu decisively opted for an alternate route, heading toward the other side. Unbeknownst to him, as he paused just outside the forest, several figures were observing him from within. Upon closer inspection, these figures were upright and unmistakably human. Savages. Before long, these wild men emerged from the forest, gazing curiously at Zhuang Yu's retreating form. However, their curiosity quickly dissipated, replaced by a glint in their eyes, as if Zhuang Yu had become their prey. Oblivious to all of this, Zhuang Yu found himself in a precarious situation. Due to the beasts in the forest, he could not venture in, and the areas beyond the forest were hardly safe either. Every step he took could lead to unforeseen dangers. Hence, Zhuang Yu became increasingly cautious, unwilling to meet his demise before achieving any success. After half an hour of exploration, Zhuang Yu halted at a river, with a mountain visible on the opposite bank. He had noted the presence of this mountain earlier, and it appeared to hold no particular significance for him. However, this was not the reason for his pause. During his recent exploration, he sensed an unusual presence behind him, as if someone were watching him. Initially unnoticed, it was only when his pace began to slow that he realized he was indeed being pursued. Zhuang Yu was no fool. If it were other survivors, they were unlikely to seek him out. Moreover, he was the largest gathering of survivors in the vicinity. Those individuals would not follow him. As for beasts, he dismissed this notion entirely, knowing that if a beast recognized him as solitary prey, it would have attacked him outright. Discarding all impossibilities, the realization struck him. These were the wild men, the very natives that Shun Han had spoken of. Zhuang Yu had no prior knowledge of these natives, having encountered none during his long time outside. Now, with just a glance, he could discern that they were most likely savages. It was far more prudent for wild men to stalk their prey than to kill indiscriminately. Only the natives would persistently track him, curious about his nature. With this thought, Zhuang Yu chuckled to himself. Let us see what abilities you possess. Chapter 49. The walking powder keg, just as Zhuang Yu had surmised. The wild men were indeed following him. As indigenous people, they have coexisted peacefully with the beasts, although the notion of peace becomes irrelevant when it comes to the pursuit of sustenance. Nonetheless, the wild men can be considered a form of humanity, thus possessing certain distinctions from the beasts. The most significant difference lies in humanity's ability to wield tools and continuously evolve and adapt. This distinction serves as a fundamental divider between humans and beasts. The conflict between wild men and beasts has persisted without cessation. However, for the wild men, this struggle is merely transient. They cultivate various plants that sustain them, resorting to hunting only when absolutely necessary, particularly for meat. While the matter of food can be managed, clothing presents a more pressing challenge. In comparison to humans, animals possess fur that serves as an excellent insulator, albeit limited in function. This insulation proves invaluable in safeguarding against the perils of freezing temperatures. With the cold moon merely 3 months away, the beasts remain largely unconcerned. Yet for the wild men, the disparity is profound. Most critically, as the cold moon approaches, their bodies can scarcely endure the unrelenting chill. The cold moon arrives with a regularity that brings unforeseen calamities upon the wild men. The wild men have developed a sense of community, which starkly contrasts with the solitary existence of the beasts. Their survival hinges not solely on individual perseverance, but on the collective endurance of their kin. Consequently, their focus shifts toward the beasts, whose pelts offer the finest protection against the cold. Once this notion takes root, a desperate struggle ensues between the wild men and the beasts prior to the onset of the cold moon. However, as these indigenous individuals prepare to strike, an unexpected turn of events occurs. The beasts they have been monitoring suddenly vanish. To the wild men, this disappearance signifies a catastrophic blow, an unforeseen twist that threatens their entire tribe. In a state of urgency, the wild men mobilize, only to discover that the beasts have not vanished but are, in fact, in search of prey. This revelation leads them to realize the arrival of the time travelers, particularly when they behold the shelter constructed by Zhuang Yu and his companions. Their preconceived notions begin to shift, as they had never anticipated encountering individuals capable of building houses. Although differences exist, they are not insurmountable. The wild men, endowed with intellect and discernment, recognize the distinctiveness of Zhuang Yu and his group, which inevitably stirs aspirations within them. Yet, this desire remains unfulfilled. The wild men yearn to capture these newcomers, to enslave them. Since the night of the full moon, the wild men have commenced surveillance of Zhuang Yu and his companions. Initially, this reconnaissance posed no issues. However, unforeseen circumstances have utterly disrupted these plans. The morning discovery made by Shan Han and his companions has completely exposed the traces of the wild men. In an instant, the wild men found themselves in a state of agitation, as the unfolding events exceeded their expectations. Consequently, they could no longer maintain their composure. It was imperative that they took action, and, if possible, they aimed to capture some humans. Although Shan Han and his group had sparked thoughts among the wild men, they could only entertain such notions. The wild men were not foolish. They understood the danger posed by Shan Han's assembled group, armed with incomprehensible weapons. They would not wager human lives on a gamble. Just when they were at a loss, completely unsure of how to proceed, Zhuang Yu appeared. He manifested before them with an undeniable presence. An opportunity long yearned for had finally materialized. The wild men began to stir. Not just one, but nearly all of them gathered, fully aware that these humans bore a striking resemblance to themselves, yet there existed fundamental differences, particularly in their weaponry, which the wild men could not rival. Thus, even a single individual warranted a full-scale assault. In a short span, hundreds of wild men had arrived. At that moment, Zhuang Yu turned around. He had initially intended to scout the mountains, but with the arrival of these individuals, his plans naturally required adjustment. Come fort, he declared. Not only did he speak, but he also began preparing his weapons. Each of these beings had no justification for survival, since they dared to encroach upon his territory and presented themselves as adversaries. Why should they be spared? As he spoke, the wild men began to move. For them, revealing their intentions was not necessarily a negative development. After all, the despised humans could not possibly match them in strength. Boom! The wild men emerged, and Zhuang Yu sprang into action. Anyone trailing him was not there to engage in idle chatter, but rather to confront him as foes. For his allies, Zhuang Yu was the warmth of spring. For his enemies, he would ensure their ashes scattered to the winds. Grenades were hurled as if they were mere trifles. Presently, these grenades were still quite basic and their firepower diminished, yet Zhuang Yu possessed an overwhelming quantity. The wild men were caught off guard, having barely emerged before being met with a barrage of explosions. The thunderous sounds echoed around them, and as the grenades detonated, a shotgun materialized in Zhuang Yu's hands. It was better than nothing. The wild men exchanged glances, witnessing their own casualties, and their fury escalated. This human must die. Even if they captured him and retrieved their belongings, he must perish. Regrettably, the thoughts of the savages are destined to remain mere thoughts. The series of explosions has commenced. The savages have begun to mobilize, intending to launch a surprise attack on the position of Zhuang Yu. However, midway through, the explosions abruptly halted their advance. Who could have anticipated such a sequence of detonations? Zhuang Yu is no fool. Upon discovering their presence, he strategically laid grenades along his path. These grenades can indeed trigger one another, serving as a peculiar form of landmine. Chapter 50. Fierce battle. The savages could hardly fathom that they were confronting but a single individual, leaving them with no means to launch an assault. In truth, when they resolved to strike, they had armed themselves with formidable weapons. These weapons, once formidable against beasts, proved to be terrifying instruments of destruction. Yet as they engaged, the savages realized their naivety. At present, they found themselves utterly powerless. Given Zhuang Yu's display of terrifying dominance, the situation was truly alarming. With each breath, his power erupted. Countless grenades were ignited by Zhuang Yu, and, remarkably, the landmines buried in the ground were also set ablaze. An unexpected scene unfolded. Amidst the wails, the savages exchanged glances, unable to comprehend the absurdity of the moment. This tableau was utterly unsettling, a reality they could scarcely accept. Yet, even in the face of such despair, their inner fury threatened to spill forth, but they remained utterly incapable of action. Indeed, they found themselves bereft of any viable options. From their current perspective, merely approaching Zhuangyu seemed a fanciful notion. Surprises can occur in the most unanticipated moments. Nonetheless, the savages were resolute in their unwillingness to retreat. The casualties they had just witnessed instilled a genuine fear within them. However, what rendered them speechless was the sheer, terrifying power exhibited by Zhuangyu alone. The savages sought trouble with Zhuangyu precisely because they had perceived strength in him and his group. Innately wild, the savages harbored a primal instinct. And little did Zhuangyu realize that his actions were futile. On the contrary, with each successive assault, the savages' thoughts regarding him multiplied. Their intentions were simple: to leverage their strength to overturn everything in their path. Even if Zhuangyu was formidable, their numbers were considerable. If Zhuangyu could stand alone, what of the others? The savages firmly resolved to capture Zhuangyu. Action was imperative. Zhuangyu began to find their behavior perplexing. What was the matter with these individuals? They appeared utterly fearless. Not even the wretched beasts would dare confront Zhuangyu's overwhelming firepower. The disparity in their levels of combat was insurmountable. In such an environment, to continue fighting could hardly be deemed a battle. Strictly speaking, it could only be regarded as a quest for self-destruction. It seems you are even more resilient than I had anticipated. With this realization, Zhuangyu ceased to concern himself with them. Since these individuals have unexpectedly developed an interest in themselves, let the pursuit continue. Zhuangyu opted for a hasty retreat, all the while persisting in his previous actions. Leaving behind grenades was out of the question. Moreover, he intended to fight. While he withdrew, he remained unfazed. As Zhuangyu made his escape once more, the wild men would certainly not let him slip away easily. To them, Zhuangyu represented their greatest obstacle. Naturally, there were numerous treasures to be gained from overcoming this hindrance, prompting them to follow closely in his wake as soon as he fled. Casualties began to rise again at this moment. Each time the wild men initiated this chase, one of their own would designate Zhuangyu as their target. This dynamic led to a significant reduction in the number of wild men in the vicinity. Yet Zhuangyu remained indifferent. He carried minimal supplies, whether it be food or grenades. He possessed a starting quantity of 999. In essence, Zhuangyu was a man devoid of security. Should anyone dare approach him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. He had his own strategies in this chaotic scenario, but the wild men were not without their wits, constantly sizing him up. However, this time they exhibited caution, refraining from seeking him out too aggressively. They understood that any attempt to trouble him necessitated absolute certainty of success. Upon witnessing Zhuangyu's flight, they eagerly followed, convinced they could capture him. Yet, as they drew nearer, the absurdity of their assumptions became apparent. The mere distance of several dozen meters transformed into an insurmountable chasm. After a brief approach, they could only glimpse Zhuangyu's retreating figure before the explosions he orchestrated commenced. His actions were utterly reckless, akin to madness. Zhuangyu observed everything keenly, but to him, it was still insufficient. In his estimation, his adversaries were merely frightened. Was their fear permanent or fleeting? Zhuangyu remained uncertain. Yet this did not impede his understanding of how to proceed. The moment power manifested marked an unending conflict between them. What Zhuangyu required was for these wretched wild men to feel an authentic fear of him. As this notion crossed his mind, Zhuangyu deliberately slowed his pace. He was now not far from the mountains, which constituted the territory he intended to explore. Nevertheless, he harbored another thought. He wanted to discern how these wild men would pursue him. Generally speaking, the wild men were likely more familiar with this area than he was. Thus, Zhuangyu was keen to observe whether they would dare chase him as he fled. As long as these troublesome beings continued to pursue him, it signified that his overall direction remained untroubled. If the overarching trajectory was sound, then unforeseen complications would be minimal. Once the wild men ceased their pursuit, it was not merely out of fear of themselves, but rather because this region was inherently uncharted. Of the two reasons, the latter was what truly concerned everyone. Not far from the mountains, a cave emerged, leaving Zhuang Yu momentarily astounded. Why would there be a cave here? Glancing back at the accursed wild men, Zhuang Yu understood that these rascals were still in pursuit, yet he was resolute in his decision not to enter the cave. Should a landslide occur, not only would the wild men perish, but he as well would meet his end. As he pondered whether to advance, Zhuang Yu was astonished to find that the wild men had vanished. They were gazing at the mountains, no more precisely, fixating on the very peaks before them, and inexplicably chose to depart. This prompted a fleeting sense of embarrassment within Zhuang Yu as he connected this with his previous uncertain conjectures. It was evident that the wild men's departure was not merely due to his presence. Thus, there could be only one conclusion. This mountain range was extraordinary. Chapter 51. Re-entering the mine, Zhuang Yu glanced back, a hint of perplexity in his eyes, yet he was acutely aware that returning was not an option. To be fair, it appeared that the detestable wild men had indeed retreated. Who could say whether they might be lurking behind, waiting for an opportunity to strike? With this thought lingering, Zhuang Yu resolutely entered the mine. Little did he know about what lay within, yet he understood that, compared to the looming threat behind him, this mine represented chance. He could easily dispatch Shanhan and the others to assist him. With their combined efforts, the wild men would pose no real threat. With this realization, Zhuang Yu focused entirely on the mine ahead. He was not foolish. He comprehended the implications of a situation. His initial objective had been to acquire new resources, and one could not expect resources to simply descend from the heavens while remaining in the shelter. With the wild men lurking outside, the mine appeared to be the only potential source of opportunity. Without further hesitation, Zhuang Yu stepped into the cave. Before entering, he had approached the situation with a sense of curiosity, but upon surveying his surroundings now, even his expression shifted slightly. Most strikingly, the mine was not cloaked in darkness as one would expect. Typically, caves are devoid of light, yet this one defied such expectations. The most significant factor was perhaps the presence of a light source. Upon entering, Zhuang Yu sensed something amiss in such an environment. A mine illuminated by light must be due to some existing resources. Moreover, it was highly probable that these resources were genuine sources of illumination. In that moment, even Zhuang Yu hesitated, contemplating the notion of new energy sources, though he questioned whether such things could truly exist in this place. Surely, there should at least be some useful findings, right? Yet, Zhuang Yu was acutely aware that many resources are not as straightforward as they might seem, with the most crucial being radioactive materials. If such resources were to be found within the mine, what then? Given the current circumstances, both positive and negative outcomes appeared to hold equal probability. In light of this, it would be unwise to take a gamble. After all, Zhuang Yu was quite cognizant of his precarious position. A single misstep could lead to a definitive end to the game. However, this moment of hesitation did not linger long within Zhuang Yu. At that instant, he broke into a smile. With wolves in front and tigers behind, it was unlikely he would be led astray. In the midst of his musings, he proceeded into the depths of the mine. Overthinking would not provide him with answers. It was far more prudent to venture forth and uncover the truth. As Zhuang Yu advanced, he increasingly sensed that something was amiss. The most striking anomaly was the unchanging nature of the light source. From the moment he entered until now, there had been virtually no alteration. What had been remained steadfastly the same. Observing this scene, Zhuang Yu became certain that something was not right. This mine was far more intricate than he had initially imagined. In a fleeting moment, even Zhuang Yu found himself uncertain. There were evidently many things within the mine. Although he could not ascertain what lay ahead, it was undeniable that there were peculiarities within. His pace gradually slowed, taking care to observe more with each step. He could not afford to be careless, lest he lose everything. As he continued deeper, Zhuang Yu quickly recognized something was off. Despite the presence of light, considerable darkness still enveloped the mine. He soon discerned the existence of shadows. The shadows moved swiftly, yet he noticed a distinction. They appeared to be golden mice. Images of them flitted through his mind as he squinted at the unfolding scene. Golden mice? Zhuang Yu was certainly familiar with them. This group was likely the same troublesome lot that had previously sought him out. He couldn't help but ponder the implications of this discovery. A troubling suspicion began to form in his mind. He had inadvertently stumbled into their lair. With this realization, Zhuang Yu instinctively turned to retreat. There would have been no issue had he remained in the shelter. That would have been a mere triviality. But now, within the enemy's stronghold, he was practically offering himself up. Zhang Yu recalled that a single golden mouse was inconsequential, but a group of 3 or 5 could pose a significant threat. With this thought weighing on him, Zhang Yu ultimately shook his head. He could not press on. To do so would lead to calamity. Concurrently, he hastily initiated a private message to Shen Han. The exploration of the mountain caves could not proceed any further. The matter concerning the wild men required the arrival of Shen Han and his companions. Shen Han quickly sprang into action, taken aback by the circumstances his leader faced. However, since his leader had called for assistance, he would not linger idly. Soon, under Shen Han's guidance, the group commenced their movement. It must be noted that with Shen Han's initiation, the situation, to some extent, became simplified. In truth, Shen Han had been under the watchful gaze of the wild men. Any slight disturbance on his part would prompt an immediate response from them. Presently, Shen Han's actions were indeed observed, yet the wild men's expressions shifted subtly. They were not foolish. They recognized that these individuals posed an unprecedented threat, their attacking power far exceeding what the wild men could collectively confront. Previously, a single adversary had dispatched nearly 100 of their comrades, and now a multitude had emerged. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the wild men swiftly relayed the news, determined to thwart this unfolding incident. Unbeknownst to Shen Han and his team, they set forth equipped with crossbows and other gear. As they advanced, their expressions grew increasingly perplexed. Something was amiss. Hadn't he, the leader, mentioned numerous foes? At this moment, they were not far from the mountains, and Shen Han felt compelled to speak up. For throughout their journey, they had encountered nothing but bloodshed, and not a single soul. Indeed, this is peculiar, he mused. Should we not strike directly, leader? Shen Han turned his gaze toward Zhang Yu, who was not far ahead. Simultaneously, Shen Han found himself momentarily stunned. Zhuang, who had remained at the cave entrance, stepped forward, scrutinizing the scene before him. Did you not engage in a fierce battle? Zhuang Yu could easily discern that Shen Han and his companions appeared remarkably composed, devoid of any signs of desperation. A fierce battle? Do not even mention it, leader. We have merely traversed this path. As he spoke, Shen Han shook his head. He understood his leader's implication, yet the reality of the situation belied any notion of a significant conflict. A smile broke upon his face as he pondered whether they were aware of their arrival. Zhuang Yu, too, shook his head. Do you think it is plausible here? The wild men are not fools. However, he soon recognized something was amiss. How could you bring so much equipment without someone attempting to intercept you? Zhuang Yu had noticed the array of items surrounding Shen Han and his group. Upon closer inspection, he grasped the entirety of the situation. Without delving into further details, it was evident that the wild men lacked the courage to confront them. The mere presence of their grenades posed a significant deterrent. Not to mention that Shen Han and his companions had practically brought their entire arsenal. In such a precarious environment, provoking a conflict was beyond the wild men's mental capacity. At this realization, a spark ignited in Zhuang Yu's eyes. He suddenly perceived the potential for action. Let's momentarily set aside the matter of the wild men. Concerning the current mine, it appears that relinquishing it is not an option. Zhuang Yu is acutely aware of the situation at hand. More importantly, the opportunity remains firmly within his grasp. Initially, Zhuang Yu contemplated departing immediately, but the thought of arriving only to leave so soon felt somewhat disheartening. The grenades he had expended due to the wild men's presence were considerable. Thus, what would be the purpose of such a hasty exit? With this in mind, Zhuang Yu turned his gaze toward Shen Han, suggesting that everyone take a brief respite, for a significant battle might soon ensue. A battle? Not only Shen Han, but the others present also focused their attention on Zhuang Yu, genuinely perplexed by his words. However, given the current circumstances, it seemed anything but straightforward. Shen Han approached Zhuang Yu and inquired, "Boss, what is the matter?" Zhuang Yu cast a glance at Shen Han before gesturing towards the nearby mine. "Can you not see that mine?" The mine? Not just Shen Han, but even the other survivors nearby directed their attention towards it. To their eyes, this so-called mine did not appear particularly conspicuous. In truth, many had already discovered the mine. There were numerous survivors in this wilderness, each having encountered various mines of differing sizes. Yet, despite this, they still failed to grasp the significance of Zhuang Yu's mention of the mine. The situation, of course, would not reach a resolution so swiftly. Zhuang Yu understood the expressions on their faces, but his primary concern was not their confusion. Rather, it was the golden devourer. The resources within the mine remained uncertain, and it was unclear whether natural dangers lurked within, but the lair of the golden devourer undeniably lay in this vicinity. Zhuang Yu promptly relayed the events he had encountered to the group. Now, all present, including Shen Han, comprehended the gravity of the situation. Many things, when articulated by others, might not convey the same weight, but Zhuang Yu's words held an authoritative resonance for the majority of the survivors under his command. Nonetheless, Zhuang Yu would not permit the situation to spiral beyond his control. Thus, he began to devise a strategy. With a flawless plan, the subsequent actions could indeed be simplified. First came the offense, followed by the defense. The mine before them appeared to remain unbreached, presenting Zhuang Yu with a fitting opportunity. As Zhuang Yu laid out his plan, the other survivors promptly sprang into action, retrieving their crossbows and smoothbore guns without delay. Just as anticipated, matters would not conclude so easily. Before long, the first wave of crossbow attacks commenced. Zhuang Yu, however, would not resort to grenades. He would refrain from such measures unless absolutely necessary. Should a grenade trigger a collapse, it would not directly endanger him, but the ensuing chaos would be exceedingly difficult to manage. One cannot simply bring about their own demise and then proceed to tidy up the aftermath, for only a fool would entertain such folly. Contemplating this, Zhuang Yu naturally abandoned the notion of using grenades, opting instead for crossbow bolts. Before long, under Zhuang Yu's meticulous preparation, everyone pushed the crossbow bolts into the mine, which proved to be a realm of unexpected wonders. Zhuang Yu, having recently experienced the depths of this place, held no particular thoughts, yet his younger companions were distinctly different. Shen Han and the others gazed in disbelief at their surroundings, for they were not naive. They understood that the likelihood of sunlight penetrating the depths of the mine was exceedingly slim. Yet, how could there be a source of light in the absence of the sun? Something felt amiss. However, observing Zhuang Yu's confident demeanor, Shen Han and the others kept their apprehensions at bay. As long as Zhuang Yu remained steadfast, they would face any peril without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, Zhuang Yu arrived at the very spot he had previously visited, where he distinctly remembered encountering numerous golden devouring mice. Indeed, the situation was no different now. Zhuang Yu squinted, sensing a familiar sensation brewing, one that was decidedly unsettling. With this thought in mind, he swiftly turned his gaze to Shen Han and took action without a moment's hesitation. There was no room for doubt. Hesitation would lead to defeat. Shen Han and his companions had been awaiting Zhuang Yu's command, and now, with a single order, countless crossbow bolts soared forth as if they were heedless of their own lives. Their speed and power were such that many stones within the mine were pierced through effortlessly. Witnessing this scene, Zhuang Yu's tension remained unrelaxed. Chapter 53. A simplified version of the Italian canon let us fashion a rudimentary Italian canon. The golden devouring mice and the black mist were presently recuperating from their earlier battle against the mountain demon, which had, to some extent, constrained the black mist. In this regard, the black mist's anger transcended mere irritation. Originally, his plan dictated that he would swiftly eliminate Zhuang Yu without much effort. That accursed human was supposed to have no chance at all. Yet, who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of a formidable adversary? This unforeseen interruption had disrupted all his meticulously laid plans. Consequently, despite his fury, the Black Mist found himself with few viable options. Given the circumstances, the most prudent choice was to continue waiting. Were it merely humans involved, the Black Mist believed he could resolve the matter with a mere flick of a finger. However, the combination of the mountain demon and the wolf pack complicated matters. Not only was the Black Mist affected, but the golden devouring mice had also sustained severe losses. Reflecting on the previous battle, the Black Mist felt an urge to strike himself. The plan had been flawless, yet the execution had faltered. At that moment, the golden devouring mice approached the Black Mist, exclaiming, "Boss, we have a problem. Intruders have breached our defenses." Upon hearing this, the already agitated Black Mist became even more unstable. "What does this mean? Are you suggesting that someone has discovered this place?" The voice of the dark mist was tinged with a hint of hoarseness, revealing his dissatisfaction with the news relayed by the Golden Devourer. If one were to be frank, this location could be considered his stronghold. Therefore, the notion of being found here was utterly implausible. Now, with the Golden Devourer informing him that someone had indeed located him, His immediate reaction was one of disbelief. Absolutely impossible. If it were any other matter, perhaps he could entertain the possibility, but this specific situation was beyond the realm of credulity. The mine was shrouded in secrecy, and the minerals contained within it served as a formidable deterrent. No creature would recklessly approach without forethought. Alas, while the idea was appealing, reality was decidedly harsh. Boss, wait. It seems that someone has truly come knocking, and they appear to be humans from before. Suddenly, another golden devourer spoke up. Upon hearing this, even the dark mist began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. It seemed that matters were far more complicated than initially assumed. Moreover, the expression on his face shifted dramatically. The dark mist began to exhibit signs of instability. Are you trying to tell me that there exists a group of oblivious fools here? In his words, the dark mist could no longer contain his fury. How many times had these humans sought to trouble him? Furthermore, it seemed that due to these wretched beings, many of his subordinates had met their demise. How many humans are there? Have the mountain gnomes and wolf packs arrived? The dark mist inquired once more. As he spoke, the golden devourers initially froze, but soon sprang into action. They were not foolish. They understood the implications of the dark mist's words, his need to discern the whereabouts of their adversaries. Before long, they were scurrying about. Watching the departing golden devourers, the dark mist's agitation grew increasingly unstable. His injuries had nearly healed, yet the battle with the mountain gnomes had left its mark. Nevertheless, he retained a sense of pride and confidence. In his eyes, whether human or mountain gnome, he feared no one as long as they approached individually. He was even willing to eliminate these wretched creatures outright. However, if they were to band together, he would have to contemplate his escape, a sobering reality. Yet, it was this very realism that had enabled him to survive for so long. The scout golden devourers proceeded to investigate how Zhuan and his group were faring. As they began to move, they inevitably faced casualties. For Zhuan and Shunhan's strategy was straightforward, to neither venture out nor allow anyone in, but rather to establish a barrage of covering fire. Whether you stir up trouble or refrain from doing so, it is of no concern to me. My intention is solely to disrupt everything. The corpses of the gold-devouring mice beneath the crossbow arrows are multiplying, small in stature, yet swift in movement. However, their thoughts remain naively simplistic. The crossbow does not speak. It merely seeks its adversaries and relentlessly eliminates those wretched foes time and again. Shenhan directly addressed Zhuan Yu, inquiring if they should wait a while longer. Zhuan Yu nodded in agreement, yet urged patience, believing it was entirely possible to orchestrate a delightful surprise first. In the midst of their conversation, Zhuan Yu retrieved the previously stored gunpowder. He had contemplated this plan long before, but had awaited a suitable opportunity. It seemed this was indeed the perfect moment to act. Upon witnessing Zhuan Yu's actions, Shenhan promptly grasped the situation. He was no fool and understood the implications of Zhuan Yu's initiative. Had he not been astonished that they were firing upon their foes? As Shenhan spoke, Zhuan Yu took action, for it is often said that action speaks louder than words. To Zhuan Yu, the gold-devouring mice were not creatures he wished to encounter. These accursed beings were unreasonable, persistently seeking to create trouble. Even a clay figurine would retain some semblance of temper. The flames began to ignite, and Zhuan Yu and his companions hastened towards the entrance of the mine. For the gold-devouring mice, calamity was just beginning, as they had merely come to ascertain Zhuan Yu's numbers. After all, following the orders of the Black Mist, it was essential to identify weaknesses. Who could have anticipated that a fire would erupt? Amidst cries for help, they hurriedly sought the Black Mist. Originally, the Black Mist had been awaiting developments, but upon the outbreak of flames, it realized that humanity had taken action. Boss, we understand now, it's only humans. But those damned humans have taken precautions against the fire and fled, exclaimed a pitch-black, gold-devouring mouse. The tremors of the Black Mist intensified at that moment. The gold-devouring mice familiar with the Black Mist began to retreat, knowing their leader was genuinely furious. Chapter 54. The conclusion. Damn humans. You must pay for your actions. The Black Mist roared in anger. The news from the gold-devouring mice undoubtedly indicated that their lair was compromised. Reflecting on the various encounters it had previously faced, the Black Mist could no longer suppress its rage. Many gold-devouring mice turned their gazes towards the Black Mist, fully aware of their leader's formidable prowess. There was no doubt about it. Now that their leader was enraged, it signified that matters would not be so simple. Due to this very connection, the gluttonous mice here revealed their sharp fangs, eager to follow the black mist in their mischief. Alas, such thoughts remained mere aspirations. Just as the black mist, accompanied by a throng of gluttonous mice, was poised to embark on their schemes, they sensed something amiss. The most apparent indication was the unmistakable discord. They were still within the mine, yet this mine was no longer the one they had previously inhabited. Under the maniacal machinations of Zhuang Yu, the entire cavern had been ignited with gunpowder. Moreover, Zhuang Yu had not yet departed. To him, the demise of the gluttonous mice was of little consequence. Anyone who dared oppose him should have already contemplated their demise. Concurrently, Zhuang Yu had allied with Shun Han and others, should chaos ensue. It was inevitable that they would rely on crossbows, even as the gunpowder sparked to life. Nonetheless, Zhuang Yu was reluctant to completely detonate the mine. Thus he opted for ignition instead. Regardless of the outcome, the explosion was imminent. Previously, Zhuang Yu had pondered whether the resources here might be oil or natural gas. But upon observing the light source, he was convinced otherwise. It was highly improbable. Instead, it must be some rare mineral. Those two substances would not emit light on their own, prompting Zhuang Yu to ignite the mountain as soon as Shun Han and the others arrived. The gluttonous mice, initially brimming with bravado under the Black Mist's leadership, found this news to be neither wholly good nor bad. However, when confronted with the flames, not only the gluttonous mice, but even the Black Mist stood dumbfounded. Remarkably, these flames seemed insatiable, recklessly consuming everything before them, asserting their dominance. To instigate chaos? Surely not. If they dare to do so here, the first casualty would undoubtedly be themselves. The gluttonous mice turned their gaze back to the Black Mist. In their eyes, their teeth were invincible, yet invincibility in teeth did not equate to invulnerability in skin. From the very onset, these flames appeared to be anything but ordinary. Should they engage, it would spell their doom. Thus, they placed their hopes squarely upon the Black Mist, who had previously demonstrated the ability to disperse his form, enveloping the gluttonous mice entirely. Only under such circumstances could they ensure their safety. The gluttonous mice's gaze did not go unnoticed by the Black Mist, yet he recognized the futility of such an endeavor. Despite the flames seemingly merging with his very essence, only the Black Mist was aware that his form was not invincible. Should chaos unfold, he would be the first to pay the price. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, his irritation grew. His choices had long been dismissed by Zhuang Yu. However, mere moments after these thoughts arose, he took action. The gaze of the golden mice is a matter best left unspoken. These creatures comprise his most primitive foundation, upon which he must rely entirely for sustenance. Thus, their presence is indispensable. Soon, beneath the shroud of darkness, flames appear to lose their capacity to threaten. However, just as the golden mice reveled in their fleeting joy, an unforeseen calamity struck. The flames continued to blaze, yet why were arrows, infused with fire, hurtling towards them? In an instant, a headache-inducing dilemma emerged. Was it mere irritation? No, it was far more than that. The dark mist realized that with every arrow piercing through its form, countless golden mice were laid bare. A dual assault had commenced. For at this moment, the plight of the golden mice extended beyond mere misfortune. The enveloping mist had, to some extent, sustained harm as well. This injury was of a permanent nature, the very reason the mist could no longer maintain its composure. It yearned to instigate chaos, to extinguish Zhuang Yu, to reverse the tide of events. Yet this remained merely a figment of its imagination. After all, the current circumstances were beyond its control. From the moment Zhuang Yu initiated his offensive to the instant it sought to retaliate, it had never even glimpsed the visage of its adversary. The golden mice were beginning to perish en masse, and the dark mist shroud could not grant them complete immunity. In response, the mist could only succumb to impotent rage. As the golden mice continued to fall, the mist found itself increasingly isolated, its gaze wandering restlessly nearby, still in search of an opportunity. Yet, the prospect of escape had become a mere fantasy. Most glaringly, the chance lay right before it, yet it felt utterly powerless. While the flames raged on, arrows incessantly pierced its form, and even the mist itself found no recourse. Opportunities should arise effortlessly, yet now they seemed entirely absent. I should not perish. I have countless chances ahead of me. I possess endless possibilities. It lamented and roared, striving to reverse the situation, but ultimately, thoughts remained just thoughts. The flames and arrows showed no sign of abating, and it was precisely this connection that drew Zhuang Yu's attention to the mine. Moments ago, he had been speculating about the resilience of these creatures. Despite the mine's entrance appearing to be a sanctuary for them, the arrows spoke volumes, commanding a frenzied assault. Under the relentless barrage of arrows, any semblance of opportunity was rendered a mere jest. Shen Han seemed to perceive an opening and swiftly approached Zhuang Yu, asking, "Boss, shall we venture inside?" As he spoke, his eyes were continually assessing the depths of the mine. He sensed that this was a chance, especially since this mine promised an imminent surge of resources. Many fundamental needs relied heavily on such resources. Chapter 55. A bountiful harvest. Zhuang Yu cast a glance at Shen Han, fully aware of his intentions. However, for Zhuang Yu, it was prudent to proceed with caution. It was best not to rush. Waiting for another half hour would be wise. Initially, both Zhuang Yu and Shen Han shared a sense of urgency. Yet Shen Han's demeanor conveyed a vital lesson to Zhuang Yu. Impatience served no purpose. Given the current circumstances, the most judicious choice was to await developments with composure. Shen Han wished to speak further, but, upon observing Zhuang Yu's expression, chose silence instead. The other survivors, witnessing the usually talkative Shen Han's quietude, also refrained from conversation. A half hour may not seem extensive, yet for Shen Han, it felt interminable. Ultimately, however, the wait came to an end. Soon, both Zhuang Yu and Shen Han rose to their feet after a prolonged period of sitting. Upon standing, they felt a slight dizziness and exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of each other's state. Yet, a spark of excitement flickered in their eyes. It was time to discover the outcome. At this moment, a palpable thrill coursed through all the survivors, each reflecting the glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. They understood the significance of the mine more than anyone else. In unison, they grasped their smoothbore guns. Regardless of the fate of their adversaries, their weapons could not be forsaken. Moreover, at Zhuang Yu's signal, crossbows were also readied. The crossbow was a formidable weapon, and while Zhuang Yu initially contemplated leaving someone outside, he reconsidered. Having just one or two survivors outside would be too risky. Even with the presence of crossbows, the wild men were formidable opponents. Drawing from their previous skirmishes with the wild men, Zhuang Yu recognized that they posed a considerable threat. The wild men possessed physical attributes akin to beasts, making them particularly troublesome. In his view, beasts were merely mindless creatures with superior physical capabilities. But the wild men combined this brute strength with a modicum of intelligence, complicating matters significantly. Consequently, all were mobilized, tasked with the straightforward objective of entering the mine with their full arsenal of weapons. The flames still flickered, though they appeared diminished compared to before. Nonetheless, Zhuang Yu paid little heed to this. He was focused on assessing the presence of their adversaries. Suddenly, an unmistakable odor wafted towards them, a scent of charred flesh. This aroma was familiar to those present, igniting a wave of excitement among the survivors. Did this not imply that the gold-devouring mice had met their end here? Before Zhuang Yu could utter a word, Shen Han was the first to dash forward, driven by genuine curiosity to uncover the truth of the situation. Soon, Shen Han beheld the scene he had longed to witness. My goodness, is this truly ripe? A look of astonishment adorned Shen Han's face, brimming with delight. Boss, come quickly. They should all be dead, utterly lifeless. I haven't spotted a single breath among them. Zhuang Yu, who had originally lingered behind Shen Han, also heard this exclamation. The enthusiasm in the voice exceeded expectations, prompting Zhuang Yu to shake his head in resignation. Shen Han was as impatient as ever. Should they encounter an ambush in the future, Zhuang Yu had every reason to believe that Shen Han would undoubtedly be the first to perish. This was beyond question. After all, if Shen Han's mind were to survive, it would contradict all his reckless actions. Even with such thoughts, Zhuang Yu joined the other survivors in their endeavors. And before long, he laid eyes upon what he sought. The corpses of the golden mice, many entangled together. A mere glance revealed the hopelessness of the situation. Concurrently, Zhuang Yu's gaze wandered around, searching for the black mist. Could it be that the black mist he had previously encountered had also met its demise? To Zhuang Yu, the golden mice were an inevitability. He remembered witnessing a black mist alongside them one fateful night, seemingly the leader of the golden mice. Yet now, there was nothing but a panorama of corpses. Even if the black mist were present, it likely had not left a single body behind. Contemplating this, Zhuang Yu shook his head. He understood that there was a high probability that no threats remained. In his eyes, the optimal opportunity had been when they first entered. However, their entrance had been disappointingly smooth, devoid of any adversaries. For Zhuang Yu, if the black mist were to strike, it would have represented the best opportunity, but alas, he observed no signs of its presence. This, too, signified an end. Reflecting on this, Zhuang Yu felt a sense of regret. Originally, he believed that even if they resolved the issue of the golden mice, numerous other challenges awaited them. Yet now, it seemed he had overthought the situation. His firepower in the current wilderness was formidable. Not to boast, but few could rival him. Having resolved the immediate concerns, he needed to further investigate the area, to discern the nature of the resources present. After all, despite the assault, the changes within the mine remained subtle. The original light source appeared to persist. Before long, they glimpsed some items deeper within the mine. Ore, congratulations on discovering rare ore. Congratulations on discovering rare ore. Congratulations on discovering rare ore. At that moment, notifications began to flood Zhuang Yu's mind. Although he remained unaware of the true nature of these ores, his intuition warned him that matters were far from simple. The ores appeared chaotic. Otherwise, the system would not have conveyed such information so straightforwardly. Nevertheless, for Zhuang Yu, this was not a problem. Was this mine perhaps located at a distance from the shelter? After casting a glance at the ore, he began to contemplate the forthcoming developments. Shen Han and the others wore expressions of astonishment. For them, this was no trivial resource. Once acquired, these materials could be utilized for significant endeavors. Xian Heng, brimming with excitement, directly addressed Zhuang Yu. Boss, should we commence mining now? Zhuang Yu glanced at him, but shook his head, stating that there was no rush to exploit the mineral resources, as their refuge had yet to complete its upgrades. Chapter 56. The source of the black mist. As he spoke, Zhuang Yu continued to lead the group deeper into the mine. Along the way, they encountered numerous charred corpses of the gold-eating rats, the air thick with the acrid smell of roasted flesh, presenting a gruesome sight. After a short while, the group meandered through the tunnels and finally arrived at a spacious area at the mine's end, which had also been ravaged by the previous inferno, leaving chaos in its wake. Boss, look, what is that? Shen Han, with keen eyes, was the first to notice a pile of black ashes at the mine's terminus, atop which sat a striking black chest. Upon seeing this chest, Zhuang Yu instantly grasped the situation. It was likely that the black chest before him was a result of the black mist's obliteration, with the surrounding black ashes being the remnants of that mist. Taking a few steps forward, Zhuang Yu eagerly opened the chest. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a basic treasure map. The notification chimed, revealing an ancient parchment scroll adorned with archaic designs. A treasure map? This unexpected reward intrigued Zhuang Yu, who began to scrutinize the map closely. Basic treasure map indicates the location of a basic treasure. Coordinates: XXX. Upon examining the description, Zhuang Yu realized that the coordinates indicated on the treasure map were located within the very mine they occupied. Boss, what is this? Xian Heng, noticing the scroll in Zhuang Yu's hand, cast a fervent gaze. The rest of the group also expressed their curiosity. This is a basic treasure map that denotes a treasure's location, Zhuang Yu revealed to his fellow survivors without reservation, sharing the details of the treasure map with them. Over the past days, they had fought side by side, establishing a bond of trust. That's wonderful. Boss, let us go treasure hunting. Upon hearing this, the group was filled with excitement, immediately urging Zhuang Yu to lead them in the search for treasure. Encountering a treasure map for the first time, their curiosity was undeniable. Although any found treasures could not belong solely to them, merely witnessing the adventure was enticing. They were eager to discover what splendid items a basic treasure map could unveil. Very well, follow me. Zhuang Yu, not one to dally, immediately proceeded towards the indicated treasure location amidst the eager anticipation of the survivors. The others trailed closely behind, unwilling to fall behind. Let the live broadcast commence. Shen Han seized the opportunity, activating a live stream on the public channel while on the move. Dear viewers, this marks my inaugural treasure hunting expedition since arriving in this world. Previously, the esteemed Zhuang Yu vanquished foes and acquired a novice treasure map. We are now following him to the location where the treasure is buried. This could very well be the first treasure map to ever appear in this world. What do you think, my friends? Am I not generous? Shouldn't you all promptly send some gifts my way? As the live stream commenced, the public channel instantly erupted with excitement. Wow, truly a master among masters, even producing a treasure map. How envious I am that I wasn't born beside such greatness. How frustrating. Incredible. Zhuang Yu is perpetually a step ahead of the world. Xianhan, where are you at this moment? It appears you are in a cavern. Thank you, dear host, for bringing us first-hand information from the side of such a luminary. Please accept this offering of 2 kilograms of wood. Is it just following Zhuang Yu and dining on scraps? What is there to boast about? Your words sound rather bitter. Indeed, they are quite sour. Just as the live stream began, Shen Han received a wave of donations. Though each contribution was modest, the sheer volume accumulated into a considerable sum. Owing to his streaming endeavors, his progress among the survivors by Zhuang Yu's side was the fastest. Haha, thank you to all my dear friends for your generosity. Now, let us continue this treasure hunt together. Witnessing his income rise swiftly, Zhuang Yu's excitement soared, and he became increasingly animated in his speech. You cannot imagine how perilous that last battle was. We were entirely surrounded by a horde of golden mice, and just at that moment of crisis, Shen Han, with his eloquence, vividly recounted the battle scene, embellishing it with a few exaggerated elements. The survivors in the public channel were utterly captivated. The enthralling tale, coupled with the tangible reality, rendered the survivors unable to look away. At crucial moments, Shen Han would deliberately pause, seeking donations. By the end of the stream, he had reaped a bountiful reward. Time flew by, and before long, Zhuang Yu had led everyone to the treasure marked on a map. We found it. The treasure lies right here. It was a rather narrow mine shaft, shrouded in darkness. If one were not careful, this place could easily be overlooked. Excellent. At long last, we have located the treasure site. Friends, pay attention. We are about to commence the excavation. Just as Shen Han was filled with excitement, Zhuang Yu gave him a light tap on the head. Enough chatter. Let us get digging. Yes, boss. Interrupted by Zhuang Yu, Shen Han dared not delay and quickly turned to join the others in the excavation. At that moment, all the survivors watching the live stream around the world held their breath, eyes fixed intently on Zhuang Yu and his companions. As the saying goes, fewer people make for easier meals, while many hands make light work. In no time, the survivors beside Zhuang Yu struck the treasure spot. Boss, we unearthed it. Following this, they lifted a red treasure chest from the earth. Upon the sight of the chest emerging, the public channel erupted once more. Wow, another treasure chest has appeared. What wonders shall this one reveal? I am so eager and excited. Even though I'm merely watching the live stream, it feels as though I, too, am about to open a treasure chest. These heartless individuals, possessing an abundance of resources yet refusing to share, unleash a ferocious beast to vanquish them all. Are you foolish? Why should they distribute their possessions to you? Your words are more foul than a latrine. You deserve your misfortunes. Silence, everyone. Do not disturb my viewing of the live stream. Indeed, everyone be quiet. Even the live broadcast cannot muffle your incessant chatter. Thus, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Zhuang Yu directly opened the red treasure chest presented before him. What treasures awaited him? He felt a surge of anticipation within. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained a magic affinity scroll and a body refinement pill recipe. As soon as the chest was opened, 2 ancient-looking scrolls immediately caught his eye. Simultaneously, he received a notification from the system. Upon seeing the 2 scrolls, Zhuang Yu promptly stowed them away, eager to experiment with them upon his return. Meanwhile, the public channel erupted in chatter. Chapter 57. The Magic Affinity Scroll. Zhuang Yu, what treasures did you uncover in the chest? Care to share? Indeed, Zhuang. Sharing joy is far better than indulging in it alone. Please tell us what treasures you have found. All the survivors watching the live stream were intensely curious about the fleeting appearance of the 2 scrolls and fervently urged Zhuang Yu to share information. The scrolls were clearly extraordinary. Even if they could not possess them, they were eager to learn their secrets. Faced with a barrage of inquiries, Zhuang Yu merely smiled mysteriously and did not respond. He signaled to Shen Han and the others to return to the shelter. We have what we need. Let us depart. Naturally, Zhuang Yu was unwilling to disclose the scroll's information to outsiders, as it was a crucial lifeline in dire moments. Dear friends, today's live stream concludes here. Until next time, Shen Han, understanding the cue, promptly ceased the broadcast and followed closely behind Zhuang Yu. Instantly, the public channel was filled with lamentations. Oh, don't go. Where are those two scrolls? You haven't told us yet. Come on, you're torturing us. Did you start this live stream just to tease us? I won't donate next time. Thus, Zhuang Yu and his companions returned to the base amidst a cacophony of complaints. Once back in his shelter, Zhuang Yu immediately entered his workshop to examine the two newly acquired scrolls. First, he brought forth the Magic Affinity Scroll. Upon opening it, he immediately saw the scroll's description. Magic Affinity Scroll. Using it will enhance your magic affinity. Upon reading the scroll's description, Zhuang Yu chose to use it without hesitation. Ding! Successfully used the Magic Affinity Scroll. Your magic affinity is now 100. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate. Magic affinity increased to 10,000. Goodness, incredible. Hearing this notification, Zhuang Yu's heart soared with joy. After triggering the 100-fold explosion rate, his magic affinity skyrocketed to an astounding 10,000 points. Realizing this outcome, Zhuang Yu nearly burst into laughter. Simultaneously, he sensed that the entire world had transformed. The magical elements that had previously drifted through space, previously imperceptible to him, now seemed vividly present. However, the situation has changed. He can now distinctly perceive the influence of these magical elements on himself. It seems that with just a thought, he can communicate with these magical elements and compel them to submit. As he experiences the boundless magical energy in the air, Zhuang Yu suddenly feels an intimate connection with a new world. Moreover, he can harness this magical energy at any moment, commanding it to accomplish any task he desires. To experiment with the efficacy of his magical affinity, Zhuang Yu decided to first test his fire control technique. He ascended to the watchtower on the 3rd floor, preparing to launch a fireball as a preliminary trial. Upon reaching the watchtower, a profound realization dawned upon him. A bold idea swiftly took shape in his mind. He recalled the first time he eradicated the wild tribe, when the tribe's elder had expended all his energy to unleash a fireball, which had startled him greatly. If that wild man could cast a fireball, could he not do the same? With this thought in mind, Zhuang Yu resolved to proceed without hesitation, initiating his experiment. He extended one hand forward, and to his astonishment, a fireball began to coalesce in his palm. So engrossed was he that he completely forgot to use the fire essence stone. As his concentration deepened, the fireball grew visibly larger at an astonishing rate. Indeed, it was feasible. Witnessing the fireball hovering above his hand filled Zhuang Yu with immense excitement. His theory had proven correct, bolstering his confidence and dispelling any lingering doubts. When the fireball had expanded to the size of basketball, he released it with a shout. Fireball technique. Go! The crimson fireball shot forth like a cannonball, striking a large tree several hundred meters away. Boom! Crack! The robust tree was instantly severed by the impact, crashing to the ground. What tremendous power! Zhuang Yu marveled at the unexpected might of the fireball. Checking his attribute panel, he realized that casting the fireball had consumed only a tiny fraction of his energy. Moreover, he now recognized that he had unleashed such a formidable fireball without even using the fire essence stone. What would this imply? What terrifying power might he unleash if he were to employ the fire essence stone? The implications were clear. With that thought, Zhuang Yu could no longer remain composed. He swiftly retrieved the fire essence stone and began to condense the fireball technique once more. This time, the speed at which the fireball formed increased several-fold. In the blink of an eye, Zhuang Yu had created a colossal fireball over a meter in diameter. Look, what is that? Is that Zhuang de Gu on the watchtower? My goodness, what a gigantic fireball. The boss has grown even stronger. Is it because of those two new scrolls he acquired? At that moment, everyone in the base noticed the enormous fireball atop the watchtower and gathered around, abandoning their tasks. Awestruck by the incredible spectacle above, they couldn't help but express their astonishment. Even Amaya's sisters and Xiao Hunyang were drawn in, racing to the watchtower to admire Zhuang Yu's masterpiece. Wow, it's so big. Master is so powerful. Brother, you are amazing. Brother, you are awesome. Two girls and a little fox maiden beheld a colossal fireball soaring through the sky, their eyes shimmering with wonder. The three had long been entwined with Zhuang Yu, And after experiencing his formidable prowess firsthand, their hearts swelled with an indescribable pride upon witnessing their man's extraordinary strength, prompting them to cheer joyfully. Zhuangyu, undisturbed by the external clamor, maintained a calm demeanor as he skillfully controlled the fireball. Upon reaching a diameter of 2 meters, he realized that further expansion was unattainable. Sensing the limits of the fireball's growth, Zhuangyu decisively hurled the massive sphere into the distance. Whoosh! Crackle! The immense fireball sliced through the air, creating a cacophony of terrifying explosions as it rapidly interacted with the atmosphere. Boom! Moments later, the ground, dozens of meters away, was struck by the fireball, unleashing a thunderous detonation. Zhuangyu focused his gaze and discovered that the impact site had been blasted into a crater approximately 5 meters in diameter. Surrounding trees and flora had been sent flying, debris strewn about in disarray. Goodness! Such ferocity! The spectacle left everyone present, including Zhuangyu, utterly astounded by the power of the fireball. Zhuangyu, in particular, was taken aback, having not anticipated that the fireball technique could yield such formidable force. Chapter 58. Alchemy, as the saying goes, one may tend to flowers yet find them unyielding, while unintentional efforts may yield unexpected shade. He had previously contemplated hastening the development of artillery, yet unexpectedly, the magic affinity scroll he acquired had proven remarkably effective. Glancing once more at his attribute panel, he realized that casting such a grand fireball had consumed merely a fraction of his energy. It would be no exaggeration to assert that, bolstered by the fire element stone, he had become a veritable mobile artillery platform. Moreover, the potency of this fireball far surpassed that of a typical cannon. Zhuangyu's current energy limit stood at 150 points, signifying that at full capacity, he could unleash 150 fireballs in succession. This revelation alleviated the concerns he had harbored regarding insufficient firepower. Boss Zhuang, what have you consumed? This is astonishing, Shen Han exclaimed repeatedly, now regretting not having streamed the event live, as it would have garnered generous donations. Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, Zhuangyu smiled enigmatically but remained silent. He then encouraged everyone, "All right, let us hasten the upgrading of our refuge. No matter how many monsters come, we shall ensure they have no way back." His confident words seemed to invigorate the survivors, instilling them with newfound energy. They immediately immersed themselves in the construction of the base with fervor. Meanwhile, Zhuangyu, flanked by Mia, Maltos, and the little fox maiden, returned to the refuge workshop. With the issue of insufficient firepower initially resolved, Zhuangyu retrieved another scroll acquired earlier that day. Body Refinement Pill Recipe Description: the body refinement pill can be used to enhance physical constitution. Upon carefully perusing the body refinement pill recipe, he discovered that the required ingredients for its concoction were not difficult to procure. To embark on the art of alchemy, one must possess an alchemical furnace. Fortunately, the blueprints for the furnace have been unlocked, allowing for its creation. Constructing the furnace requires 20 points of energy, 200 kilograms of fine iron, and an investment of 2 hours. Shall we proceed with the creation? Indeed, Zhuangyu promptly opted to commence the crafting, pouring 200 kilograms of fine iron into the furnace. He also summoned the Malt Sisters and Little Fox Maiden to assist him. Through their collective efforts, within merely half an hour, they forged a quaint and ancient-looking alchemical furnace. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate has been triggered. The level of the furnace has increased 100-fold. Upon hearing the notification, Zhuangyu gazed at the furnace, astonished to find its level had indeed ascended to 101. Before he could revel in his triumph, Little Fox Maiden spoke up. "Master, what purpose does such a cumbersome object serve?" She looked at the hefty furnace with wide eyes, bewildered. "Brother, are you going to practice alchemy? How wonderful! What elixir will you concoct?" The Malt Sisters, more perceptive, regarded him with their sparkling, expectant eyes. "Ha! Watch closely. We shall begin the alchemical process now." Zhuangyu playfully winked at the three women before initiating the alchemical operations. As he spoke, he tossed various required herbs into the furnace. He then immediately employed the fire control technique, which enveloped the furnace in a roaring flame. According to the alchemical formula, crafting a body-strengthening pill necessitated 50 points of energy and took 1 hour. However, under normal circumstances, with the assistance of fire essence stones, Zhuangyu's alchemical speed surged exponentially. Thus, In merely about a minute, Zhuang Yu received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, alchemy successful. You have obtained one body strengthening pill. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate has been triggered. 100 body strengthening pills. As the notification faded, Zhuang Yu understood that the pills had been successfully crafted and extinguished the flames. The next moment, the lid of the furnace opened, revealing 101 gleaming body strengthening pills before the four of them. Wow, Master is incredible. You managed to produce so many pills in one batch, exclaimed little fox maiden. Brother, what kind of elixir is this? What effects does it have? Prompted by the inquiries of the three women, Zhuang Yu promptly began to examine the attributes of the pills. Body strengthening pill. Consuming it greatly enhances physical attributes. Each individual is limited to one pill. The description was straightforward, yet lacked insight into the effects post-consumption. Contemplating this, Zhuang Yu picked up one body strengthening pill, preparing to test its efficacy himself. The three women watched him intently, their faces brimming with anticipation. Not bad. After consuming the pill, Zhuang Yu instantly felt a radical transformation within his body. In an instant, he sensed an unparalleled surge of strength coursing through him. Concurrently, the system's notification resounded in his mind once more. Ding! Consuming the body-strengthening pill results in strength 40, speed 20, constitution 30, energy 100, satiety 200. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate triggered. Energy value increased 100-fold. Wow! Upon hearing a series of prompts, Zhuang Yu promptly opened his personal attributes panel. To his astonishment, he discovered that his attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation. Name, Zhuang Yu. Satiety, 9,500. Energy, 8,040,000. Strength, 44. Speed, 26. Constitution, 30. Stamina, 100, 100. Elemental affinity, 10,000. Abilities, Fire Control LV1, Apothecary LV1, Runesmithing LV1. After consuming a body-refining pill, he noticed an increase in his constitution. Particularly, his energy had surged to an astounding 40,000 points due to a 100-fold explosion rate. This meant that in the future, upgrading the shelter and crafting various items would no longer be a source of concern regarding insufficient energy. It was indeed an unexpected delight. What is the effect of this elixir, dear brother? The three women, observing the rapid changes in Zhuang Yu's expression, inquired with great concern. With his significantly enhanced capabilities, Zhuang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He then instructed them, I am fine. This elixir greatly enhances physical attributes. You may consume it immediately, but remember, each person can only take one. Taking more will yield no additional effect. Thank you, Master. We are grateful for your generosity. The Mia's sisters and the little fox girl, upon hearing Zhuang Yu's words, were filled with excitement, and immediately each took a body-refining pill. As the pills dissolved upon entering their mouths, an overwhelming sense of euphoria washed over them. Wow, this sensation is extraordinary. I have never experienced such a marvelous state in my life. Brother, it feels exhilarating. I feel as if I could soar. Master, I feel an immense surge of power within me. I may soon surpass you. The three women, having consumed the pills, were now overflowing with exhilaration. At that moment, the Mia's sisters and the little fox girl harbored not only admiration for Zhuang Yu, but also boundless gratitude, for they knew that without him, they would not be where they were today. Chapter 59. Can you lose by doing business with me? After enhancing the strength of the three women, Zhuang Yu began contemplating the next steps for development. Although his energy had reached an impressive 40,000 points, it would be futile without sufficient resources. To unlock the manufacturing of more technological products, a vast amount of resources was required. However, relying solely on themselves, it was evident that they could not accomplish such a colossal task of resource collection. Shunhan and the others were currently preoccupied with upgrading their shelter and could not spare any time. After much contemplation, Zhuang Yu realized he would have to depend on the global community of survivors. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. If he could mobilize the vast number of survivors, resource collection would no longer be a challenge. The only concern was that nearly 90% of the survivors worldwide, apart from him, were still living in the Stone Age. With their basic needs unmet, how could they possibly gather materials? After careful deliberation, In order to expedite the rapid development of his base, Zhuang Yu decided to publicly offer trade for smoothbore guns to all survivors. As long as the survivors across the globe acquire smoothbore guns, their combat prowess will undoubtedly soar exponentially. Consequently, this will significantly expedite the gathering of resources, enabling individuals to amass vast quantities through trade in a remarkably short span. Determined to act upon this notion, Zhuang Yu immediately set about implementing his plan. Within his workshop, he devoted himself entirely to the production of smoothbore guns. The manufacture of these firearms required 20 points of energy and took an hour to complete. Ding! The smoothbore gun has been successfully crafted, triggering a 100-fold explosion rate. Zhuang Yu produced 100 smoothbore guns. Ding! Another smoothbore gun has been successfully crafted, triggering a 100-fold explosion rate. He produced yet another 100 smoothbore guns. Within the mere span of a morning, Zhuang Yu had triggered the 100-fold explosion rate multiple times, culminating in the creation of 500 smoothbore guns. He then proceeded to manufacture ammunition. The bullets for the smoothbore guns were relatively simple to produce, consisting merely of round iron balls. Crafting the bullets required 5 points of energy and took 3 minutes. Ding! The smoothbore gun bullets have been successfully crafted, triggering a 100-fold explosion rate. He produced 100 bullets. Ding! Another batch of smoothbore gun bullets has been successfully crafted, triggering a 100-fold explosion rate. He produced yet another 100 bullets. In just one day, Zhuang Yu had managed to create 500 smoothbore guns and 10,000 bullets. While manufacturing the bullets, he simultaneously utilized his rune engraving ability to inscribe each bullet with a sharpness 10 effect. Additionally, he forged several hundred rune bullets with a sharpness effect of 100 for himself. Zhuang Yu estimated that should one be struck by these bullets with a sharpness effect of 100, even a dinosaur could be felled with a single shot. Having accomplished this, Zhuang Yu promptly activated the trading channel, offering this newly produced arsenal for sale. He announced the availability of smoothbore guns, allowing survivors to exchange various resources for them. 500 smoothbore guns, each accompanied by 20 rounds of ammunition, were available. Zhuang Yu set a fair price this time, opting not to auction but rather inviting other survivors to trade with ordinary resources: timber, ores, various rare metal ores, herbs, wild fruits, coal, petroleum, and so forth. Any item that Zhuang Yu could utilize was eligible for exchange for firearms. As soon as the announcement was made, the public channel erupted with excitement. What am I seeing? My goodness! Smoothbore guns. Surely I am not dreaming. Everyone rushed to the trading channel. The esteemed Zhuang Yu is publicly selling smoothbore guns. Moreover, the prices were quite reasonable, with a variety of resources accepted in exchange. The news rapidly spread, and all online survivors flocked to the trading channel. Upon witnessing the smoothbore guns in the trading channel, the crowd erupted in waves of exhilaration. Zhuang Yu is incredible, selling smoothbore guns in such large quantities so swiftly. Why do I feel as though we are not inhabiting the same world? 100 kilograms of timber for a smoothbore gun? Am I dreaming? Only 50 kilograms of iron ore in exchange for a smoothbore gun and 20 bullets? Is that even sufficient to cover production costs? Clearly, Zhuang Yu's offer was a blend of generosity and commerce, aimed at assisting everyone. Who would dare claim that Zhuang Yu lacks compassion? I, for one, shall never agree with such a notion. As the survivors beheld the trading price of the smoothbore guns, Zhuang Yu's stature in their eyes instantly ascended to great heights. Many were moved to tears, feeling a profound gratitude towards him. While their hearts brimmed with appreciation, the survivors' hands remained busy. In the blink of an eye, over 300 of the 500 smoothbore guns have been sold, with the remaining stock dwindling rapidly. Observing the brisk sales of the firearms, Zhuang Yu nodded to himself in satisfaction, simultaneously perusing the trading channel for other essential supplies he required. To his surprise, he discovered that someone was selling salt, and another individual was offering spices. This unexpected delight filled him with excitement, as he had been unable to find any seasonings for quite some time, leaving their meals tasteless and bland. Upon spotting the salt and spices, he knew he could not let this opportunity slip away. Before long, the survivor selling salt, known as Wang Matzi, responded first. "Is that you, Boss Zhuang? What can I do for you?" The excitement in Wang Matzi's voice was palpable, nearly leaving him speechless. Zhuang Yu got straight to the point, declaring, "I will take all your salt. Can I exchange it for smoothbore guns?" "Yes, absolutely," Wang Matzi stammered. his disbelief evident as he felt as if fortune had smiled upon him. By the way, may I ask where you procure this salt? Zhuang Yu inquired after finalizing the transaction. Well, to be honest, Boss Zhuang, I was born by the sea and previously worked at a salt field. I've utilized my skills to harvest some sea salt to sell, Wang Matzi explained. This information sparked Zhuang Yu's interest, as he envisioned a long-term partnership, ensuring that their base would no longer worry about salt shortages. Let's make a deal. I will purchase all your salt from now on, Zhuang Yu proposed. Of course, Wang Matzi replied, beaming with joy. Rest assured, our salt will be exclusively supplied to you at a price you deem fair. You won't regret doing business with me. Zhuang Yu then tossed a smoothbore gun to Wang Matzi, saying, consider this your deposit. Thank you, Boss Zhuang. At this moment, Zhang Ergu, the spice seller, also responded. Similar to Wang Matzi, he was equally astonished to find that it was Zhuang Yu seeking to make a purchase. Zhang Ergu, hailing from a region abundant in spices, soon negotiated a long-term supply agreement with Zhuang Yu. After completing transactions with both individuals, the 500 smoothbore guns previously offered by Zhuang Yu had been completely sold out. Those who missed out on the opportunity were left dejected, lamenting their misfortune. Oh, how could I have arrived so late? To miss out on such splendid smoothbore guns. One lamented, I should have stayed home instead of going hunting today. This is infuriating. Uncertain of whether the smoothbore guns will be available for purchase again, one mused that the esteemed Master Zhuang would not limit sales to just once. However, the situation remained unpredictable. With so many smoothbore guns, one could only imagine the production would require an extensive duration, even if it were continuous. Indeed, the prospects appeared dim. Meanwhile, those fortunate enough to have procured the guns rejoiced, showcasing their acquisitions on the World Channel. In an effort to stabilize the emotions of the crowd, Zhuang Yu promptly made a commitment in the trading channel to all survivors. For those who had not yet acquired a smoothbore gun, there was no need for haste, as a certain number would be available for sale each day henceforth. As Zhuang Yu's words echoed, the chat channel erupted once more in fervor, followed by heartfelt praises from survivors. Long live Master Zhuang. Master Zhuang is benevolent. Selling such fine smoothbore guns at such a low price, you are a saint reborn. With these smoothbore guns, we shall no longer fear the beasts. Zhuang, do you need a warm bed companion? I am 18, fair-skinned and beautiful, untouched by any man, with modest needs and easy to support. Please consider taking me in. Zhuang, I wish to bear your children. Faced with the overwhelming enthusiasm of countless survivors, Zhuang Yu promptly fled the scene. That evening, 3 young women, wishing to express their gratitude for Zhuang Yu's care, prepared their most cherished dishes using the salt and spices he had brought back. Observing their joyous bustling in the kitchen, Zhuang Yu could not help but feel a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He recalled his days before the apocalypse, when he was merely a struggling individual at the bottom of society, lacking even the most basic comforts. But now, he found himself thriving in this new world, leading a life replete with affection and unrestrained joy. The very thought was astonishing. Just as he pondered this, the 3 young women presented their finest culinary creations at the table. Brother, this is my steamed carp. Please give it a try, said Maya, her radiant face beaming with happiness, her every gesture exuding charm and beauty. Your skills have improved, Zhuang Yu remarked, his appetite awakened by the enticing aroma of the steamed carp, just as he was about to reach for his chopsticks. At that moment, the little fox girl, in a playful tone, interjected, Master, I prepared braised ribs for you. Please try mine first. As she spoke, she deftly picked up a piece of rib, attempting to feed it to Zhuang Yu. Wait, do you not understand the concept of order? The displeased Mai Tang, who had just approached with a plate of stir-fried meat, could no longer remain silent and retorted to the little fox girl, clearly, it was my sister who arrived first. Why should you have the first taste? Turning to Zhuang Yu, she sweetly added, Brother Zhuang, how does my stir-fried meat taste? Would you care for a piece? With that, she also raised a piece of stir-fried meat to his lips. Such sweet words. Yet you too wish for Master to taste your dish first. Upon witnessing the demeanor of Mai Tang, the little fox girl felt an even greater surge of defiance and promptly declared, The dishes I prepare are undoubtedly the most delectable. Thus my master should savor mine first. No, my stir-fried pork is the finest. You should step aside, she retorted. Why should I step aside? My culinary creations are the best, and I deserve precedence. Mine first. Zhuang Yu, observing the unfolding scene, found himself momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated that he would attain such popularity one day. Although he relished the attention, he feared that the two girls might soon come to blows over it. Thus, he hurriedly intervened. Both your dishes are delightful. There is no need to rush. Let us enjoy them one at a time. I shall begin with my steamed carp. Upon hearing this, Maya swiftly picked up a tender morsel of fish belly with her chopsticks and offered it to Zhuangyu, delicately blowing on it before adding, "Brother, be cautious. It's hot, and watch out for the bones. We wouldn't want you to choke." Truthfully, her gentle words sent a delightful shiver down Zhuangyu's spine, nearly melting him. He opened his mouth to taste the fish, nodding appreciatively. Delicious. One must admit that with the addition of salt and seasonings, the dishes finally bore a resemblance to the flavors of the pre-apocalyptic world. Master, savor my braised ribs. I have stewed them for several hours until the meat is tender and falling off the bone. No sooner had he swallowed the fish than the little fox girl presented him with a piece of rib. This is also quite good. I hadn't realized Xiao Bai possessed such culinary skills. Over the past few days, Zhuangyu had affectionately bestowed upon the little fox girl the name Xiao Bai. Of course. Do you not know who I am? She replied, pouting, her tail nearly soaring to the heavens. Just as he finished the ribs, Mai Tang appeared with a portion of stir-fried pork. Brother, do try my stir-fried pork. Zhuangyu opened his mouth to sample it, savoring the flavor before giving her a thumbs up. I never expected Tang Tang to possess such remarkable culinary talent. Upon receiving Zhuangyu's praise, Mai Tang blushed deeply, lowering her head and shyly murmuring, "It's nothing much. If you desire, I can prepare it for you every day." Of course, I would love that. Zhuangyu replied eagerly, "As long as you're willing to cook for me, I could never tire of such delicious fare." At that moment, Zhuangyu, feeling a surge of affection, pulled Mai Tang into his embrace, tenderly saying, "Little Tang Tang, you should come over tonight." "Brother, how naughty you are." The three girls had long since been completely captivated by Zhuangyu, and upon hearing his teasing words, Mai Tang was instantly overwhelmed with shyness, burying her face in his embrace. Seeing her bashful demeanor, Zhuangyu erupted into hearty laughter. Mai Tang's beauty was distinct from that of the other two. While Maya exuded a mature and dignified grace, and the little fox girl embodied a seductive charm, Mai Tang radiated pure and bashful beauty, her every expression reflecting the innocence and exuberance of youth. This innate allure was particularly captivating to Zhuangyu, who, as a staunchly masculine figure, naturally showered her with affection. Even during their shared training sessions, he was always cautious, fearful of causing her any harm. Chapter 61. Surrounding me? At that moment, the little fox girl brought forth a jar of monkey wine, filling everyone's cups to the brim. The master declared, "Today, let us revel in joy and drink to our heart's content." "Very well. I shall heed your words. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated." With that, Zhuangyu raised Xiao Bai's cup and downed it in one gulp. "Indeed, we shall not return until we are inebriated," the girls echoed in unison. That night, several of the girls succumbed to drunkenness. Although Zhuangyu felt he could continue, he decided against it upon witnessing their state, and thus embraced them as they drifted into a deep slumber. At dawn, as Zhuangyu opened his eyes, he discovered three girls entwined around him like an octopus. The furry tail of the little fox girl was sweeping across his face, causing an amusing, tickling sensation. "The sun has risen. It is time to awaken." Zhuangyu called out a few times, but the girls remained blissfully asleep, completely unresponsive. It was no surprise, after being thoroughly exhausted by Zhuangyu's antics the previous night. How could they possibly recover so swiftly? Realizing that the three young ladies required their rest, Zhuangyu chose not to disturb their sweet dreams. He carefully extracted himself from their embrace and slowly descended from the bed. After washing up, Zhuangyu made his way to his workshop to commence another day's toil. Since he had promised the survivors a daily supply of smoothbore guns, he was determined to fulfill that commitment. The creation of smoothbore gun required 20 points of energy and took 1 hour. Ding! Smoothbore gun successfully manufactured. Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, resulting in 100 guns. Ding! Smoothbore gun successfully manufactured. Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, resulting in 100 guns. As the morning progressed, Zhuangyu produced an additional 500 smoothbore guns. By this time, the Maya sisters and the little fox girl had awakened and begun preparing a meal for him. "Have you risen? Did you rest well?" Zhuang Yu inquired with concern upon seeing them awake. "We are well rested," the three girls replied in unison. Subsequently, the little fox girl approached Zhuang Yu, her expression filled with a lingering desire as she gazed at him tenderly. Noticing her unsatisfied demeanor, Zhuang Yu found it amusing and playfully patted her on her pert backside. I shall go prepare your lunch now," the little fox girl replied with a light huff before scampering away. "Brother, we shall also prepare your lunch." After her departure, the Maya's sisters hurried into the kitchen, eager not to be outdone. Following their lunch, Zhuang Yu resumed his work, and by dusk, he had completed another 500 smoothbore guns along with 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Opening the trading channel, he promptly listed this batch of arms. The channel erupted with excitement. "Look, Zhuang Laoda's smoothbore guns are here again. Quick, seize them. First come, first served. This one is mine. No one dare contest me." Yesterday, Zhuang Yu had informed everyone that he would be providing a daily supply of smoothbore guns for sale. Consequently, a throng of survivors idled in the trading channel, eagerly awaiting his arrival. As soon as Zhuang Yu listed the latest batch of smoothbore guns and ammunition, those who had missed out the previous day sprang into action, swiftly purchasing the firearms. In mere moments, the 500 smoothbore guns and 10,000 rounds of ammunition were completely sold out, leaving nothing behind. The bustling sales scene was, in fact, well within Zhuang Yu's expectations. With a global population of 6 billion, even though over 1 billion had been lost, the vast demographic foundation remained intact. For the remaining survivors, the daily supply of 500 smoothbore guns barely sufficed. It appeared that the road ahead was fraught with challenges. As he pondered this situation, those who had failed to procure a smoothbore gun began to voice their grievances once more. "Zhuang, could you possibly increase production? At this rate, when will we ever be able to purchase one?" "Indeed, Zhuang, we implore you to enhance the output." Faced with their fervent demands, Zhuang Yu found himself powerless. He had contemplated ramping up production by establishing a smoothbore gun manufacturing line. However, upon reviewing the prerequisites necessary to unlock such a production line, he quickly dismissed the idea of achieving it in the near future. To unlock the smoothbore gun production line, he first needed to meet the conditions of several technological advancements. Primarily, establishing a production line required a source of electricity. Thus, the first step was to unlock power generation technology. Once a power plant was built, a stable supply of fuel was essential. Even a coal-fired power plant demanded a significant daily consumption of coal. Furthermore, he would need to unlock a series of technologies, including precision instrument manufacturing, mechanical automation, office automation, corporate management, lighting technology, automated production scheduling, and material science, among others. Such an extensive undertaking was not something that could be accomplished in a short period. Consequently, he was left to manufacture these weapons single-handedly. Nonetheless, he empathized with the collective sentiment, as everyone longed to enhance their strength to survive in this apocalyptic world. This urgency also served to benefit Zhuang Yu. With this in mind, he reassured everyone, "Friends, there is no need for concern. I will strive to find a way to increase production swiftly." "All right, Zhuang, you must expedite this." They responded eagerly, their impatience palpable. With Zhuang Yu's promise, the crowd gradually dispersed from the trading channel, retreating to await an increase in production. In the following days, Zhuang Yu spent his time working during the day and engaging in playful games with the three girls at night. Life flowed in a fulfilling and joyful routine. However, the issue of smoothbore gun production remained unresolved, and a week later, Zhuang Yu found himself growing increasingly impatient. He understood that at the current pace, it would be difficult to proliferate the smoothbore guns among the survivors in the short term. Hence, he resolved to venture out, hopeful that he might stumble upon opportunities to enhance production. During this past week, Shen Han and his group had also successfully upgraded their shelter to level 2. As a result, the security of their base had improved significantly, allowing Zhuang Yu to embark on his quest with peace of mind. Just as this thought crossed his mind and he prepared to set out, he noticed Shen Han hurrying towards Zhuang Yu's shelter. An expression of urgency etched across his face. "Boss, something's gone awry." Seeing him in such a state of panic, Zhuang Yu realized that a crisis was imminent and, with a serious expression, inquired, "What has happened? Why are you so flustered?" Upon hearing his words, Shen Han hurriedly composed himself and continued the report. "Boss, we have discovered a large number of wild men and natives surrounding us." Chapter 62. The assault of the wild men upon receiving this alarming news. Zhuang Yu swiftly ascended to the rooftop watchtower. Indeed, he beheld a vast multitude of wild men and natives outside the base, a dark mass that seemed to engulf the landscape. They roared frantically, charging towards Zhuang Yu's base like ferocious beasts. Although their attack appeared chaotic and disorganized, the atmosphere they created was profoundly terrifying. Zhuang Yu surmised that these natives had likely united with the wild tribes to exact revenge for the previous losses they had suffered at his hands. What shall we do, boss? The surviving members seemed intimidated by the formidable presence of the natives. Despite their advantage in weaponry, the overwhelming numbers of their adversaries left them feeling uncertain. Fear not. Arm yourselves and confront them. Zhuang Yu, now brimming with newfound strength, saw this as the perfect opportunity to test his skills. With the natives and wild men presenting themselves, he was eager to engage. He immediately began assigning tasks. Shun Han, lead everyone to the northern, eastern, and western watchtowers, and use the smoothbore guns to snip at the advancing foes. Yes, just watch me, boss. Follow me. After Shun Han departed, Zhuang Yu took 3 girls with him to the southern watchtower of the refuge. At this moment, his refuge consisted of 4 watchtowers, with Shun Han leading a dozen survivors stationed at the northern, eastern, and western towers. Zhuang Yu, alongside the girls, secured the southern watchtower. The survivors who followed Zhuang Yu had upgraded their refuge to a level 2 facility, and with the walls surrounding it, Zhuang Yu's refuge was fortified at the center. Just as everyone was prepared, the assault by the wild men and natives commenced. The attacking force surged forth, a dark wave that appeared to number in the thousands, indicating their resolute intent to obliterate Zhuang Yu's base. Charge! Annihilate these intruders! The vanguard of the wild men bellowed as they surged forward. Zhuang Yu and the girls stood ready atop the watchtower, operating the large crossbow, prepared for a long-range strike. Kill! The wild men moved swiftly, dashing to the iron fence surrounding the base in the blink of an eye. Each one displayed remarkable agility, and as they approached the fence, they began to climb. However, due to the animal grease applied by Shun Han and the others, the fence offered no grip. The vanguard of wild men soon realized that no matter how hard they exerted themselves, they could not ascend. It was akin to a dog trying to bite a hedgehog. Impossible. At that moment, observing that the enemy had entered the range of the heavy crossbows, Zhuang Yu immediately commanded, "Fire! All units, heed the command. The enemy is within range. Prepare the heavy crossbows." "Yes, boss." Shun Han and the other survivors, upon receiving the order, swiftly aimed the heavy crossbows at the watchtower. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A resounding rush of air heralded the demise of 4 wild men, who fell one after another. The anguished cries of those who did not perish instantly sent shivers down the spine. The range and lethality of a large crossbow far surpassed that of a smoothbore gun, necessitating its use against enemies from such a distance. Its only drawback was its limited number. However, the hand crossbows previously installed on the walls were now triggered, inflicting significant damage upon the wild men forces. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yu and the 3 girls stood atop the southern watchtower, seemingly untouched by the urgency of the surrounding warfare. With effortless grace, he released a bolt from the crossbow, striking down a wild warrior hundreds of meters away. The girls erupted in jubilant cheers. "Yay! Master is amazing! Wow! Brother Yu is so powerful!" Amidst their praises, Zhuang Yu skillfully maneuvered the heavy crossbow, piercing the skull of another wild soldier from afar. "Yay! Master is incredible!" At this moment, Mai Tang approached, reloading the crossbow with a fresh bolt, her lips pursed in feigned displeasure. Brother Yu is so biased. Noticing her sullen demeanor, Zhuang Yu gali emtat Mai Tang, in quing sopti. In the distance, survivors in the other watchtowers gazed enviously at the scene. One survivor, stationed alongside Shun Han, remarked with palpable envy, as the old saying goes, "People die by comparison, goods are discarded by comparison. The ancients truly did not deceive me. Look at them, fighting while simultaneously charming the ladies. One might think they were merely enjoying a scenic excursion." Indeed, Hanji, when do you suppose we will rise to prominence? I'm not asking to be like Zhuang, but just to find a woman of worth. Enough. Silence. Have you forgotten that just 2 days ago you were barely surviving, living on the brink of death? Shun Han retorted, his voice tinged with irritation. Stop dwelling on such futile thoughts. Do you not recall the days when you struggled for every morsel? Now that we have food and drink, What more could we desire? Women? How audacious of you! Without Zhuang, how many of you would still be alive? One must learn to be content. Do not always reach for the unattainable. As long as we wholeheartedly serve Zhuang. With his character, he shall not treat us unjustly. Once we grow strong, what woman could we not have? Do not be short-sighted, fixated solely on immediate gains. This admonition rendered the group speechless. Though chastised, the survivors bore no resentment, recognizing the wisdom in Shenhan's words. They understood that as long as they followed Zhuang Yu with unwavering loyalty, a day would surely come when they could stand tall and proud. Not to mention, their recent gains had already surpassed those of 99 of survivors worldwide. Upon contemplating this matter, the grievances dissipated, as everyone silently vowed to cling tightly to the formidable figure of Zhuang Yu. One survivor echoed an agreement, stating, "Brother Han is right. As long as we diligently follow Boss Zhuang, we shall have our pick of women in the future. Let us not dilly-dally. Let us get to work." Hearing this, Sheng Khan's Damiano Suftanat. He addressed the group once more, saying, "After all, we are all men here, and I understand your sentiments. Whenever an opportunity arises, I shall consider your needs." He then cast his gaze towards the distant wild men troops, sighing with a hint of melancholy. If it weren't for these wild men and their indigenous women, who are truly difficult to approach, I would be inclined to fulfill your desires right now. His words resonated deeply with the crowd, prompting a chorus of humorous complaints. Indeed, these wild women were not only untamed, but also bore rough skin. The most unbearable aspect was the foul odor that clung to them. Merely drawing near could leave one feeling faint. Even for those who had never encountered a woman in ages, the stench would extinguish any lingering thoughts. What this brother says holds truth. These wild men are scarcely different from beasts. It would be wise for us to abandon any notions concerning them. Although Shen Han conveyed this to the group, he could not help but feel exasperated watching Zhuang Yu and company indulge in their romantic pursuits. Thus, he decided to commence a live broadcast, inviting survivors from across the globe to share in his plight. Dear viewers, Shen Han is back. As the stream began, numerous survivors eagerly flooded into the channel. Observing the influx of viewers, Shen Han swiftly shifted the camera to focus on the wild men troops. Friends, today's broadcast promises to be exhilarating. Behold, the wild men and indigenous forces are launching a joint assault on our base. The first monster siege of our base has commenced. Fellow comrades, I am being considerate. Even amidst the battle, let us shower some gifts. Soon, a multitude of survivors were captivated by the live content, eagerly pouring into Shen Han's channel. Goodness, so many wild men and indigenous people? This is terrifying. Surely, there must be tens of thousands? Can our leader hold them off? He and Han, I shall mourn for you and send you 2 kilograms of, or for your journey to the underworld. What a grand base complete with walls. Has your sanctuary reached level 2? I envy you. Being alongside the leader is advantageous, yet perilous. They might meet their doom this time. I think otherwise. Despite the sheer number of wild men and indigenous people, hasn't no one managed to breach the walls of the base yet? And just look at all those wild men corpses outside the walls, indicating that our leader can indeed hold his ground. Sigh, our leader is truly remarkable. We can only gaze up in admiration. Let us not say more. For this live battle alone, I deem it worthy of a reward. 2 kilograms of wood. Do not dismiss it as little. Thank you all for your support. As the notifications of rewards poured in, Shen Han's eyes crinkled with delight. Now, let us show everyone the charisma of our boss Zhuang. As he spoke, Shen Han shifted the screen to the direction of Zhuang Yu. The moment the scene changed, the live chat burst into a cacophony of astonishment. Many were left utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle before them. What on earth was the big shot doing? Engaging in battle while indulging in flirtation? Incredible. Zhuang Laoda remained unflappable even in the face of chaos, demonstrating a remarkable composure while simultaneously pursuing romantic interests. To think he could entertain 3 at once. He truly must be blessed. Who were those 3 girls? How brazen of them. It was broad daylight, and they seemed utterly oblivious to the implications of their actions. It's infuriating. Who do they think they are, kissing the big shot? Here I am, a natural beauty. Yet I have never been afforded such an opportunity. What injustice. Ugh, with that appearance of yours. Could you please refrain from speaking? I am on the verge of losing my lunch. Why should I heed your words? Oh, big shot. How could you be so short-sighted? You forsake a beauty like me for those three wretches? Such common, superficial creatures are unworthy of your stature. What has become of this world? It's utterly unjust. Zhuang Yu, turn around and look at me. What makes them better than me? Ugh, you hideous creature, be quiet. If you say another word, I will end you. Chapter 63. Collapse on a distant hill. The leader of the wild tribe bore a fierce expression, seething with anger. Damn it! Why are these humans so difficult to contend with? Witnessing the heavy casualties of his vanguard, the leader's heart bled. At such a critical juncture, why were the indigenous tribes still holding back? Noticing the indigenous chief still hesitating, the leader of the wild tribe roared in fury. Do you take us for fools? You misunderstand. Our indigenous tribe has no such intentions. The chief quickly clarified. Was it not agreed that your wild warriors, being robust, would serve as the vanguard? Naturally, we would not leave the wild tribe to face the enemy alone. Our main force will soon advance to provide support. Prepare for the general assault. Good. I hope your words hold weight. Initiate the full attack. After reaching an understanding, the wild tribe leader and the indigenous chief simultaneously issued commands for an all-out assault. In an instant, the sound of horns echoed through the air. Thousands of wild and indigenous soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave toward the base. Kill, annihilate these intruders. Their eyes gleamed with bloodlust as they charged forward, roaring with frenzy, heedless of casualties as they rushed toward the iron barricades outside the base. Shield of the Earth. Behind the wild forces, several shamans raised their staffs and cast their spells. Suddenly, each charging wild soldier was enveloped in a set of earthy-colored armor. The crossbow bolts that were fired from the iron barricades were thwarted by the wild soldiers' new armor, clattering harmlessly to the ground. Although the indigenous troops lacked armor, their infantry was equipped with massive wooden shields, which effectively blocked the incoming bolts. Only the large crossbows on the 4 watchtowers could inflict significant damage upon them, while the smoothbore guns had too short a range to reach effectively. As the walls of the base teetered on the brink of collapse, Zhuang Yu could no longer bear to watch. He was determined to prevent the wild men and indigenous tribes from breaching the defenses. The potential losses were insufferable. After a week of labor, Shan Han and the others had elevated their respective shelters to level 2. If these natives and savages were to annihilate their efforts, they would have to start anew, and he simply could not afford such a delay. In the next moment, he unleashed his trump card, the fireball technique. With a resounding shout, a massive fireball, 2 meters in diameter, materialized in the air. Go, he commanded as he thrust his hand forward. The fiery orb, radiating intense heat, plummeted swiftly downward. Boom! Upon impact, a deafening roar erupted, and a small mushroom cloud billowed forth beyond the southern fence. The tremendous shock wave tore through the ranks of the indigenous attackers, creating a gaping hole in their formation. As the fireball detonated, everything within a 10-meter radius was obliterated, leaving a colossal pit measuring 5 meters across. Nearby, all indigenous soldiers were reduced to mere fragments, limbs flying in all directions. Oh no, mother! The wounded wild men and natives, some missing limbs, emitted anguished cries of despair, their wails a chilling symphony of horror that sent shivers down the spine. Never had the wild men and natives encountered such devastation. Many soldiers stood frozen in shock, paralyzed by fear. Yet, before they could comprehend the magnitude of the catastrophe, a second fireball descended upon them. What is this? The leaders directing the battle from afar, the wild man chief and the indigenous chieftain, were nearly brought to their knees by this divine retribution. They could scarcely fathom that they had provoked such a formidable adversary. How could this be? How could he wield such immense power? Regret flooded their hearts. Had they known, they would never have dared to assault this outsider. But it was too late for remorse. Zhuang Yu's fireball technique was not only devastating in power, but also unrelenting in its assault. The wild men and indigenous warriors, engulfed in chaos, cried out in terror. Their arrogance long since extinguished. Many perished, while others fled, their sole thought to escape this infernal blaze. Meanwhile, the survivors on the watchtower, including Shan Han, were left speechless, utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. Especially Shan Han, who had previously witnessed Zhuang Yu's fireball technique. Yet now, witnessing its destructive capacity firsthand, he was profoundly taken aback. Overwhelmed by shock, he momentarily forgot to speak during his live broadcast. Concurrently, the viewers in the live stream could hardly believe their eyes as they watched Zhuang you showcase his might. When the colossal fireball detonated among the wild men and natives, gasps of awe escaped from every viewer. Wow, this is incredible. Goodness, what a terrifying fireball technique. It nearly scared me to death. Am I seeing this correctly? Has Zhuang Yu reached such a level? It seems that I can no longer afford to be complacent. The gap is widening. Well done, Master Zhuang. Eliminate these savages. Yes, eradicate them. We have suffered greatly at the hands of these wild men. Damn it. Watching this makes my blood boil. I yearn to join them. Who knows where Master Zhuang is? I shall rush to his side. Master Zhuang, I adore you. I long to bear your children. Zhuang Yu, you are my great hero. I await your arrival on a cloud to take me away. Ha ha. What a thrill, what a catharsis. Despite their fearsome demeanor, when faced with Master Zhuang, these savages can only be subjected to defeat. This live broadcast was worth it. No further words are necessary. Just tips will suffice. Ding. 10 kilograms of timber. Ding. 5 kilograms of special, or ding. 2 rabbit pelts. As the system continuously received tipping notifications, Shanhan finally came to his senses. Ha ha. Thank you for your support. My friends. The rapid influx of resources exhilarated Shanhan to the point of breathlessness. This is what it means to become wealthy overnight. He felt an immense sense of gratitude for his decision to stream live. The resources earned today were likely tenfold of the usual amount. On the distant hillside, the savage leader and the native chief witnessed their troops scattered and demoralized, having lost all will to fight. They deeply regretted provoking Zhuang Yu, realizing too late the folly of their actions. But regret is a remedy that cannot be purchased. They must now bear the bitter fruits of their own making. Arriving with thousands, nearly their entire force had been annihilated. Aware of their inevitable defeat, the two exchanged a resigned sigh before fleeing with their loyal guards. Chapter 64. The battle concludes with the battle concluded. Zhuang Yu and his companions began to clear the battlefield. The natives and savages possessed no notable equipment or weapons, and even Shanhan and others looked down upon these impoverished souls. However, upon thorough searching, they managed to uncover a few valuable items. Boss, we found this. After cleaning the battlefield, Shanhan presented several staves adorned with azure gemstones to Zhuang Yu. Upon seeing the gemstones, Zhuang Yu recognized their worth, as he could sense energy fluctuations akin to those of fire elemental stones. He praised them directly. Well done. Hand them over to me. After receiving the staves, Zhuang Yu promptly removed all the gemstones. Immediately, a system notification chimed at his ear. Ding. Acquired 3 earth elemental stones. As expected, these 3 gemstones were indeed earth elemental stones. Previously, Zhuang Yu had obtained a fire elemental stone, which greatly enhanced his fire spells. Had it not been for the fire elemental stone, he might not have achieved such an effortless victory in today's battle. Now that he had obtained 3 earth elemental stones, did this imply that they could enhance earth magic? Contemplating this, Zhuang Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. Though he possessed the earth elemental stones, he had yet to learn earth magic, leaving him only to gaze longingly at their potential. At that moment, Shanhan presented a parchment scroll. Boss, in addition to those few staffs, we have also discovered this scroll. What is it? Zhuang Yu curiously took the scroll, and as he unfurled it, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a fragment of earth magic. It contains the cultivation methods for elementary earth control and stone skin protection. Would you like to learn them now? Recalling the previous battle where the wild wizards had cast a sweeping earth-colored armor upon their soldiers, Zhuang Yu's understanding dawned. Ah, so that's what it is. The stone skin protection must be quite useful. With clarity on the matter, he promptly chose to learn. Ding! Successfully learned elementary earth control, current level, LV1. Ding! Successfully learned earth magic, stone skin protection, current level, LV1. Effect: grants a defensive earth armor to oneself and allies, increasing defense by 1 point. Ding! Triggered 100-fold explosion rate. Stone skin protection effect, 100. Upon hearing the notification, Zhuang Yu immediately grasped the implications. If the defense of stone skin protection were increased 100-fold, that would amount to 100 points of defense. In future battles, using stone skin protection would allow him to stride forth with confidence. The recent campaign had yielded considerable rewards, though the only regret was that the wild chieftain and the native leader had escaped. However, given the limited forces at his disposal, only a handful of individuals. Pursuing them recklessly could lead to significant casualties. Upon returning to the shelter, Zhuang Yu rewarded each survivor according to their contributions. All who followed him received a share of supplies, deepening their loyalty to him. Through the transactions of recent days, Zhuang Yu had amassed a substantial cache of resources. He was now finally poised to unlock the technology for the smoothbore cannon. Although it was merely the most rudimentary form of the cannon, it would nonetheless elevate the firepower of the base to a new level. In the workshop, Zhuang Yu eagerly examined the production steps for the smoothbore cannon. Its structure was not overly complex, comparable to that of a smoothbore gun, though crafting the shells was somewhat intricate. Manufacturing the smoothbore cannon required 100 energy points and would take 3 hours. Upon seeing the prompt, Zhuang Yu immediately opted to proceed. The first step involved forging the steel in the furnace. This would be the most time-consuming process. However, with the assistance of fire element stone, he employed fire control magic to regulate the flames within the furnace. Thanks to the enhancement from the fire element stone, the casting time was reduced to just 10 minutes. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully manufactured a smoothbore cannon. Ding! Triggered 100-fold explosion rate. Smoothbore cannon, 100. With the smoothbore cannon completed, the next task was to produce the cannonballs. Creating the cannonballs required 5 kilograms of steel, 5 kilograms of gunpowder, and 1 kilogram of copper, consuming 50 energy points and taking 30 minutes. With all materials at hand, Zhuang Yu promptly began crafting at the workstation. Half an hour later, he was greeted once again by the familiar notification sound. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully manufactured a smoothbore cannonball, receiving 1 smoothbore cannonball. Ding! Set off with a 100-fold explosion rate. Smoothbore cannonballs 100. The smoothbore cannon has finally been completed. With this formidable weapon, concerns over insufficient firepower are now alleviated. However, its considerable weight renders it suitable only for city defense at present. Subsequently, Zhuang Yu produced another 10,000 smoothbore cannonballs. He instructed Shen Han to gather his team, preparing to install these cannons atop the watchtowers of each shelter. Wow, boss, is that a cannon? When Shen Han arrived with the other survivors, they were utterly astonished by the smoothbore cannon crafted by Zhuang Yu. They had never imagined that he would produce such artillery so swiftly. All right, let's not waste any time. Quickly transport these cannons to your watchtowers. Understood, brothers. No time for dawdling. Let us get to work. With the arrival of the cannons, the morale of the group soared. Under Shen Han's leadership, they swiftly positioned the 100 smoothbore cannons in the watchtowers of their respective shelters. Zhuang Yu's watchtower, being the largest, accommodated 20 cannons. Once the task was completed, 3 girls approached Zhuang Yu, gently caressing the cannon's body, feeling a profound sense of security. Master, how powerful is this cannon? Could you demonstrate it for us? Yes, brother. I want to see it fired. No problem. I shall fire a few rounds for you. To fulfill the young girl's request, Zhuang Yu promptly retrieved cannonballs and loaded them into the smoothbore cannon. Currently, the smoothbore cannon he manufactured is a relatively primitive muzzle-loading type. While demonstrating, he also instructed everyone on the operational steps. Pay close attention. I shall teach you only once, and thereafter, you must operate it yourselves. As Zhuang Yu spoke, he meticulously loaded the cannonballs into the cannon's muzzle, then ignited the fuse with fire control magic. Boom! 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 With a series of thunderous roars, the cannonballs soared, crashing into a hillside hundreds of meters away. At the moment the cannonballs struck and exploded, the entire hillside was obliterated, reduced to scorched earth. Yay! The cannon made by our master is incredible. Wow! The power of this cannon is astounding. Brother Yu is magnificent. I always knew he was a genius. The 3 girls, witnessing the spectacle, leaped and cheered exuberantly, dancing in a Zhuang Yu's embrace, seeking affection. Chapter 65. Ancient Relics. Meanwhile, Shen Han and the others, watching Zhuang Yu's cannon demonstration from a distance, were left speechless by the cannon's might. They had not anticipated such immense power from the smoothbore cannon. While astonished, they also felt a sense of relief regarding their future prospects. They realized that soon they would be among the elite at the pinnacle of humanity. Once again, it was proven that they had not chosen the wrong leader. At that moment, a blazing flame of hope ignited within each of their hearts, filled with boundless aspirations for their future. With the smoothbore cannons safeguarding their base, Zhuang Yu could finally venture out into the unknown with peace of mind. In truth, Zhuang Yu could easily sustain himself within the base, gradually upgrading the shelters at his leisure. However, he understood that in this world, fraught with uncertainty and peril at every turn, failing to exert oneself fully could lead to dire consequences, even jeopardizing one's very existence. As the saying goes, one must row against the current. Failing to advance is equivalent to retreating. It is prudent to remain vigilant in times of peace to ensure one's perpetual survival. Although he had achieved some measure of success, he recognized the perils of complacency. The refuge had indeed ascended to level 3, yet a plethora of technologies remained uncharted. Unlocking these technologies demanded a vast reservoir of resources, which he could not amass alone within a short time frame. The sole recourse lay in rapidly enhancing the capabilities of the global survivors, enabling them to furnish him with the necessary resources. Thus, embarking on an expedition was imperative. He needed to discover a means to expedite his weapon manufacturing prowess. On this journey, he resolved to venture forth alone. The wilderness was perilous, and the more companions one brought along, the more cumbersome they became. His strength had significantly increased during this period, and he was confident that even in the face of insurmountable danger, he could retreat unscathed. Upon learning of his solitary expedition, a few young girls vehemently insisted on accompanying him, but he firmly declined their pleas. With no other recourse, the 3 girls beseeched him to spend one last night with them before his departure. Unable to withstand their entreaties, he reluctantly acquiesced. That night, the girls exerted every effort to exhaust him, hoping that he would be too fatigued to embark on his adventure. However, to their astonishment, by dawn, it was they who found themselves utterly spent, collapsing onto the bed in a state of unconsciousness. Meanwhile, after a night of rest, he awoke revitalized and invigorated. The 3 girls remained blissfully asleep, undisturbed by his movements. After completing his morning routine, he prepared to step outside. As he exited the refuge, he was immediately astounded by the sight before him. What was this? He gazed in bewilderment at the scene directly ahead of the base. It was no wonder he was taken aback. Right in front of the base's main entrance, an ancient city ruin had inexplicably materialized upon the once flat, grassy expanse. He distinctly remembered that just the day prior, this area had been a smooth meadow devoid of any trees. But what was this city ruin? Where had it come from? After a cursory assessment, he realized that the ruin was no more than 10 meters from the entrance of his base. Moreover, the interior of the ruin was shrouded in thick mist, obscuring visibility even at such a close distance. In disbelief, he thought to himself, "This is truly uncanny." Just then, information about the ruin appeared before his eyes. You have encountered an ancient relic. The ancient relic belongs to a randomly refreshing exploration task, which can be encountered but not sought after. This ancient relic is classified as a novice relic and will exist for 24 hours. Exploring the ancient relic may yield various precious treasures. There are 20 hours, 18 minutes, and 53 seconds remaining until the ancient relic disappears. If you wish to explore, please enter before the countdown concludes. Should the countdown expire and the survivors have not vacated the relic, they will be obliterated. Shall we commence the exploration of the relic now? Shall we? Upon perusing the introduction to the ruins, Zhuang Yu finally comprehended the situation, and an expression of exhilaration spread across his face. To his astonishment, just as he intended to embark on an adventure, these ancient ruins had manifested right at his doorstep. It was akin to yearning for slumber only to find a pillow presented to him, an opportunity too splendid to overlook. With approximately 20 hours remaining in the countdown, Zhuang Yu was determined not to squander any more time. After making all necessary preparations, he mounted his white steed and, with a cart in tow, ventured directly into the ruins. Survivor Zhuang Yu has entered the ancient ruins. Please vacate the ruins before the countdown to their disappearance concludes, or face total annihilation. The system's alert resonated, prompting Zhuang Yu to survey the majestic site. To his surprise, the scale of the ruins was immense. Upon entry, he discerned that the ancient edifice was far from the dilapidated state he had anticipated. The structures here were grand and magnificently preserved. Expansive roads paved with blue stone flanked by intricately adorned buildings showcased unparalleled craftsmanship, truly masterpieces of art. Clop, clop. As he rode along the smooth, blue stone path, Zhuang Yu could vividly sense the vibrancy and prosperity that once flourished within these ruins. Despite the exquisite architecture, An eerie sensation enveloped him. It felt as though countless eyes lingered behind the street-side edifices, watching him with malevolent intent, sending chills down his spine. However, having arrived, he deemed it illogical to leave empty-handed. To uncover treasures, one must take the initiative. Zhuang Yucai now noticed that the doors of the buildings lining the streets were all locked, devoid of any life. With time at a premium, he resolved to inspect each dwelling. Dismounting, he casually selected a residence, raised his smoothbore gun, and fired at the door lock. Bang! With a resounding crash. The bullet, imbued with a sharpness effect of 100, shattered the sturdy lock. In the next moment, Zhuang Yucai forcefully kicked the door open. As the door swung wide, a cloud of dust cascaded down, leaving him in a rather disheveled state. Once the dust settled, he cautiously stepped into the courtyard, simultaneously casting a spell to bestow upon himself a protective skin of stone with a defense rating of 100. Holding his breath and focusing intently, he remained in a vigilant stance, his watchful gaze scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a shadow darted past. "Who goes there?" Startled, Zhuang Yucai shouted. In the darkness, a low growl echoed, and he turned to find, to his horror, a gigantic black wolf, towering above him, glaring menacingly. Is this a wolf? Admittedly, Zhuang Yucai was intimidated by the imposing creature before him. He had never encountered a wolf of such colossal stature in his lifetime. Before he could react, the fearsome black wolf lunged at him with the ferocity of a tempest, its glistening, razor-sharp fangs visible as it approached. Chapter 66. The Brown Bear. You audacious beast. I shall teach you a lesson. After the transformation brought about by the body refinement pill, Zhuang Yu's physical capabilities had ascended several levels, with his speed and agility surpassing that of an ordinary human. Although the black wolf was swift, in his eyes, it was merely commonplace. As the black wolf lunged towards him, Zhuang Yu calmly raised his gun and fired. The entire motion was fluid and flawless. Bang! With the sound of the gunshot, the black wolf's skull was shattered on the spot, its brain and blood splattering across the ground. That cursed beast, truly capable of instilling fear. While Zhuang Yu spoke nonchalantly, a hint of trepidation lingered in his heart. He understood that had he not possessed these exceptionally sharp, high-caliber bullets today, the encounter with the black wolf could have ended with him as the victim. What manner of creature was this? Even in death, Zhuang Yu could still sense its ferocity. Had anyone else faced the black wolf, they would likely have met a grim fate. Though he cursed the beast, the corpse of the black wolf was undoubtedly a rare and precious resource. The gleaming fangs and sharp claws were anything but ordinary. They were ideal for crafting weapon tips, and its hide was superb material for armor. Adhering to the principle of waste not, Zhuang Yu casually tossed the black wolf's body onto the cart. He then brandished his gun and proceeded towards the central room of the courtyard. Upon pushing open the door, a heavy moldy odor wafted out, and in the dim light from outside, he finally discerned the state of the room. The entire space was in disarray, the furniture haphazardly scattered, as if it had been vandalized. After a thorough inspection, he found nothing of value. Unwilling to concede, Zhuang Yu exited the central room and ventured into the adjoining chambers. The left chamber served as a kitchen, where he immediately spotted the stove, iron pots, and various cooking implements. His gaze fell upon the cupboard, where an array of exquisite ceramic tableware was neatly arranged. Seeing the cupboard brimming with ceramic dishes, a smile finally graced Zhuang Yu's face. It is worth noting that although his refuge had long unlocked the technology for firing ceramics, suitable clay had been elusive in trades. He had attempted to procure it through trading channels, but no transactions had occurred. Zhuang Yu had crafted some iron bowls and plates in his furnace, yet they paled in comparison to ceramics. Now, encountering such an abundance of ceramic tableware, he resolved to take it all. After loading the cart with the dishes, he realized it was completely filled, leaving no room for any additional items. Once the loading was complete, Zhuang Yu re-entered the right chamber. This chamber appeared to serve as a storage area, filled with various clutter, none of which proved useful. After a thorough search, he finally stumbled upon a cellar tucked away in the corner. Could the treasures be hidden within this cellar? With that thought, Zhuang Yu promptly set to work, prying open the cellar with a short knife. Indeed, as he lifted the wooden planks, an antiquely designed chest came into view. Its appearance was rather unremarkable. He opened it casually and was immediately greeted by a system notification. Ding! You have obtained 1 cotton seed. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. 100 cotton seeds. Ding. You have obtained 1 flax seed. Ding. Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. 100 flax seeds. Ding. You have acquired a common storage ring. Upon receiving this series of system notifications, Zhuang Yu was filled with delight. He had previously lamented the lack of materials to craft garments, but now, with cotton and flax seeds in hand, he could create any attire he desired. Moreover, certain armors also required cotton and linen for their fabrication. What thrilled him the most was the unexpected discovery of a storage ring within the chest. Such an item was only spoken of in legends, and he never anticipated finding one in this ruin today. It appeared that the system's claims held true. This ruin was indeed a treasure trove. Eagerly, Zhuang Yu examined the item information of the storage ring. Common storage ring. Contains 1 cubic meter of storage space. Cannot store living creatures. With the acquisition of this ring, Zhuang Yu's spirit's soared. Just for the ring alone, this expedition had proven worthwhile. However, he suddenly recalled that both the cotton and flax seeds had triggered a 100-fold drop rate. Why had this storage ring not followed suit? Could it be that the ring was of a higher grade, thus making it less susceptible to such triggers? As he pondered this, a piece of information flashed through his mind. Conditions for triggering the 100-fold drop rate are as follows. 1. Acquired through exploration. 2. Obtained from crafting items. 3. Gained through trade. 4. Earned by defeating enemies. The 100-fold drop rate cannot be triggered outside of these 4 scenarios. Trigger probabilities are as follows. Common items. 100 trigger the 100-fold drop rate. Quality items. 90 trigger the 100-fold drop rate. Black iron items. 80 trigger the 100-fold drop rate. Bronze items. 70 trigger the 100-fold drop rate. Silver items. 60 trigger the 100-fold drop rate. Gold items. 50 trigger the 100-fold drop rate. Platinum items. 40 trigger the 100-fold drop rate. Diamond items. 30 trigger the 100-fold drop rate. Epic items. 20 trigger the 100-fold drop rate. Legendary items. 10 trigger the 100-fold drop rate. Mythical items. 5 trigger the 100-fold drop rate. Eternal items. 1 trigger the 100-fold drop rate. So, it was after comprehending this information, Zhuang Yu finally understood the conditions for triggering the 100-fold drop rate. Thus, it could be inferred that the storage ring was a relatively high-grade item, making it less likely to trigger the 100-fold drop rate. Yet, he remained uncertain about the specific tier of the storage ring. Nevertheless, Zhuang Yu chose not to dwell on it further. The most pressing matter was the treasure. There was a time constraint for entering the ruins, and he did not wish to squander precious treasure-hunting moments. Exiting the courtyard, Zhuang Yu promptly blasted open the door of the adjacent building with his smoothbore gun. This structure appeared to be a 3-story shop, its grand entrance exuding an impressive aura. As he stepped into the hall, a sudden gust of wind swept through. Zhuang Yu hurriedly raised his gun, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Roar! Following the fierce wind, a chorus of beastly roars erupted. In the corner, 3 monstrous creatures, each over 2 meters tall, suddenly sprang forth. These creatures bore a resemblance to grizzly bears. Yet their very presence suggested that even a grizzly bear would stand no chance against them. What on earth are these bear-like beasts? Unprepared, Zhuang Yu was suddenly confronted by 3 exceedingly ferocious bear monsters charging towards him, leaving him quite startled. Just as he was about to raise his weapon to shoot, he was caught off guard by the swiftness of the bear monsters. With a thunderous roar, the 3 creatures unleashed a powerful wind blade from their gaping jaws. Hurtling toward Zhuang Yu, the wind blades emitted a terrifying sound as they sliced through the air, possessing lethal force that would yield dire consequences if they struck. Chapter 67. Acquiring Identification Technique. Zhuang Yu was astonished to discover that the 3 bear monsters possessed such a formidable ability. Caught unawares, he hastily cast a protective spell, granting himself a shield with 100 points of defense, bracing to withstand the impending onslaught. Just as he completed the incantation, the 3 fearsome wind blades were upon him. With a series of explosive sounds, the wind blades struck Zhuang Yu's body with tremendous force. The iron armor he had donned was utterly shredded by the blades, scattering debris across the ground. However, despite the destruction of his armor, Zhuang Yu emerged unscathed. The protective spell had proven its worth. While the wind blades could obliterate his armor, they were incapable of breaching the defense of the protective barrier. The 100 points of defense indeed proved to be extraordinarily potent. as the formidable wind blades failed to inflict any harm upon him. Relieved to find himself unharmed, Zhuang Yu lifted his gaze, directing a pair of icy stares toward the three bear monsters, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent. "Is that all you have, foolish bears? Now it is my turn." With a fierce roar, he swiftly took action. Aiming at one of the bear monsters, he raised his weapon and fired. The bullet, imbued with a sharpness effect of 100, shot forth from the gun's chamber with lightning speed, directly striking the left eye of the bear monster. In an instant, the creature was silenced, its skull shattered, collapsing heavily to the ground, never to rise again. Upon witnessing the demise of their companion, the remaining two bear monsters erupted into a frenzy, charging at Zhuang Yu with wild ferocity. At this juncture, Zhuang Yu's weapon was devoid of ammunition, compelling him to rely on his speed, darting away while reloading. Although the two black bears were fierce, their movements were sluggish, unable to match Zhuang Yu's agility. After leading them on a chase around the hall, he finally managed to reload his weapon. Once again, he took aim at the nearest bear monster and pulled the trigger. The shot struck the creature squarely in the chest. Despite its tough hide and considerable defense, it could not withstand the impact of a bullet with a sharpness effect of 100. The steel projectile mercilessly tore through its chest, creating a gaping wound that penetrated its body entirely. With a thud, the bear monster collapsed to the ground, shaking the floor beneath it. Now, only one bear monster remained in the hall. As its companion fell, this final creature halted its pursuit, standing off at a distance, visibly shaken by the demise of its comrades. It regarded Zhuang Yu with trepidation, no longer daring to advance. "Why the hesitation, you wretched bear? Why do you not pursue?" Seizing the moment, Zhuang Yu prepared the bullets. Just as he was about to fire, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. The last brown bear monster, upon noticing Zhuang Yu raise his gun, immediately crouched down and turned to flee. Its speed and retreat seemed even swifter than when it had approached. How remarkable! It could actually escape. At that instant, Zhuang Yu realized that this brown bear monster was evidently of a far superior caliber compared to the previous black wolf monsters. It appeared to have developed a semblance of intelligence. If that were the case, allowing it to escape was out of the question. Fortunately, Zhuang Yu's speed surpassed that of the brown bear monster, and with just a few strides, he closed the distance. In mere moments, he found himself behind the creature and took aim. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the last brown bear monster met its demise. As the battle concluded, Zhuang Yu began to examine the remains of the three brown bear monsters. Inadvertently, he discovered a pebble-sized brown crystal that tumbled out from the shattered skull of the monster he had previously injured. What could this be? Sensing its potential significance, Zhuang Yu promptly opened the skulls of the other two brown bear monsters, uncovering identical crystals within. Holding the crystals in his hands, he scrutinized them for quite some time, yet could not discern their purpose. Thus, he casually tossed the crystals into his storage ring, intending to study them further when the opportunity arose. The preceding cart had reached its capacity, and the newly acquired storage ring provided merely 1 cubic meter of space, making it impossible to accommodate the three bear corpses. With a heavy heart, Zhuang Yu continued his ascent to the second floor. This building had once been a clothing store, now reduced to decay and ashes. Consequently, after a thorough search of the first and second floors, he found nothing of value. Ultimately, after meticulous searching, he discovered a safe in a bedroom on the third floor. This safe, crafted from high-quality steel, was remarkably well-preserved and secured with a combination lock. Lacking the code, Zhuang Yu resorted to brute force. However, this safe proved remarkably resilient. It took over a dozen shots from bullets with a sharpness rating of 100 to dismantle the combination lock. What treasures could be concealed within such a sturdy container? Filled with anticipation, Zhuang Yu opened the safe, only to be greeted by a series of system prompts. Ding! You have obtained 1 peanut seed. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate, 100 peanut seeds. Ding! You have obtained 1 sugarcane seed. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate, 100 sugarcane seeds. Ding! You have obtained 1 identification scroll. Ding! You have obtained 1 basic storage ring. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate, 100 basic storage rings. This is a windfall. Hearing this cascade of notifications, Zhuang Yu felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, especially the sound of receiving 100 basic storage rings, which was music to his ears, nearly made him leap with joy. Such a bounty of storage rings. No longer would he need to worry about storing supplies. Amidst his elation, Zhuang Yu first examined the attributes of these storage rings, discovering that each possessed an internal space of 1 cubic meter. Although the storage space was limited, the sheer quantity made up for it. With 100 storage rings at his disposal, he could store a considerable amount of items. This harvest proved to be even more bountiful than the last. The peanut seeds could be planted to yield peanuts, which in turn could be pressed for oil. Once the sugarcane matured, it could be processed into sugar, alleviating future concerns about sweeteners and cooking oil. Yet, what truly astonished Zhuang Yu was a scroll known as the All-Seeing Eye. Upon grasping the scroll, its information materialized before him. Elementary appraisal technique. Mastering this wondrous skill allows one to perceive the essence of all things in the world. The introduction was as simple and straightforward as ever. But from these brief words, Zhuang Yu comprehended the scroll's immense value. He understood how crucial it was to possess the appraisal technique in this unfamiliar realm. It could be said that having such an ability was akin to wielding an extraordinary advantage. Thus, after grasping the scroll's description, Zhuang Yu immediately chose to learn it without hesitation. Ding! You have learned the elementary appraisal technique. Current appraisal level, LV1. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate. Appraisal level increased by 100 levels. Chapter 68. Holographic map. Zhuang Yu did not anticipate that the all-seeing eye would trigger a 100-fold explosion rate, soaring directly to level 101. Such fortuitous luck was unstoppable. To test the efficacy of the all-seeing eye, he took out the 3 gems obtained from slaying the brown bear monster. Indeed, as the 3 gems were revealed, information immediately surfaced before him. Level 1 Wind Element Core, dropped by the brown bear monster. Function: can be used for weapon crafting, gem embedding, or smelting. It increases the agility attribute of weapons and equipment. Can also be consumed directly by pets, accelerating their evolution and significantly enhancing their strength. What a remarkable find! Upon discerning the details of the gems, Zhuang Yu truly appreciated the rarity of the all-seeing eye. With this ability, he would undoubtedly avoid many unnecessary detours in the future. Just as he was preparing to further explore the ruins, a new prompt echoed in his mind. Ding! The all-seeing eye has surpassed level 100, unlocking the holographic map feature. Immediately, a map appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, it was a holographic topographical map of the entire ruins. Through the holographic map, Zhuang Yu grasped the complete layout of the ruins. This prehistoric site spanned approximately 5 kilometers, housing thousands of structures. If he were to explore each one individually within the remaining 20 hours, it would be impossible to complete. However, with the holographic map feature of the all-seeing eye, this dilemma was effortlessly resolved. The holographic map not only showcased the entirety of the ruins, but also provided detailed information about each structure. This included the locations of treasure chests within each building, as well as the strength of the monsters guarding them, all meticulously annotated. Furthermore, the holographic map rated the treasures within each building, categorizing them into 3 tiers: A, B, and C. Level C displayed the lowest value in white, Level B indicated a moderate value in yellow, and Level A represented the highest value in orange. Just now, the 2 edifices constructed by Zhuang Yu were revealed, the first classified as C grade and the second as B grade. No wonder he distinctly sensed that the monsters within the second building possessed significantly greater strength. This was the reason. After conducting a brief tally, he discovered that there were 30 A-grade treasures scattered throughout the entire ruins map, hundreds of B-grade treasures, and thousands of C-grade treasures. Fortuitously, he possessed the all-seeing eye. Otherwise, even if he expended all his remaining time, he might not encounter an A-grade treasure. Upon checking the countdown for the treasure disappearance, he noted that only 18 hours remained. Clearly, time was of the essence, and it was unlikely he would be able to uncover all 30 A-grade treasures. Realizing the urgency, Zhuang Yu promptly stowed the carriage and its cargo into his storage ring. He then mounted a steed and galloped towards the nearest orange building. Upon arrival, he found himself before an imposing 5-story structure. Dismounting, Zhuang Yu was about to breach the entrance when information about the building materialized before him. Ruined jewelry store, containing A-grade treasure. Treasure location, 5th floor office, coordinates, XXX. Guardian monster, black-scaled poison scorpion. Monster strength, very strong. Attack power, 150, defense power, 50, speed, 8, attack methods, poison attacks, physical attacks. Monster ability, poison arrow projection. Monster weaknesses, eyes, mouth, abdomen. A cascade of information appeared, and Zhuang Yu gained a thorough understanding of the conditions within the building. Particularly, upon reviewing the details of the guardian monster, the black-scale poison scorpion, he was taken aback. With an attack power of 150 and his own defense bolstered to only 100 with a protective stone skin, it was imperative that he avoid being struck. Otherwise, injury or even death would be inevitable. Fortunately, its defense was merely 50 points, and its speed was not particularly swift, registering only 8 points. Zhuang Yu's speed had reached 26, affording him the opportunity to utilize his speed advantage to outlast it. At that moment, the value of the all-seeing eye became increasingly evident. One could argue that with its assistance, any endeavor undertaken would yield extraordinary results. Having prepared himself, Zhuang Yu shattered the door lock with a single strike of his firearm and boldly entered. Upon stepping into the first-floor hall, he anticipated a fierce battle. Yet to his surprise, the atmosphere was remarkably tranquil. Within the hall, apart from the counter, not a single shadow could be discerned. What was happening? Zhuang Yu, taken aback by this turn of events, was soon met with another piece of information. The guardian monster is located on the 5th floor. Receiving this notification, Zhuang Yu's anxious heart finally found solace. Aware of the urgency of time, he hastened his actions on the 1st floor. The 1st floor hall was adorned with a dazzling array of jewelry, filling the counters to the brim. Many were crafted from precious metals, and Zhuang Yu was determined not to overlook them. He promptly raised the butt of his gun, smashing it against the counters, and a multitude of gold and silver jewelry was swiftly collected into his storage ring. Ding! Acquired 1 gold necklace. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate, 100 gold necklaces. Ding! Acquiring a silver bracelet, a notification chimes. A 100-fold drop rate is triggered, yielding 100 silver bracelets. Another notification follows. 1 platinum ring obtained, triggering a 100-fold drop rate, resulting in 100 platinum rings. A diamond necklace is acquired, and once again, the 100-fold drop rate is activated, granting 100 diamond necklaces. These gold and silver ornaments are commonplace items, thus guaranteeing a 100-fold drop rate. Observing the influx of rare metals and exquisite jewelry crafted from agate and crystal, Zhuang Yu's spirit soared. Truly, this A-grade treasure outshines any B or C-grade treasure by an immeasurable factor. Within mere minutes, he had plundered all the counters in the 1st floor hall, filling 20 cubic meter storage rings to the brim. Without a moment's pause, he ascended to the 2nd floor, only to discover that the jewelry here was of a significantly higher caliber. Beyond the gold and silver trinkets, there existed a selection of gem-encrusted ornaments. Upon inspection with the all-seeing eye, Zhuang Yu realized these gemstone pieces possessed attributes. Grasping a handful of gem ornaments, a series of information materialized before him. Exquisite ruby necklace. Wearing it grants an increase of 2 points to strength attributes. Exquisite sapphire ring. Wearing it grants an increase of 1 point to vigor. Exquisite yellow sapphire bracelet. Wearing it grants an increase of 3 points to physique. Exquisite emerald earrings. Wearing them grants an increase of 2 points to speed. Though the attribute enhancements were modest, merely 1 or 2 points, these items were indeed attribute equipment, making them excellent choices for future transactions or fusion with equipment materials. Realizing the potential of these treasures, Zhuang Yu eagerly commenced his extensive scavenging. Notification: acquired an exquisite ruby necklace. Chapter 69, Venomous Scorpion. Notification: a 100-fold drop rate triggered, yielding 100 ruby necklaces. Notification: acquired an exquisite sapphire ring. Notification: a 100-fold drop rate triggered, yielding 100 sapphire rings. Notification: acquired an exquisite yellow sapphire bracelet. Notification: a 100-fold drop rate triggered, yielding 100 yellow sapphire bracelets. Notification: acquired an exquisite emerald earrings. Notification: a 100-fold drop rate triggered, yielding 100 emerald earrings. Given that the 100-fold drop rate for premium items is at 90, each gemstone ornament collected practically guarantees a 100-fold drop. After an intense period of activity, these attribute-laden gemstone ornaments filled an entire 10 cubic meter storage rings. Noticing the burgeoning collection, Zhuang Yu began to fret over whether his storage rings would suffice. initially believing his acquisitions from the first and second floors to be remarkable. He climbed to the third floor and was truly enlightened, realizing his previous ignorance. The jewelry on the third floor contained no ordinary gold, silver, or diamond items. Simply grasping a piece revealed that it was of a distinctly superior caliber compared to the second floor. Red sapphire ring, black iron grade, wearing it grants an increase of 8 points to strength attributes. Blue sapphire necklace, black iron grade, wearing it grants an increase of 7 points to vigor. The yellow sapphire bracelet, black iron grade, enhances one's constitution by 6 points. The green emerald earrings, black iron grade, augments speed by 9 points. Zhuang Yu observed that the jewelry on the third floor was exclusively of the black iron grade. While none of the attributes exceeded 10, they were significantly stronger than the jewelry he had previously acquired. Without further ado, he began to collect them eagerly. Ding! Ruby ring, black iron grade, X1. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. Ruby ring, black iron grade, X100. Ding! Sapphire necklace, black iron grade, X1. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. Sapphire necklace, black iron grade, X100. Ding! Yellow sapphire bracelet, black iron grade, X1. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. Yellow sapphire bracelet, black iron grade, X100. Ding! Green emerald earrings, black iron grade, X1. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. Green emerald earrings, black iron grade, X100. The probability of triggering a 100-fold drop rate for black iron grade equipment was 80. Zhuang Yu found that for nearly every 10 pieces of black iron jewelry he collected, 8 would trigger this extraordinary rate. Before he knew it, he had filled 10 1-cubic-meter storage rings once again. After thoroughly scavenging all the jewelry on the third floor and ensuring nothing was overlooked, Zhuang Yu ascended to the fourth floor. Upon reaching the fourth floor, he discovered that it appeared to be a jewelry workshop. Various materials for crafting jewelry, along with some semi-finished products, were laid out on the workbench. Large ingots of gold, silver, and platinum, as well as various gemstones, were neatly arranged beside the workbench, towering to a height that nearly blinded Zhuang Yu with its brilliance. Goodness, so much. This is a fortune. Seeing such an abundance of resources, Zhuang Yu felt an overwhelming urge to shout in exhilaration. Indeed, this A-grade treasure was no trifling matter. Even before encountering the treasure chest on the 5th floor, he had already amassed such a wealth of resources and attribute-enhancing jewelry. With a heart full of excitement, Zhuang Yu continued his relentless collection. Ding! Acquired 10G gold ingot X1. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. 10G gold ingot X100. Ding! Acquired 10G silver ingot X1. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. 10G silver ingot X100. Ding! Acquired 10G platinum X1. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. 10G platinum X100. Ding! Acquired a box of rubies X1. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. Box of rubies X100. Ding! Acquired a box of sapphires X1. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. Box of sapphires X100. This time could be considered a bountiful harvest. After this extensive scavenging, various precious metals and gemstones filled all 50 1-cubic-meter storage rings to capacity. The 4th floor had been completely emptied, and now only the final floor remained. According to the information from the all-seeing eye, the guardian monster of the 5th floor was the black-scaled poison scorpion. Before proceeding, Zhuang Yu prepared meticulously and cautiously ascended to the upper level. The 5th floor seemed to be a residential area, adorned with opulent furnishings and decor. However, he did not immediately encounter the black-scaled poison scorpion. Upon entering, Zhuang Yu found himself in a spacious living room. As he stealthily approached the center of the room, he pondered where the black-scaled poison scorpion, indicated by the all-seeing eye's intel, might be hiding. At that moment, a sudden chill swept in from behind, sending a shiver down Zhuang Yu's spine. Realizing the imminent danger, he swiftly dodged. After a quick leap away from his original position, a deafening crack resounded behind him. Bang! As he turned sharply, he beheld a colossal black scorpion. Its venomous stinger was lodged in the very floor where Zhuang Yu had just stood. A wave of fear washed over him. It seemed this monstrous creature possessed a fair degree of intelligence, capable of ambushing its prey. Had Zhuang Yu not been significantly faster, he might not have lived to tell the tale. Such a vile creature, so audacious, Zhuanggu's anger flared as he raised his weapon and aimed at the black-scaled scorpion. Bang! The shot did not strike a fatal blow, but instead hit one of the creature's pincers. The steel pellet shattered the tough exoskeleton, embedding itself into the flesh. However, it did not pierce through. This was the most formidable foe Zhuanggu had encountered thus far. The wounded black scorpion let out a furious roar, brandishing its other pincer and lunging at Zhuanggu with incredible speed, clearly enraged. With a defense rating of 50, it was indeed a formidable adversary. Zhuanggu reloaded his weapon while maintaining his distance, leveraging his speed advantage. Utilizing bullets with a sharpness effect of 100, he had previously dispatched other monsters with ease. Yet, this black scorpion, despite suffering a gunshot wound, still had the strength to retaliate. Zhuanggu now had a clearer understanding of the guardian creatures protecting A-level treasures. Having swiftly reloaded, he raised his gun once more, directly aiming for the scorpion's mouth and pulling the trigger. Bang! He had anticipated that this shot would send the beast to its demise. But to his astonishment, the scorpion quickly raised its other pincer to shield itself. Crack! The bullet struck its pincer, failing to inflict any lethal damage. Impressive defense, Zhuanggu thought, feeling a sense of frustration as he continued to maneuver, reloading his weapon. The black scorpion, now with both pincers injured, surprisingly ceased its relentless pursuit. It opened its maw wide, and a jet of black venom shot forth at blinding speed, resembling a streak of dark lightning aimed straight for Zhuanggu's back. Chapter 69. A level treasure. Zhuanggu, feeling a surge of alertness, executed a swift roll, narrowly evading the toxic arrow as it whizzed past him. That was close, he thought, beads of cold sweat forming as he observed the dark venom corroding the furniture it had struck. If he had been hit by that toxin, he surely would have met a grim fate. Although he possessed protective skin from the Stone of Defense, this was poison, an exceptionally potent toxin for which he currently had no means of treatment. Surviving that onslaught, Zhuanggu became even more cautious. He refrained from advancing and instead resorted to firing at the black scorpion from a distance with his smoothbore gun. The scorpion attempted to unleash its venomous darts several times, but thanks to his preparedness, he evaded each attack effortlessly. After firing over a dozen shots, he finally succeeded in exhausting the black scorpion to its demise. Phew, it's finally dead. As soon as he relaxed, a system notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor, Zhuangyu, for obtaining the Scorpion Slayer badge. Zhuangyu was taken aback. Yet another badge. A small silver plate materialized in his palm, intricately engraved with a scorpion. Scorpion Slayer badge. The bearer inflicts a 20 suppression effect on scorpion-like creatures, enhances damage dealt to them by 30, and grants immunity to scorpion venom. It also weakens most animal toxins. This was nothing short of a divine attribute. Upon seeing the badge's properties, Zhuangyu was elated. Approaching the corpse of the black-scaled scorpion, he began to pry open its skull with a short knife, eager to see if he could uncover anything akin to a magic crystal. He speculated that the guardian monsters of A-grade treasures would possess something similar to the 3 bear monsters encountered with the B-grade treasure. Indeed, after prying open the skull of the black-scaled scorpion, he discovered a dark brown crystal core. Lifting the magic crystal, the all-seeing eye immediately displayed detailed information. Level 2 poison crystal core, dropped by slaying the black-scaled scorpion. Function: can be embedded or smelted during weapon and equipment manufacturing, enhancing their poison attributes. Can also be directly consumed by pets, accelerating their evolution and significantly enhancing their strength. Upon reading the information about the crystal core, a smile finally graced Zhuangyu's face. Although this creature posed a challenge, the rewards made it worthwhile. He discarded the black-scaled scorpion's corpse into his storage ring and commenced his exploration on the 5th floor. Eventually, in a bedroom, he stumbled upon a safe. Lacking the password, he had no choice but to force it open. After firing over 20 bullets, he successfully unlocked the safe. This safe was considerably larger, housing far more treasure than the B-grade cache. Upon its opening, a series of system notifications flooded his ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 1 soybean seed. Ding! Triggered 100-fold drop rate, 100 soybean seeds. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 1 cabbage seed. Ding! Triggered 100-fold drop rate, 100 cabbage seeds. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 1 necklace crafting blueprint. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 1 ring crafting blueprint. Ding! Congratulations, You have obtained 1 bracelet crafting blueprint. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 earring crafting blueprint. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained 3 single-leaf clovers. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 beginner storage ring, 20 cubic meters. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 beginner storage ring, 50 cubic meters. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 beginner storage ring, 100 cubic meters. Ding. Triggered 100-fold drop rate. Beginner storage ring, 100 cubic meters, 100. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a defense rune engraving scroll. After the flurry of notifications, Zhuang Yu was utterly astounded by his haul. He had not anticipated that the A-grade treasure would be so bountiful, far exceeding his expectations. He had truly struck gold. Just the beginner storage rings alone amounted to 3. Moreover, one of them, with a storage capacity of 100 cubic meters, had triggered the 100-fold drop rate. It was simply astonishing. Zhuang Yu was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could scarcely breathe. Afterward, his gaze fell upon the lucky clovers and the scroll. A thorough examination through the all-seeing eye yielded the following information. Lucky clover. Luck value 1. Usage. 1. Oral consumption can enhance the luck of human activities. 2. Fusion with weapons can augment the weapon's luck value. Defensive rune engraving scroll. A skill exclusive to rune engravers, granting the ability to inscribe defensive effects upon learning. Splendid. Upon seeing the detailed information of the 2 items, Zhuang Yu was overjoyed. These items were precisely what he could utilize immediately. Without hesitation, he consumed all 3 lucky clovers and then accessed his attribute panel. To his delight, he discovered that his attributes had indeed changed. Name, Zhuang Yu. Fullness, 450500. Vitality, 399004000. Strength, 44. Speed, 26. Constitution, 30. Stamina, 90100. Elemental affinity, 10,000. Luck value, 3. Abilities, Earth Manipulation LV1, Fire Manipulation LV1, Alchemist LV1, Rune Engraving LV1. After consuming the lucky clovers, Zhuang Yu picked up the defensive rune engraving scroll. The system promptly issued a notification. Ding! It detected that you are a rune engraver and can learn this ability. Would you like to learn it now? Learning. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully mastered the ability to inscribe defensive effects. Defense Effect 1. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate. Inscribing defensive effect 100. Wow! Triggering a 100-fold explosion rate once again. Zhuang Yu could hardly contain his laughter. An A-grade treasure was indeed extraordinary. This experience far surpassed the reward from sweeping through hundreds of B and C-grade treasures. However, he had little time to waste. After collecting everything, he promptly departed from the jewelry store, riding his white horse toward the next A-grade treasure with fervor. 5 minutes later, both man and horse halted before a clothing store. This establishment was quite substantial, towering 4 stories high. Dismounting, he was about to burst through the door when the information provided by the all-seeing eye reappeared before him. Decayed clothing store, housing an A-grade treasure. Treasure location, basement, coordinates, XXX. Guardian creatures, 8 armed mantis monsters. Quantity, 5. Creature strength, very strong. Attack power, 100 defense power, 30 speed, 7. Attack method, physical attack. Creature abilities, charge strike, capable of unleashing an attack power of 200 through charging. Creature weaknesses, eyes, mouth, abdomen. Upon reviewing this information, Zhuang Yu realized that the guardian creatures here were, in fact, weaker than those in the previous jewelry store. However, the quantity was 5, likely reflecting the system's assessment of equal difficulty. Seeing the attributes of the creatures, Zhuang Yu felt a significant sense of relief. He estimated that after employing his protective stone skin, coupled with the defensive jewelry, these mantises would likely be unable to breach his defenses. With this thought, Zhuang Yu confidently blasted open the grand door and strode inside. Chapter 70. The gold core. Upon entering the first floor hall of the clothing store, I discovered that the prolonged neglect had reduced the garments on the shelves to mere ashes. The entire first floor yielded not a single thread. Ascending to the second floor, I encountered a sign indicating the area for exquisite apparel. However, after a thorough inspection, I found the circumstances there mirrored those of the first floor, with all the clothing displays having long since decayed into dust, leaving no usable items behind. Determined, I ventured to the third floor, which housed a section for dark, iron-grade women's attire. Upon reaching the staircase, a prominent sign caught my eye. Following its direction, I finally beheld an array of displayed equipment on the shelves. The garments included shirts, trousers, skirts, hats, scarves, and shoes, everything one could desire, all of which belonged to the dark iron grade. Casually picking up 2 items for examination, the eye of perception immediately revealed the attributes of the equipment. Dark iron grade, iron lizard armor. Wearing this increases defense by 9 points. Dark iron grade sturdy pants. Wearing this increases defense by 6 points. Dark iron grade wave striding boots. Wearing this increases defense by 5 points and agility by 3 points. Dark iron grade gleaming silver helm. Wearing this increases defense by 6 points. At this moment, I surmised that the reason these items had remained preserved for such an extended period was likely due to their dark iron grade. It appeared that higher-tier equipment possessed the remarkable quality of non-decay. However, time was of the essence, and I promptly commenced my scavenging. Ding. Acquired dark iron grade, iron lizard armor X1. Ding. Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. Dark iron grade, iron lizard armor X100. Ding. Acquired dark iron grade sturdy pants X1. Ding. Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. Dark iron grade sturdy pants X100. Ding. Acquired dark iron grade wave striding boots X1. Ding. Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. Dark iron grade wave striding boots X100. Ding. Acquired dark iron grade gleaming silver helm X1. Ding. Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. Dark iron grade gleaming silver helm X100. The probability of triggering the 100-fold drop rate for dark iron grade items was 80, thus most of the equipment triggered this exceptional rate. Upon collecting all the equipment from the third floor, my storage ring, with a capacity of 100 cubic meters, was completely filled. Having completed this task, I ascended directly to the fourth floor, which featured men's attire, also consisting of dark iron grade equipment. I hastily swept through this area, filling another 100 cubic meter beginner storage ring. Next, I prepared to confront the guardian monsters in the basement. Before descending, I donned my full battle gear, selecting the items with the best attributes for myself. Clad in the dark iron grade iron lizard armor, I gained a defense of 9. My head was adorned with the dark iron grade radiant helm, offering a defense of 8. The trousers were the dark iron grade swift pants, providing a defense of 6 and agility of 1. My feet were encased in the dark iron grade gale boots, which granted a defense of 3 and agility of 5. Additionally, I equipped the best attribute jewelry I had scavenged. Ruby ring, dark iron grade. Wearing this increases strength by 8 points. Sapphire necklace, dark iron grade. Wearing this increases vitality by 7 points. Yellow sapphire bracelet, dark iron grade. Wearing this increases constitution by 6 points. Emerald earrings, black iron grade. Wearing them increases speed by 9 points. Upon opening the attribute panel, I discovered a remarkable enhancement in my own attributes. Name, Zhuangyu. Satiety, 400, 500. Vitality, 3, 990, 040, 007. Strength, 52. Speed, 41. Constitution, 36. Defense, 62. Agility, 26. Stamina, 9100. Elemental affinity, 10, 0, 0, 0. Luck, 3. Abilities, Earth Control LV1, Fire Control LV1, Alchemist LV1, Rune Engraving LV1. If I were to cast the Stone Skin spell, my defense would reach 162. Having made ample preparations, I immediately approached the entrance to the basement, ready to commence a grand battle. However, to my astonishment, the 5 8-armed mantises seemed to have been alerted by the commotion in the hall on the first floor. As I stepped into the basement entrance, I was confronted by 5 8-armed mantises, each towering over a person's height, charging up from the depths below. They brandished 8 razor-sharp forelimbs, emitting a chilling screech as they launched a ferocious attack towards me at the basement entrance. Caught off guard by the sudden onset of battle, I swiftly raised my firearm and fired. Bang! The bullet flew forth, severing one of the forelimbs of 2 of the mantises. Due to the haste of my reaction, I failed to aim properly, resulting in a shot that did not inflict fatal damage on any of the mantises. However, the wounded mantis became even more frenzied, pausing only for a second before launching a desperate assault once again. Each mantis possessed 8 sharp forelimbs, and breaking one of them did little to impede their combat capabilities. As I saw the mantises closing in on me, I was left with no choice but to resort to grenades. To be honest, my reluctance to use grenades and wide-area fireball spells indoors stemmed from a fear of damaging the treasures. Yet, faced with this unexpected situation, I cannot afford to hesitate any longer. In a moment of urgency, I hurled 3 grenades in rapid succession. Boom! 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 Due to the narrowness of the passage, the 3 grenades detonated in quick succession, exponentially amplifying the damage. The 5 mantises, still bewildered by the turn of events, were left with missing limbs, a truly horrific sight. Nevertheless, the 8-armed mantises boasted a defense of 100 points, and although the grenades left them heavily injured, they did not perish. How could they be vanquished so easily? This unexpected stroke of fortune caught me off guard. Yet, it was a blessing in disguise, saving me a considerable amount of time. Observing the 5 8-armed mantises, now incapacitated and swaying helplessly, a smile crept onto my lips as I loaded my firearm. I strolled leisurely to their side, delivering precise shots to their heads. Clang! The smoothbore gun mercilessly shattered the mantises' skulls, causing a golden crystal core to tumble forth from their shattered craniums. What is this? As I stepped forward to collect the crystal core, the all-seeing eye immediately displayed the relevant information. Level 2 gold crystal core, dropped by slaying 8-armed mantises. The item serves dual purposes. It can be utilized in the crafting and smelting of weaponry, thereby augmenting the damage attributes of such equipment. Additionally, it can be administered directly to pets, significantly accelerating their evolution and enhancing their prowess. Ding! You have acquired 5 level 2 gold crystals. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate has been triggered, yielding 500 level 2 gold crystals. In disbelief, Zhuang Yu marveled at the unexpected fortune of triggering a 100-fold explosion rate, resulting in a sudden increase of 500 level 2 gold crystals. He pondered the conditions and probabilities behind the monster crystal explosion rate, which had eluded him until now, but decided to cease his speculation. Chapter 71. A bountiful harvest as joy enveloped him. A system notification chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations, Survivor Zhuang Yu. You have obtained the 8-armed Mantis Slayer badge. Instantly, a small silver medallion materialized in the palm of his hand, intricately engraved with the likeness of an 8-armed mantis. 8-armed Mantis Slayer badge. The bearer inflicts a 20% suppression effect on mantic creatures, while damage inflicted on them is increased by 30%. Gazing at the badge, only one word echoed in Zhuang Yu's mind: exhilarating. He stowed the corpse of the 8-armed mantis into his storage ring and proceeded toward the basement. The basement's furnishings were stark, nearly devoid of any decor. After an exhaustive search, he finally uncovered a hidden cellar in the corner. With a short knife, he pried it open, revealing a resplendent golden chest. At last, I have found you. With a heart full of anticipation, Zhuang Yu swiftly opened the chest. Ding! Congratulations! You have received 1 potato seed. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate has been triggered, yielding 100 potato seeds. Ding! Congratulations! You have received 1 spinach seed. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate has been triggered, yielding 100 soybean seeds. Ding! Congratulations! You have received 1 chive seed. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate has been triggered, yielding 100 chive seeds. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired 1 blueprint for crafting a black iron-level helmet. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired 1 blueprint for crafting black iron-level clothing. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired 1 blueprint for crafting black iron-level trousers. Ding! Congratulations! You have acquired 1 blueprint for crafting black iron-level footwear. Ding! Congratulations! You have received 2 4-leaf clovers. Ding! Congratulations! You have received 1 basic storage ring, 30 cubic units. Ding! Congratulations! You have received 1 basic storage ring, 50 cubic units. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a fragment of the Agile Rune engraving. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a Craftsman class transfer scroll. A cascade of notifications ensued, and this bounty was no less impressive than that of a jewelry store. Beyond the vegetable seeds and equipment blueprints, new items emerged. The all-seeing eye promptly displayed the information regarding these new acquisitions. 4-leaf clover, luck value 2. Usage, 1. Oral intake enhances the luck value of humans or animals. 2. Fusion with weaponry increases the weapon's luck value. Agile rune engraving fragment. A skill exclusive to rune engravers. Acquiring it grants the ability to imprint agility effects. Upon reviewing the detailed information of these items, Zhuang Yu promptly resolved to make use of them. After consuming 2 clovers of fortune, Zhuang Yu's luck increased by 4 points, bringing his total luck to 7. After taking the clovers, he picked up the scroll of agility rune engraving. The system promptly provided a notification. Ding! Detected that you are a rune engraver. You may learn this ability. Would you like to learn it now? Yes. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully mastered the ability to engrave agility effects. Agility Effect 1. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. Agility Effect 100. It appears that this scroll of engraving is of ordinary grade, as it triggers a 100-fold drop rate with each study. Moreover, and most importantly, this time a new Artisan Class Transfer Scroll was unexpectedly revealed. Ding! Artisan Class Transfer Scroll. Upon learning, you will master artisan abilities. Would you like to learn it now? Upon seeing the system's prompt, Zhuang Yu decisively chose to learn. Knowledge is never burdensome. Only a fool would refuse to learn. Ding! Learning successful. Congratulations. You have mastered artisan skills. From now on, crafting any item will yield remarkable results. Current skill level, LV1. Time reduction for crafting items, 1 hour. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. Crafting time reduced by 100. Wow! Incredible. The impressive attributes of the artisan skill filled Zhuang Yu with ecstatic joy, prompting an exclamation. He had previously been troubled by the lengthy crafting times, which resulted in low output. Yet in a single night, this issue was elegantly resolved with the emergence of his artisan abilities. A reduction of crafting time by 100 hours. Such unexpected delight was impossible not to celebrate. After collecting everything from the clothing store, Zhuang Yu immediately mounted his horse and hastened to the next A-grade treasure location. A mere 10 minutes later, he stood before the entrance of a weapon shop. This weapon shop was quite expansive, according to the map provided by the all-seeing eye. In addition to the 3-story structure facing the street, there was a vast courtyard behind it. Upon arrival, Zhuang Yu was once again greeted by the weapon shop's information. The dilapidated weapon shop contains an A-grade treasure. Treasure location: the courtyard behind the weapon shop. Coordinates: XXX. Guardian monsters: green-skinned crocodile beast. Quantity: 8. Monster strength: very strong. Attack power: 150 defense power, 120 speed. 8. Attack methods: physical attack, magical attack. Monster ability: ice blast. Monster weaknesses: eyes, mouth, abdomen. After reading this information, Zhuang Yu concluded that the guardian monsters here were likely the strongest he had encountered so far. However, his own strength had significantly increased, and he felt no fear. In the next moment, he brandished his spear and boldly broke through the door. Upon entering the first-floor hall of the weapon shop, he had expected to find a plethora of weapons waiting for him. To his dismay, the entire floor was filled with decayed and rusted scrap weapons, none of which were usable. It seemed that years of neglect had left all the weapons rusted and oxidized. Reluctantly, he ascended to the second floor, only to discover that it was in the same dismal state as the first, despite being designated as the premium weapon sales area. However, it is evident that weapons of this caliber cannot withstand the test of time. Thus, I can only explore the third floor. Unwilling to concede, Zhuang Yu continued his ascent. Upon reaching the third floor, the anxiety that had lingered in his heart dissipated. The entire floor was brimming with an array of weapons: swords, guns, halberds, axes, and hooks, each more splendid than the last. Upon closer inspection, Zhuang Yu discovered that all these weapons were of the black iron grade. As expected, overjoyed, he began to examine the attributes of these weapons. Iron blade, black iron grade, attack power 20, sharpness 5. Steel silver spear, black iron grade, attack power 30. Sharpness 3, agility 1. Dark iron longsword, black iron grade, attack power 18, sharpness 6. Mountain cleaving axe, black iron grade, attack power 40, sharpness 2. Ironwood longbow, black iron grade, attack power 35, sharpness 3, ranged attack 50. Seeing such an abundance of black iron weapons, Zhuang Yu's heart soared with joy. He promptly stored all these weapons in his storage ring. Ding! Iron blade, black iron grade, X1, ding. Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate. Iron Blade, Black Iron Grade, X100. Chapter 72, Crocodile Monster, ding. Steel Silver Spear, Black Iron Grade, X1, ding. Triggered 100-fold explosion rate. Steel Silver Spear, Black Iron Grade, X100. Ding. Dark Iron Longsword, Black Iron Grade, X1, ding. Triggered 100-fold explosion rate. Dark Iron Longsword, Black Iron Grade, X100. Ding. Mountain Cleaving Axe, Black Iron Grade, X1, ding. Triggered 100-fold explosion rate. Mountain Cleaving Axe, Black Iron Grade, X100. Ding. Ironwood Longbow, Black Iron Grade, X1, ding. Triggered 100-fold explosion rate. Ironwood Longbow, Black Iron Grade, X100. Perhaps it was due to an increase in his luck, but this time, nearly all black iron weapons triggered the 100-fold explosion rate. After thoroughly scouring all the weapons, he filled 2 entire storage rings of 100 cubic units each. Next, it was time to hunt for treasures in the backyard. Descending from the upper floor, as soon as Zhuang Yu stepped into the backyard, he was astounded by the sight before him. The expansive courtyard was filled with various materials for weapon crafting. Steel, gold, silver, copper, nickel, aluminum, tungsten, numerous blocks of rare metals, along with attribute-enhancing gems, were neatly stacked in the yard, towering several stories high. Zhuang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he couldn't help but drool. Without hesitation, who would return empty-handed from a treasure mountain? Eagerly, he set to work. Delightful prompts rang in his ears, each more melodious than the last. Ding. Acquired 100G iron ingot X1, ding. Triggered 100-fold explosion rate. 100G iron ingot X100. Ding. Acquired 100G steel ingot X1, ding. Triggered 100-fold explosion rate. 100G steel ingot X100. Ding. Acquired 100G gold brick X1, ding. Triggered 100-fold explosion rate. 100G gold brick X100. Ding. Acquired 100G silver ingot X1, ding. Triggered 100-fold explosion rate. 100G silver ingot X100. Ding. Acquired 100G aluminum block X1. Ding. Triggering 100-fold explosion rate. 100G of aluminum blocks yields 10G of platinum. Ding. A 100-fold explosion rate is triggered, resulting in 10G of platinum. Ding. A box of rubies is obtained. Ding. Triggering a 100-fold explosion rate. 100 boxes of rubies are acquired. Ding. A box of sapphires is obtained. Ding. Triggering a 100-fold explosion rate. 100 boxes of sapphires are collected. After a laborious effort, all these resources have been completely swept away, and the 2100 cubic storage rings are now filled to the brim. Gazing at the empty courtyard, Zhuang Yu felt somewhat puzzled. Was it not said that there were 8 green-skinned crocodile monsters? Why was there not even shadow of them? And where was the treasure chest located? The courtyard was vast, and if he truly began searching, it might prove to be a time-consuming endeavor. Fortunately, he had the map provided by the all-seeing eye, which had already marked the coordinates of the treasure. Following the coordinates, Zhuang Yu arrived at the edge of a pond. According to the holographic map, the treasure chest lay at the center of this pond. However, Zhuang Yu cannot swim. How was he to retrieve the chest? A thought struck him. After a brief contemplation, he devised a simple yet effective plan. The pond's water level appeared low enough that he could easily use his storage ring to siphon off the water. With the water drained, he could naturally descend to search for the treasure. Without hesitation, he took out his storage ring and began to collect the water from the pond. Just as he filled one 100 cubic storage ring, a notification chimed in his ear. Ding! 100 cubic meters of water acquired. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate is triggered, yielding 100 cubic meters of water. Ding! Your storage equipment cannot accommodate such a vast amount of resources. Would you like to abandon the excess water? Upon hearing this prompt, Zhuang Yu immediately chose to abandon it. He did not possess enough storage rings to hold such a volume of water. After opting to forego the excess, he heard the system's voice once more. Ding! In accordance with your request, the system has reclaimed 10,000 cubic meters of water. The process continued in this manner. After filling 5 100 cubic storage rings, the water in the pond had dwindled by half. Just as Zhuang Yu was feeling pleased, the water in the pond suddenly began to bubble. Moments later, 8 colossal green-skinned crocodile monsters, each measuring over 5 meters, erupted from the water's surface, charging ferociously at Zhuang Yu. My goodness, so this is where you've been hiding. Upon sighting these 8 green-skinned crocodile monsters, Zhuang Yu immediately understood. They had been concealed in the pond all along, which explained his inability to locate them. In the next instant, Zhuang Yu smiled and cast a protective spell, enveloping himself in a layer of stone skin. Nonchalantly, he raised his smoothbore gun. Bang! After the gunshot rang out, the foremost green-skinned crocodile monster collapsed in response. Despite its formidable defenses, it was no match for the power of the smoothbore gun. Although the bullet penetrated its skin, it failed to strike a vital area. The crocodile monster, known for its tough hide and thick flesh, merely staggered momentarily before resuming its thunderous charge. In a moment of frenzy, fueled by his injuries, he lunged fiercely towards Zhuang Yu, seemingly intent on devouring him whole. Upon observing the 8 green-skinned crocodile monsters, Zhuang Yu realized that methodically dispatching them with a smoothbore gun would be an interminable endeavor. To expedite the process, he resolved to unleash a more formidable attack. With a sudden leap backwards, he distanced himself from the green-skinned monstrosities. Almost immediately, he extended one hand, and a massive fireball, ablaze with fury, took shape in the air. "Damn beast, perish!" he shouted, as the 2-meter-wide fireball plummeted rapidly towards the fastest of the green-skinned crocodiles. With a thunderous explosion, the fireball struck its target directly, creating a gruesome gash along its spine. Simultaneously, the searing flames engulfed the creature entirely. The severely injured crocodile, now ablaze, let out a chilling wail of agony. Despite its desperate writhing on the ground, the flames only intensified, refusing to be extinguished. Witnessing the torment of their companion ignited the ferocity of the remaining 7 crocodile monsters. In unison, they opened their jaws wide and, without warning, unleashed a volley of ice projectiles. 7 icy missiles hurtled towards Zhuang Yu from various directions at lightning speed, rendering him defenseless. Caught entirely off guard by the simultaneous onslaught, Zhuang Yu scrambled to evade the barrage. Although he managed to dodge 6 of the projectiles, one struck him squarely in the back. "Goodness, that's freezing," he exclaimed, though his formidable defenses meant he sustained no injury. The primary effect of the ice missile was its freezing capability. Upon impact, a wave of intense cold surged through his body, rendering his movements considerably sluggish. It appeared that the ice missiles not only inflicted frost, but also imposed a slowing effect. With his anger ignited, Zhuang Yu retaliated with intensified ferocity. "You wretched creatures, your arrogance ends here. Watch how I dismantle you," he roared, hurling fireballs at the remaining crocodile monsters with reckless abandon. Boom! 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 Despite their ferocity, the greenskin beasts were no match for the relentless bombardment of the 2-meter-wide fireballs. Their anguished cries filled the courtyard, mingling with the acrid scent of charred flesh. Within moments, Zhuang Yu had vanquished the remaining crocodiles. "Damn it, just because the tiger is silent, do you think I'm a sickly cat?" he muttered, approaching the lifeless forms of the green-skinned beasts. Almost instantly, a notification from the system reached his ears. "Ding! Congratulations, Survivor Zhuang Yu, you have obtained the Crocodile Hunter Badge." Soon after, a small silver medallion materialized in his palm, adorned with the image of a green-skinned crocodile. The Green-Skinned Crocodile Slayer Badge. The bearer inflicts a 20 suppression effect on crocodilian creatures, while enhancing damage dealt to them by 30. Yet another Slayer Badge, and Zhuang Yu felt somewhat desensitized to its significance. After securing the badge, he deftly pried open the skull of the green-skinned crocodile with a dagger. As anticipated, he discovered a blue crystal core the size of a goose egg within. The all-seeing eye immediately displayed the core's information. Level 2 Water System Crystal Core. Dropped upon slaying the green-skinned crocodile. Function: can be utilized for embedding or smelting when crafting weapons and equipment. Enhances the water magic attribute of weapons and armor. Additionally, it can be administered directly to pets, accelerating their evolution and significantly augmenting their strength. Ding! Acquired 8 Level 2 Water System Crystal Cores. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate, totaling 800 Level 2 Water System Crystal Cores. Perhaps due to an increase in luck, he triggered the 100-fold drop rate once more. With 800 Level 2 Water System Crystal Cores in his possession, Zhuang Yu felt quite elated. Next, he sought the treasure chest. Approaching the pond, he continued to draw water into his storage ring. After filling 5 storage rings of 100 cubic units each, the pond was completely drained. Having completed this task, Zhuang Yu promptly made his way to the center of the pond. Upon reaching the treasure chest location marked on his holographic map, he took out a shovel and began to dig. Minutes later, a golden chest emerged before him. Eagerly, he opened the chest, and a cascade of information instantly materialized. Ding! Congratulations! Acquired 1 hawthorn tree seed. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate, totaling 100 hawthorn tree seeds. Ding! Congratulations! Acquired 1 peach tree seed. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate, totaling 100 peach tree seeds. Ding! Congratulations! Acquired 1 kidney bean seed. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate, totaling 100 kidney bean seeds. Ding! Congratulations! Acquired 1 cabbage seed. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate, totaling 100 cabbage seeds. Ding! Congratulations! Acquired 1 black iron grade sword crafting blueprint. Ding! Congratulations! Acquired 1 black iron grade dagger crafting blueprint. Ding! Congratulations! Acquired 1 black iron grade gun crafting blueprint. Ding! Congratulations! Acquired 1 black iron grade bow crafting blueprint. Ding! Congratulations! Acquired 1 basic storage ring, 30 cubic units. Ding! Congratulations! Acquired 1 basic storage ring, 80 cubic units. Ding! Congratulations! Acquired 1 basic storage ring, 100 cubic units. Ding! Congratulations! Acquired 1 3-leaf clover. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate, totaling 100 3-leaf clovers. Ding! Congratulations! Acquired a fragment of the exorcism rune inscription. Ding! Congratulations! Acquired a fragment of the poison resistance rune inscription. Upon witnessing this series of messages, Zhuang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. In addition to the vegetable seeds and weapon crafting blueprints, he had unexpectedly obtained 3-leaf clovers and new rune inscription fragments. Subsequently, the all-seeing eye promptly displayed the information for these new items. 3-leaf clover, luck value 3. Usage: oral intake can enhance the luck value of humans or animals. The fusion with weaponry can enhance the luck value of the equipment. The exorcism rune engraving fragment, a skill exclusive to rune engravers, upon learning it, grants the ability to inscribe an exorcism effect. This effect can inflict effective damage on malevolent entities such as spectral beings. The anti-venom rune engraving fragment, also a skill exclusive to rune engravers, upon learning it, bestows the ability to inscribe an anti-venom effect. Having comprehended the details of the new items, Zhuang Yu wasted no time and immediately commenced his endeavor. Consuming 103 leaf clovers took him over 10 minutes. Upon finally opening his attributes panel, he found his luck value had soared to 307 points. He then promptly began studying the new rune engraving fragments, starting with the exorcism effect fragment. Ding! It has been detected that you are a rune engraver. You may learn this ability. Would you like to learn it now? Learning. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully mastered the exorcism effect engraving ability. Exorcism effect 1. Ding! A 100-fold drop rate has been triggered. Engraving exorcism effect 100. The exorcism effect fragment has been fully learned, and he proceeded to the anti-venom effect fragment. Ding! It has been detected that you are a rune engraver. You may learn this ability. Would you like to learn it now? Learning. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully mastered the anti-venom effect engraving ability, anti-venom effect 1. Ding! A 100-fold drop rate has been triggered. Engraving exorcism effect 100. Thus, Zhuang Yu had completely absorbed the treasures of the weapon shop. Just as Zhuang Yu was preparing to rush to the next A-grade treasure location, a countdown warning echoed within the ancient ruins. Important reminder, survivors within the ruins, please pay attention. There are 15 minutes and 53 seconds remaining until the disappearance of this ruin. Survivors are urged to hasten their exit. Those remaining after the countdown will face total annihilation. Once again, those who have not left by the end of the countdown will be utterly erased. Having focused all his attention on treasure hunting, Zhuang Yu had nearly forgotten about the countdown. Hearing this warning and glancing at the map, he realized he had approximately 15 minutes left to reach the exit. It seemed he must return immediately. Initially, Zhuang Yu had intended to explore all 30 A-grade treasures, but it now appeared that completing this was impossible. With a heavy heart, Zhuang Yu promptly exited the weapon shop and mounted his steed. He galloped at top speed towards the exit of the ruins. Though he lamented the missed opportunities of so many A-grade treasures, He understood that life took precedence over all. Zhuang Yu had time on his side. As long as he preserved his life, he would undoubtedly await the next opportunity when the ruins opened again. Chapter 74. Breaking ground and cultivating the land, galloping on horseback. He pushed forward, managing to burst through the exit mere seconds before the countdown concluded. Finally seeing daylight again, he breathed a sigh of relief and turned to glance back. To his astonishment, the ruins, once enveloped in dense mist, gradually transformed into an ethereal shadow, vanishing from existence in an instant, as if they had never appeared at all. Gazing towards the direction where the ruins had vanished, Zhuang Yu felt a twinge of melancholy. Fortunately, this expedition had yielded bountiful rewards, ample enough to sustain his rapid development in the foreseeable future. Riding towards the base's entrance on his white steed, he found Shen Han and the other survivors already awaiting his return. As Zhuang Yu approached on horseback, they rushed forward to greet him. Zhuang Laoza, from which ruin did you emerge? After Zhuang Yu's departure, Shen Han and the others had stood guard at the gate for an entire day. They had also caught sight of the ancient ruins, yet, adhering to Zhuang Yu's prior instructions, they remained at the base. Despite witnessing the emergence of the ruins, none dared venture out to explore. They were uncertain of the circumstances within. Without Zhuang Yu, no one was willing to act impulsively, fearing for their lives and regretting any rash decisions. Now that they had allied themselves with Zhuang Yu, their collective mindset was to seek stability. All the survivors understood that as long as they followed the formidable leader, victory would be assured, and who would not desire that? Seeing Zhuang Yu return from the ruins, Shen Han and the others immediately approached him with enthusiasm. Yes, I just came out from inside, Zhuang Yu replied, inadvertently igniting their curiosity. Boss, what treasures did you find in the ruins? They clamored. Zhuang Yu, having toiled all day, was utterly fatigued and lacked the inclination to indulge their inquiries. Thus, he replied dismissively, it's a long story, and I cannot explain it in just a few words. In any case, there were significant gains. Perhaps I shall share the details another time. When the next ruins appear, I will take you all to witness it. He expressed this because after entering the ruins, Zhuang Yu felt a pang of regret. Had he known there were so many treasures, he would have brought everyone along. Shen Han and his companions were incapable of confronting the A-grade treasure beasts. They could have easily swept through the C and B-grade treasures. This declaration instantly provoked a chorus of cheers from the survivors. Boss is magnificent. You must take us next time. Perceiving Zhuang Yu's reluctance to elaborate further, the group gradually dispersed. At that moment, 3 young women emerged from the shelter and rushed into Zhuang Yu's embrace. Brother, how could you leave without saying goodbye? Master, I missed you dearly. Where have you been, you naughty brother? I was so worried. Clinging tightly to Zhuang Yu, their voices quivered with emotion, evidently having been anxious during his absence. Now, witnessing his safe return, their worries were finally laid to rest. Amid their relief, they continued to voice their grievances. Please stop crying. I have returned, haven't I? After feasting and attending to his needs, Zhuang Yu awoke the next morning feeling refreshed and ready to embark on a new day of work. He had brought back a multitude of seeds from the ruins, necessitating prompt arrangements for planting. Stepping out of the shelter, he called for Shen Han and the others. Shen Han, here's some crop seeds. Please arrange for their planting as soon as possible. With that, Zhuang Yu presented all the agricultural seeds he had procured from the ruins, handing them over to Shen Han. Are all these seeds truly from the ruins? Shen Han inquired, beginning to examine the bounty. Upon encountering such an abundance of crop seeds, Shen Han was momentarily rendered speechless, hardly daring to trust his own eyes. What is the purpose of acquiring so many? Hurry and arrange for the planting, urged Zhuang Yu. He was eager to establish his authority swiftly, ensuring that the survivors understood their place. The base was poised to enter a period of rapid development, and all who followed him would reap substantial benefits. He had no desire for those he had nurtured to one day turn against him as adversaries. Thus, it was imperative to cultivate their obedience and loyalty from this moment forth, employing a blend of benevolence and authority. Those who were compliant and loyal would be rewarded, while the obstinate and rebellious would not warrant his time. Let them remain where they are. Understood, boss. I will attend to it immediately, Shen Han responded, sensing the shift in Zhuang Yu's tone, opting to remain silent as he dispatched others to select land for cultivation. Observing Shen Han's retreating figure, Zhuang Yu nodded slightly. Shen Han was astute, adaptable, and possessed commendable capabilities, an individual worthy of cultivation. The recent acquisition of seeds was extensive, totaling 13 varieties, including cotton, flax, peanuts, sugarcane, soybeans, cabbage, potatoes, spinach, chives, hawthorn, peach, cowpeas, and cabbage. Cotton and flax were suitable for fabric production, essential for crafting gear and armor. Peanuts could be consumed or pressed for oil, while sugarcane could yield white sugar. Soybeans served as a base for tofu, soy milk, and soy sauce, among other culinary essentials. Additionally, the various vegetables and fruit trees, once matured, promised a continuous supply of resources. To plant all these seeds, vast tracts of arable land would need to be cultivated, providing ample work for Shan Han and his team. To enhance efficiency, Zhuang Yu returned to his shelter, crafting 2 steam engines for their agricultural endeavors. Given the quantity of crops, the remaining monster dung would surely be insufficient. Thus, he promptly contacted Lao Ba. Lao Ba, do you still have monster dung? Boss Zhuang? I have nothing but dung left, Lao Ba replied, his spirits lifting at the sight of Zhuang Yu's message. With this assurance, Zhuang Yu relaxed. The unique utility of monster dung was known only to him, and it was prudent to stockpile before others discovered its worth. Once the secret was out, prices would undoubtedly soar. Realizing this, Zhuang Yu hastily inquired, "How much dung do you have?" "I'll take it all." Lao Ba, taken aback, was clearly puzzled, unable to fathom why Zhuang Yu desired such a large quantity. Did he possess some peculiar preference? Chapter 75, The Exclusive Monopoly of Xiang Kula. Alas, the world of the powerful is truly beyond comprehension. With a sigh, Lao Ba continued, "I cannot say precisely how much there is, but rest assured, it is a considerable amount. I will send it all your way if you desire." Upon receiving a positive response, Zhuang Yu immediately inquired about what he wished to exchange. "What would you like in return?" "Food, the more the better." Lao Ba ziplit an mot instinquito. In recent days, he had been subsisting solely on the peculiar substance known as xiang from the monsters, and he was on the verge of revulsion. "Not a problem. Let us commence the trade." With that, Zhuang Yu first dispatched 10 bags of rice, 10 bags of flour, the carcass of a brown bear monster, along with salt and spices to Lao Ba. Overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing these provisions, Lao Ba was nearly brought to tears. He had not anticipated Zhuang Yu's generosity, and after days of relying on xiang for sustenance, he was utterly astonished by the bounty before him. He could scarcely fathom that xiang could be exchanged for such a wealth of goods, and his gratitude was beyond expression. "Zhuang Laoda, wait for me. I shall procure more xiang for you immediately." A few minutes later, Zhuang Yu received a shipment from Lao Ba. Ding! Acquired 300 tons of monster xiang. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate. Monster xiang 100. Thanks to the 100-fold explosion, the monster xiang transformed into a staggering 30,000 tons. With insufficient storage rings to accommodate such a vast quantity and fearing theft if left outside, Zhuang Yu was compelled to find a spacious area within the base to temporarily store it. Recognizing that monster xiang would be a vital resource for the future development of the base, and in the interest of safeguarding Lao Ba, the trader, Zhuang Yu reopened the trading channel and sent an entire set of black iron equipment, a smoothbore gun, and dozens of grenades directly to him. "Lao Ba, I am very pleased with your monster xiang. Consider these weapons and equipment a gift. Moreover, as long as you can assure me of exclusive purchasing rights, I shall continue to provide you with the finest weapons and equipment free of charge." Upon witnessing the goods sent by Zhuang Yu, Lao Ba was utterly astonished, rendered speechless as if turned to stone. After a prolonged silence, with tears brimming in his eyes, he vowed, "Zhuang Lao Da, I swear to the heavens, this xiang will henceforth be sold solely to you. I am immensely grateful for your generosity. This kindness will be etched in my heart forever." In his eyes, Zhuang Yu had become a savior, a benefactor of unimaginable proportions. Lao Ba had never even dreamed that a heap of seemingly worthless xiang could be exchanged for such a trove of resources. While a monster xiang had some utility, it could hardly be deemed so valuable. He believed Zhuang Yu must be seeking an excuse to look after him, which only deepened his gratitude, elevating Zhuang Yu to the status of a second father. Satisfied with Lao Ba's promise, Zhuang Yu closed the channel, relieved that the secret of the monster xiang would remain undisclosed for the time being. Armed to the teeth, Lao Ba was eager to venture forth, ready to explore, gather resources, and upgrade his shelter. Having resolved the matter of fertilizer, Zhuang Yu was preparing to delve into the blueprints of the newly acquired equipment when he suddenly heard a lively discussion about himself on the public channel. What is happening? Where has Zhuang Lao gone? Was it not said that smoothbore guns would be available for sale daily? They have been out of stock for 2 days now. Has Boss Zhuang disappeared? Alas, I fear something has happened. I never expected such a powerful figure to fall. No, that cannot be. Boss Zhuang is incredibly capable. What could possibly befall him? Do refrain from such morbid thoughts. Indeed, your own inadequacies should not lead you to assume others share your fate. In my heart, Zhuang Yu is the finest man in the world. Oomph, foolish woman, are you swooning again? Does the esteemed leader even know who you are? What is all this commotion about? I care not for the leader situation. My sole concern is the smoothbore guns. If anyone can procure one, I shall pay a handsome price. Brother, I have an extra one. How does selling it to you at triple the price sound? What a shameless act of profiteering. Can you not afford it? Then it's settled. I shall take it at that inflated price. How is there still someone trying to cut in? Do you think your resources make you superior? Observing the chaos in the public channel, Zhuang Yu realized he must intervene to stabilize the situation. Friends, do not fret. The smoothbore guns will be ready shortly. Please be patient. As soon as Zhuang Yu appeared, the public channel erupted with excitement. Haha, Boss Zhuang, you have finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, others would have begun to encroach on your business. I told you, the leader's prowess guarantees his safety. Where has that doomsayer gone? Why is he silent now? Boss, it has been out of stock for 2 days. Are we finally restocking today? I have been prepared with supplies. Please hurry. Do not keep us waiting. Under the urging of the survivors, Zhuang Yu commenced the crafting of smoothbore guns. The creation of a smoothbore gun requires 20 points of energy and takes 1 hour. Ding. Craftsman ability activated, reducing construction time to a mere millisecond. Ding. Smoothbore gun successfully manufactured. Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, yielding 100 smoothbore guns. Crafting smoothbore gun ammunition requires 5 points of energy and takes 3 minutes. Ding. Craftsman ability activated, reducing construction time to a mere millisecond. Ding. Smoothbore gun ammunition successfully manufactured. Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, yielding 100 rounds of ammunition. Zhuang Yu's newly acquired craftsman ability can truncate the construction process by 100 hours. Thus, the survivors did not wait long. In the span of just a few exchanged words, Zhuang Yu produced 500 smoothbore guns and 10,000 rounds of ammunition. As soon as the goods were available, the survivors, who had been diligently monitoring the trading channel, swiftly seized the first batch, depleting it within mere seconds. Wow, boss has released smoothbore guns. Everyone, rush to buy. Goodness, you are all too ruthless. It vanished in the blink of an eye. Not a single gun left for me. Truly infuriating. Those who failed to secure one were filled with regret and despair. Boss Zhuang, will there be any more smoothbore guns today? One survivor timidly inquired, devoid of hope. Yes, there are plenty of smoothbore guns today. Do not worry. They will be available shortly. Zhuang Yu proclaimed, promptly listing another batch in the trading channel. Oh yes, boss. I adore you. There truly are more. Everyone, hurry to purchase. Following this, Zhuang Yu worked tirelessly. Within a mere 10 minutes, he produced 100,000 smoothbore guns and 2,000 rounds of ammunition. The surviving onlookers exclaimed in unison, as if celebrating a festival. The prowess of the esteemed figure was truly remarkable. Had he been diligently stockpiling supplies at home these past few days? It was splendid. Previously, the daily supply had been woefully inadequate, rendering it impossible to compete with others. Today, at long last, they were able to make purchases. Did you notice? The prominent figure continued to produce smoothbore guns. Master Zhuang, just how many have you manufactured in these last few days? Chapter 76. It's nothing, merely wealth. Master Zhuang, does your family operate an arms factory? At this moment, the survivors realized that although numerous individuals were purchasing smoothbore guns, the rate at which they were disappearing in the trading channel was far outpaced by the influx of new ones. The quantity of smoothbore guns did not diminish. Rather, it increased rapidly, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 500,000, and ultimately 1 million. As the smoothbore guns continued to sell, Zhuang Yu received constant notifications of resource increases. Ding! Acquired 100 kilograms of iron ore. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate. Iron ore 100. Ding! Acquired 100 kilograms of timber. Ding. Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate. Timber 100. Ding. Acquired 100 kilograms of rare metal or ding. Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate. Rare metal or 100. Ding. Acquired 100 kilograms of inferior coal. Ding. Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate. Inferior coal 100. As Zhuang Yu received the resources, he worked tirelessly, utilizing the newly acquired materials for production. His aim was to manufacture all the smoothbore guns required by the survivors in one go. This was the greatest assistance he could offer in the early stages. In the future, should new weapons be released, the threshold would undoubtedly be much higher. Only urgently needed supplies would suffice. The trading continued unabated, with the number of smoothbore guns ever increasing. 2 million, 3 million, 5 million, 10 million, and 30 million. However, when the count of smoothbore guns reached 50 million, Zhuang Yu distinctly noticed that the resources coming in were dwindling. If production continued, he would have to tap into his own inventory. Thus, he wisely halted production. It seemed those with excess resources had already made their purchases, while the remaining individuals had yet to accumulate enough. Upon a brief glance, he noted that 3 million smoothbore guns had already been sold. Zhuang Yu was confident that the sale of these 3 million smoothbore guns would soon spark a surge in demand. Those who had tasted success would surely not settle for just one. Weapons are consumables, and frequent use leads to wear and tear. Additionally, the sales of ammunition would undoubtedly surpass those of the smoothbore guns in the long run. As long as Zhuang Yu refrained from offering more advanced weaponry, this trade could continue indefinitely. The 50 million smoothbore guns should suffice for 2 to 3 days. He could always restock in a couple of days. Once he concluded his business, Zhuang Yu promptly closed the trading channel. He had many tasks awaiting him. Meanwhile, the survivors who had successfully acquired smoothbore guns were now exuberantly celebrating, their cheers echoing in delight. Ha ha! We must extend our gratitude to Master Zhuang. Without him, how could we have swiftly obtained smoothbore guns? Indeed, the price is remarkably low. What a conscientious merchant this is. Now I can proceed with confidence. I shall venture out to hunt. Who was it that claimed the esteemed individuals were selfish? Were they now feigning ignorance? Let us not squander time in idle chatter. It is imperative to gather resources. Upgrading the shelter is the undeniable priority. Armed with advanced weaponry, the over 3 million survivors wielding smoothbore guns have promptly initiated a campaign to purge the surrounding beasts. With the production of smoothbore firearms reaching a conclusion, Zhuang Yu commenced his study of the newly acquired blueprints. Among the multitude of designs, he first selected a blueprint for crafting a black iron-grade sword. He possessed all the necessary materials. Should he follow the instructions meticulously, he could forge a black iron longsword. However, Zhuang Yu desired something beyond the ordinary. His storage ring was already brimming with standard black iron weapons. What he sought now were items endowed with unique attributes. Once the notion formed in his mind, he eagerly set to work. The first step involved smelting steel. He cast the required steel into the smelting furnace, recalling the crystalline cores he had obtained from slaying monsters within the ruins. He casually retrieved 2 cores from his storage ring, one a level 2 gold core and the other a water core. At that time, he had triggered a 100-fold drop rate, acquiring 500 gold cores and 800 water cores. The information regarding the cores reappeared before his eyes. Level 2 gold core, dropped by the 8-armed mantis monster. Function, could be used in weapon crafting for embedding or smelting, enhancing the damage attributes of the weapon. Additionally, it can be directly consumed by pets, accelerating their evolution and significantly boosting their strength. Since it could be utilized for smelting, Zhuang Yu, with a spirit of experimentation, tossed a level 2 gold core into the furnace. Ding! The materials have been smelted, yielding 10 grams of gold-infused steel. Upon completion, the eye of all-seeing instantly displayed the corresponding information. Gold-infused steel, attack power 50, sharpness effect 15, bleeding effect 10. Remarkable! Zhuang Yu had not anticipated such an impressive outcome from the fusion of the core and steel. An attack power of 50 is substantial. Previously, the highest attack power of the black iron weapons he had acquired was merely 40. Continuing his experiments, he replaced the steel and combined the level 2 gold core with the water core for smelting. Moments later, he obtained yet another new material. Gold water infused steel, attack power 50, sharpness effect 15, bleeding effect 10, toughness 10, defense 20, freezing effect 50, slow effect 20. Goodness! Astonishing! The result of this second smelting left Zhuang Yu exhilarated. What kind of weapon could be crafted from such material? His anticipation grew as he promptly began to forge the black iron longsword according to the blueprint. Crafting the black iron longsword required 20 energy points and would take 1 hour. Ding! The artisan's ability activated, reducing the construction time to a mere millisecond. Ding! As you have not named this weapon, the system will automatically assign a name based on its attributes. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully forged a frost blade of black iron grade. At this moment, the information regarding the frost blade materialized before Zhuang Yu. Weapon name, frost blade, grade, black iron attack power, 50 defense power, 20 durability to sharpness effect, 15 bleeding effect, 10 freezing effect, 50 slowing effect, 20 just as he began to appreciate the weapon's attributes. Another prompt sounded. Ding! Your luck value has reached 307 points, triggering a random lucky event. Ding! You have activated a lucky event. The frost blade, black iron grade. You forge has undergone a mutation. Mutation effect. The frost blade gains a special skill, mini ice storm. Ice storm. Consumes 30 energy points to unleash a freezing storm with a diameter of 3 meters and a height of 2 meters. Inflicting damage based on the enemy's specific strength. Ding! A 100-fold drop rate has been triggered. 100 frost blades. A flurry of information flashed by, and Zhuang Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. Chapter 78. Mutation. Upon witnessing such an extraordinary yield, Zhuang Yu was nearly propelled off the ground with excitement. This black iron grade sword had transcended the boundaries of ordinary black iron weaponry under his experimentation. Comparatively, the black iron weapons he previously acquired in the ruins paled in insignificance beside this sword. Of course, a significant portion of this success was attributed to his 307 luck points. It turned out that a high luck value bore such remarkable benefits. He resolved to seek ways to acquire more lucky clovers in the future. Recognizing the importance of lucky clovers, he decided to prioritize them as essential items for procurement and to list them on the trading channel. Holding the frost blade, an intense chill enveloped him. A thin layer of frost clung to the blade, evoking an awe-inspiring presence. What a magnificent sword! Zhuang Yu sighed in admiration, his heart brimming with joy. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the monster's crystal cores could also be embedded. Why not give it a try? Following the blueprint's instructions, he began crafting the embedding slot. As black iron weapons could only accommodate a single embedding slot, Zhuang Yu swiftly completed the task. He then embedded a level 2 gold crystal core. Ding! Embedding successful. Your frost blade's attributes have been enhanced. The all-seeing eye immediately displayed the enhanced attributes of the frost blade. Weapon name, frost blade, grade, black iron, attack power, 150 defense power, 20 durability, 10 sharpness effect, 45 bleeding effect, 30 freezing effect, 50 slowing effect, 20 attach skill, mini ice storm. Consumes 30 energy points to unleash a freezing storm with a diameter of 3 meters and a height of 2 meters. Inflicting damage based on the enemy's specific strength. Observing the changes in the frost blade's attributes, Zhuang Yu understood immediately. After embedding the level 2 gold crystal core, the frost blade's attack power surged by 100 points. The sharpness effect increased by 30, and the bleeding effect rose by 20. This enhancement was a full doubling compared to refining alone. Under resource constraints, direct embedding proved to be remarkably more advantageous. However, a survivor of his opulence need not concern himself with the issue of costs. As long as he can forge the most formidable weapon, he can unreservedly expend vast resources. Regrettably, the black iron grade weapon can accommodate only a single gem. While lamenting this limitation, Zhuang Yu suddenly recalled his rune engraving abilities. How could I have overlooked such a crucial aspect? With this thought in mind, he promptly began to utilize his rune engraving skills to inscribe runes upon the frostblade. Ding! The sharpness rune has been successfully inscribed. Sharpness effect 1. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate has been triggered. Sharpness effect 100. Ding! The defense rune has been successfully inscribed. Defense effect 1. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate has been triggered. Defense effect 100. Ding! The poison resistance rune has been successfully inscribed. Poison resistance effect 1. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate has been triggered. Poison resistance effect 100. Ding! The banishment rune has been successfully inscribed. Banishment effect 1. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate has been triggered. Banishment effect 100. After a series of notifications, when Zhuang Yu examined the attributes of the Frostblade, his eyes widened in astonishment. Weapon name, Frostblade, level, black iron, attack power, 150, defense power, 120 toughness, to sharpness effect, 145, poison resistance effect, 100, banishment effect, 100, bleeding effect, 30, freezing effect, 50, slowing effect, 20 attached skill, mini ice storm. Consumes 30 energy points, unleashing a frost storm with a diameter of 3 meters and a height of 2 meters to assault enemies, with damage determined by the enemy's specific strength. Such incredible attributes. This sword's capabilities must surely rank it as the finest in existence. At that moment, the 100-fold explosion rate was triggered once again. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate has been triggered. Frostblade, 100. Goodness, this is astonishing. Just after inscribing all the runes he had mastered onto this sword, the 100-fold explosion rate activated once more, leaving Zhuang Yu at a loss for words. Could this be the boon of high luck? He was profoundly shaken. Initially intending to conclude, a bold idea suddenly sprouted in Zhuang Yu's mind. If a cold weapon could achieve such heights, what about a smoothbore gun? Contemplating this enticing prospect, he could scarcely resist the temptation. Without hesitation, he commenced an experiment. First, he refined a metal to acquire the desired properties. Next, he proceeded to manufacture the smoothbore gun. Following that, he crafted the embedding hole, like the black iron grade weapon. It could accommodate only one. After embedding a level 2 gold core, he inscribed all the runes he had mastered. With everything complete, he gazed upon the newly crafted smoothbore gun, its attributes utterly surpassing all previously created smoothbore guns. Weapon name, Frost Smoothbore Gun. Level, black iron, attack power, 150 defense power, 120 toughness, to sharpness effect, 145 toxic resistance, 100 exorcism effect, 100 bleeding effect, 30 freezing effect, 50 slowing effect, 20 at this moment. The system notification sounded once more. Ding! As your luck value has reached 307 points, a random lucky event has been triggered. Ding! You have activated a lucky event. The Frost Smoothbore Gun, black iron, you crafted has undergone mutation. Mutation effect. The Frost Smoothbore Gun gains a special skill, Ice Spike Splash. Ice Spike Splash consumes 30 energy points. Within 10 minutes, bullets fired from the smoothbore gun will cause an Ice Spike Splash effect when nearing enemies, inflicting area damage over a coverage of 35 square meters. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate, 100 Frost Smoothbore Guns. This is astonishing. The attributes of the Frost Smoothbore Gun caused Zhuang Yu to gasp in awe. The base attributes are comparable to those of the Frost Sword. However, the Ice Spike Splash skill is truly remarkable. As a firearm, Zhuang Yu fully comprehended the immense advantage of this skill. When bullets approach the enemy, they inflict widespread splash damage. This is akin to a shotgun. Moreover, it surpasses a traditional shotgun in both lethality and coverage area, which cannot be matched by ordinary shotguns. Additionally, let's not forget the smoothbore gun has ammunition. Although crystals cannot be embedded in the bullets, all other processes can be replicated. This implies that if the bullets are crafted through such a procedure, the overall attributes of the Frost Smoothbore Gun could potentially double. What a terrifying weapon that would be. The mere thought of such a weapon instilled fear in Zhuang Yu. With this idea in mind, he promptly set about taking action. He immediately began the process of bullet crafting, which was relatively straightforward. Aside from the inability to embed gemstones, he repeated all previous procedures. Thus, he obtained a bullet of this nature. Chapter 78, Divine Beast Little Turtle, Bullet Name, Frost Bullet, Level, Black Iron Attack Power, 50 Defense Power, 120 Toughness, to Sharpness Effect, 145 Toxic Resistance, 100 Exorcism Effect, 100 Bleeding Effect, 30 Freezing Effect, 50 Slowing Effect, 20 Ding. As your luck value has reached 307 points, a random lucky event has been triggered. Ding! You have activated a lucky event. The Frost Bullet, Black Iron, you crafted has undergone a mutation. Mutation effect. The Frost Bullet gains a passive effect, Mini Ice Explosion. Mini Ice Explosion effect. Upon hitting an enemy, the bullet will explode, carrying a freezing effect, with an explosion radius of 35 meters. Damage is contingent upon the enemy's strength. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate, 100 Frost Bullets. This is utterly savage. Upon understanding the attributes of the bullets, Zhuang Yu found himself at a loss for words. The frost bullet possesses yet another advantage. It can be utilized by both ordinary smoothbore guns and frost smoothbore guns. When wielding the frost smoothbore gun, its power is magnified at least twofold. Most alarmingly, the miniature ice explosion effect transforms into a veritable weapon of mass destruction on the battlefield. Just envision the scene where enemies struck by this bullet self-detonate, inadvertently injuring and freezing their comrades in the vicinity. Coupled with the icicle splatter skill of the frost smoothbore gun, the horrifying imagery is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Once the modifications to the smoothbore gun were complete, Zhuang Yu eagerly made his way outside the base, seeking a colossal stone measuring 5 meters in height and over 4 meters in width to test the might of the frost smoothbore gun. Taking aim, Zhuang Yu pressed the trigger. Bang! With a resounding gunshot, the frost bullet was propelled forth. Boom! In the next instant, debris flew as the frost bullet explosively created a terrifying 1-meter diameter hole in the heart of the stone. Upon closer inspection, Zhuang Yu discovered that the edges of the gaping hole were still adorned with traces of frost. Such formidable power is indeed terrifying. It is worth noting that Zhuang Yu had yet to employ the icicle splatter skill of the frost smoothbore gun. The sheer destructive capability of the bullet alone had already achieved such a lethal effect. One wonders what level of damage would be inflicted if the icicle splatter skill were unleashed simultaneously. With a heart full of anticipation, Zhuang Yu promptly commenced another experiment. This time, he expended 30 points of energy to activate the icicle splatter skill. Then, he loaded the frost bullet and raised the gun once more. Bang! As the bullet soared towards the massive stone, it suddenly fragmented into dozens of ice spikes, all of which struck the stone with ferocious force. With a thunderous roar, the towering 5-meter stone was obliterated, reduced to countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Remarkable, truly astonishing. Zhuang Yu was profoundly shaken by the immense power of the frost smoothbore gun. This was no less than the might of his most potent fireball spell. One could hardly call it merely a gun. It was akin to a mobile artillery platform. As he had surmised, the simultaneous use of the frost smoothbore gun and the frost bullet yielded a power that exceeded the simple sum of two. Not to mention, just the combined sharpness effect of the gun and bullet reached an astounding 245 points, excluding other attributes. Having tested the prowess of his new weapon, the sun had already set. Aware that night had fallen, Zhuang Yu concluded his day's work and returned to the shelter. Upon his arrival, he found 3 young ladies had prepared a meal, eagerly awaiting his return. After dinner that evening, Zhuang Yu suddenly recalled the crystal core's ability to accelerate pet evolution. He presented a water-type crystal core before the little fox girl, enticingly saying, "Little Bai, look what delightful treat I have brought for you." However, to his astonishment, the little fox girl regarded the crystal core with disdain, pouting as she replied, "Master, I am human now. I wish to consume human food and enhance myself through human means. I shall no longer partake in such things. Truly, you will not eat it?" This unexpected response left Zhuang Yu momentarily speechless, yet he still inquired stubbornly, "Are you really not going to eat it? This is indeed a level 2 water element crystal core, which you used to adore." "No, master, please keep it for yourself," the little fox maiden insisted, her resolve unwavering. Unable to persuade her, Zhuang Yu refrained from further insistence. Suddenly, he recalled the white horse and the Blastoise. Being pets, they would likely enjoy this as well. With that thought, Zhuang Yu first sought out the Blastoise, which had been languishing in the pool, neglected for days. It was unclear how much monkey wine it had secretly consumed. Dazed and disoriented, it lay in the water, deeply asleep. Seeing its condition, Zhuang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. He promptly produced the level 2 water element crystal core and presented it before the creature, teasingly inquiring, "Little turtle, do you see what this is?" As expected, the moment the crystal core was offered, the previously sluggish Blastoise's eyes widened in alertness. Recognizing the efficacy of this method, Zhuang Yu tossed the crystal core directly to it. The Blastoise stretched its neck, caught the core, and without hesitation, swallowed it whole. No sooner had it ingested the core than the all-seeing eye immediately revealed the Blastoise's transformation. Blastoise has consumed the level 2 water element crystal core, initiating super evolution, awakening the ancient divine beast, the bloodline of the mountain sea turtle. It is anticipated that its growth will accelerate, Please promptly relocate it outside to avoid unnecessary losses. Accelerate growth? To what extent? Must it really leave the house? Was it that serious? With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, Zhuang Yu nonetheless led the little turtle out of the sanctuary and onto the lawn. Before long, he observed the Blastoise's size beginning to alter. From its initial diameter, comparable to a grinding wheel, it expanded at a visible rate. Within mere minutes, it had doubled in size. Moreover, it showed no signs of ceasing, continuing to grow rapidly. Witnessing such a spectacle, Zhuang Yu was left utterly astounded. He watched as the little turtle's size multiplied, twofold, threefold, tenfold, 100-fold. Was this the accelerated growth of a divine beast? Zhuang Yu finally comprehended why the all-seeing eye had urged him to take it outside. The Blastoise had now transformed into a small mountain, persisting in its rapid growth, showing no inclination to halt. Indeed, divine beasts were formidable. Zhuang Yu could not suppress his astonishment. He had never anticipated that merely consuming a level 2 crystal core could yield such an extraordinary evolution. What a remarkable gain. Finally, after an hour, the little turtle ceased its growth. Zhuang Yu noted that it had reached a size comparable to a football field. Adjusting to the sudden enormity of his pet, he felt a twinge of concern. Would this awakened bloodline divine beast still heed his commands? Chapter 79, directly turning the base into a turtle's back? However, it turned out his worries were unfounded. After halting its growth, the mountain sea turtle bent down, displaying its affection towards Zhuang Yu. Simultaneously, the all-seeing eye revealed its information. Pet, mountain sea turtle divine beast. Level, juvenile stage. Characteristic, exceptional load-bearing capacity, making it an ideal transport vehicle. Skill, water arrow. Water arrow, capable of launching wide-area water arrows to harm adversaries. Having understood the information about the mountain sea turtle, Zhuang Yu leapt onto its shell. He discovered the surface was remarkably flat, and a new idea blossomed in his mind. If he continued to feed it crystal cores, would it grow larger? If so, he could relocate the entire base onto its back, thus acquiring a mobile stronghold. With this notion forming, Zhuang Yu took immediate action. He jumped down from the turtle's shell and resumed feeding it crystal cores. Currently, Zhuang Yu possessed an abundance of water-type crystal cores. Thus, he fed it level 2 water-type cores. The mountain sea turtle welcomed the cores with open appetite, clearly enjoying them. However, after consuming a single level 2 water-type core, it exhibited no signs of evolution, which astonished Zhuang Yu. Was one core insufficient? He continued to feed it, one core leading to 2, 2 to 3. It wasn't until the 100th core that the mountain sea turtle finally reacted. Ding! Congratulations. Your mountain sea turtle has ingested a sufficient quantity of crystal cores and is beginning super evolution. Excellent. Recognizing the efficacy of his method, Zhuang Yu leapt back onto the turtle's shell, eagerly awaiting its evolution. Before long, under Zhuang Yu's watchful gaze, the mountain sea turtle began to expand at an astonishing rate. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. The commotion caused by the turtle's growth was so overwhelming that it drew the attention of Shun Han and others within the base. Even the 3 girls were captivated. Wow, what kind of monster is that? Its size is terrifying. Looks like a turtle, but have you ever seen one so large? Where did the boss go? Is this turtle going to attack us? This is so frightening. I feel like the turtle is still growing. The crowd was thoroughly intimidated by the colossal turtle, unable to locate Zhuang Yu, leaving them feeling quite uneasy. In a moment of uncertainty, they were unsure of how to proceed. The 3 girls were equally frightened, standing there in confusion. Everyone be prepared. If this giant turtle attacks us, be ready to retreat. Shun Han and the others had already resigned themselves to the worst-case scenario. However, after waiting for a while, they realized that the gigantic turtle seemed rather amicable, showing no inclination to attack. At that moment, Zhuang Yu spotted Shun Han and the others below and hurriedly called out, "Do not be afraid. This is my water arrow turtle. It is currently evolving." Upon hearing his voice, the crowd quickly looked up and immediately spotted Zhuang Yu standing on the turtle's back. Now that the water arrow turtle had reached a height of 10 meters, everyone had a shout to communicate. Upon seeing Zhuang Yu, the 3 girls and Shun Han breathed a sigh of relief. The Maya sisters and Xiao Hunyang, upon learning that this was the water arrow turtle evolving, shed their previous fears and began to cheer exuberantly. Brother Yu is amazing. He has raised the little turtle to this extent. So impressive. I always knew you were the strongest. Master, how many crystal cores did you feed the little turtle to achieve such an evolution? The transformation of the Blastoise astonished the little fox girl, who now seemed to regret her earlier refusal of Zhuang Yu's generous offering. Yet, as she contemplated her aspiration to fully become human, she swiftly quashed that thought at its inception. I refuse to be a mere pet. I aspire to be the woman of my master. However, Shan Han and the others observed the scene with entirely different sentiments. Witnessing Zhuang Yu's rapid evolution of a small turtle into such a colossal creature, each individual now regarded Zhuang Yu as their idol and ultimate goal. Their loyalty to him had reached unprecedented heights. After a while, the evolution of the mountain sea turtle finally came to a halt. This round of evolution was remarkably successful. According to the measurements from the all-seeing eye, the turtle shell area had expanded to a staggering 1 square kilometer. At this moment, Zhuang Yu also heard a notification from his system. Ding! Congratulations, the evolution of the mountain sea turtle is complete. Ding! As your luck value has reached 307 points. A random lucky event has been triggered. Ding! You have triggered a lucky event. Your pet mountain sea turtle has undergone a mutation. Mutation effect. The mountain sea turtle has awakened the bloodline skill clouds and rain ahead of time. Clouds and rain. When a mountain sea turtle casts this skill, it can induce heavy rainfall within a 1 kilometer radius. At this juncture, the all-seeing eye immediately transmitted further information. Upon receiving the system notification, Zhuang Yu was overwhelmed with joy. Although the newly awakened bloodline skill appeared to lack any offensive capability, Zhuang Yu understood its significance. Previously, he harbored concerns that relocating the base onto the turtle's back would lead to water shortages for the extensive farmland he had cultivated. However, with this skill now at his disposal, the issue of water supply was swiftly resolved. At last, his remaining apprehensions had dissipated. Through the all-seeing eye, the information regarding the mountain sea turtle promptly materialized. Pet. Mountain sea turtle, divine beast. Level, juvenile stage. Size, 1 square kilometer. Trait, exceptional load-bearing capacity, making it an ideal transport tool. Skills, water arrow, clouds and rain. Water arrow, capable of launching large-scale water arrows to harm enemies. Clouds and rain. When a mountain sea turtle casts this skill, it can induce heavy rainfall within a 1 kilometer radius. However, although the area of the mountain sea turtle's shell had reached 1 square kilometer, it still fell short of Zhuang Yu's relocation plans due to the extensive farmland he had cultivated. Currently, more than 20 varieties of crops were already being grown, alongside medicinal fields that would also occupy significant space in the future. This did not even account for the various facilities that would need to be constructed as the base continued to develop. 1 square kilometer may seem vast, but when put to practical use, it still felt rather constrained. Realizing this issue, Zhuang Yu utilized the all-seeing eye to investigate the resources required for the mountain sea turtle's next evolutionary step. What he discovered was startling. After a thorough analysis by the all-seeing eye, it was revealed that the mountain sea turtle requires an astonishing 10,000 secondary magic crystals to undergo its next evolution. Should one wish to utilize tertiary magic crystals, a mere 1,000 would suffice. In the case of quaternary magic crystals, only 100 are needed. However, if one were fortunate enough to acquire a quintessence magic crystal, a single piece would enable the mountain sea turtle to evolve. Faced with such stringent requirements for evolution, Zhuang Yu couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Chapter 80. Exquisite Accessories. Currently, the mountain sea turtle is still in its juvenile phase, and each step of evolution proves to be an arduous challenge. As it continues to mature, one can only imagine the vast resources that will be required. This is a predicament unique to him. Were it anyone else, they might never amass such an immense quantity of resources in a lifetime. With his current reserve of magic crystals, the evolution of the mountain sea turtle must, for the time being, come to a halt. He would have to wait until he acquires more cores in the future. Dismounting from the turtle's back, Zhuang Yu made his way back to the base. The onlookers, still reeling from the shock, gathered around him. Boss, is this turtle truly the little one you raised? The survivors asked in disbelief, their hearts still racing. Zhuang Yu, maintaining an air of nonchalance, replied, "It's just a turtle. Nothing to make a fuss about. Everyone, return to your tasks. From now on, this turtle will serve as our guardian." Upon hearing Zhuang Yu's words, Shunhan quickly chimed in. All right, everyone disperse. There's nothing more to see. This is merely a glimpse of the boss's capabilities. Stick with him, and there will be even more astonishing feats to witness. Now let's get back to work. As he spoke, he led the group toward the newly cultivated fields. Observing their departing figures, Zhuang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction toward Shunhan. He was adept at handling matters and could be entrusted with more responsibilities in the future. That evening, Zhuang Yu and the girls indulged in a night of revelry. The following morning, upon rising, Zhuang Yu began to study the blueprints for jewelry crafting. In his possession was a design for crafting a black iron necklace. If he were to follow the instructions outlined in the blueprint, he could indeed produce a black iron necklace. However, Zhuang Yu was not inclined to do so, as his storage ring was already overflowing with black iron accessories. What he truly desired was to utilize the materials at hand to create exquisite jewelry. With a clear vision in mind, he promptly set to work. Previously, in the relics, he had acquired numerous raw materials, including various attribute gemstones. These gemstones, unlike monster cores, possessed attribute energies but could not facilitate the leveling up of pets, nor could they be smelted with metals. Their only purpose was to be crafted into jewelry or embedded into weapons and armor. Nevertheless, due to their low grade, the attributes they provided were limited, and Zhuang Yu had not deemed them worthy for use when crafting weapons. Upon comprehending the blueprint, he immediately retrieved a golden gemstone and began the meticulous process of crafting the black iron necklace. The creation of the black iron necklace required 20 points of energy and took 1 hour to complete. Ding! The artisan's ability activated, reducing the construction time to a mere 1,000th of a second. Ding! As you have not named this necklace, the system will automatically assign a name based on its attributes. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully crafted a black iron power necklace. At this moment, a vision of a necklace materialized before Zhuang Yu. Ruby ring, black iron grade strength 8. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate is triggered, resulting in 100 ruby necklaces, black iron grade. The crafting is complete, and the next step involves the rune engraving process. In the next instant, Zhuang Yu commenced utilizing his rune engraving abilities to inscribe runes onto the ruby necklace. Ding! The sharpness rune engraving succeeded. Sharpness effect 1. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate is triggered. Sharpness effect 100. Ding! The defense rune engraving succeeded. Defense effect 1. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate is triggered. Defense effect 100. Ding! The poison resistance rune engraving succeeded. Poison resistance effect 1. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate is triggered. Poison resistance effect 100. Ding! The exorcism rune engraving succeeded. Exorcism effect 1. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate is triggered. Exorcism effect 100. Following a series of notifications, Zhuang Yu examined the attributes of the strength necklace. Jewelry name, ruby necklace, grade, black iron, strength 8, sharpness effect 100, poison resistance effect 100, exorcism effect 100, defense effect 100, although its base attributes were comparable to a standard black iron necklace. Zhuang Yu's engravings had bestowed it with 4 additional rune attributes. The mere existence of these 4 attributes, each reaching a remarkable 100 points, had already marked its extraordinary nature. At that moment, the system notification chimed once more. Ding! Due to your luck value reaching 307 points, a random lucky event has been triggered. Ding! You have activated a lucky event. The ruby necklace, black iron grade, you crafted has undergone mutation. Mutation effect. The base attributes of the ruby necklace are enhanced, strength 30, agility 15. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate is triggered, resulting in 100 mutated ruby necklaces, black iron grade. A flurry of information flashed by, and Zhuang Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. Although this mutation did not yield any special skills, the substantial enhancement in base attributes had transformed this black iron necklace into something remarkable. Its name was automatically updated by the system to mutated ruby necklace, black iron grade, with its base attributes now reading strength 38, agility 15. Having completed the ring crafting, Zhuang Yu proceeded to create other pieces of jewelry. After a flurry of activity, he acquired the following adornments. Jewelry name, sapphire ring, grade, black iron, vitality 40. Wisdom 10, sharpness effect 100, poison resistance effect 100, exorcism effect 100, Defense effect 100, jewelry name, topaz bracelet, grade, black iron, constitution 45. Defense 20, sharpness effect 100, poison resistance effect 100, exorcism effect 100, defense effect 100, jewelry name, emerald earrings, grade, black iron, agility 50. Speed 10, sharpness effect 100, poison resistance effect 100, exorcism effect 100, defense effect 100. After a bustling session, Zhuang Yu realized that these attribute gems comprised a total of 4 distinct varieties. The ruby enhances strength, the sapphire amplifies vitality, the citron boosts constitution, and the emerald elevates agility. Following their mutation, the foundational attributes of the jewelry experienced a substantial increase, with a maximum enhancement not exceeding 50. Having grasped these principles, Zhuang Yu would henceforth know how to utilize these gemstones effectively. After completing his work, Zhuang Yu summoned several young girls, intending to reward them generously. "Brother, did you call us for assistance?" one inquired. "Master, have you been missing me?" Zhuang Yu responded with a beaming smile. "I have just crafted a batch of jewelry. Come, try them on." He then presented an array of newly made accessories, inviting them to choose. "They're all here. Feel free to select." The 3 girls, upon seeing the table brimming with vibrant gemstone jewelry, were instantly enraptured. "Wow, so many beautiful pieces. Brother, I adore you," exclaimed one. "Master, you are my angel." They rushed to embrace Zhuang Yu, planting fervent kisses on his cheeks before dashing towards the jewelry. As they selected their pieces, their excitement bubbled over into animated chatter. "Oh, this necklace is exquisite. I must have it." Chapter 81. Unwavering loyalty. My goodness, what do I see? A necklace with 50 points of strength and so many additional attributes. Hooray! This ring adds 45 points of vitality. Brother Yu is truly magnificent. Wow! A bracelet with 40 points of constitution. Am I dreaming? The girls were ecstatic, their joy palpable as they danced around, overwhelmed by the array of accessories enhancing various attributes. Ultimately, each girl selected a set of jewelry with the finest attributes, ready to express their gratitude. Zhuang Yu then revealed the frost blade and the frost smoothbore gun he had crafted earlier. The frost blade was for close combat, while the frost smoothbore gun served for ranged attacks, empowering the girls to protect themselves with formidable weaponry. Upon realizing the attributes of these weapons, the girls were moved to tears. In that moment, their hearts brimmed with profound gratitude, dependence, and affection for Zhuang Yu. "Brother, are such splendid weapons truly a gift for us?" one asked. "Brother, I vow to repay you for a lifetime by bearing you many children." Another declared, "Master, I am devoted to you in this life and the next. Please do not abandon me." The 3 girls, overwhelmed with emotion, struggled to find the words to express their sincerest feelings, aware that without Zhuang Yu, they would be lost, perhaps even dead. They silently vowed to dedicate their lives to repaying his kindness. "All right, please don't cry. I understand your sentiments." Zhuang Yu approached and embraced the 3 young girls, smiling indulgently. "Since you are my women, I shall never treat you poorly. This is merely the beginning. There will be even greater things to come. I will ensure that you become the happiest women in the world." Zhuang Yu was determined to be generous with those he cherished, for they were the ones closest to his heart. As long as he had the means, he would provide them with the very best. After the elder brother finished speaking, the 3 girls became even more exhilarated, completely captivated by Zhuang Yu. They had already examined the blueprints for the jewelry and weapons, and now only the equipment blueprints remained. However, the production of equipment required cotton and linen, and the farmland had just been cultivated with cotton and linen seeds newly sown. Although the monsters provided fertilizer, it would take 2 days for the crops to fully mature and be harvested. With time on his hands, Zhuang Yu decided to inspect the farmland. As he surveyed the cotton and linen fields, he encountered Shen Han and several survivors. Upon seeing Zhuang Yu, they eagerly approached him with smiles. "Boss, what brings you here?" Shen Han was the first to inquire. "I came to check on the growth of the crops," Zhuang Yu replied, glancing at the cotton fields. He then asked, "When will the cotton and linen be ready for harvest?" "Boss, we just need 1 more day for the harvest," Shen Han promptly responded with a cheerful demeanor. Nodding, Zhuang Yu continued, "What about the other crops?" "The other crops will also be ready in 1 day," Shen Han added, his tone filled with enthusiasm. As he spoke, Shen Han began to express his admiration. "Boss, The fertilizer you brought back is truly miraculous. Although it doesn't smell pleasant, farming has become almost miraculous. If I hadn't witnessed it myself, I would never have believed such a thing existed in this world. Indeed, that is splendid, Zhuang Yu replied, satisfied with Shun Han's report. It seemed they had not been idling away these past 2 days. If all the crops matured in a day, they could certainly fetch substantial resources when listed in the trading channel. Food is unlike other supplies. It is an essential necessity for everyone. Weapons can be set aside. Clothing can be disregarded, but one cannot survive without sustenance. Hadn't the steamed buns and noodles previously sold in the trading channel nearly caused a frenzy? Reflecting on the hard work Shen Han and his companions had put in recently, Zhuang Yu fell silent for a moment. He then said, Shen Han, please gather all the survivors. I have something to discuss. Understood. I will do so at once, Shen Han replied, hurrying off to summon the others. As he called for them, Shen Han felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of what Zhuang Yu was about to announce. However, recalling his respectful attitude towards Zhuang Yu during this time, and the absence of significant errors in the tasks assigned to him, he reassured himself that it would likely not affect his standing in the base. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. Before long, all the survivors, led by Shen Han, gathered before Zhuang Yu. Once everyone was present, Zhuang Yu got straight to the point, addressing them firmly. Everyone, first, I would like to express my gratitude for your contributions to the base during these days. As the saying goes, people die for wealth, and birds perish for food. I understand that many of you follow me primarily to secure a strong ally in this unknown world to enhance your chances of survival. It is human nature to seek benefit and avoid harm, and this is undeniable. However, one thing I must clarify. Since you have chosen to follow me, you must demonstrate absolute loyalty. Because I refuse to expend my hard-earned resources to sustain a horde of ungrateful wretches, I must make my intentions unequivocally clear. Should anyone betray our foundation, do not expect mercy from me. I will be merciless and resolute. At this juncture, Shen Han hastily stepped forward to pledge his loyalty. What the esteemed leader has articulated is indisputably true. Let's ponder who sheltered us in our most desperate hour and lent us their aid. It was the leader. The crowd responded in unison. With their affirmation, Shen Han continued, now that we all acknowledge that it was Leader Zhuang who rescued us in our gravest moments, I implore everyone to cultivate a spirit of gratitude. As the saying goes, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. Furthermore, Leader Zhuang not only spared our lives, but has also guided us to this point. He declared, let me make my stance clear. If anyone dares to betray Leader Zhuang, I, Shen Han, shall be the first to strike them down. His proclamation resonated deeply, prompting an enthusiastic chorus of support from the crowd. Rest assured, Leader Zhuang, I, Zhang Ergu, am not one to forget a favor. I swear before heaven, if I ever betray our leader, may I be struck down by divine wrath. I too, from this day forth, pledge my life to Leader Zhuang. Whether it be traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire, just give the command, and if I, Wang Hu, falter, may I be deemed less than a beast. I vow, in this lifetime, to serve our leader with unwavering loyalty. Witnessing the fervent displays of allegiance, Zhuang Yu realized he had achieved his objective. He raised his hand and declared, enough. I comprehend your intentions. Chapter 82. You are our rebirth parents. From this moment onward, you shall be my loyal warriors. Reward shall be bestowed for merit and penalties for transgressions, as long as you dedicate yourselves earnestly. I assure you that you will thrive in this perilous world. Not only will you be free from want, but the prospect of numerous wives and concubines will not remain a mere dream. Upon hearing these words, the survivors' eyes glimmered with boundless hope. Zhuang Yu paused momentarily before continuing. I have witnessed the efforts you have all exerted during this time, hence I have decided to bestow upon you some rewards. The mention of rewards instantly lifted the spirits of everyone present. All were aware that Zhuang Yu's gifts were anything but ordinary. What would this round of rewards entail? The rewards Zhuang Yu planned to distribute were, in fact, the ordinary black iron-grade equipment and weapons he had acquired from the ruins. To him, these items held little value and merely occupied space. Thus, presenting them as rewards served a dual purpose, clearing his inventory while winning the hearts of his followers. Accordingly, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Zhuang Yu unveiled the rewards. With a flick of his hand, a veritable mountain of equipment weapons, and accessories materialized before all. The sudden appearance of such an abundance of weaponry left the survivors, including Shun Han, momentarily bewildered. Previously, they had speculated on the rewards bestowed upon Zhuang Yu. Yet they could scarcely fathom the magnitude of what was to come. It was nothing short of a challenge to their understanding. "Well, that shall suffice for now," Zhuang Yu remarked casually, clapping his hands. "You each may select 2 sets of the finest equipment and weaponry to arm yourselves. One set for daily combat, and another as a backup. Should any item sustain damage, you may report to Shun Han and come to me for replacements." As his words resonated, the atmosphere erupted in fervor. While they had witnessed extravagance before, nothing compared to this. The survivors, astonished yet exhilarated, rushed toward the pile of gear, meticulously selecting their treasures. "Is this a strength 9 ruby ring? Incredible. What on earth am I seeing? This garment adds 10 points of defense. Goodness. The attributes of this sword are astonishing. 30 attack power and an additional 3 points of sharpness. Long live the chief. Am I dreaming? This axe boasts an attack power of 50? Have I stumbled upon a divine artifact? These shoes grant an increase of 10 points in speed. I feel like I could fly." In the midst of this cacophony, each individual reveled in the immense joy of acquiring their new equipment. They never imagined that Zhuang Yu would so generously offer such exceptional rewards, and not merely 1 set, but 2. The gratitude they felt was beyond mere words. From this day forth, these individuals would undoubtedly become Zhuang Yu's staunch loyalists. Betrayal was out of the question, for none were foolish enough to forsake such kindness. Observing the enthusiastic selection of gear and the grateful glances exchanged, a satisfied smile crept across Zhuang Yu's lips. It appeared that this strategy to win hearts had proven effective, even exceeding his expectations. The art of leadership requires a balance of pressure and reward, a proverbial slap followed by a sweet date. Once all had chosen their equipment, Zhuang Yu presented the body-tempering elixirs he had previously concocted. "This is a body-tempering elixir. Upon consumption, it will significantly enhance your physical attributes. 1 for each of you. Please take it now." "Thank you, Chief." Shun Han and the others had initially believed that the distribution of equipment marked the end of their surprises. Yet they were taken aback to discover the elixirs. Tears of gratitude welled up in their eyes. "Chief, you are our savior. I will remember this kindness. Long live the chief. Long live the chief." Amidst the exhilarating cheers, they eagerly took the body-tempering elixirs from Zhuang Yu's hands and consumed them. As the elixirs took effect, the survivors immediately sensed a profound transformation within their bodies. Then, a system notification rang out. Ding! Upon consuming the body-tempering elixir, strength 40, speed 20, constitution 30, energy 100, hunger value 200. Upon hearing this notification, each survivor stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed with emotion. Zhuang Yu had not only taken them in, but had also empowered them to grow stronger continuously. At this moment, everyone, including Shun Han, silently vowed that their lives would henceforth belong to Zhuang Yu. The reason for distributing the body refinement pills was due to Zhuang Yu's considerable enhancement in strength. Even if these individuals consumed the pills, they posed no threat to themselves. The distribution was also intended to bolster the strength of the base, preparing for the various crises that loomed on the horizon. Additionally, it served to win the hearts of the people, achieving multiple objectives in one endeavor. Having accomplished all this, Zhuang Yu noticed that dusk had fallen, prompting him to send everyone back to rest while he returned to the shelter. Upon arriving home, he was immediately greeted by 3 young women who presented him with a dinner they had long prepared. Today, having received gifts from Zhuang Yu, the girls exerted their utmost effort to serve him even more diligently. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the season for harvesting cotton, flax, and other crops. Early in the morning, Zhuang Yu arrived at the cotton and flax fields, observing Shun Han and his team diligently gathering the harvest. To produce cotton and linen fabric, a loom was required. Zhuang Yu had already unlocked the technology for the loom and began its construction while they were harvesting. Constructing a loom requires 5 tons of steel, 200 G of copper, 50 G of aluminum, consumes 100 energy points, and takes 6 hours. Ding! Ding! The artisan's ability activated, reducing the construction time to a fraction of a second. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate triggered, resulting in 100 looms. The substantial area required for the 100 looms led Zhuang Yu to designate a specific location within the base for a factory. Constructing a factory requires 30 tons of stone. 50 tons of wood, consumes 100 energy points, and takes 8 hours. Ding, ding. The artisan's ability activated, reducing the construction time to a fraction of a second. Ding. A 100-fold explosion rate triggered, resulting in 100 factories. Due to space constraints, Zhuangyu calculated the factory area and ultimately retained only 2 factories, with the excess being reclaimed by the system. After neatly placing the 100 looms within the 2 factories and finalizing the arrangements, it wasn't long before Shenhan and the survivors arrived with the first batch of cotton and flax to report to Zhuangyu. Subsequently, Zhuangyu began instructing the survivors on the operation of the looms, as these tasks of producing raw materials would be entrusted to them in the future. Under his guidance, Shenhan and the other survivors quickly became adept at operating the looms. Chapter 83. The armor of the giant crocodile, however. It would take some time before they could produce the finished cotton and linen fabrics. To expedite the research on the equipment blueprints, Zhuangyu first manufactured a batch of fabric himself. Producing cotton fabric requires 20 energy points and takes 1 hour. Ding. The artisan's ability activated, reducing the construction time to a fraction of a second. Ding. Cotton fabric successfully produced. A 100-fold explosion rate triggered, resulting in 100 pieces of cotton fabric. Producing linen fabric requires 20 energy points and takes 1 hour. Ding. The artisan's ability activated, reducing the construction time to a fraction of a second. Ding. Linen fabric successfully produced. A 100-fold explosion rate triggered, resulting in 100 pieces of linen fabric. With the fabric now available, the research on the equipment can finally commence. Taking out a black iron-grade equipment crafting scroll, Zhuangyu commenced the creation of armor according to the documented methods. The black iron-grade armor required 5 grams of refined steel, a piece of animal hide, and 1 meter each of cotton and linen fabric. Once the materials were gathered, Zhuangyu began the process of smelting the steel. As with his previous weapon crafting, he first combined a second-level water and metal crystal core with the steel. Moments later, he successfully produced a piece of steel imbued with the attributes of gold and water. Refined steel, gold water attribute attack power 50, sharpness effect 15, bleeding effect 10, toughness 10, defense 20, freezing effect 50, slowing effect 20. For the animal hide, he opted for that of a brown bear monster. With everything prepared, he initiated the armor crafting process. The creation of black iron-grade armor required 40 points of energy and took 2 hours. Ding. The artisan's ability activated, reducing the construction time to a mere fraction of a second. Ding. As you have not named this piece of equipment, the system will automatically assign a name based on its attributes. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully crafted the armor of the brown bear, black iron-grade. At that moment, equipment information materialized before Zhuangyu's eyes. Equipment name: Armor of the Brown Bear, Level, Black Iron Grade, Attack Power, 50 Defense, 20 Agility, 30 Speed, 10 Toughness, 10 Sharpness Effect, 15 Bleeding Effect, 10 Freezing Effect, 50 Slowing Effect, 20. With the successful creation, Zhuangyu was about to examine the attributes when another prompt echoed. Ding! As your luck has reached 307 points, a random lucky event has been triggered. Ding! You have activated a lucky event. The armor of the brown bear, black iron grade, has undergone mutation. Mutation effect. The armor of the brown bear gains an increase in agility by 50 and speed by 30. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate has been triggered, yielding 100 pieces of the armor of the brown bear. Seeing this series of notifications, Zhuangyu felt immense satisfaction. Next came the step of rune engraving. Ding! Sharpness rune engraving successful. Sharpness effect 1. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate has been triggered. Sharpness effect 100. Ding! Defense rune engraving successful. Defense effect 1. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate has been triggered. Defense effect 100. Ding! Poison resistance rune engraving successful. Poison resistance effect 1. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate has been triggered. Poison resistance effect 100. Ding! Exorcism rune engraving successful. Exorcism effect 1. Ding! A 100-fold explosion rate has been triggered. Exorcism effect 100. After a flurry of notifications, Zhuangyu examined the attributes of the armor of the brown bear once more. Equipment name: Armor of the brown bear. Level: Black iron grade. Attack power: 50 defense, 120 agility, 80 speed, 40 toughness, 10 sharpness effect, 115 poison resistance effect, 100 exorcism effect, 100 freezing effect, 50 slowing effect, 20 bleeding effect, 10 ding. 100-fold explosion rate has been triggered, yielding 100 pieces of the armor of the brown bear. Through diligent effort, Zhuang Yu has finally acquired this exceptional piece of armor, the armor of the brown bear. Though the mutation merely enhanced the foundational attributes, this armor remains a rare and valuable piece of equipment. However, what perplexed Zhuang Yu was why the mutation effect enhanced agility and speed. Could it be related to the fact that the brown bear monster was of the wind attribute? At that moment, he recalled the battle within the ruins against the brown bear monster, which was capable of launching wind blades to assault him. Furthermore, it had dropped a level 1 wind attribute crystal core. Of course, this was merely a hypothesis that required experimentation for validation. With this thought in mind, Zhuang Yu promptly embarked on his endeavor. This time, he replaced the fur used for crafting the armor with the shell of the black-scaled scorpion. The creation of black iron-grade armor necessitated 40 energy points and took 2 hours. Ding! The artisan ability activated, reducing the construction time to a mere millisecond. Ding! As you have not named this piece of equipment, the system will automatically assign a name based on its attributes. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully crafted the scorpion armor, black iron grade. At this moment, the information regarding the equipment immediately materialized before Zhuang Yu's eyes. Equipment name, scorpion armor, grade, black iron attack power, 50 defense, 80 agility, 30 speed, toughness, to poison immunity, 150 sharp effect, 15 bleeding effect, 10 freeze effect, 50 slow effect, 20 having successfully created the armor. Zhuang Yu was poised to examine its attributes when the notification chimed once more. Ding! As your luck has reached 307 points, a random lucky event has been triggered. Ding! You have activated a lucky event. The scorpion armor, black iron grade, you crafted has undergone mutation. Mutation effect. The scorpion armor gains an increase in defense by 100 and poison immunity by 200. Ding! A 100-fold drop rate has been triggered. 100 pieces of scorpion armor. Observing the attributes of the scorpion armor confirmed Zhuang Yu's previous conjecture. The properties of the equipment were intricately linked to the materials utilized. Furthermore, as the black-scaled scorpion was a level 2 monster, the enhanced attributes significantly surpassed those from the brown bear's hide. With this realization, he once again retrieved the skin of the green-skinned crocodile monster for experimentation. The creation of black iron-grade armor required 40 energy points and took 2 hours. Ding! The artisan ability activated, compressing the construction time to a mere millisecond. Ding! As you have not named this piece of equipment, the system will automatically assign a name based on its attributes. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully crafted the giant crocodile armor, black iron grade. At this moment, the information regarding the equipment immediately materialized before Zhuang Yu's eyes. Equipment name, giant crocodile armor, grade, black iron attack power, 100 defense, 220 agility, 30 speed, to toughness, 10 sharp effect, 15 bleeding effect, 10 freeze effect, 50 slow effect, 20 having successfully crafted the armor. Zhuang Yu was about to examine its attributes when the notification chimed once more. Ding! As your luck has reached 307 points, a random lucky event has been triggered. Ding! You have activated a lucky event. The giant crocodile armor, black iron grade, you crafted has undergone mutation. Mutation effect. The giant crocodile armor gains an increase in defense by 300 and freeze effect by 200. Ding! A 100-fold drop rate has been triggered. 100 pieces of giant crocodile armor. Indeed, the armor of the colossal crocodile enhances both defense and freezing effects. Chapter 84. Everyone equipped with black iron gear. Through the aforementioned experiments, Zhuang Yu has discerned the principles behind the crafting of black iron-level equipment. After considerable reflection, he resolved to forge 3 sets of armor. The highest grade materials he has procured thus far are derived from second-tier monsters, including the 8-armed mantis, the black-scaled scorpion, and the green-skinned crocodile. The 8-armed mantis, classified as a metal-type creature, provides materials suitable for constructing a set primarily designed to augment offensive capabilities, which shall be referred to as the strength set. Conversely, the green-skinned crocodile, belonging to the water-type category, boasts defensive prowess only surpassed by earth-type monsters. Thus, its materials are ideal for crafting a set that enhances defense. The materials from the black-scaled scorpion, naturally, are best suited for the creation of an anti-poison set. With a clear plan in mind, Zhuang Yu promptly commenced his work, beginning with the strength set. Upon extracting the materials from the 8-armed mantis, he quickly entered a state of focus. Crafting black iron-level armor requires 40 energy points and takes 2 hours. Ding! The artisan's ability activates, reducing the construction time to a mere fraction of a second. Ding! As you have not assigned a name to this piece of equipment, the system will automatically designate one based on its attributes. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully crafted the mantis armor, black iron level. At that moment, the details of the equipment materialized before Zhuang Yu's eyes. Equipment name: Mantis armor, level, black iron attack power, 150 defense, 60 agility, 30 speed, toughness, to sharp effect, 15 bleeding effect, 10 freezing effect, 50 slowing effect, 20 upon successful completion. A fortunate event was triggered once more. Ding! As your luck value has reached 307 points, a random lucky event has occurred. Ding! You have triggered a lucky event. The mantis armor, black iron level, you crafted has undergone a mutation. Mutation effect. The mantis armor's attributes have been enhanced. Attack power, 300, strength, 100, sharp effect, 200. Ding! 100-fold drop rate is activated. 100 pieces of mantis armor. Lastly, the runic engraving stage commenced. Ding! The sharp rune engraving was successful. Sharp effect, 1. Ding! 100-fold drop rate is activated. Sharp effect, 100. Ding! The defense rune engraving was successful. Defense effect, 1. Ding! 100-fold drop rate is activated. Defense effect, 100. Ding! The anti-poison rune engraving was successful. Anti-poison effect, 1. Ding! 100-fold drop rate is activated. Anti-poison effect, 100. Ding! The exorcism rune engraving was successful. Exorcism effect, 1. Ding! 100-fold drop rate is activated. Exorcism effect, 100. Having completed all steps, Zhuang Yu ultimately obtained a piece of exceptional mantis armor. Equipment name: Mantis armor, level, black iron attack power, 450 defense, 160 strength, 100 agility, 30 speed, toughness, 10 anti-poison effect, 100 exorcism effect, 100 sharp effect, 315 bleeding effect, 10 freezing effect, 50 slowing effect, 20 ding, triggering a 100-fold drop rate, 100 pieces of the mantis armor. With the armor completed, Zhuang Yu proceeded to craft the remaining components of the force set. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully created the mantis helmet, black iron level. Ding! Triggering a 100-fold drop rate, 100 pieces of the mantis helmet. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully crafted the mantis pants, black iron level. Ding! Triggering a 100-fold drop rate, 100 pieces of the mantis pants. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully fashioned the mantis boots, black iron level. Ding! Triggering a 100-fold drop rate, 100 pieces of the mantis boots. Moments later, the force set was complete. After donning the 4 pieces of equipment, Zhuang Yu immediately opened his profile panel, only to discover a staggering transformation in his attributes. Name: Zhuang Yu. Hunger level: 450500. Energy: 399,004,0007. Attack power: 950. Defense power: 432. Strength: 272. Agility: 166. Speed: 91. Constitution: 36. Resilience: 40. Stamina: 90100. Poison resistance: 400. Evil resistance: 400. Sharpness effect: 840. Bleeding effect: 10. Freezing effect: 50. Slow effect: 20. Elemental affinity: 10,000. Luck: 307. Abilities: All-Seeing, ILV1. Craftsman LV1. Earth Control LV1. Fire Control LV1. Alchemist LV1. Rune Engraving LV1. Astonishing. With an attack power of 950 and a sharpness effect of 840. The total could easily surpass 1,000 when factoring in the weapon's attributes. If he adorned himself with jewelry, his attributes would soar even higher. Witnessing his own prowess after donning the force set left Zhuang Yu euphoric beyond measure. With the force set crafted, the next endeavor was the defense set. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully created the giant crocodile armor, black iron level. Ding! Triggering a 100-fold drop rate, 100 pieces of the giant crocodile armor. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully fashioned the giant crocodile helmet, black iron level. Ding! Triggering a 100-fold drop rate. 100 pieces of the giant crocodile helmet. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully crafted the giant crocodile pants, black iron level. Ding! Triggering a 100-fold drop rate. 100 pieces of the giant crocodile pants. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully created the giant crocodile boots, black iron level. Ding! Triggering a 100-fold drop rate. 100 pieces of the giant crocodile boots. Upon completing the defense set, Zhuang Yu realized that his defense power alone had reached an impressive 1460. This did not even account for the defensive bonuses provided by jewelry and weapons. Filled with confidence, he was certain that venturing out in this attire would guarantee his safety. Lastly, he set about crafting the poison resistance set, continuing to repeat the previous steps. Zhuang Yu's efficiency was remarkable. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully crafted the scorpion armor, black iron level. Ding! Triggering a 100-fold drop rate. 100 pieces of the scorpion armor. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully created the scorpion helmet, black iron level. Ding! Triggering a 100-fold drop rate. 100 pieces of the scorpion helmet. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully fashioned the scorpion pants, black iron level. Ding! Triggering a 100-fold drop rate. 100 pieces of scorpion pants. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully crafted scorpion boots, black iron grade. Ding! Triggering a 100-fold drop rate. 100 pieces of scorpion boots. Upon inspecting the attributes of the toxin resistance set, the toxin immunity has already surpassed 2,000 points. Although the effects remain uncertain, it certainly feels impressive. Having accomplished these tasks, Zhuang Yu let out a long sigh of relief. Today, he had finally digested most of the items he brought out from the ruins. Consequently, his strength surged dramatically in a short span of time. With the upgrading of his equipment reaching a pause, Zhuang Yu opened the trading channel to check the sales status of the smoothbore guns. As he anticipated, after 2 days of sales, only a few remained from the 50 million smoothbore guns. Through these sales, Zhuang Yu once again amassed a wealth of resources. The number of individuals purchasing smoothbore guns had increased significantly, enhancing the overall strength of human survivors. Thus, he distinctly felt the speed of resource collection accelerating rapidly. Zhuang Yu predicted that the sales of smoothbore guns would soon reach a peak. Chapter 85. Is this even possible? To ensure a steady supply in the upcoming days, Zhuang Yu immediately commenced the production of smoothbore guns. After several hours of continuous work, he produced a staggering 1 billion guns and 200 billion rounds of ammunition in one go. He then promptly listed this batch on the trading channel. As soon as the goods were available, an uproar erupted in the public channel. What? Did I not see that correctly? 1 billion? Hey, everyone come quick. The big shot has smoothbore guns again, a full 1 billion. Are you kidding me? 1 billion? How is that even possible? My goodness, it's truly 1 billion. This big shot must be running an arms factory. Incredible. Are we truly of the same species as this big shot? How could so many smoothbore guns be produced in such a short time? Did he rob an arms factory? It only just dawned on me that this big shot is a godlike presence. Great deity, please accept my respect. Big shot, do you need any subordinates? Big shot, are you in need of maids? Oh no, I previously spent a fortune hoarding a batch of smoothbore guns, intending to sell them when they were scarce. Now, they're all stuck in my hands. Zhuang Yu, I despise you. Huh, you were planning to hoard them for a high price, right? Serves you right. Trying to profit from this opportunity. May you suffer losses, you fool. Exactly. This great deity set the price so favorably, practically giving them away, genuinely trying to help everyone. How dare you try to exploit everyone's lifeline for profit? Why shouldn't you suffer? Leaving the trading channel, Zhuang Yu began contemplating the upgrade of the shelter's technological structures. To continue advancing, the power plant is the foundation of everything. Without a power plant, the base cannot truly evolve into the industrial age. In fact, all the materials needed to construct the power plant are already in place. But the only issue is the lack of coal. Without sufficient fuel, the power plant cannot operate at all. During previous transactions, Zhuang Yu had also received low-quality coal. However, inferior coal fails to meet the demands of the power plant, and he currently lacks the equipment for refining coal, which has hindered the construction of the power facility. Just as he was in despair, a sudden epiphany struck him. If the present survivors were able to scavenge inferior coal, implied that high-quality coal must be buried beneath, and likely not too deep. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to find the inferior coal. Realizing this, Zhuang Yu hastily searched for the survivors who had previously traded inferior coal with him. Moments later, after sifting through transaction records, he finally located a survivor named Aqiang. He promptly opened the chat channel to contact Aqiang. "Are you there? Do you still have coal?" As soon as he inquired, he received a swift response. "Zhuang Yu, are you looking to buy coal?" Aqiang was visibly excited to hear from Zhuang Yu. "Yes, but I do not want inferior coal." Zhuang Yu wasted no time in stating his intentions clearly. Upon hearing this, Aqiang found himself in a predicament. "Boss Zhuang, I only have inferior coal. I know there is coal underground, but I lack the tools to extract it." Upon learning this, Zhuang Yu felt a surge of confidence and replied, "No worries. I can provide you with equipment and tools, but I have one condition. All the coal you extract must be sold to me." Such a fortunate opportunity was irresistible to Aqiang, who eagerly agreed. "Rest assured, Boss Zhuang, as long as you provide me with coal extraction equipment and tools, I will sell all my coal to you alone." "All right, here are the tools for coal extraction. Take them." After receiving his promise, Zhuang Yu immediately sent him the equipment and tools for extraction. In truth, it consisted merely of 10 tons of explosives, a steam locomotive, and some shovels. "What is this?" Aqiang was taken aback by what Zhuang Yu had sent. These items seemed utterly unrelated to coal extraction. Just as he pondered this, Zhuang Yu continued, "There is no time to produce specialized coal extraction equipment. I estimate that the coal seam on your end should not be buried deeply, so you can use explosives to extract it directly. The steam locomotive is for transporting the coal. Using explosives is the fastest method. Simply dig a hole in the ground, bury the explosives, and after detonating several times, you should be able to see the coal seam." Well, all right, I'll give it a try." Although Zhuang Yu's method was simple and crude, it undoubtedly represented the most efficient approach at the moment. Aqiang, eager to align himself with Zhuang Yu, decided to follow his advice. If it succeeded, he would no longer have to worry about food and drink. After finalizing the transaction, Zhuang Yu commenced the construction of the power plant. Constructing the power plant requires 1,000 energy and will take 400 hours. Ding! The builder's pioneer badge activates, having the required energy and time. Ding! The craftsman ability activates, reducing construction time by 100 hours. There are still 100 hours until the power plant is completed. Wow! Does the construction of this power plant take so long? Upon seeing the result, Zhuang Yu was rather astonished. It turned out that building the power plant required such an extensive time commitment. Even with the simultaneous activation of the Pioneer Badge and Craftsman ability, he still had to wait around 4 more days. Taking advantage of this brief respite, Zhuang Yu distributed the crops he had harvested over the past couple of days. The survivors had only just begun to recover from the shock of 1 billion smoothbore guns. As the crops were revealed, the trading channel erupted once more. "Come quickly. The master is selling excellent goods again. What treasures does he have? Let me see. Rice, wheat, soybeans, apples, peaches, cabbage, and astonishingly, even fabric." Those who had lingered in the wilderness for several days went into a frenzy upon seeing these provisions. "Hurry, grab them before they're gone." It seemed that the figure of the master was one we could only look up to, a pinnacle we could never hope to surpass. "Where are you, esteemed one? Please send me your coordinates, so I can seek your guidance." As if having coordinates would guarantee you could find him. Why was T.I. born beside such a great person? Oh heavens, how unjust you are! Enough with the lamentations. Instead of wasting time, why not gather resources? After all, the Master's goods are quite reasonably priced. It was then that the survivors realized Zhuang Yu had indeed set the prices of food and fabric remarkably low. Any ordinary person could acquire them with a bit of effort. In the next moment, the trading channel fell silent, likely as everyone rushed off to gather supplies. Seeing the fervor surrounding the sale of his agricultural products and fabric, Zhuang Yu felt quite pleased. Just as he was about to explore the other technological facilities of the shelter, a message from Chang suddenly arrived. "Boss Zhuang, following your method, I truly struck good coal. I've sent it over to you." As he spoke, Chang couldn't help but marvel. "The explosives you provided are truly effective. They can create a pit over 1 meter deep in just one blast. However, this method of coal extraction is rather wasteful. I hope you can quickly develop mining equipment." Chapter 86. A premeditated scheme. Upon receiving Chang's message, Zhuang Yu hurriedly opened the trading channel. Indeed, he found a batch of coal had arrived. Ding! You have received 1 ton of coal. Ding. Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate. Coal, 100 tons. Receiving the coal sent by Chong put Zhuangyu in high spirits. He promptly sent back 10 bags of rice, 10 bags of flour, 100 kilograms of meat, and some vegetables and fruits. Considering the prospect of ongoing trade, Zhuangyu also gifted him a set of ordinary black iron armor and a standard smoothbore gun for his protection. Overwhelmed with emotion upon receiving these supplies, Chong was brought to tears, vowing loyalty to Zhuangyu. At that moment, a system announcement suddenly rang out. All-channel announcement. Winter is approaching, and we will hold the Cold Night event. Event details. Once winter sets in, all supplies collected by survivors will be calculated and entered into the Cold Night event leaderboard. At the conclusion of the event, the individual who has gathered the most resources will receive an unexpected reward. What is happening? A resource collection leaderboard? It goes without saying that the master will win. Not necessarily. Perhaps someone else has developed even better. Where? I haven't seen anyone like that. Could you introduce me? That is not important. In any case, let us all strive to collect resources. If we lack supplies, we may not survive the winter. Indeed, I have a feeling this winter will be particularly harsh. As discussions ensued among the crowd, a few individuals emerged to steer the narrative. Esteemed allies, shall we unite to impede the progress of Zhuangyu? If this continues, the top position will undoubtedly belong to him. Indeed, we can strive to minimize transactions with him and expedite our resource collection. Fellow survivors, we are the Survivor Alliance, which comprises several influential figures who have made significant advancements. Their shelters have already been upgraded to level 3, and we can exchange essential supplies with everyone. Moreover, our prices are more advantageous. Those interested may refer to the trading channel. Ah, how intriguing that someone dares to challenge the Great One. However, it is futile. How can an ant shake a tree? Zhuangyu is an insurmountable presence. Yet, one cannot dismiss the possibility that the Survivor Alliance harbors hidden giants. As soon as the spokesperson of the Survivor Alliance finished speaking, it sparked fervent discussions in the chat channel, with some even checking the trading channel. I see it now. They do indeed have basic supplies available. Although the quality may not rival that of the Great One, their prices are considerably lower. Is that true? I will take a look as well. Survivor Alliance, do you have smoothbore guns for sale? Well, not at the moment. However, rest assured, we will soon offer smoothbore guns. Alas, without smoothbore guns, how can we compete with the Great One? Although we lack smoothbore guns, we do have crossbows, bows and arrows, and various bladed weapons. While their lethality may not match that of smoothbore guns, their prices are merely a quarter of that, making them an absolute bargain. We hope everyone will take a look. All right, I'll check it out first. The discussions in the public channel had already captured Zhuangyu's attention. At this moment, he also opened the trading channel to examine the offerings of the Survivor Alliance. A brief glance revealed that they were providing basic supplies and some cold weapons. In terms of food, they surprisingly had corn and sorghum. These are high-yield crops, which explains their availability for sale. Zhuangyu understood that among the billions of people in the world, he was not the only fortunate one. Perhaps some had encountered other fortuitous events, seizing opportunities for rapid advancement. The existence of this Survivor Alliance is evidence that, over time, some powerful survivors have formed their own teams. Realizing this, Zhuangyu encouraged himself internally not to relent. While contemplating the future development of his base, someone in the public channel began to speak audaciously once more. Greetings to all. The temple organization sends its regards. Our leader has declared that during the Cold Night event, we will provide various supplies at discounted prices. Our premium products await your perusal, with absolutely favorable pricing. Furthermore, the temple organization is allied with the Survivor Alliance, and we hope for your continued patronage. Hello everyone. We're the Peach Blossom Island organization, here to extend our greetings. Peach Blossom Island is a newly established organization that supports the temple organization and the Survivor Alliance in jointly restricting Zhuangyu's development. If this continues, no one will have the opportunity to enjoy the game, as all the valuable resources and rewards will be monopolized by him alone. Therefore, we are now collaborating sincerely with the temple and the Survivors Alliance to eradicate the malignant presence of Zhuangyu. Our organization has already prepared goods, and those interested are welcome to visit. The prices are absolutely reasonable, significantly lower than Zhuangyu's, offering excellent value. We also hope that other organizations will join our ranks to collectively resist Zhuangyu's monopolistic behavior in the market. As the spokesperson for Peach Blossom Island concluded, another voice rose. Greetings to everyone from the Snow Mountain Lion Organization. The brother from Peach Blossom Island spoke truthfully. Zhuang Yu's recent monopolization of the market infringes upon the interests of us all. If this continues, we will surely be led by the nose. Although his current prices may not seem exorbitant, we must not forget that once a monopoly is established, we, as consumers, will be placed in a wholly disadvantaged position. At that point, he can raise prices at will, selling at whatever price he desires, with no one able to restrain him. Therefore, I urge everyone to resist him and, from this moment forward, to avoid purchasing from him as much as possible. Instead, frequent the shops of the Snow Mountain Lion and other organizations, as this will maximize our collective interests. Survivor mused, they do make a compelling argument. I never imagined so many organizations would suddenly emerge overnight. Truly, there are always greater talents beyond our own. The intensity of their rivalry could very well work to our advantage. A price war would allow me to exchange for more useful items. The survivors were engaged in fervent discussions, some in support, others in opposition, while some merely observed. Eager for the situation to escalate, more survivors began to browse the trading channels of various organizations, searching for worthwhile purchases. Zhuang Yu, observing the sudden emergence of these organizations, surmised that their intentions were clearly premeditated, aimed directly at him. Chapter 87. The Greenhouse. After a moment of calm reflection, Zhuang Yu meticulously analyzed the current situation. As winter set in, what do survivors most urgently require? It is evident that food ranks at the top of the list. With no farming possible in winter, the only source of food for survivors is hunting. However, due to the cold weather, many animals opt for hibernation, drastically increasing the difficulty of hunting. Furthermore, venturing outdoors necessitates warm clothing and other protective gear. Zhuang Yu has already cultivated cotton, giving him a considerable advantage in this regard. Beyond sustenance, the issue of heating arises. Survivors in the forest may fare somewhat better, able to chop wood for fuel, but those stranded in treeless plains, wilderness, or coastal areas face dire circumstances. Without fuel, their survival becomes exceedingly precarious. Fortunately, he has established a stable supply channel for coal, placing him ahead of the majority. You wish to challenge me? We shall see. With a resolute plan in mind, Zhuang Yu accessed the trading channel and promptly slashed the prices of all food and vegetables by 50%. The prices of cotton and fabric were similarly reduced by 25%. As for the smoothbore guns, there were currently no competitors in the market, so their prices remained unchanged. He was curious to see what kind of strength those who dared to challenge him possessed. Shortly after adjusting the prices, the public channel erupted with excitement. Everyone, come and see. The Great One has launched a counterattack. The prices of all food items have halved, and cotton and fabric have become significantly cheaper. Is that so? Let me take a look. Indeed, it seemed the esteemed one had considerable power. These prices are incredibly favorable. I must stock up. Hold on. Let's observe how those who challenged the Great One respond first. Perhaps they will lower their prices as well. You make a good point. Your foresight is commendable. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Survivor Alliance, Peach Blossom Island, the Temple Organization, and the Snow Mountain Lion Organization were engaged in urgent discussions within a chat channel. Everyone, Zhuang Yu has just announced a price reduction. Clearly, he is intent on waging a price war. What should we do? Shall we lower our prices as well? Lower our prices? We are already selling these goods at a loss. Further reductions would be catastrophic. Let us not panic. I believe Zhuang Yu is merely cornered and desperate. I do not believe he possesses unlimited resources. If we lower our prices in response, we would be falling into his trap. Let him reduce his prices. Once his supplies are depleted, he will no longer be able to compete with us. Moreover, due to the price cuts, he will earn significantly less, presenting us with an opportunity. All right, let us proceed with this plan for now. After deliberation, the major organizations decided to wait and observe, biding their time until Zhuang Yu's supplies ran dry. However, how could Zhuang Yu's resources ever be exhausted? With the super monster Xiang providing fertilizer, his crops matured every 2 days, making them virtually inexhaustible. This was the foundation of Zhuang Yu's confidence in the price war. Seeing that there were no further developments, Zhuang Yu closed the public channel and went to exercise with 3 little girls. However, the pleasant moment was short-lived. The system had just announced the commencement of the cold night event when Zhuang Yu's base was met with its first heavy snowfall. The next morning, upon waking, Zhuang Yu discovered that the snow outside had accumulated to over half a meter in height. The three little girls, thrilled by the sight of the swirling snow, tugged at Zhuang Yu to join them in play. Yet, Zhuang Yu was far from joyful. Such heavy snow would surely freeze the crops. Not only would this jeopardize the food supply for the market, but could also endanger their own food reserves. Upon opening the trading channel, his suspicions were confirmed. All the food, cotton, and fabric he had previously listed had been completely sold out. Even the high-priced food from competitors had been entirely purchased by the survivors. Many were complaining about Zhuang Yu's failure to restock. Where's this great one? Why hasn't he replenished his inventory? It's too cold. We need cotton. We need fabric. We need food. Has the great one become overwhelmed? What about the organizations that dared to challenge him? Why have they fallen silent? We are offering high prices for cotton, fabric, wood, and food. Ah, it is quite chilly. Does anyone have fuel? I am willing to pay a premium. How outrageous. You are taking advantage of the situation, charging 3 times the price of the experts. Just 3 times? Then I shall take them all. It seems this heavy snowfall has affected all survivors, as everyone is scrambling to procure food and fuel. Before long, Shun Han and others arrive to report. Boss, it's bad. Our crops have all perished in the frost. What shall we do? Observing the worried expressions on Shun Han and the others, Zhuang Yu suddenly recalled the concept of greenhouse cultivation. Although this method lacks high technical complexity, it does consume a significant amount of fuel. However, while it may not work for others, it poses no issue for him. Firstly, he has an ample supply of fuel, and secondly, he possesses the extraordinary effects of the monster Xiang. Thus, he is fully capable of executing this plan. He then addressed Shun Han and the others. There is no need for panic. I will resolve this issue. You may return for now. Upon hearing this, the group could only head back to their respective shelters. Subsequently, Zhuang Yu returned to the shelter and began preparations for constructing the greenhouse. Building a greenhouse requires bricks and plastic film. While he is currently unable to produce plastic film, he can substitute it with glass. Bricks can also be replaced with stones. The production of glass is relatively straightforward, as it simply requires melting sand. With this in mind, Zhuang Yu immediately commenced the process of melting sand. Manufacturing glass consumes 100 G of sand, 20 energy points, and takes 1 hour. Ding! Craftsmanship ability activated, reducing construction time to 1,000th of a second. Ding! Glass successfully manufactured. Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, yielding 100 pieces of glass. With an ample supply of glass, Zhuang Yu proceeded to the fields. The blueprint for the shelter's greenhouse had long been unlocked, allowing him to select construction directly. Constructing a greenhouse requires 10 tons of stone, 100 pieces of glass, consumes 50 energy points, and takes 8 hours. Ding! Craftsmanship ability activated, reducing construction time to 1,000th of a second. Ding! Greenhouse successfully constructed, triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, resulting in 100 greenhouses. He neatly arranged the 100 greenhouses in the original farmland location and called for Shun Han and the others once again. When Shun Han and the others arrived, they were utterly astonished by the sight before them. Staring at the perfectly aligned 100 greenhouses, they were left in a state of shock, as if rendered speechless. Is this a greenhouse? Being modern individuals, Shun Han and the others could naturally recognize the structures before them. However, they could hardly fathom how Zhuang Yu managed to construct 100 greenhouses in such a short span of time. Chapter 88. The horse's evolution, such a feat, if not witnessed firsthand, would have been utterly unbelievable. Yet, what seemed implausible elsewhere appeared entirely reasonable in Zhuang Yu's case. Shin Han had watched Zhuang Yu's journey to this point, so he was gradually becoming accustomed to such wonders. Being in the company of a remarkable leader meant witnessing miracles almost daily. In fact, it was the absence of miracles that felt truly unusual. At this moment, Zhuang Yu addressed the group, stating, "Indeed, this is a greenhouse. From now on, we shall use these greenhouses to cultivate our crops. Follow me, and I shall instruct you on how to proceed." Under the guidance of Zhuang Yu, the survivors swiftly acclimated to working within the greenhouse. Utilizing coal as fuel, the greenhouse maintained a consistent temperature around the clock, alleviating concerns regarding food supply. Subsequently, Zhuang Yu activated the public channel and commenced his address. "Greetings, friends. I am Zhuang Yu. Today, due to an unprecedented surge in demand, my stock has unfortunately sold out. However, do not be dismayed. I assure you that all supplies will be replenished within 2 days. Given the frigid weather, I have procured a new fuel source, coal, which is reasonably priced. Those in need may purchase it. Zhuang Yu's announcement immediately sparked a frenzy. Numerous survivors, upon hearing of the coal, rushed to the trading channel to make their purchases. Wow, it truly is coal, and at such an affordable price. The Great One is indeed remarkable. I adore you. I always said the Great One is an unparalleled existence. You all doubted it, but look now. Reality has delivered a slap to your faces. Goodness, this coal is of exceptional quality, rivaling that of pre-apocalypse standards. Has the master acquired advanced mining techniques? But coal mining is a large-scale operation. How could he manage this? It defies logic. What is there to be surprised about? In the presence of the master, nothing is impossible. And what of those who challenged the master before? Where have they vanished? Let us not speak of those foolish individuals who overestimated their capabilities and thought to confront the master. They are likely preoccupied with their own troubles now. Indeed, it seems that those individuals have become a source of ridicule. As if sensing the murmurs of the crowd, the 4 major organizations, previously silent, could no longer remain passive. They promptly dispatched representatives to salvage their reputation. Greetings, esteemed individuals. Please do not lose faith in the 4 major organizations. We did not anticipate such a surge in demand over the past few days, leading to the current stock shortages. We apologize for this inconvenience. However, rest assured, we are urgently reallocating supplies. We believe that within 3 days, we will restore normal supply levels. We kindly ask for your patience. Once the official spokesperson for the 4 major organizations concluded their statement, the public channel fell into silence. After a moment, someone resumed the conversation. All right, if your prices are more favorable than the master's when the time comes, I may consider it. Indeed, last time, we had no choice but to purchase from you after the master's stock was depleted. When the master resumes supply in a couple of days, your higher prices will struggle to compete. Who can argue with that? It is the depths of winter, and resources must be judiciously allocated. The words of the survivors placed considerable pressure on the 4 major organizations. The recent heavy snowfall and sudden drop in temperature caught them off guard. Although the organizations possess some strength and are devising strategies to resume production, the previous losses were substantial, and complete recovery will necessitate time. Furthermore, to re-enter the market, price considerations must be addressed. Nevertheless, the leaders of the 4 major organizations do not believe, Zhuang, you can consistently provide stable supplies. Thus, they still perceive an opportunity for resurgence. Having resolved the issues surrounding crop cultivation, Zhuang Yu returned to the shelter. With only 3 days remaining until the completion of the power plant, he seized this opportunity to delve into the holographic map feature of the all-seeing eye. Since the all-seeing eye had surpassed level 100, it had unveiled the holographic map function. This feature allowed him to capture everything within a 10-kilometer radius, akin to a miniature satellite. Moreover, the holographic map meticulously marked all resources, creatures, mineral deposits, monster levels, and even treasure locations within that range, presenting a wealth of valuable information. Upon scrutinizing the map of the surrounding 10 kilometers, Zhuang Yu discovered several metallic ore deposits, including the cave adorned with luminous gemstones, which had been clearly indicated. The nearby monsters were of a relatively low level, with the highest being merely level 2. Given his recent acquisitions through trade, which had yielded an abundance of common metals, he found little allure in the ordinary metallic deposits. His true desire lay in extracting the rich veins of luminous gemstones from the cave. However, he lamented that he currently lacked the manpower to commence such an endeavor. Nonetheless, he could venture out to clear the level 2 magical beasts, as he was in need of their cores. With ample time at hand, he resolved to embark on this journey. Before departing, Zhuang Yu let out his white horse, but then suddenly recalled that this horse was also a pet. Why not test it with a few cores to see if it might evolve? He retrieved a level 2 water elemental core and presented it to the horse. To his surprise, the horse seemed utterly indifferent to the core, snorting disdainfully and turning its head away. How peculiar! Was it truly so discerning? Unwilling to concede, Zhuang Yu extracted a level 2 metal core and offered it to the horse. Yet, the result was the same. The horse didn't even glance at the metal core. In exasperation, Zhuang Yu took out a level 2 poison elemental core. However, when he presented this core, the horse displayed no reaction, instead exhibiting a look of contempt. What could it possibly desire? Growing impatient, He then produced a level 1 wind elemental core, harboring little hope. To his astonishment, upon revealing this wind core, the horse immediately reacted. Its head turned sharply, fixating intently on the core in Zhuang Yu's hand, seemingly captivated by it. Ah, so you fancy this one? Recognizing a potential breakthrough, Zhuang Yu extended the core towards the horse. As soon as it was within reach, the horse opened its mouth wide and swiftly devoured the wind elemental core. At that moment, Zhuang Yu comprehended that the horse did not disdain cores in general. It simply had a preference for wind elemental cores. Watching it consume the core, he noted immediate changes in its physique. It appeared more robust than before, and its coat shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, as if cloaked in a silvery sheen, enhancing its majestic appearance. In addition, a small white horn had emerged from its forehead. Is this a unicorn? Zhuang Yu finally comprehended that the white horse was evolving towards the direction of a unicorn. Although its horn was currently quite diminutive, the trajectory of its evolution was already discernible. This transformation of the white horse filled Zhuang Yu with immense joy. However, a slight drawback lingered. He possessed only 3 wind-type crystal cores, all of which were the first level. Realizing this predicament, Zhuang Yu hastily examined the holographic map. After a brief search, he finally discovered a pack of level 2 wind wolves flaunting their presence in a forest located 5 kilometers from base. Excellent. According to the information provided by the holographic map, wind wolves were wind-type magical beasts, and the crystal cores they produced would undoubtedly be of the same type, perfectly suited for the white horse's evolution. With the location of the wolf pack confirmed, Zhuang Yu promptly mounted a steed and galloped toward the base's exit. To his delight, after consuming a first-level wind-type crystal core, the white horse felt significantly swifter than before. The 5-kilometer journey was completed in no time, and Zhuang Yu arrived at the lair of the wind wolves. Some scattered wind wolves at the periphery of the pack, upon noticing a human approaching, immediately launched an attack on Zhuang Yu. Howling fiercely, the wind wolves charged with remarkable speed. As several famished wolves lunged towards him, Zhuang Yu, with an air of composure, retrieved a frost smoothbore gun from his storage ring, directly aiming at the swiftest among them. Bang! With a resounding gunshot, the bullet struck its target. At that moment, the frost bullet's miniature ice explosion technique was triggered. A loud bang echoed as the struck wind wolf was obliterated, leaving no trace behind. The residual shockwave from the explosion felled 2 additional wind wolves, rendering them incapable of survival. After slaying 3 wind wolves, Zhuang Yu approached and found that the one hit by the bullet had been completely disintegrated, leaving no crystal core in sight. Fortunately, the other 2 wind wolves, affected by the blast, were not dead but severely wounded and unconscious. Zhuang Yu unsheathed his dagger and decapitated both, indeed acquiring 2 level 2 wind-type crystal cores. Ding! Acquired 2 level 2 wind-type crystal cores. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate, yielding 200 level 2 wind-type crystal cores. With such a bountiful harvest upon his arrival, Zhuang Yu felt quite satisfied. However, at that moment, his actions in slaying the wind wolves seemed to have incited the wrath of the distant pack. They gazed at the corpses of their companions beneath Zhuang Yu's feet, emitting furious howls. With a roar from the leading wolf king, the entire pack immediately sprang into action, encircling Zhuang Yu. The offensive from the wolf pack was precisely what Zhuang Yu desired, for his purpose was to hunt these magical beasts. This time, he equipped his frost smoothbore gun with ordinary ammunition. The destructive power of the frost bullets was so overwhelming that the targeted beasts were left utterly decimated, yielding no spoils of war, an outcome most unworthy. Thus, he resolved to refrain from using frost bullets unless absolutely necessary in the future. Just as he finished changing the ammunition, the wolf pack had already surged closer. Assessing the distance, Zhuang Yu first activated the ice shrapnel skill of his frost smoothbore gun. Upon the activation of this skill, within a mere 10 minutes, the bullets discharged from the smoothbore gun produce a shattering ice shard effect upon nearing the enemy, inflicting area damage across a span of 35 square meters. As the ice shrapnel effect is unleashed, precision targeting is executed. Bang! The bullet is released, instantly transforming into dozens of ice shards as it approaches the pack of wind wolves, scattering towards them. The wolves emit mournful howls, and in the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 of them are grievously wounded, rolling on the ground in agony. Witnessing the plight of their companions, the pack's ferocity escalates, and they roar as they hasten towards Zhuangyu. In the face of such a formidable charge, Zhuangyu remains unperturbed, exuding confidence. In the next moment, he nonchalantly retrieves another frost smoothbore gun from his storage ring and fires. Bang! Following the gunshot, several more wind wolves collapse, lifeless. After the shot, Zhuangyu swiftly exchanges for yet another gun. With the storage ring, he carries a plethora of weaponry into battle. Within the ring lie hundreds of frost smoothbore guns, each preloaded with ammunition, ready for immediate use, offering great convenience. Until he unlocks the rifle, this is the most effective method of sustained fire he can conceive. As the pack draws nearer, Zhuangyu's rate of fire accelerates. Despite the hundreds of second-tier wind wolves, they cannot withstand the havoc he wreaks. Before they can close the distance, many have already been dispatched. Realizing the dire situation, the lead wind wolf emits a piercing howl and retreats. The remaining wolves, seeing their leader flee, dare not linger and hastily follow suit. You may have escaped swiftly. Observing the leader's retreat alongside its beleaguered comrades, Zhuangyu opts not to pursue further, prioritizing the collection of spoils. After all, his objective was the crystal cores. Ding! Acquired 1 second-tier wind elemental crystal core. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. 100 second-tier wind elemental crystal cores. Ding! Acquired 1 second-tier wind elemental crystal core. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. 100 second-tier wind elemental crystal cores. Ding! Acquired 1 second-tier wind wolf carcass. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. 100 second-tier wind wolf carcasses. Ding! Acquired 1 second-tier wind wolf carcass. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. 100 second-tier wind wolf carcasses. As the melodious notifications resonate, Zhuangyu smiles, relishing in the joy of looting. Once the spoils are collected, he approaches his white steed, offering the second-tier wind elemental crystal cores as sustenance. Upon seeing these cores, the horse devours them voraciously. After feeding the first crystal core, Zhuangyu, through his all-seeing eye, glimpses the upgrade information of the horse. Ding! Congratulations! Your horse has successfully evolved into a unicorn. Examining the unicorn's details, Zhuangyu discovers a remarkable transformation in all its attributes, with speed enhanced at least tenfold. Furthermore, it has acquired a new skill known as Unicorn Charge. Unicorn Charge, a unique skill exclusive to those of unicorn blood, launching a fierce assault with its sharp horn to impale enemies. Such a striking introduction captivated him. Witnessing the unicorn's evolution firsthand, Zhuangyu's spirits soared as he relentlessly fed the crystal cores into his mouth as though they were free. 1 core elicited no reaction. 2 cores yielded nothing. 3 cores remained ineffective, and by the time he reached the 100th core, the unicorn suddenly reared its head and let out a powerful cry, rising onto its hind legs. At that moment, Zhuangyu noticed a pair of pristine white wings slowly sprouting from the sides of the unicorn's back. Simultaneously, its physique expanded, becoming even more robust and magnificent than before. What was this? A Pegasus? Observing the unicorn's astonishing transformation, Zhuangyu was taken aback, only to be greeted by a system notification. Ding! Congratulations! Your unicorn has evolved into a Pegasus unicorn. You have gained the ability to fly. Utilizing the all-seeing eye to inspect the Pegasus unicorn's changes, he discovered a remarkable enhancement in all its attributes. Its running speed had increased 20-fold. The speed of flight had surged a staggering 100-fold. To be honest, such a monumental transformation was something Zhuangyu had never anticipated. At this moment, he was exhilarated beyond measure. By the heavens, he had struck gold. Chapter 90. The Tree Monster. Just then, the system chimed with another notification. Ding! Due to your luck value reaching 307 points, you have triggered a 1-star outdoor luck event. The Villager's Loyalty. Villager's Loyalty. Bullhorn Village is under siege by tree monsters and is in dire peril. Please proceed immediately to rescue them. Completion reward. 500 Villagers' Loyalty upon successful rescue. Just as he was about to doze off, fortune had smiled upon him. Zhuangyu had been lamenting the lack of manpower at the base, and now this task had presented itself. It seemed that collecting lucky clovers was indeed the way to go. Opening the holographic map with the all-seeing eye, he found the village's location and route marked clearly. Without hesitation, Zhuang Yu mounted the Pegasus and soared towards Bullhorn Village at breakneck speed. Whoosh! The speed of the Pegasus was truly astonishing. As he rode through the air, the wind roared past his ears. In no time, he arrived at his destination. From his elevated vantage point, he beheld the village below, besieged by a horde of tree monsters. Some villagers armed with hoes and sickles were desperately battling the creatures. But their efforts proved futile, the ground littered with the corpses of those who had fallen in vain resistance. The last man in the village had succumbed, while the elderly and children stood in despair at the village's center, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. Help! Is there anyone to save us? I do not wish to die. In this critical moment, Zhuang Yu, mounted on the Pegasus, sprang into action. Bang! The frost shotgun fired instantly, and the bullets transformed into dozens of ice shards, raining down upon a 10-meter-tall tree monster. As dozens of icicles fell upon the formidable trunk of the tree monster, they inflicted little damage. Even the miniature ice explosion technique of the frost smoothbore gun proved ineffective. Cursed be this situation. Zhuang Yu had not anticipated the extraordinary defense of these tree monsters, which could withstand even the assault of the frost smoothbore gun, causing his brows to furrow in concern. Ha ha ha! Are you merely tickling me, boy? The tree monster, turning to face Zhuang Yu, was rife with mockery in its voice. In light of such circumstances, Zhuang Yu found himself momentarily bewildered. He could not comprehend why the once unfailing frost smoothbore gun was rendered ineffectual against the tree monsters. In a moment of clarity, he experienced a sudden epiphany. The frost smoothbore gun possessed a water attribute, while the tree monster embodied a wood attribute. Water nourishes wood, and the damage inflicted by the metal attribute was neutralized by the water's augmentative effects. Thus, the overall damage was significantly diminished, coupled with the tree monster's already formidable defense. The two factors combined rendered Zhuang Yu's attacks largely ineffective. Realizing this truth, Zhuang Yu promptly adjusted his strategy. You ugly beast, do not revel in triumph. Let us see how you fare against a fireball spell. As he shouted, a colossal fireball swiftly formed in his hands and plummeted toward the tree monster below. Alarmed, the tree monster's expression shifted upon witnessing the fireball, and it attempted to evade, but it was too late. The massive fireball streaked through the air with blinding speed, striking its trunk directly. Boom! Ah, no. The tree monster let out a desperate wail as it met its demise. Its 10-meter-tall body was cleaved in two by the fireball, and the surrounding flames swiftly ignited the remnants of its trunk. Just moments ago, the once mighty tree monster was now merely a fleeting shadow, having encountered death in an instant. Damn it, who are you? Why meddle in matters that do not concern you? With the death of one tree monster, a larger one emerged, bellowing angrily at Zhuang Yu. Ha! No particular reason, simply because I find you displeasing. Zhuang Yu's words incited the wrath of the tree monster leader, who immediately commanded its subordinates to charge at him. Foolish boy, you seek death. Attack. Come in. I have been awaiting your arrival. With a mocking rebuke, Zhuang Yu activated his slaughter mode. Enormous fireballs, 2 meters in diameter, erupted from his hands, raining down upon the horde of tree monsters as if they were worth no more than mere currency. Boom! 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 In that moment, the cries of the tree monsters filled the air, their anguished wails resonating throughout the battlefield. While they may have held a significant advantage against other foes, these tree monsters were all but doomed when confronted with Zhuang Yu's fireball spells. One by one, the fireballs cascaded down, resulting in pulverized bodies or dismembered remains. A scene of utter devastation. The tree monster leader, witnessing the heavy losses of its subordinates, shrieked in fury. Curse boy, cease your arrogance. Prepare to meet your end. In the next instant, the tree monster leader unleashed numerous vines that surged from all directions toward Zhuang Yu. Unfazed, he continued to unleash fireball spells, obliterating the vines as they approached. However, he could feel that the strength and resilience of these vines far exceeded that of ordinary tree monsters. Although the fireball spell can prevent the vines from approaching, it cannot immediately obliterate them. For a time, he and the Treant chief entered a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. The Treant chief was taken aback. It had not anticipated the remarkable endurance displayed by Zhuang Yu. Familiar with human mages, it understood that they typically have limited magical energy and lack stamina in battle. They often need to pause and recuperate after casting spells for a while. Yet, what was this individual's secret? After such a prolonged engagement, there were no signs of magical exhaustion. Rather, he seemed to grow more vigorous with each passing moment. Truly perplexing. The Trant chief felt a wave of frustration, as it had not expected to encounter such an extraordinary opponent on this day. Unbeknownst to it, Zhuang Yu was not relying on magical energy, but rather on his stamina, which had surpassed 40,000. With such a high level of energy, enduring a day and a night of intense combat was well within his capabilities. Thus, he remained unhurried, intent on outlasting his foe. Half an hour later, the Trant chief began to falter. It realized that its magical power was nearly depleted, and after enduring the relentless fireballs for so long, it felt as if its entire body was being scorched. This sensation was far too uncomfortable, and the Trant chief's fighting spirit dwindled. Seizing an opportunity, it feigned a maneuver and turned to flee. "Master, I can't hold on any longer. Please save me. Master, help!" It cried out in desperation while running, as if it had some backing behind it. But where did it think it could escape? Its master would meet the same fate. Zhuang Yu would not let such a tantalizing prize slip away. This Trant chief was clearly a high-level boss. The rewards for its defeat were likely to be extraordinary. Moreover, he was curious to discover what kind of being could command such a Trant. With a roar, Zhuang Yu pursued it on his celestial steed. Just as he was about to catch up to the Trant, a chilling voice suddenly echoed. "Oomph! You foolish child, do you think you can confront me?" Chapter 91. Huang Liwei following the voice, Zhuang Yu beheld a terrifying figure clad in a black robe, having inexplicably blocked his path. "Are you the master of this Trant?" he inquired, observing the figure radiating a cold aura, its grotesque face marred by repulsive tumors, which made Zhuang Yu feel quite uncomfortable. "Indeed, you have slain my subordinate without cause. Should you provide an explanation?" The man in the black robe asked with a venomous glare and a voice as cold as ice, the threat in his words unmistakable. "Tape? Ugly fiend. What do you need tape for? Are you so ashamed of your appearance that you wish to wrap your head in it?" Zhuang Yu dismissed the black-robed man's threat with nonchalance, even going so far as to mock him. "However, I don't have tape, but I do offer a complimentary cremation package. Interested? You seek death." The black-robed man loathed being called ugly, and Zhuang Yu's insult ignited an inferno of rage within him. "Go to hell and savor your words." With a thunderous roar, he summoned dozens of vividly colored serpents from behind, all of them lunging toward Zhuang Yu. Hissing, the serpents, each measuring over 10 meters in length, unleashed their venomous strikes, surrounding Zhuang Yu in a fierce onslaught. Splendid! Upon encountering these monstrous snakes, Zhuang Yu swiftly donned his anti-poison suit and charged forward on his celestial steed. In that instant, the serpents unleashed a torrent of venom and toxic mist, shrouding the entire battlefield. "Oomph! You little wretch. Let us see how you meet your demise this time." Observing Zhuang Yu engulfed by his serpentine minions, the cloaked figure's face twisted into a cruel smile, convinced of the inevitable outcome. However, fate had other designs, and the ensuing events were beyond his wildest expectations. Zhuang Yu drew forth his frost smoothbore gun and fired without hesitation. Bang! 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 The resounding gunfire echoed continuously as the advancing serpents were struck down. Boom! Boom! Countless shards of ice exploded forth, triggering the miniature ice detonation effect of the frost bullets. Ding! The Viper Slayer badge activated, granting the wearer a 20 suppression effect against serpentine creatures, enhancing damage dealt to them by 30 and rendering them immune to snake venom, while also diminishing the toxicity of most animals. In that moment, every serpent struck by the bullets was obliterated, their flesh and sinew reduced to a gruesome mess. Although the frost smoothbore gun proved less effective against wooden creatures, the water affinity serpents were utterly defenseless against its formidable power. Coupled with the additional damage from its metallic affinity, the serpent stood no chance of retaliation. Moreover, the damage boost from the Viper Slayer badge ensured Zhuang Yu's assault was relentless. Although their venom was potent, Zhuang Yu, clad in his anti-poison suit with a resilience exceeding 2,000 points, remained unfazed by their toxic onslaught, bolstered further by the badge's ability to weaken toxins. Ding! With each serpent slain, the suppression effect of the Viper Slayer badge intensified, amplifying damage against serpentine foes and reaffirming its immunity to snake venom while enhancing the capacity to mitigate the effects of most animal toxins. In slaying the colossal serpents, Zhuang Yu unexpectedly found himself augmenting the attributes of the Viper Slayer badge. A cacophony of agonizing shrieks erupted as the serpents, battered and bloodied, writhed in excruciating torment. Some had been blown apart, their remnants thrashing upon the ground, a scene of utter devastation. How could this be possible? How did he accomplish this? The once arrogant cloaked figure now appeared pale, resembling a frightened dog, muttering incoherently. No, I refuse to believe this is reality. How could anyone be stronger than I? The stark psychological blow left the cloaked figure reeling, as he screamed in a fit of despair. Fool! I shall send you to your end. Zhuang Yu, repulsed by the hideous visage of his adversary, cursed once more before pulling the trigger again. Bang! After the gunfire ceased, the cloaked figure's head exploded, brain matter and bone scattering across the ground. Is he truly dead? Zhuang Yu was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Having witnessed the cloaked figure command so many monstrous minions, he had assumed he was formidable indeed. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a mere facade, incapable of enduring even a single blow. Meanwhile, the tree monster, upon witnessing the demise of its master, was struck with terror. Just as it contemplated fleeing further, it found its path obstructed by Zhuang Yu, mounted upon his celestial steed. In haste, it pondered its destination. However, upon encountering Zhuang Yu, it realized escape was futile. In despair, it cried out defiantly, "Cursed human, I shall fight you to the end." Subsequently, it unleashed a multitude of vines to assault Zhuang Yu. Undeterred, Zhuang Yu countered with fireball spells, engaging in a fierce duel. A quarter of an hour later, the tree monster's magical energy was depleted, leaving it incapable of launching further attacks. A fireball from Zhuang Yu shattered it into countless pieces, resulting in its immediate demise. Ding! Congratulations to survivor Zhuang Yu for acquiring the Tree Demon Slayer badge. At that moment, a small silver insignia appeared in the palm of Zhuang Yu's hand, intricately engraved with the image of a tree demon. Tree Demon Slayer badge. The bearer exerts a 20 suppression effect on tree demon entities, with a 30 increase in damage inflicted upon them. With yet another badge in hand, Zhuang Yu felt elated. As the battle concluded, he began to survey the battlefield. The creatures vanquished were predominantly wood-type tree monsters and water-type giant serpents, resulting in the acquisition of primarily wood and water elemental cores. Ding! Acquired a level 2 wood elemental core. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, obtaining 100 level 2 wood elemental cores. Ding! Acquired 100 G of lumber. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, acquiring 10,000 G of lumber. Ding! Acquired 1 red pine seed. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, acquiring 100 red pine seeds. Ding! Acquired 1 poplar seed. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, acquiring 100 poplar seeds. Ding! Acquired 1 sephora seed. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, acquiring 100 sephora seeds. Ding! Acquired 1 level 2 water elemental core. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, acquiring 100 level 2 water elemental cores. Ding! Acquired 1 level 2 toxin core. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, acquiring 100 level 2 water elemental cores. Ding! Acquired a level 2 venomous python corpse. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, acquiring 100 level 2 venomous python corpses. After a flurry of activity, Zhuang Yu amassed 5,000 level 2 wood elemental cores, 2,000 level 2 toxin cores, and 1,000 level 2 water elemental cores, alongside various seeds from different tree species. Subsequently, he approached the corpse of the tree monster leader, leading to yet another significant discovery. To his astonishment, he found that the essence of this tree monster was none other than Wang Wali wood. Chapter 92. Soul Contract. Wang Wali wood is indeed a precious material, and Zhuang Yu felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure, grinning from ear to ear. He promptly collected all the items it yielded. Ding! Acquired a level 3 wood elemental core. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, acquiring 100 level 3 wood elemental cores. Ding! Acquired 100 G of Wang Wali wood. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, acquiring 10,000 G of Wang Wali wood. Ding! Acquired 1 Wang Wali seed. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, acquiring 100 Wangwali seeds. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Zhuang Yu realized that this tree monster was of level 3. No wonder their defenses were so formidable. It took an exhausting effort to vanquish them. Eventually, I arrived at the headless corpse of the cloaked figure, pinching my nose as I rummaged through the remains. Yet I could only find a handful of gold and silver, along with the tome. How utterly impoverished! I was left in disbelief, pondering why this grotesque wretch had fared so poorly. Even the spoils dropped by his minion, the tree monster, were superior. At that moment, a prompt from the system suddenly chimed in. Ding! You have acquired the soul contract technique. Servant contract. A servant contract? What on earth is that? The all-seeing eye immediately displayed the information regarding the soul contract technique. Soul contract. Servant contract technique. Upon mastering this, one can establish a servant contract, binding a creature or pet to be your lifelong servant, eternally obedient to you. This contract cannot be applied to participating survivors in the game. My goodness, such a remarkable treasure exists. Upon examining the contract, I realized its worth surpassed all other spoils. No wonder the cloaked figure was able to command so many monsters. It was due to this very thing, wasn't it? Understanding the contract's capabilities, I wasted no time and began my studies. Ding! Congratulations, you have mastered the servant contract. Having completed this, I turned back to face the surviving villagers of Oxhorn Village. As soon as the villagers saw me return on my flying steed, they immediately knelt and prostrated themselves, tearfully expressing their gratitude. Thank you, esteemed divine envoy, for saving our lives. We pledge to follow you unto death, never to betray you. At that moment, the system's voice resonated fittingly. Ding! The villagers' loyalty event has been completed. You have received 500 female servants. Upon hearing the notification, I glanced at the surviving villagers, and indeed, as stated in the mission, these survivors were all young women. It seemed this fortunate event was quite considerate, knowing my labor force was lacking, and promptly delivering 500 villagers to me. Moreover, they were all female servants. Although their appearances were rather plain, clearly accustomed to hard labor, bringing them back would surely tantalize the gentleman in the base. The dozen or so survivors, including Shenhan, had been watching me embrace beauty after beauty, and they were on the verge of bursting with envy. This batch of female servants would serve to alleviate their frustrations and foster greater loyalty towards me. After receiving the 500 female servants, I promptly led them back to the base. As I entered the courtyard of the base with the 500 women, Shenhan and the others were utterly astonished. What was going on? Where had the boss acquired such a multitude? And all of them women? They seemed to be natives of this world. Unlike the indigenous people and savages we had encountered earlier, these women did not carry such a heavy odor. Their appearances were quite acceptable. Had the boss resorted to human trafficking? Where had he found so many young women? The survivors speculated amongst themselves as they approached to greet me. Boss, you've returned. Who are these women? Shenhan was the first to step forward, voicing his curiosity. Oh, you mean them? They're my spoils. Spoils? The response nearly caused the survivors to faint. The esteemed leader, with an air of nonchalance, ventured forth and returned with 500 women, referring to them as spoils of war. Shenhan found himself utterly astonished by this statement, standing there with his mouth agape at a loss for words. What are you still dawdling for? Seeing his dazed expression, Zhuang Yu chuckled and commanded, quickly gather everyone. I wish to convene a meeting. Yes, boss. Once all were assembled, Zhuang Yu proclaimed with authority, ladies and gentlemen, you have been with us for quite some time. How do you find my treatment of you? Speak up. Was this even a question? Upon hearing this, Shenhan quickly understood and was the first to voice his opinion. During this period, I believe my brothers are well aware of how generous Boss Shuang has been. In a word, Boss Shuang is undeniably magnanimous. His words immediately garnered unanimous agreement from the crowd. Indeed, Boss Shuang has never shortchanged us. Absolutely, he is loyal and a true friend. I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude to Boss Shuang. You are right. If it weren't for Boss Shuang, I fear I would be. As the crowd gradually quieted, Zhuang Yu continued, since you all recognize my character, I shall refrain from further elaboration. The reason I gathered you here today is to announce one important matter. In light of your commendable performance during this time, I have decided to reward you. The prize is these 500 female slaves. Upon utterance of this declaration, the atmosphere erupted in fervor. Shenhan, and the other survivors were exhilarated. Their eyes ablaze with excitement, some even bleeding from their noses. Boss Zhuang is magnificent. Long live Boss Zhuang. You are like a reborn parent to me. Boss Zhuang, you are my deity. At that moment, Zhuang Yu's status among the survivors reached unparalleled heights. All right, settle down. Once the commotion subsided, Zhuang Yu resumed, very well. It seems everyone here is quite perceptive. However, I must reiterate, as long as you remain loyal to me, you shall reap the benefits. But should any of you dare betray me, I possess the means to elevate you, and equally, the means to obliterate you. Rest assured, boss. Even if it costs me my life, I shall never betray you. For this lifetime and beyond, I vow unwavering loyalty to my God. Should I betray you, may heaven strike me down with thunder, and may I meet an untimely demise. Following this address, Zhuang Yu invoked the soul contract technique, binding all the female slaves to a master-servant pact. He subsequently distributed the 500 female slaves equally among the survivors, with each man receiving approximately 20. Grateful for their rewards, the men expressed their heartfelt thanks, eagerly bringing the female slaves back to their refuge. They had long suppressed their desires and were in dire need of release. Upon signing the contract with the female slaves, Zhuang Yu discovered that the master-servant agreement granted him control over the thoughts and souls of the servants. This meant he could read the innermost thoughts of the female slaves at will and could issue commands through telepathy. This ability was astonishingly powerful. With this newfound capability, he would no longer need to worry about potential betrayals. Chapter 93. Poison Attribute Weapons. Zhuang Yu's greatest concern was the possibility of betrayal. With this ability, the female slaves would remain ever vigilant by the sides of Shan Han and the other survivors. Every move they made could be shared with Zhuang Yu through the telepathic connection established by the female slaves. Should any unusual activity arise, the female slaves would instantly relay the information to Zhuang Yu. This enabled him to observe the survivors through these women, thus acquiring first-hand information. Consequently, even if they contemplated corruption, it would prove exceedingly challenging. Remarkable indeed, it appears that the most valuable acquisition from this expedition is the art of soul contract. The next step involves assimilating the gains from this journey. First, he entrusted various tree seeds to Shan Han, instructing him to arrange for immediate planting. Additionally, he had obtained a substantial number of wood-type, wind-type, and toxin-type crystal nuclei. With these 3 types of nuclei in hand, Zhuang Yu was poised to enhance his equipment once again. The initial step involved smelting metals. Approaching the smelting furnace, Zhuang Yu produced the materials and cast them into the furnace one by one. This time, he aimed to smelt the second-tier wind-type, wood-type, toxin-type gold-type, and water-type crystal nuclei in conjunction with steel. He sought to experiment with the quality of metal that could be produced through this combination. Shortly after the smelting commenced, he procured a new material. Refined steel, attributes of wind, wood, toxin gold, water attack power 50, sharpness 15, bleeding effect 10, toughness 10, defense 60, freezing effect 50, slowing effect 20, agility 55, speed 20, constitution 60, healing rate 30, poison damage 80, poison resistance 100. Upon reviewing the properties of the material, Zhuang Yu discovered that the inclusion of the 3 new nuclei had significantly enhanced its attributes. The second-tier wind-type crystal nucleus contributed an increase of 55 in agility and 20 in speed. The second-tier wood-type crystal nucleus augmented his constitution by 60 and his healing rate by 30. The healing rate was a newly emerged attribute, previously unseen. Zhuang Yu conjectured it might represent an automatic recovery function. The precise effects would require validation through practical combat. Moreover, the second-tier toxin-type crystal nucleus elevated toxin damage by 80 points and poison resistance by 100 points. Such an extraordinary foundational material, if placed in the trading channel for auction, would likely incite fierce competition. However, Zhuang Yu was not inclined towards such thoughts at the moment. He understood the necessity of maintaining a competitive edge in terms of his equipment and weaponry. With the new material successfully smelted, the next phase entailed crafting weapons and armor. He resolved to forge a melee weapon first. Thus, he promptly commenced the creation of a black iron-grade longsword according to the blueprint. Crafting the black iron-grade longsword required 20 points of energy and took an hour. Ding! The artisan's ability activated, reducing the construction time to a mere fraction of a second. Ding! As he had not designated a name for the weapon, the system would automatically assign one based on its attributes. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully crafted the black iron-grade rainbow exorcism sword. Ding! A 100-fold drop rate has been triggered. You now possess 100 rainbow exorcism swords. At that moment, information about the frost blade materialized before Zhuang Yu. Weapon name: multicolored evil exterminating sword. Level: black iron, attack power 150, defense power 60, agility 55, speed 20, constitution 60, toughness to sharpness effect 45, bleeding effect 30, freezing effect 50, slowing effect 20, health regeneration rate 30, toxic damage 80, toxin resistance 100, toxic ice storm, consumes 30 energy points, unleashes a toxic ice storm with a diameter of 6 meters and a height of 4 meters to assault enemies, with damage contingent upon the enemy's specific strength. Upon perceiving the attributes of the weapon, Zhuang Yu had barely begun to rejoice when a notification chimed once more. Ding! Due to your luck value reaching 307 points, a random lucky event has been triggered. Ding! You have activated a lucky event, causing your crafted multicolored evil exterminating sword, black iron, to undergo mutation. Mutation effect. The multicolored evil exterminating sword has acquired a unique skill, Toxic Ice Storm. Zhuang Yu, captivated by the sword, noticed the blade shimmered with a resplendent array of colors, indicating its extraordinary nature. The next phase involved embedding a crystal core. A black iron weapon could accommodate only a single core. After successfully crafting the embedding slot, he inserted a gold-type crystal core. Ding! Embedding successful. The attributes of your multicolored evil exterminating sword have been enhanced. The all-seeing eye immediately displayed the upgraded attributes of the multicolored evil exterminating sword. The final step involved the engraving of runes. Ding! Rune of Sharpness engraving successful. Sharpness effect 1. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate. Sharpness effect 100. Ding! Rune of Defense engraving successful. Defense effect 1. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate. Defense effect 100. Ding! Rune of Toxin resistance engraving successful. Toxin resistance effect 1. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate. Toxin resistance effect 100. Ding! Rune of Evil Extermination engraving successful. Evil Extermination effect 1. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate. Evil Extermination effect 100. Upon completing all the steps, the attributes of the multicolored Evil Exterminating Sword are as follows. Weapon name: Colorful Exorcism Sword. Level: black iron, attack power 150, defense power 160, agility 55, speed 20, physique 60, toughness to sharpness effect 145, bleeding effect 30, freezing effect 50, slowing effect 20, health regeneration speed 30, toxic damage 80, toxin resistance 100, exorcism effect 100, toxic ice storm, consumes 30 energy points, unleashing a 6-meter diameter, 4-meter high, highly toxic ice storm that assaults enemies, with damage contingent upon the foe's specific strength. Perhaps due to an exceptionally high luck value, the 100-fold critical hit rate was triggered once more. Ding! 100-fold critical hit rate activated. Colorful Exorcism Sword. Black Iron, 100. At this moment, Zhuang Yu wielded the long sword shimmering with prismatic brilliance, his eyes sparkling with extraordinary light. This was, thus far, the mightiest cold weapon he had crafted. He even ventured outside the base to test the potency of the toxic ice storm. The results were astonishing, as the storm left nothing but desolation in its wake, uprooting trees as thick as two people's embrace into mere splinters. The ground was littered with a sinister black toxin, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 94. Inexpensive weapons. With the cold weapons completed, it was time to turn to firearms. Following the aforementioned procedures, Zhuang Yu began to modify the smoothbore gun. The outcome was a colorful exorcism smoothbore gun. Weapon name: Colorful Exorcism smoothbore gun. Toxic ice shard splash. Consumes 30 energy points within 10 minutes. Bullets fired by the smoothbore gun will inflict a toxic ice shard splash effect upon nearing enemies, causing area damage and toxin damage over a coverage of 46 square meters. Next came the bullet modification process. This was relatively straightforward, and within minutes, bullets with the latest attributes were produced. Micro ice explosion. Upon striking an enemy, the bullet will detonate, causing an explosion imbued with freezing and toxic effects, with a blast radius of 46 meters and damage determined by the enemy's strength. Ding. 100-fold critical hit rate activated. Colorful exorcism bullets 100. Thus, both cold and hot weapons were completed. Zhuang Yu took the colorful exorcism smoothbore gun to the shooting range outside the base, discovering that the weapon's power had escalated to a new echelon. With the cold and hot weapons finalized, the next step was to upgrade the equipment. After a day of diligent effort, Zhuang Yu successfully enhanced the power set, defense set, and toxin resistance set. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully crafted the colorful mantis armor, black iron level. Ding! 100-fold critical hit rate activated. 100 pieces of colorful mantis armor. Ding ding. 100-fold critical hit rate activated. 100 pairs of colorful mantis boots. The complete power set, after modification, boasted an attack power of 1200 and introduced a new health regeneration feature. To test this regenerative capability, Zhuang Yu deliberately cut his arm with a knife, only to be astounded as it healed completely within mere seconds. After upgrading and modifying all equipment and weapons, the power plant was finally completed. Ding! Successfully constructed the power plant. Acquired 1 power plant. Ding! Triggering a 100-fold explosion rate. The addition of 100 power plants is substantial. Zhuang Yu, reluctant to allow the system to reclaim them, has temporarily placed them outside the base. He estimates that, for the time being, the base will not require that many power plants. Utilizing merely 1 or 2 would suffice. After positioning one of the power plants within the base, Zhuang Yu commenced the production of cables. Manufacturing cables consumes 20 energy points and takes 1 hour. Ding! The artisan's ability activates, reducing the construction time to a mere fraction of a second. Ding! Cable production successful, triggering a 100-fold explosion rate. 100 rolls of cable produced. With an ample supply of cables ready, the preparatory work was complete. Zhuang Yu promptly summoned Shen Han, and under Zhuang Yu's guidance, they began laying the cables within the base. A mix of genders made the labor less arduous. Since rewarding the survivors with female slaves, everyone has exhibited heightened enthusiasm. In just half a day, the cable installation was accomplished. With the cables laid, the next task was to produce light bulbs. The technology for bulbs had long been unlocked, and with ample resources, production could commence directly. Manufacturing light bulbs consumes 20 energy points and takes 1 hour. Ding! The artisan's ability activates, reducing the construction time to a fraction of a second. Ding! Light bulb production successful, triggering a 100-fold explosion rate. 100 bulbs produced. Given the base's modest scale, the demand for light bulbs was limited, so Zhuang Yu produced only 1,000. He then called Shen Han to distribute the bulbs. By nightfall, the entire base was illuminated. For Shen Han and the other survivors, electric lights were non-novelty. However, for the newly arrived 500 female slaves, it was an entirely different experience. As they witnessed the lights illuminate, gasps of astonishment filled the air, and they knelt, repeatedly bowing towards Zhuang Yu's sanctuary. In their hearts, Zhuang Yu had already become their deity. That evening, the base was aglow, the lights twinkling in harmony, resembling daylight. Shen Han and the other survivors hosted a barbecue party to celebrate the electrification of the base. Zhuang Yu, accompanied by 3 young girls, graciously accepted the invitation. During the festivities, Shen Han approached Zhuang Yu with a suggestion. "Boss, look, everything in our base has fallen into place, and it is bound to flourish. Have you ever contemplated the idea of nation building? Nation building? How did you come to think of such a notion?" Zhuang Yu was taken aback by Shen Han's sudden proposal. What was this young man contemplating? Yet, Shen Han appeared well prepared, continuing to elaborate. "Boss, have you never considered this matter? You see, among all of humanity, you are undoubtedly the most successful in development. Moreover, our base has established a steady course. It is foreseeable that we will continue to thrive. Eventually, more people will seek refuge with us. Have you not thought about how to manage this influx? We cannot continue living in such a chaotic manner, can we? Currently, the population is manageable, yet should the number of inhabitants at the base exceed 10,000, various administrative challenges will inevitably arise. As the crowd swells, a plethora of characters will emerge, and without effective management, it will devolve into chaos, akin to a disordered pot of porridge. Such a scenario would be immensely detrimental to us. Listening to his words, one cannot help but recognize the validity of his perspective. Even Zhuang Yu, who has little comprehension of state affairs, found himself nodding in agreement. Unexpectedly, Shen Han, you possess a degree of foresight. With a measure of admiration for Shen Han, Zhuang Yu continued, if we were to establish a nation, how ought it to be constructed? Upon hearing this, Shen Han quickly and cautiously replied, everything within this base has been crafted under your guidance. Thus, it is only fitting that you assume the role of emperor. I have also communicated with the brothers, and they share this sentiment. We all pledge our unwavering loyalty to your majesty. This declaration struck a chord with Zhuang Yu. However, the notion of nation-building and reigning as emperor struck him as absurd. Yet, he acknowledged the merit in Shen Han's argument. As the base flourishes, effective management will indeed be necessary. As for the idea of establishing a nation or becoming an emperor, he had no interest. Even without the title of emperor, he was already the master of the base, wielding control over the lives of all. Why pursue such a hollow title? Should he take such a step, it would only invite ridicule and scorn from others. Thus, he addressed Shen Han. This matter need not be broached again. As for the management issues you mentioned, the population is still small. In the future, when it grows, you can pay attention to selecting capable individuals. Yes, boss, I will keep an eye out, Shen Han replied. Observing Zhuang Yu's indifference to the issue, he wisely refrained from further discussion and rejoined the revelry. In truth, Shen Han's encouragement for Zhuang Yu to establish a nation was also motivated by self-interest. Should Zhuang Yu truly ascend to the throne as one of his earliest followers, Shen Han would undoubtedly rise to a position of power. Now seeing Zhuang Yu's lack of enthusiasm for the matter, he chose to let it go. After the festivities, Zhuang Yu returned to the public channel to review the sales performance over the past 2 days. He discovered that the various supplies he had sold were performing exceptionally well. Over 500 million of the 1 billion smoothbore guns had already been sold, and he anticipated needing to restock in a couple of days. Consequently, he proceeded to manufacture an additional 5 billion smoothbore guns in preparation. Regarding other supplies, aside from food, coal was selling the fastest. Zhuang Yu noted that the previous stock of coal had been depleted. With the cold weather, nearly everyone required fuel for warmth. Survivors not located in forested areas found it more advantageous to purchase Zhuang Yu's coal rather than trade for timber in the market. This was because Zhuang Yu's coal was priced affordably, comparable to that of wood. Recognizing this situation, Zhuang Yu decided to produce various food items and essential supplies over the next 2 days. As soon as the goods were prepared, the public channel erupted in excitement. Fantastic! The boss has new supplies. Everyone come see. Indeed, there is more coal. Hurry, or we'll be gone. And new varieties of food. Soybeans, sugarcane, and leeks, my goodness. What do I see? Hawthorn and peaches too? Surely, I cannot be dreaming. Peaches in this season? The world of the extraordinary is beyond the comprehension of us mere mortals. I must express my gratitude to the esteemed Master Zhuang. Without his affordable fuel and provisions, I shudder to think how I would survive this winter. Indeed, the benevolent nature of the master has saved my life with these low-price goods. Yet, it is infuriating that those large organizations are competing with us for the master's supplies. With our limited resources, we are left to hunt and gather daily, trading with Master Zhuang. However, these large entities are bulk purchasing his goods, making it difficult for us small operators to acquire food and fuel at times. Their actions are truly despicable. Have their consciences been devoured by dogs? If it weren't for the timely restocking by the magnate today, I would have been unable to purchase coal, leaving me to freeze tonight. Those vile organizations, are they attempting to hoard supplies in anticipation of raising prices when the master runs out? I suspect that is indeed their scheme. These scoundrels would do anything for profit. The conversations of the survivors suddenly captured Zhuang Yu's attention, and he noticed individuals were purchasing his goods in bulk. One named Zhang Erden bought a considerable amount of coal all at once, while another, Wang Dagui, made a massive purchase of cotton. 2 others, Zhang Cuiji and Zhao Dongsheng, acquired vast quantities of food and coal. Observing their transactions, Zhuang Yu surmised that these 4 might be key figures within the 4 major organizations. However, Zhuang Yu was not intimidated by their actions. On the contrary, it was precisely what he desired. His resources were abundant, more than he could utilize, and their purchases effectively aided him. This would accelerate the growth of his resources and further decrease prices. To reassure the populace, he sent a message in the public channel, Greetings, everyone. You need not worry about resource depletion. I assure you, there will be no shortage. As long as you wish to trade with me, I'm always ready to meet your needs with an inexhaustible supply. This announcement struck the survivors like a thunderclap, igniting a wave of excitement. Haha, the magnate has finally made his appearance. How imposing. I adore it. Hee. I believe this is the Master S style. I trust his words. Looks like this winter is secured. A salute to the Master. Truly, the Master radiates authority. Those petty individuals will never match his grandeur. Indeed, should the Master S words come to fruition, those large organizations would incur significant losses. Let them suffer greatly. May it be their downfall. In a private chat room, the leaders of the 4 major organizations were engaged in a heated discussion. The leader of the Survivor Alliance, Zhang Erden, could no longer remain seated upon reading Zhuang Yu's recent message. Firstly, addressing the other 3, one said, "Everyone, as Zhuang Yu has just mentioned, he possesses an abundance of unsold resources. Should we still stockpile extensively?" "Puff, just listen to him boast," retorted Zhang Suji from Peach Blossom Island, clearly indignant. "I acknowledge that Zhuang Yu is formidable, but I cannot believe for a moment that he has an inexhaustible supply of resources. Indeed, we all understand how brutal this survival game can be." Wang Dage from the Snow Mountain Lions organization pondered for a moment before agreeing. Zhuang Yu may have encountered some fortuitous events, yet to supply resources for all of humanity is not something that can be accomplished merely through grandiloquent claims. I suspect he is merely trying to intimidate us into retreat. After hearing the sentiments of the 3, Zhao Dongsheng, the leader of the temple organization, after considerable reflection, finally spoke up. "I believe there is no need for us to rush. Let us observe further. As for the accumulation of supplies, do not cease. After all, we are competing for the championship of this cold night event and cannot afford to be easily disheartened. By the way, how is your technological development progressing?" Upon hearing Zhao Dongsheng's inquiry, the other 3 responded in succession. "Our technological level has advanced to the point where we can produce smoothbore guns. However, due to our limited production capacity and high costs, we cannot compete with Zhuang Yu. Furthermore, we are critically lacking in raw materials, particularly saltpeter and sulfur. Since Zhuang Yu offers a high price, he has nearly monopolized the market for these resources. We can only purchase at even higher prices, but if we buy in bulk, our finances cannot sustain it. A couple of days ago, Peach Blossom Island discovered a saltpeter mine, but due to the difficulties in extraction and a shortage of manpower, the yield is very limited. Indeed, our temple has also discovered a sulfur mine, but the lack of labor has made large-scale extraction quite challenging. Sigh. I wonder how Zhuang Yu manages to advance his technology so swiftly. Where does he acquire such a labor force to produce so many resources?" Ultimately, after deliberation, the 4 decided to maintain the current status quo. They also dispatched teams to seek out more survivors to join their organization. Under the present circumstances, this was the only viable course of action. As for Zhuang Yu, with the establishment of a power plant, many previously unlocked technologies were now attainable. The following day, Zhuang Yu's first task was to construct a production line for smoothbore guns. Why the need for a production line for smoothbore guns? Quite simply, although he could manufacture them himself, Zhuang Yu lacked the luxury of time. In the future, he intended to focus his primary efforts on the development of cutting-edge technologies. Such basic equipment and weaponry required production lines for mass production. Having formulated this plan, Zhuang Yu was about to commence work when he noticed that the 100 power plants he had previously built were taking up too much space. Just as he was contemplating how to address this issue, he spotted a recycling button at the bottom left corner of each power plant on a holographic map provided by the all-seeing eye. Could these power plants be recycled? Out of curiosity, Zhuang Yu pressed the recycling button on one of the surplus power plants. Instantly, he heard a system notification. Ding! Coal-fired power plants successfully recycled, acquiring 10 tons of coal, 200 tons of steel, 30 tons of copper, 20 tons of aluminum, 3 tons of silver, 1 ton of gold, 0.5 tons of tungsten, 0.2 tons of nickel, and 0.1 tons of magnesium. A notification chimed. A 100-fold explosion rate activated, yielding 1,000 tons of coal, 20,000 tons of steel, 3,000 tons of copper, 2,000 tons of aluminum, 300 tons of silver, 100 tons of gold, 50 tons of tungsten, 20 tons of nickel, and 10 tons of magnesium. Upon witnessing this cascade of notifications, Zhuang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. nearly bursting into laughter. This was indeed an unexpected windfall. He had not anticipated that merely recovering a coal-fired power plant would bring him such abundant rewards. In his exhilaration, Zhuang Yu immediately commenced the reclamation process. Ding! The recovery of the coal-fired power plant was successful, leading to the completion of the reclamation of all remaining idle power plants. Piles of rare metals had accumulated into a mountain. Goodness, so much. Gazing at the vast mounds of rare metals and resources outside the base, he could hardly believe his eyes. Why bother with laborious resource collection anymore? From now on, he could profit effortlessly through reclamation, now that resources were no longer a concern. Zhuang Yu promptly initiated his grand production plan. First, he designated an industrial zone within the base and began producing cement and red bricks, two items requiring minimal technological sophistication that he could readily manufacture. Manufacturing cement consumes 20 energy points and takes 1 hour. Ding! Craftsman ability activated, reducing construction time to 1,000th of a second. Ding! Cement production successful. Obtained 1 ton of cement. Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, yielding 100 tons of cement. Manufacturing red bricks consumes 20 energy points and takes 1 hour. Ding! Craftsman ability activated, reducing construction time to 1,000th of a second. Ding! Red brick production successful. Obtained 1 ton of red bricks. Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, yielding 100 tons of red bricks. Manufacturing tiles consumes 20 energy points and takes 1 hour. Chapter 96. The Modern Era. Ding! Craftsman ability activated, reducing construction time to 1,000th of a second. Ding! Tile production successful. Obtained 1 ton of tiles. Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, yielding 100 tons of tiles. After acquiring sufficient quantities of cement, red bricks, and tiles, Zhuang Yu began constructing 100 giant factories in the industrial zone he had planned. Constructing a giant factory requires 1,000 tons of red bricks, 200 tons of cement, 300 tons of steel, and 50 tons of tiles, consuming 100 energy points and taking 8 hours. Ding! Craftsman ability activated, reducing construction time to 1,000th of a second. Ding! Giant factory construction successful. Obtained 1 giant factory. Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, yielding 100 factories. Upon completion, Zhuang Yu neatly arranged the 100 giant factories within his designated industrial zone. Next came the construction of various production lines. The first to be manufactured was a smoothbore gun production line, as the demand for smoothbore guns and ammunition was the highest, conservatively estimated at 50 billion units. A truly colossal undertaking. Thus, Zhuang Yu was eager to liberate himself from this arduous task, to establish a production line for smoothbore guns. 30 tons of steel, 100 tons of iron, 10 tons of gunpowder, 1 ton of gold, 5 tons of silver, 3 tons of copper, and 2 tons of aluminum are required, consuming 100 energy points and taking 12 hours. Ding! The craftsman's ability is activated, reducing the construction time to a fraction of a second. Ding! The construction of the smoothbore gun production line is successful. Acquired 1 smoothbore gun production line. Triggering a 100-fold explosion rate, 100 production lines of smoothbore guns are now available. After the 100-fold explosion rate, obtaining 100 smoothbore gun production lines is excessive for Zhuang Yu, as 2 lines suffice. Thus, he places 2 production lines within a colossal factory and recovers the remaining 98 production lines. Ding! The recovery of the smoothbore gun production lines is successful. Acquired recovered materials: 3 tons of gunpowder, 10 tons of steel, 30 tons of iron, 10 tons of copper, 5 tons of aluminum, 1 ton of silver, and 3 tons of gold. Ding! Triggering a 100-fold explosion rate again. 30 tons of gunpowder, 1,000 tons of steel, 3,000 tons of iron, 1,000 tons of copper, 500 tons of aluminum, 100 tons of silver, and 30 tons of gold are obtained from this batch of recovered smoothbore gun production lines, resulting in a substantial accumulation of metal resources. After the production lines are set up, Zhuang Yu summons Shan Han and the survivors to explain the operational procedures of the smoothbore gun production lines. Under Shan Han's guidance, everyone swiftly masters the production protocols. Within a day, they can produce normally. Ding! Obtained 1 smoothbore gun, triggering a 100-fold explosion rate. 100 smoothbore guns are produced. As the factory produces its first smoothbore gun, the delightful notification sounds once more. At last, the burdensome production tasks can be delegated, and Zhuangyu feels considerably relieved. Following the smooth bore gun production line, the next endeavor is an oil extraction plant. Now that Zhuangyu's soybean yield is high, any unsold stock can be utilized for oil extraction. Previously, due to a lack of electricity, he was unable to manage the workload alone, resulting in numerous projects being indefinitely postponed. However, with the power plant established, those projects that had long-awaited attention can now come to fruition. Opening the Unlock Technology tab, the equipment for the oil extraction plant is significantly simpler than that of the smooth bore gun production line. To construct the oil extraction equipment production line, 10 tons of steel, 20 tons of iron, 1 ton of copper, and 1 ton of aluminum are required, consuming 100 energy points and taking 4 hours. Ding! The craftsman's ability is activated, shrinking the construction time to a fraction of a second. Ding! The construction of the oil extraction equipment production line is successful. Acquired 1 oil extraction equipment production line, triggering a 100-fold explosion rate. 100 oil extraction equipment production lines are now at hand. After the 100-fold explosion rate, Zhuangyu retains only 2 production lines. The remaining 98 oil extraction equipment production lines are entirely recovered. Ding! The recovery of the oil extraction equipment production lines is successful. Acquired recover materials, 3 tons of steel, 4 tons of iron, 0, 3 tons of copper, and 0, 3 tons of aluminum. Ding! Triggering a 100-fold explosion rate. Acquired recovered materials include 300 tons of steel, 400 tons of iron, 30 tons of copper, and 30 tons of aluminum. 2 sets of oil extraction production lines are installed within a massive factory, which Zhuangyu names the refinery. He then immediately commences the construction of a sugar factory. The sugar cane he currently cultivates has already accumulated into a mountain, and the speed of sales pales in comparison to the rate of harvest. Hence, establishing a sugar factory emerges as the most prudent choice. With this thought in mind, he promptly set the plan into motion. To construct the sugar production line, 12 tons of steel, 10 tons of iron, 0, 5 tons of copper, and 0, 5 tons of aluminum are required, consuming 100 energy points and taking 4 hours. Ding! The artisan's skill activates, reducing the construction time to a mere millisecond. Ding! The sugar production line has been successfully established. Acquiring 1 sugar production line, triggering a 100-fold bonus, he now possesses 100 sugar production lines. Following this incredible stroke of fortune, only 2 production lines remain with him, while the remaining 98 sugar production lines are fully reclaimed. Ding! The reclamation of the sugar production lines is successful. Obtaining reclaimed materials, 4 tons of steel, 3 tons of iron, 0, 2 tons of copper, and 0, 1 tons of aluminum. Ding! Triggering a 100-fold bonus. He receives reclaimed materials, 400 tons of steel, 300 tons of iron, 20 tons of copper, and 10 tons of aluminum. With the construction complete, he names the 2 sugar production line facilities the sugar factory. Next, he turns his attention to the porcelain factory. He had long desired to venture into porcelain production, yet due to time constraints, he had been unable to pursue it. In a world fraught with peril, the immediate necessity had been weapons and equipment, which diverted his efforts. Now, with electricity at hand, the thought of porcelain resurfaces. Thus, he immediately begins the construction. To establish the porcelain production line, 100 tons of red bricks, 10 tons of cement, 5 tons of steel, and 6 tons of iron are required, consuming 100 energy points and taking 5 hours. Ding! The artisan's skill activates, reducing the construction time to a mere millisecond. Ding! The porcelain production line has been successfully established. Acquiring 1 porcelain production line, triggering a 100-fold bonus. He now possesses 100 porcelain production lines. After this remarkable turn of events, only 2 production lines remain with him, while the remaining 98 porcelain production lines are also reclaimed. Ding! The reclamation of the porcelain production lines is successful. Obtaining reclaimed materials, 30 tons of red bricks, 3 tons of cement, 1 ton of steel, and 2 tons of iron. Ding! Triggering a 100-fold bonus, he receives reclaimed materials, 3,000 tons of red bricks, 300 tons of cement, 100 tons of steel, and 200 tons of iron. Subsequently, he continues to construct a series of production lines, including those for smoothbore cannons, grenades, clothing, canned goods, furniture, and various other essential factories. Once these factories are established, he begins to sense a shortage of manpower in the base. Will mighty procure additional inhabitants? While pondering this dilemma, an announcement suddenly resonates throughout the World Channel, addressing all survivors. Chapter 97, The Artisan's Ability. Attention, all survivors. In light of the ease with which resources have been acquired during the cold nights, resulting in a diminished challenge, a decision has been made to elevate the difficulty of activities. 1 hour hence, a Monster Siege event will commence in all regions. During the Monster Siege event, any survivor unable to withstand the onslaught may issue a distress call to fellow survivors. Should other survivors respond to your plea, they will be teleported to your location. The Monster Siege event is about to begin. Are you prepared? As soon as the announcement was made, the survivors in the public channel erupted in dismay. Goodness, this system is utterly ruthless. We had barely enjoyed a couple of peaceful days before chaos ensues. Oh heavens, a Monster Siege! My shelter hasn't even reached level 1 yet. Who will come to my aid? Quick, buy weapons. What? The smoothbore guns are sold out? Is anyone there? I'm on my wit's end. I was just about to purchase a smoothbore gun, and now they're suddenly gone. Is a great one still around? I need a smoothbore gun. Please help me. When the survivors finally comprehended the announcement and rushed to the trading channel to acquire smoothbore guns, they discovered that they had already been snatched up completely. This immediately incited a wave of panic among the crowd. Everyone, remain calm. Rest assured, there will be plenty of smoothbore guns. I will replenish the stock immediately. Upon seeing Zhuang Yu's arrival, the survivors felt a sense of relief. Wonderful. Zhuang is indeed reliable. Indeed, the Great One is a bodhisattva who alleviates suffering. Great One, I adore you. I wish to bear your children. With the chat channel muted, Zhuang Yu promptly began the production of smoothbore guns. He had already amassed a stockpile of ordinary smoothbore guns and ammunition. Zhuang Yu prepared 50 billion units, now ready to be sold in one fell swoop. My goodness, 50 billion smoothbore guns. What? Is this real? Hurry and buy some. Surely, I'm not dreaming. 50 billion. The Great One is astonishing. Haha, the price is reasonable. I'll take 2. Hurry up and buy. Soon there will be none left. Thank you, Great One. You are my savior. Finally, I have weapons for self-defense. Thank you, Great One. 50 billion? How on earth did he manage that? Damn it, how is this possible? The entire channel erupted in jubilation at the sight of 50 billion smoothbore guns. The survivors nearly cheered as they snatched up every last one, with most acquiring at least 1, if not 2. After the smoothbore guns were sold, Zhuang Yu, seeing that there was still time, proceeded to manufacture grenades and smoothbore cannons before the event commenced. Manufacturing grenades consumes 20 energy points and takes 1 hour. Ding! Artisan ability activated, reducing construction time to 1,000th of a second. Ding! Grenade manufacturing successful. Acquired 1 grenade. Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, resulting in 100 grenades. Manufacturing smoothbore cannons consumes 20 energy points and takes 1 hour. Ding! Artisan ability activated, reducing construction time to 1,000th of a second. Ding! Smoothbore cannon manufacturing successful. Acquired 1 smoothbore cannon. Triggered a 100-fold explosion rate, resulting in 100 smoothbore cannons. Before the event began, Zhuang Yu produced another batch of grenades and smoothbore cannons for the trading channel. However, this time he opted for an auction format. The emergence of these 2 types of weaponry set the entire public channel ablaze. What in the world? What do I see? Are there even grenades and smoothbore cannons? Everyone, come and see. The Great One has grenades and smoothbore cannons. Oh my God, could he truly be a deity? Those with means, act quickly. If you delay, someone else will snatch them away. Upon witnessing the appearance of these 2 types of armaments, the members of the 4 major organizations could no longer sit idly by. It seems we have underestimated Zhuang Yu. He is now capable of mass-producing smoothbore cannons and grenades. In truth, we could also manufacture them, but due to a lack of sufficient gunpowder, we can currently only supply high-ranking personnel. Everyone should concede. We cannot compete with Zhuang Yu. What is there to compete for? We should contemplate how to survive the impending monster siege. You are right. We must secure those smoothbore cannons and grenades. Very well. Let us divide them equally among the 4 families, and no one should raise the prices. Agreed. We shall proceed as you suggest. Once the 4 major organizations reached a consensus, they promptly entered the trading channel to participate in the auction for the smoothbore cannons and grenades. However, upon placing their bids, they found themselves facing fierce competition. What's happening? Did we not agree to an equitable distribution, devoid of any intentional price hikes? It was not us. We did not inflate the bids. It seems that someone else is working against us. Damn it, who could it be? After this monster siege, I must uncover their identity. So what shall we do now? Should we buy or not? Of course we must buy. We must secure this batch of arms at all costs. Let us unite our efforts. As the saying goes, there is always someone better out there. This monster siege has revealed numerous hidden organizations and formidable individuals. They too require Zhuang Yu's smoothbore cannons and grenades, thus engaging in a bidding war with the four major organizations. In the end, the four families exhausted their resources, securing only 1/3 of the grenades and smoothbore cannons. The remaining 2/3 were claimed by unknown entities. Clearly, there are many concealed experts. At this moment, the four organizations realized that they were not alone in facing hidden powers. As soon as Zhuang Yu's weapons were auctioned off, the system's voice resonated through the announcement board. Attention all survivors, the monster siege has officially commenced. Prepare to face your challenges. The announcement ignited the survivors' fury, leading to a torrent of curses. Damn it, that cursed system, taking lives without recompense. A garbage system, may your family perish. Though the survivors felt immense frustration, they had to confront reality. Amid their curses directed at the system, they actively prepared for the monster onslaught. Meanwhile, Zhuang Yu had gathered everyone. Xianhan, accompanied by a dozen survivors and 500 female captives, was already lined up in the base, awaiting Zhuang Yu's command. Upon seeing the orderly formation, Zhuang Yu nodded slightly to Shinhan. He then distributed a black iron-grade smoothbore gun and several grenades to each individual. The smoothbore guns and grenades given to his subordinates were inscribed with a 100-point sharpness effect. Although it was a singular attribute, the attack power had increased tenfold compared to the previously issued smoothbore guns with only a 10-point sharpness effect. Furthermore, the grenades also bore the 100-point sharpness effect, making them at least 10 times more powerful than ordinary grenades. After equipping the weapons, Zhuang Yu provided each female slave with a set of the most commonplace black iron armor. The attire donned by these women now resembled that of Shen Han and his companions. Subsequently, Zhuang Yu commanded everyone to ascend the city walls. The walls of the base had undergone significant upgrades, now towering at 10 meters high and 6 meters wide. 100 smoothbore cannons were strategically positioned atop the walls. Upon noticing these cannons, Zhuang Yu recalled that they had yet to be modified. He promptly began the on-site transformation of the smoothbore cannons. Fortunately, his prior experience with the modification of smoothbore firearms made this task remarkably straightforward. These weapons were indeed formidable instruments of destruction. Observing the enhanced attributes of the modified cannons and their ammunition, Zhuang Yu felt a sense of reassurance. He subsequently installed 1,000 smoothbore cannons along the walls, ready to confront any monstrous adversaries that might approach. Zhuang Yu was confident that with these upgraded cannons, no creature would dare to show its face without facing dire consequences. At that moment, the three young girls also made their way to the walls, eager to stand alongside Zhuang Yu in battle. Brother Yu, how could we possibly miss out on the monster siege? They exclaimed. Indeed, Master, we wish to share your burdens. Noticing the girls' enthusiastic demeanor, Zhuang Yu did not oppose their desire this time. In this apocalyptic world, it would be unwise to shelter them like delicate blooms in a greenhouse. Such actions would not be love, but rather a disservice to their growth. With this thought in mind, Zhuang Yu presented them with the latest modified defensive suits, urging the three girls to don them. Once clad in the shimmering, multicolored armor, the girls' figures were accentuated to perfection, exuding a hint of the divine. As Shen Han and the others witnessed this scene, they recognized that the girls' equipment far surpassed their own, and envious glances were exchanged. Just then, the first wave of attacking monsters arrived. Hundreds of goblins, seemingly appearing from nowhere, charged towards the base. Upon seeing the goblins, Zhuang Yu's anxious demeanor transformed into one of ease. Creatures of such caliber were well within the capabilities of Shen Han and his team. Thus, he entrusted Shen Han with the task, saying, "This first wave is yours. Do not disappoint me." "Yes, boss. We will ensure the mission's success." Xian underplayed, promptly leading the others to select their firing positions on the walls, awaiting the advance of the hundreds of goblins. Zhuang Yu, finding the prospect of engaging with such minor foes unworthy of his effort, relinquished command to Shen Han and embraced the three girls, watching the unfolding spectacle atop the walls. The goblin horde advanced swiftly, soon reaching the base's foot. Recognizing that the time had come, Shen Han issued the command from the walls, "Everyone, fire!" with a resounding boom. The moment Shen Han gave the order, over 500 female slaves and survivors on the walls immediately pulled their triggers, unleashing a barrage upon the charging goblins. The sounds of chaos erupted. Shouts of surprise and alarm filled the air. As Zhuang Yu had anticipated, the goblins, lacking in strength, were swiftly subdued by Shen Han and his team. The ordinary smoothbore rifles, equipped with 100 sharp projectiles, rendered the task of dispatching these goblins exceedingly effortless. One shot, one kill, with no room for doubt. For Shen Han and the survivors, this was their inaugural experience in such a battle. Upon witnessing the formidable power of the firearms in their possession, each individual was filled with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. In a mere span of minutes, without even firing a shot, they had dispatched hundreds of goblins. Seizing this opportunity, Zhuang Yu leaped from the city wall to commence his grim task of collecting the fallen. Ding! Acquired goblin corpse. Ding! Triggered 100-fold drop rate. Goblin corpses 100. Ding! Acquired goblin corpse. Ding! Triggered 100-fold drop rate. Goblin corpses 100. Although these lowly goblins bore no crystal cores, their remains represented a valuable source of meat, suitable for trade in the marketplace. After stowing the goblin corpses in his storage ring, Zhuang Yu returned to the city wall. It appeared that the strength of the monsters this time was rather feeble, as the survivors in the chat channel exhibited no sense of impending danger. After purchasing Zhuang Yu's smoothbore musket, their overall combat capability was significantly enhanced. The musket effortlessly dealt with the goblins. Some survivors even joked while slaying the monsters. "Wow, I thought the siege event would be difficult. It seems I was overly concerned. With a smoothbore musket in hand, I can conquer the world." Another goblin down. Let us not forget, if it weren't for the generosity of the Great One's affordable musket, we would still be grappling for survival on the brink of death. Indeed, without the musket, we would be mere fodder for demise. Just as the survivors reflected on their fortune, the second wave of monsters emerged in the distance. From Zhuang Yu's vantage point atop the city wall, 1,000 wild wolves and wild boars could be seen charging towards the base. Shen Han commanded the troops to be on high alert, preparing for the incoming onslaught. In the blink of an eye, the pack of wolves and boars was upon them. Fire! Recognizing the opportune moment, Shen Han promptly ordered the troops to engage. The crack of gunfire erupted, and the advancing wild boars and wolves fell in droves. Shen Han and his comrades were astonished by the sheer power of the smoothbore musket, capable of taking down even the wild boars and wolves with a single shot. Realizing the weapon's potency fortified Shen Han's resolve. Once again, no artillery was necessary, for the musket sufficed to eliminate the threat. In the midst of concentrated firepower, the second wave of monsters was eradicated in less than 2 minutes. As the battle concluded, Zhuang Yu immediately descended to collect the spoils. Ding! Acquired wild wolf corpse. Ding! Triggered 100-fold drop rate. Wild wolf corpses 100. Ding! Acquired wild boar corpse. Ding! Triggered 100-fold drop rate. Wild boar corpses 100. Ding! Acquired level 1 wind crystal core. Ding! Triggered 100-fold drop rate. Level 1 wind crystal cores 100. Ding! Acquired level 1 earth crystal core. Ding! Triggered 100-fold drop rate. Level 1 earth crystal cores 100. Having cleared the battlefield, the third wave of monsters had yet to spawn. Meanwhile, in the public channel, a few survivors began to call for help. "Is there anyone to save me? I am surrounded by 3 goblins. Help! I am being hunted by 5 goblins. Oh, Great One, rescue me. I have run out of bullets. And 2 goblins are about to invade my home. Kind-hearted soul, please save me." Zhuang Yu observed that each survivor seeking help on the public channel had a button resembling a portal, inscribed with the words "Proceed to Rescue." Although the number of those in distress was limited, it was evident that they were primarily individuals lacking in combat prowess. The smoothbore guns Zhuang Yu offered to the survivors, while devoid of any special attributes, were more than adequate for dealing with goblins, the lesser foes. Upon witnessing these pleas for help, members of the 4 major organizations sprang into action. Quickly, now is the perfect opportunity to claim some recruits, mobilize the rescue teams, and bring these hapless souls back. Yes, boss, but what if they refuse to accompany us? Are you an idiot? Is that even a question? Just bind them and bring them to me. The four major organizations had long been plagued by a shortage of manpower, and upon encountering such a favorable opportunity, they were determined to engage in the rescue. In addition to the four organizations, several previously concealed factions and formidable individuals were also vying to claim the distress survivors. Zhuang Yu sought to seize this moment for his own benefit, looking to recover some laborers through the rescue. At that moment, he noticed a new distress signal. Whoever can save this little sister, I am willing to offer my life in return. Out of curiosity, Zhuang Yu clicked on the portal behind the plea for help without hesitation. As soon as he clicked the portal, a towering spatial wormhole abruptly appeared before him. It seemed that this wormhole was indeed the gateway to the location of the distressed beauty. Realizing this, Zhuang Yu rushed inside. Upon stepping through the portal, the scenery around him transformed in an instant. Looking around, he found himself in a vast grassland. In the distance stood a rudimentary level 1 shelter, besieged by 2 goblins attempting to break through its defenses. The shelter, already in a dilapidated state, was on the verge of collapse under the relentless assaults of the goblins. From within, the desperate cries of a woman echoed, "Brothers, please come save this little sister. Help." Just as Zhuang Yu was about to intervene, the surrounding space began to ripple ominously. In the blink of an eye, several figures appeared simultaneously, all seemingly there to rescue the woman. To his astonishment, he counted over a dozen individuals who had also come to assist. These agile rescuers were quick and decisive. Before Zhuang Yu could react, they swiftly felled the 2 goblins and rushed into the shelter. Zhuang Yu was left utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Was there truly such fierce competition to rescue someone? Once the danger had passed, the survivors emerged from the shelter, leading out an elderly woman. What the hell? It turns out to be an old hag. Zhuang Yu lamented his ill fortune, realizing he had been deceived by an old woman. How disgusting. Why is this old woman pretending to be young? I feel like vomiting. Why on earth is this matron masquerading as a little sister? The assembly of survivors, having rushed in vain to save a grandmother, expressed their collective disappointment, lamenting their wasted effort. However, the old lady expressed her grievances. If I hadn't spoken up, would you have arrived so promptly? Now that the survivors had been rescued, they were reluctant to squander time quarreling with her. Thus, they promptly commenced a fierce competition for her. Enough with the idle chatter. Follow me. Remember, old woman, work diligently upon your return. Huh, why should I accompany you? Do you comprehend the notion of first come, first served? First come, first served? That goblin was slain by me. What have you done? I too dispatched a goblin. So why should I follow you? Ladies and gentlemen, I represent the Survivor Alliance. I propose this. Everyone should come with me. Our organization is robust and guarantees that you will enjoy fine food and drink when you arrive. The Survivor Alliance is of no consequence. Stop posturing. That person is mine. Don't be shameless. Who do you think you are? The spectacle of this competition for the old woman was far more captivating than the brief skirmish prior, leaving Zhuang Yu in a state of astonishment. A dozen men were nearly coming to blows over an elderly woman, a sight utterly unheard of in the pre-apocalyptic world. It was no wonder they acted so. With the enhancement of the survivors' abilities, those with resources had formed various small factions. Gradually, they recognized that to thrive swiftly, labor was of paramount importance. Unlike Zhuang Yu, who sought to accrue more resources, they relied on increasing their workforce. The presence of laborers signified an accelerated pace in resource gathering, allowing their groups to expand rapidly. Hence, the pressing issue of labor shortages loomed over all survivors. Previously, they lacked knowledge of each other's locations or were too distant to find swift means of bolstering their workforce. However, this monster siege event undoubtedly presented the best opportunity for any survivor wishing to form teams and rapidly increase their population. No one was willing to forfeit such a fortuitous chance. Observing their fierce contention, Zhuang Yu understood that his involvement was no longer necessary. He turned and re-entered the time-space wormhole, returning to base. Nonetheless, his participation in the rescue highlighted a crucial point. The difficulty of the monster siege was contingent upon the survivors' own strength. His group faced an initial wave of 500 goblins due to their formidable capabilities, while the old lady encountered merely 2 goblins in the subsequent wave. As he pondered this, the third wave of monsters emerged, encircling the base. Chapter 100, I will serve you like a beast. The strength of the attacking monsters had surged dramatically. Upon closer inspection, Zhuang Yu discerned 1,000 level 2 wind wolves, 1,000 level 2 wild boars, 1,000 level 2 giant pythons, and an additional 2,000 zombies. To make matters more alarming, behind the 2,000 zombies, he spotted a towering 5-meter-tall giant zombie. While its level remained indeterminate, it was evident that this creature was of a superior caliber. Witnessing the notable increase in both the quantity and quality of the attacking monsters, Zhuang Yu finally felt a surge of excitement. At this moment, the monstrous creatures had approached the effective range of the smoothbore guns. Follow my command, prepare to fire. Under Shun Han's leadership, over 500 smoothbore guns unleashed a torrent of flames. Although the sharp performance of the smoothbore guns could inflict considerable damage on the second-tier monsters, the sheer number of monsters, coupled with the inexperience of the 500 female soldiers, who had never even seen a smoothbore gun before, resulted in a lack of accuracy, allowing the creatures to draw nearer to the city walls. Zhuang Yu, observing the changing tide of battle, promptly issued orders to Shun Han. Shun Han, unleash the smoothbore cannons. Blow them to smithereens. Understood. Shun Han, thrilled by the command, immediately instructed everyone heed my orders. Ignite the smoothbore cannons and obliterate them. Boom, boom, boom. As the orders were given, 1,000 colorful demon-slaying smoothbore cannons on the fortress walls erupted in unison. The whistling projectiles surged forth at great speed, crashing down upon the throng of monsters below. Just as the colorful demon-slaying shells were about to descend, the deadly ice shrapnel effect activated instantly. In that moment, hundreds of lethal ice shards rained down from the sky, completely enveloping a space of 20 meters. Once these venomous ice shards penetrated the bodies of the monsters, they triggered the explosive ice effect of the colorful demon-slaying shells. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of explosions ensued, and every monster struck was left limbless, their bodies torn apart. Moreover, due to the effects of the poison, even those who did not perish instantly were rendered completely incapacitated, writhing in agony on the ground. The air was filled with the heart-wrenching wails of the monsters, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard. Witnessing the might of the colorful demon-slaying smoothbore cannons, Zhuang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction, nodding with a smile. In just 2 rounds of cannon fire, the 5,000 second-tier monsters outside the city were reduced to a mere handful. Zhuang Yu promptly ordered a ceasefire, declaring that the remaining creatures would serve as target practice for the troops. However, to his astonishment, a towering 5-meter-tall giant zombie emerged unscathed from the bombardment, charging ferociously towards the city walls. Interesting, Zhuang Yu thought, feeling a surge of excitement. He surmised that this advanced zombie likely possessed formidable defensive capabilities. In the next instant, he raised his colorful demon-slaying smoothbore gun and fired a shot at the zombie. To concentrate the impact, he refrained from activating the ice shard effect. Bang! The bullet whizzed forth, striking the giant zombie squarely in the chest. Boom! Upon impact, the colorful demon-slaying bullet triggered the toxic ice explosion effect. A gaping wound, the size of a bowl, was blasted into the chest of the colossal zombie, a truly horrifying sight. Yet, remarkably, this injury seemed to have little effect on the giant zombie, which let out a furious roar and continued its charge towards the walls. Quite resilient. Zhuang Yu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the giant zombie's defenses would be so robust, withstanding even the assault of the colorful demon-slaying smoothbore gun with minimal damage. However, seeing the sizable wound on its chest, he realized that a concentrated barrage would still yield results. He then addressed the 3 young girls beside him, saying, "Do not just stand there. Let's shoot together. Such an excellent target should not go to waste." "Yes, master. Yes, brother." Upon hearing Zhuang Yu's words, the Mia sisters and Little Fox immediately raised their colorful anti-evil smoothbore guns and fired at the colossal zombie. The sound of gunfire echoed in rapid succession as Zhuang Yu joined them in the assault. Although the giant zombie possessed formidable defenses, rendering it nearly impervious to their initial onslaught, the colorful anti-evil smoothbore guns had additional capabilities. As the 4 of them fired in unison, the effects of freezing and slowing accumulated, causing the giant zombie's movements to become increasingly sluggish and rigid. However, the enforced bleeding and toxin effects had little impact on the creature. Thus, under the relentless barrage of gunfire, the immense zombie's speed diminished further, and its body grew increasingly stiff. Before long, it was entirely encased in the cumulative freezing effect, transforming into an ice sculpture that stood resolutely on the battlefield. At that moment, Zhuang Yu fired another shot. Bang! Crack! The crisp sound of shattering ice resonated, revealing that the giant zombie had been obliterated into a scattering of ice shards. Meanwhile, the remaining dozens of second-tier monsters were dispatched by Shun Han and his team, prompting Zhuang Yu to leap down to survey the battlefield. Upon reaching the spot where the giant zombie had exploded, he was astonished to discover a soil-type crystal core. Almost instantaneously, a system notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Acquired level 3 soil crystal core. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. 100 level 3 soil crystal cores. Level 3 crystal cores were relatively scarce. Zhuang Yu previously possessed only the 100 level 3 wood crystal cores obtained from defeating tree demons. The sight of an additional 100 soil crystal cores filled him with joy. Just then, a commotion erupted in the world channel. Which deity can save us? The monsters here are too powerful. 4 or 5 waves of rescuers have come, yet none can defeat this beast. If no one comes, we will perish. We beseech the mighty, who can slay this monster. We are willing to serve you. This message immediately captured Zhuang Yu's attention. Chapter 101. Encountering a stalemate. What is happening? What are those organizations that seize people? Have they encountered a stalemate? Zhuang Yu surmised that those organizations had ventured to rescue the dozen or so individuals, only to be overwhelmed by the monster. However, this presented Zhuang Yu with an excellent opportunity to showcase his abilities. With that thought, he pressed the portal button and plunged into the time-space wormhole. Almost instantaneously, he felt the scenery shift, and he found himself at the heart of a desert. Not far ahead, a gigantic poisonous scorpion, over 3 meters long, was attacking a circular wall formed by several second-tier shelters. The scorpion's immense strength had nearly demolished the outer wall of one of the shelters. The individuals hiding behind the circular wall were paralyzed with fear, having exhausted their ammunition. Their previous attempts to assault the scorpion with smoothbore guns had yielded little effect. After calling for help, several waves of people arrived. Yet they were ultimately powerless against the venomous scorpion monster and had no choice but to retreat. Now, the dozen or so individuals in the shelter were engulfed in complete despair. Who will save us? Are we destined to perish today? I refuse to accept this fate. It turned out to be merely a level 2 venomous scorpion. Through the all-seeing eye, Zhuang Yu discerned the creature's information. This monster had tough skin and a sturdy exoskeleton, excelling in defense. No wonder they were unable to handle it. However, in the presence of Zhuang Yu, this creature would prove to be an easy adversary. With this thought in mind, Zhuang Yu unsheathed the multicolored demon-slaying sword and boldly approached the venomous scorpion. Since its creation, he had never wielded this sword, and now he sought to test its might. Hey, ugly, bring your best shot. Zhuang Yu's boisterous challenge not only captured the scorpion's attention, but also left the surviving few utterly astonished. Who is this? Such audacity. That is a venomous scorpion. Is he here to rescue us? He seems rather unreliable, wielding only a cold weapon. Is this a death wish or a joke? It seems we are truly out of hope. Zhuang Yu's arrival did not instill a sense of security among the survivors. Rather, it deepened their despair. Hearing the commotion, the venomous scorpion turned its attention toward Zhuang Yu, brandishing its massive pincers and hissing, eager to devour its prey. Yet, Zhuang Yu remained unfazed, calmly advancing toward the beast. Just as they were about to clash, the survivors in the shelter simultaneously screamed. Some even closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Let it die. But then, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Zhuang Yu roared, and the multicolored demon-slaying sword descended like a bolt of lightning. One of the scorpion's massive pincers was severed in a single stroke. The creature let out a series of agonized cries, realizing it had encountered a formidable foe, and promptly turned to flee. Zhuang Yu merely cast a disdainful glance, and in the next moment, the sword unleashed a toxic ice storm, enveloping the fleeing scorpion entirely. The scorpion struggled desperately to escape the storm's grasp, but the toxic ice storm simultaneously inflicted freezing, slowing, bleeding, and poisoning effects. With these 4 negative effects layered upon it, the level 2 scorpion was swiftly torn to shreds, unable to survive. What am I witnessing? The survivors, still hidden in the shelter, could scarcely believe their eyes. They stood there, mouths agape, parched and speechless, seemingly petrified. Ding. Acquired level 2 venomous scorpion corpse. Ding. Triggered 100-fold drop rate. 100 level 2 scorpion corpses. Ding. Acquired level 2 venom crystal core. Ding. Triggered 100-fold drop rate. 100 level 2 venom crystal cores. After collecting the spoils, Zhuangyu made his way toward the survivors' shelter. A dozen or so refugees, upon seeing his arrival, awakened from their stupor and hurriedly approached him with expressions of gratitude. "Thank you so much, young man. This brother. We are eternally grateful for your life-saving assistance. You are truly remarkable, big brother. Thank you." Zhuangyu observed that this group consisted of the elderly, women, and children, individuals from all walks of life. To save time, he refrained from unnecessary chatter and addressed them directly. "Let us dispense with pleasantries. Follow me." However, he cautioned them up front, "Once we arrive at my location, you must adhere to my directives. If you are unwilling, then do not come. We are willing. How can we not be? We all agree, big boss." The crowd hastily expressed their consent, understanding the gravity of their situation. At this critical juncture, who would dare refuse? Their will and ability to continue fighting had long since evaporated. No one wished to remain and serve as fodder for monsters. Upon Zhuangyu's return to the base with the survivors, Shen Han promptly approached him. "Boss Zhuang, are these the survivors you rescued?" "Yes. Please take them to the vacant artillery positions and explain to them how to operate the cannons," Zhuangyu instructed. "Understood. Follow me." Shen Han led the group. As the survivors entered the base, they were awestruck by its vastness, the towering walls, various factories, and the advanced weaponry wielded by the sentinels, including cannons. Zhuangyu's prosperity completely shattered their previous perceptions. One of them seemed to recall something and quietly inquired of Shen Han. "I heard you refer to your leader as Boss Zhuang. Could he be Zhuangyu?" "Huh, you have a keen eye. Indeed, that is our boss Zhuang." Upon hearing this, the survivors erupted in astonished exclamations, never expecting that Zhuangyu would be the one to save them. They silently rejoiced, relieved that they no longer had to live in constant fear. They could now rely on Zhuangyu's strength to secure their future. While Shen Han was instructing them on how to use the smoothbore cannons, he discovered a promising candidate among them named Li Tao, who had previously served as an artilleryman. Noticing some inconsistencies in Shen Han's operational procedures, he raised his concerns. Shen Han, surprised to have encountered such talent, promptly reported Li Tao's capabilities to Zhuangyu. Upon receiving this news, Zhuangyu was elated and immediately summoned Li Tao, assigning him the responsibility of instructing everyone on how to operate the smoothbore cannons. At that moment, the fourth wave of monsters began their siege once more. From atop the walls, Zhuangyu discerned that this new horde of attacking creatures was fiercer than before. Their numbers had multiplied several times over compared to the previous assault, according to the data displayed by his all-seeing eye. This time the invading monsters included 5,000 level 2 Manus monsters, 5,000 level 2 fire lizards, 5,000 level 2 zombie monsters, and 5,000 level 2 spider monsters. Additionally, behind each type of monster army, there were 5 level 3 monsters. Such a formidable assembly instilled immense psychological pressure on Zhuangyu's forces. However, with 1,000 colorful anti-evil smoothbore cannons defending the city, Zhuangyu felt no fear. Thus, he commanded Shen Han, during the upcoming battle, focus on artillery fire, with the smoothbore guns as support. Understood, Boss, Hen underplied. As soon as the creatures entered the artillery range, Shen Han immediately issued the order to open fire. "Everyone, pay attention, commence cannon fire." Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 1,000 cannons roared, shaking the earth and mountains. Shells rained down like droplets of rain, countless shards of ice splattering everywhere. And the lethal ice explosion spell detonated in a chain reaction among the horde of monsters, reducing them to mere fragments, their limbs scattered. The second-tier monsters stood no chance against the relentless barrage from the colorful exorcising smoothbore cannons. After several rounds of cannon fire, the majority lay dead or severely wounded. The newly arrived survivors atop the city wall, witnessing this earth-shattering spectacle, were utterly captivated by Zhuangyu's might. At that moment, the shock they felt was beyond words, and they silently rejoiced in their fortune for being part of Zhuangyu's base, truly a blessing from a previous life. Once the gunners had vanquished the second-tier monsters, they turned their full attention to the third-tier beasts. 23rd-tier mantis and spider monsters dashed forward with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, 10 fire lizard monsters unleashed fireballs, incessantly hurling them at the city wall as they advanced. The slowest among them were the 10 third-tier zombie monsters, whose defenses were formidable despite their sluggish pace. Observing the situation, Shunhan promptly issued new orders. First group of gunners, target the 10 third-tier mantis monsters. Second group, aim for the 10 third-tier fire lizard monsters. Third group, focus on the 10 third-tier spider monsters. Fourth group, lock onto the 10 third-tier zombie monsters. Commence free fire now. Shunhan had previously divided the gunners into 4 groups. As soon as the command was given, the thunderous cannon fire erupted. The first to be targeted were the swift third-tier mantis and spider monsters. Although they evaded half of the incoming artillery, a few shells struck them, triggering freezing and deceleration effects that drastically reduced their speed. After one round of cannon fire, the speed of the third-tier mantis and spider monsters had been halved. Coupled with the effects of bleeding and poison, they remained alive but severely battered. Seeing that the fastest third-tier mantis and spider monsters had slowed down, a weight finally lifted from Shunhan's heart. At that moment, a third-tier fire lizard monster below suddenly expelled a fireball, aimed at a survivor on the city wall. The fireball traveled with such velocity that the survivor had no time to evade and was directly struck. Boom! The fireball exploded upon impact, resembling a burst of fireworks. The survivor collapsed, but thanks to the complete set of black iron-grade ordinary gear he wore, he suffered only minor burns. Initially believing he was doomed, he lay on the ground only to realize that he was relatively unharmed. A wave of gratitude surged within him, recognizing that Zhuang Yu's black iron-grade equipment had protected him. "Are you all right?" Shunhan hurried over, concerned upon seeing someone injured. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Brother Han." As Shunhan observed that he was unharmed, he felt relieved and continued to command the battle. Zhuang Yu also noticed the situation at hand and promptly instructed the 3 young girls. First, deal with those level 3 fire lizards. With that, he raised his weapon and pulled the trigger at the 10 level 3 fire lizards. "Yes, Brother Yu." "Yes, Master." The 3 little girls, upon receiving the command, immediately redirected their aim and opened fire on the fire lizards. The fire lizards, being fire element creatures, possessed a certain resistance to freezing effects. Upon seeing Zhuang Yu firing at them, they quickly turned around and unleashed fireballs in their direction. Most of the fireballs were intercepted by the city walls or soared into the sky. Only one fireball accidentally hurtled directly towards the 3 little girls. Bang! Zhuang Yu fired a shot at the incoming fireball, obliterating it mid-air. He then continued to lead the young girls in their assault on the 10 fire lizards. Under the dual pressure of the colorful anti-evil shells and the colorful anti-evil smoothbore guns, the 10 level 3 fire lizards were swiftly frozen, rendered immobile. Just then, several artillery shells descended from above. With a resounding boom, the 10 level 3 fire lizards were blown into a shower of icy debris. Hooray! That felt exhilarating. Brother Yu is so impressive. With the level 3 fire lizards vanquished, the 3 girls couldn't contain their joy, cheering at the efficacy of their attacks. Meanwhile, the level 3 mantis and level 3 spider monsters also met a similar fate, shattered into icy fragments under the relentless assault of the colorful anti-evil smoothbore cannon. Through these battles, Zhuang Yu discerned that the freezing and slowing effects were invaluable. Not only could they hinder the enemy's advance, but they also made it easier for artillery to aim. Truly a requisite attribute for slaughter and plunder. At this moment, only 10 level 3 zombie monsters remained outside the city. Drawing from previous experience, Zhuang Yu recognized their formidable defenses. Hence, he wasted no time and commanded all the colorful anti-evil smoothbore cannons on the city walls to unleash a barrage upon them. Boom, boom, boom. It was evident that even the highest defenses would be rendered to mere fragments under an unrelenting barrage. Shells rained down, and in an instant, the 10 level 3 zombie monsters were obliterated. With the battle concluded, Zhuang Yu rushed forward to collect the spoils. Ding! Obtained level 2 mantis monster carcass. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate, 100 level 2 mantis monster carcasses. Ding! Obtained level 2 spider monster carcass. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate, 100 level 2 spider monster carcasses. Ding! Obtained level 2 fire lizard carcass. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate, 100 level 2 fire lizard carcasses. Ding! Obtained level 2 gold element core. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate, 100 level 2 gold element cores. Ding. Obtained level 2 earth element core. Ding. Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. 100 level 2 earth element cores. Ding. Obtained level 2 poison core. Ding. Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. 100 level 2 poison cores. Ding. Obtained level 2 fire element core. Ding. Triggered a 100-fold drop rate. 100 level 2 fire element cores. Upon seeing the fire element cores, Zhuang Yu's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. This marks his inaugural acquisition of a fire-type crystal core, making this battle worthwhile. Chapter 103. The battle concludes. With the battle now at an end, Zhuang Yu has garnered a staggering collection of crystal cores. 500,000 second-tier gold cores, 500,000 second-tier earth cores, 500,000 second-tier toxin cores, and 500,000 second-tier fire cores. Additionally, he has obtained 1,000 third-tier gold cores, 1,000 third-tier earth cores, 1,000 third-tier toxin cores, and 1,000 third-tier fire cores. Furthermore, there are numerous materials derived from various monsters, particularly the organic remains of third-tier creatures, which serve as excellent resources for crafting advanced armor. The newly arrived survivors, witnessing the effortless defeat of such formidable monsters by Zhuang Yu's team, were left utterly astounded. At that moment, their desire to integrate into this remarkable team intensified profoundly. Li Tao, seizing the opportunity, began to boast in the public channel. Dear friends, just moments ago, we feared we would meet our demise at the hands of the monsters. But unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope emerged. At the critical juncture, can you guess who came to our rescue? Who saved you? Do tell. Hee. I shall not keep it secret. The one who saved us is none other than the great Zhuang Yu. At that moment, the Great One approached alone, wielding his sword with such grace that he dispatched the venomous scorpion monster with a single stroke. Absolutely stunning, simply magnificent. So, you were saved by the Great One, and now find yourselves in his refuge? Upon hearing Li Tao's words, some survivors quickly deduced the situation. Indeed, we are currently within the Great One's base. Moreover, we just bore witness to the Great One's team engage in a fierce battle against tens of thousands of monsters, leaving them utterly defeated, scattered like fallen leaves. In the end, all those monsters were vanquished, becoming the spoils of the Great One. As these words were uttered, a chorus of incredulous gasps erupted among the survivors. Is it true? Tens of thousands of monsters? Surely you jest. With a deity present, anything is possible. Good heavens! It has taken me ages to contend with a mere few hundred monsters, yet the Great One has dispatched tens of thousands in a fraction of the time. Woe is me. Just moments ago, I was overwhelmed by a handful of goblins, nearly meeting my end. While the Great One went toe-to-toe with legions of monsters, humans truly cannot be compared. Who cannot boast? In response to the skepticism, Li Tao promptly activated the live streaming feature. I assure you, I am not deceiving anyone. Just witness the Great One's base, and all shall be revealed. When the survivors in the public channel beheld the visuals of Zhuang Yu's base, an awed silence enveloped them. They were all rendered speechless by the astonishing sight before them. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, they began to express their admiration in hushed tones. Look at those towering walls. How on earth were they constructed? Observe the factories within the base. They are interconnected, and there are cannons atop the walls. Surely, I must be dreaming. My goodness, this is armed to the teeth. Just look at the gear worn by Shan Han and his comrades, along with their shotguns. Clearly, these are of high quality. Indeed, the unique patterns on their shotguns must distinguish them from our own. Alas, following the great master brings both fortune and favor. With a complete set of defensive gear and exquisite jewelry, how I envy such a splendid fortune. Just behold the splendid armor and the weapon he wields, shimmering with myriad colors. Indeed, it is evident that the equipment he dons is remarkably superior. Have you noticed that the three maidens beside him seem to be adorned in gear strikingly similar to his? Remarkably so. I find myself consumed with envy. Perhaps we should seek the Master's assistance next time. However, with so many seeking help and only one master, it truly depends on luck. I believe my own appearance is somewhat presentable and merits careful consideration. As the crowd murmured, the four major organizations and other hidden powers were profoundly shaken by Zhuang Yu's prowess. How can this be? How could he have constructed such a grand fortress? This is no mere castle. It appears to have taken on the dimensions of a city. How could Zhuang Yu possess such strength? What are the secrets behind his achievements? This is utterly unfair. Such a monumental disparity in strength makes competition impossible. Competition? Do not be foolish. It would only squander our efforts. Indeed, it seems we have underestimated Zhuang Yu. Perhaps it is best we withdraw from the competition and focus on cultivating a favorable relationship with him. You speak wisely. Why are you all so timid and apprehensive? Since entering the Monster Siege event, our organization has amassed a considerable number of recruits through our rescue efforts. If this momentum continues, we will have ample manpower. Why fear being left behind by Zhuang Yu? Well, you may have a point there. Let us observe further. As the fourth wave of monsters neared its conclusion, Zhuang Yu noticed a distress signal appearing once more on the public channel. Great Master, help us. Our situation is dire. The rescue team that came before has been utterly annihilated. We beseech your aid. Why is there still a call for help at this juncture? Puzzled by the message, Zhuang Yu pondered. Logically, with the fourth wave nearing its end, those in need of rescue should have already been evacuated. What could have transpired? Resolving to investigate, Zhuang Yu made his way promptly to the site. Upon entering the portal, he soon arrived at a marshy expanse. As he reached his destination, a circular fortress composed of numerous shelters came into view, currently besieged by monstrous foes. A dozen toad creatures, 5 crocodile beasts, and a singular crab monster were assaulting the outer walls of the fortress, threatening to breach its defenses. Scattered across the ground lay several corpses, evidently left by those who had come to rescue them. Utilizing his all-seeing eye, Zhuang Yu discerned that these monsters were of the second tier. No wonder they proved so formidable. On the fortress walls, the exhausted Aya could no longer continue the fight. Were they truly destined to perish here today? Aya, unwilling to succumb to such a fate, had led her team through numerous trials, enduring much hardship and savoring the full spectrum of life's flavors. Yet, she had never anticipated that they would face such a formidable onslaught of monsters today. Perhaps her adept leadership had significantly enhanced her team's strength in a remarkably short span of time. This has resulted in an escalated difficulty during the monster siege. After enduring the initial 3 waves of monstrous assaults, they found themselves besieged by over 50 formidable second-tier creatures in the 4th wave. Despite calling for reinforcements, these beasts proved overwhelmingly powerful, leading to the tragic demise of several rescue teams, forcing them to concede defeat. Chapter 104. The flying monsters now, having exhausted their supplies. As Aya closed her eyes in resignation, awaiting her fate, she suddenly beheld a towering figure striding towards them. His gaze radiated confidence, and his demeanor exuded an effortless charm. Aya could scarcely believe her eyes. Who was this brave soul daring to confront such a multitude of monsters with unwavering composure? Did he fear nothing? Staring at the striking young man before her, Aya was utterly perplexed. Yet, the ensuing events swiftly unraveled her questions. Zhuang Yu, brandishing the resplendent sword of exorcism, boldly charged into the throng of monsters, his sword descending with a flourish. With a swift stroke, a blinding flash of cold light erupted. Several toad-like creatures were cleaved in two, meeting their demise on the spot. It was only then that the besieging monsters noticed Zhuang Yu, promptly redirecting their onslaught towards him. Unfazed, he met their charge head-on. The monsters roared ferociously, intent on tearing Zhuang Yu to shreds. In the next moment, he wielded his sword with precision, weaving through the horde as if traversing an unoccupied realm. He resembled a tempest, sweeping away all opposition in his path. Amidst the dazzling flashes of his sword, monsters' bodies fell apart, limbs scattering in disarray. The onlookers atop the city wall, including Aya, were left in stunned silence, drenched in cold sweat. Who was this audacious individual? Engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the fiends and gaining the upper hand? Was he truly human? All the survivors on the wall were rendered speechless, not out of fear of the monsters, but from the awe inspired by Zhuang Yu. They had been preoccupied with battling the creatures and had missed Li Tao's live broadcast, thus failing to recognize Zhuang Yu. Who is this person? One asked. I don't know, Aya replied, still dazed. She gazed at the handsome youth amidst the monstrous horde, her heart stirred by an inexplicable emotion, difficult to articulate. 3 minutes elapsed, and Zhuang Yu dispatched a dozen monsters as effortlessly as if slicing through vegetables. He then commenced collecting the spoils of battle. Ding! Acquired a second-tier toxic crystal core. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate, yielding 100 second-tier toxic crystal cores. Ding! Acquired a second-tier water crystal core. Ding! Triggered a 100-fold drop rate, yielding 100 second-tier water crystal cores. As these monsters hailed from the marshlands, the spoils consisted solely of water and toxic crystal cores. After gathering the corpses and crystals, Zhuang Yu approached the fortress erected by the survivors. With an uplifted chin, he inquired, "Who is in charge here?" "I am," Aya replied, her usually decisive demeanor faltering slightly upon realizing that the leader of this group was a woman. Zhuang Yu, taken aback, asked her, "The next wave of monsters is imminent. Have you made your decision? Are you willing to follow me?" Willingly, all the survivors, including Aya, were compelled by the sentiment expressed. "Very well, follow me." With no objections raised, Zhuang Yu promptly led them back to his base through the portal. The moment Aya and her team set foot on Zhuang Yu's territory, they erupted in incredulous exclamations. "My heavens, am I not dreaming? This place is simply unimaginable. I feel tears welling up. Thank the heavens for blessing me with such a magnificent location. Aya, it seems we have stumbled upon extraordinary fortune." Upon inquiry, Zhuang Yu learned that Aya was the leader of this team and entrusted her with the management of these individuals, instructing Li Tao to teach them how to operate the colorful exorcising smoothbore cannon. Just as Li Tao imparted the basic operational methods of the cannon to Aya and her companions, Shunhan suddenly arrived with urgent news. "Boss, the 5th wave of monsters has arrived, and their numbers exceed those of previous waves. Oh, command the troops to be on full alert." "Yes." With this information, Zhuang Yu immediately ascended the city walls. Indeed, he beheld an ominous tide of monsters advancing from all directions, besieging his base. Activating the all-seeing eyes holographic map, the information regarding the monster horde materialized before him. Goodness gracious! Upon discerning their numbers, even Zhuang Yu couldn't suppress a gasp of astonishment. The 5th wave of monsters besieging the city comprised an astounding 100,000 creatures. Among them were 10,000 level 2 giant crabs, 10,000 level 2 zombies, 10,000 level 2 gorillas, 10,000 level 2 fire lizards, 10,000 level 2 giant pythons, 10,000 level 2 porcupines, 10,000 level 2 centipedes, 10,000 level 2 giant mosquitoes, 10,000 level 2 savage bulls, and 10,000 level 2 vultures. In addition, behind each type of level 2 monster stood 100 level 3 monsters. A dark mass, brimming with menacing energy, surged towards Zhuang Yu's base, emanating a terrifying presence that sent chills down one's spine. Witnessing such an overwhelming army of monsters, Zhuang Yu's expression grew grave. He immediately summoned Shinhan and the initial group of survivors who had accompanied him, distributing over 500 colorful exorcising smoothbore guns among them. He commanded, "This is the colorful exorcising smoothbore gun. Distribute one to each of your female subordinates at once." "Yes, boss." Upon receiving the new weapons, they eagerly distributed them, their hearts racing with excitement. They had long observed that Zhuang Yu's firearms differed from their own, shimmering with a spectrum of colors. Now that they too possessed such a weapon, who could fail to feel elated? As they examined the attributes of the colorful exorcising smoothbore guns, their jaws nearly dropped in disbelief. Is this truly a gun? It would not be an exaggeration to call it cannon. After distributing the firearms, Zhuang Yu promptly issued commands. First and second teams, engage the ground monsters with artillery fire. Third and fourth teams, target the aerial monsters with the colorful exorcising smoothbore guns. All new personnel, report to the artillery positions. Yes, everyone move quickly. Shenhan immediately began directing the others into action. The reason the colorful exorcising smoothbore guns were not distributed to the newcomers was that Zhuang Yu had yet to assess their capabilities. Thus, one should not place undue trust in them. At this moment, the artillery positions were also short-staffed, making it prudent to allow them to temporarily operate the cannons. Once all arrangements were meticulously made, everyone took their respective positions. The first to launch an assault on the base was the giant mosquito, a flying monstrosity known for its swiftness. As these second-tier giant mosquitoes approached, the ground creatures had yet to enter the cannon's range. However, this fortuitously created a strategic opportunity for Zhuang Yu's forces. At the moment when over 10,000 second-tier giant mosquitoes hovered above the base, Zhuang Yu promptly issued the command. All units, unleash everything to shoot down the giant mosquitoes in the sky. Upon the command, under Zhuang Yu's leadership, over 500 colorful anti-evil smoothbore guns simultaneously opened fire into the air. Bang, 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 bang. The barrage from the 500 colorful anti-evil smoothbore guns instantly enveloped the sky. The colorful anti-evil bullets soared upwards, and due to the lethal ice shrapnel effect of the smoothbore guns, they transformed into hundreds of icy shards within a 1,020-meter radius. Upon striking the airborne giant mosquitoes, they simultaneously triggered a toxic ice explosion, erupting violently within the bodies of the giant mosquitoes. This caused a cumulative explosive damage within a 1,015-meter range. In an instant, the sky was filled with countless shards of ice and a series of explosions. The once menacing giant mosquitoes, now faced with utter devastation, were met with calamity. Boom, 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 boom. The chain of ice explosions erupted one after another, showering the ground with myriad shards of ice and the grotesque remains of giant mosquitoes, resembling a surreal rain of blood and flesh. After a relentless barrage lasting several minutes, the airborne swarm of 12,000 second-tier giant mosquitoes was nearly obliterated, leaving only a few stragglers barely able to flit about. At this juncture, the ground forces of the monster army had also entered the cannon's range, while another 12,000 second-tier vultures coordinated their assault from above. Zhuang Yu hastily adjusted his orders. Teams 1 and 2, commence artillery fire on the ground monsters immediately. Teams 3 and 4, maintain aerial vigilance. The other newly arrived personnel join teams 1 and 2 in targeting the ground monsters. Upon Zhuang Yu's command, everyone sprang into action. Boom, 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 boom. In the next moment, 1,000 colorful anti-evil smoothbore cannons roared with a thunderous fury. A torrential downpour of cannonballs rained down upon the monstrous horde, initiating a grand massacre. The power of the colorful anti-evil smoothbore cannons was even more formidable, unleashing widespread area damage while simultaneously inflicting slowing, freezing, and poisoning effects. The once swift advance of the monster army was abruptly suppressed, while other creatures posed little threat. The presence of 12,000 second-tier fire lizards unleashed fireballs that were particularly menacing to the base. Thus, Zhuang Yu ordered an immediate saturation bombardment on the fire lizard horde. Attention! Prioritize covering bombardment on the fire lizards. Understood, Commander. Boom, 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 boom. The colorful anti-evil cannonballs rained down on the fire lizard horde like a relentless storm, leaving the second-tier fire lizards in utter disarray, their cries echoing in despair. Each cannonball that struck often obliterated several fire lizards. After several rounds of bombardment, the second-tier fire lizard horde was largely decimated, no longer posing a significant threat. At this juncture, Zhuang Yu redirected the cannons towards the direction of the giant python monster. The colossal serpents possess the ability to launch venom from a distance. Although their range may not surpass that of the fire lizards, it is prudent to eliminate them first. Meanwhile, the secondary vultures in the sky have approached the city walls. Zhuang Yu immediately issued a command to intercept them. The 3rd and 4th squads were tasked with preventing any from landing. Upon receiving the order, the female warriors of the 3rd and 4th squads swiftly opened fire on the aerial swarm of vultures. The vultures' defenses were significantly superior to those of the giant mosquitoes, and the multicolored exorcism bullets failed to breach their defenses in a single strike. Nevertheless, the bullets' freezing and slowing effects were simultaneously activated, impeding their flight speed. Coupled with the effects of the potent toxins, the vultures' assault was effectively thwarted for the time being. On the ground, several rounds of cannon fire decimated the secondary serpent hordes. The new recruits gradually acclimated to their roles, becoming increasingly proficient in operating the cannons. Despite the overwhelming number of monsters, they could not inflict significant damage upon Zhuang Yu's base under the relentless barrage. In the skies, the vultures, long affected by the freezing effects of the multicolored exorcism bullets, witnessed the foremost among them gradually succumbing to the frost, plummeting from the air. Seizing this opportunity, Zhuang Yu unleashed a barrage of cannon fire upon them, reducing them to mere fragments. The air was filled with the roar of artillery and the echo of gunfire. After half an hour of continuous bombardment, the once dense horde of monsters lay in tatters. Observing through the holographic map, it became apparent that 90% of the secondary monsters had been eradicated. Only 1,000 of the tertiary monsters remained. The tertiary giant mosquitoes and vultures, previously suppressed by the firepower of the multicolored exorcism shotguns, had been completely annihilated. Now, only 800 tertiary monsters on the ground remained. These tertiary monsters boasted significantly stronger defenses than their secondary counterparts. Yet, with their numbers dwindling, they could not mount a formidable resistance against the saturation bombardment from 1,000 multicolored exorcism cannons. 5 minutes later, under the relentless onslaught, all 800 tertiary monsters were reduced to mere remnants. With the battle concluded, Zhuang Yu promptly descended to collect the spoils. The resources garnered were nothing short of bountiful. Countless crystalline cores of secondary gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and toxins, numbering in the millions. The tertiary cores from various elements also totaled around 100,000. This venture could certainly be deemed a grand harvest. However, after the battlefield was cleared, Zhuang Yu discovered that although his own skirmish had ended, the other survivors appeared to be embroiled in a fierce struggle. It seemed the latest wave of monstrous assaults on the city had proven too formidable, overwhelming many players and organizations. At this point, rather than considering rescuing others, they were simply trying to save themselves. This was evident from the sudden surge of distress calls on the public channel. Our team of 300 is surrounded by monsters, and we are out of ammunition and supplies. We urgently seek the assistance of a powerful ally. My younger sister, merely 16, fair-skinned and beautiful, pleads for Brother Zhuang to save her. She is willing to offer herself in gratitude. Is Big Brother Zhuang available? Our team of 500 is on the brink of collapse. Could you come to our aid? Zhuang, esteemed master, I am a technical expert specializing in weapon development, and I believe my skills could be of assistance to you. We have a team of 800 individuals, including beautiful women, chefs, and researchers, all of whom hold doctoral degrees from prestigious institutions. Please rescue us. You will not regret it. We are in dire need of salvation. Upon witnessing the multitude of pleas directed towards him, Zhuang was taken aback. He inquired, "Are there no other organizations attempting to rescue you?" The survivors' responses illuminated the gravity of the situation. No one has come to our aid since the onset of this monstrous siege," they lamented. "We have been crying for help for what feels like an eternity, yet no one has responded. It seems those larger organizations are too preoccupied with their own predicaments to spare resources for our rescue. Master, we are entirely reliant on you now. If you do not intervene, we shall await our demise," one survivor pleaded. "Please, we beg you. Our homes are on the brink of being overrun by these creatures. The walls have already been breached, and casualties have begun to mount. We implore you for assistance." Faced with such a dire predicament, Zhuang furrowed his brow in concern. After a moment of contemplation, he commenced his strategic deployment. He organized 500 female slaves into groups of 50, forming 10 distinct teams. He, along with 3 young girls, constituted a separate unit, while the remaining teams were coordinated by Shunhan. With utmost urgency, he aimed to rescue all those sending out distress signals. As soon as the orders were dispatched, everyone sprang into action. The 11 teams launched their missions, engaging in a fervent rescue operation. Although Zhuang's group was smaller, it possessed unparalleled combat prowess and achieved the swiftest rescue outcomes. Each engagement concluded within a mere 3 minutes. The other 10 teams, each comprising 50 members and equipped with colorful anti-evil firearms and grenades, were equally formidable. The beleaguered survivors, often mere moments after sending out their cries for help, found themselves witnessing the miraculous arrival of their saviors. Zhuang's team swiftly vanquished the monsters besieging the survivors, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake, which left the rescued individuals in awe and profoundly moved. As time progressed, the number of rescued survivors steadily increased, and those still trapped ceased to be fearful. They were reassured by the knowledge that Zhuang would undoubtedly send aid. Some survivors, upon spotting Zhuang's team, even activated live streaming to share their rescue experience with the world. "Come, everyone look! The master himself is conducting a live rescue," they exclaimed. "Our team of 80 is under siege by 300 crocodile monsters." After sending out a distress signal, the the master arrived in person with 3 incredibly adorable girls. The battle scene is extraordinary. You must not miss it. Is that true? I must see, came the excited response. Wow, it truly is the master. Everyone, hurry and watch. Did you see? The girls beside him are all exceptional beauties. It's quite tantalizing. Look at that girl with a tail. She must not be human. The 2 young ladies engaged in combat are truly a sight to behold. It is the first time I have found the act of monster slaying so visually captivating. The one with the tail is equally impressive. Boasting 2 fluffy ears and a grand tail, her playful hops are utterly adorable. The esteemed warrior is indeed fortunate, indulging in the pleasures of companionship. TCH, what do a few damsels matter? The true beauty lies with the great master. Just look at how dashing he appears while vanquishing foes. That crocodilian beast stands before him like a mere fowl, dispatched with a single strike, swift and clean, an exhilarating spectacle. Indeed, witnessing the master slay monsters is a delight, a feast for the eyes. What do those young ladies have to offer in comparison? If I were to accompany the great master, those young ladies wouldn't even be worthy to carry my shoes. Alas, as a naturally exquisite beauty, it is regrettable that I am born in an ill-fated time. A precious gem tarnished. Why does the master not come to my rescue? That would depend on whether your team leader is willing to send out a rescue signal. However, one cannot issue a distress call without facing mortal peril. It is a limitation of the system. What if I resort to self-harm? Goodness, you truly have a flair for the dramatic. Though you may attempt it, should you fall, do not blame others. But with your looks, even if you were to stand beside the master, he would hardly take notice. I suggest you save your breath. PFF, you narrow-minded fool. How could a mere frog in a well appreciate my unparalleled beauty, a rare gem among millions? I see your jealousy. When a master comes for me, let us see if your eyes can withstand the brilliance. Truly, how revolting. Not only is the team led by Zhuang Yu drawing attention, but other rescue squads are also capturing the focus of all survivors. Shen Han commands a rescue team composed of 50 female warriors, gallivanting across various battlefields, stealing the limelight. While he himself leads the charge against monsters, he has also activated a live broadcast to showcase his prowess to all survivors. Ladies and gentlemen, I represent Chief Zhuang, accompanied by 50 ladies to rescue the distressed. No need for further words. Those in need, speak up. This is a live broadcast. We are currently rescuing a small team of over 200 individuals. They have been besieged by 1,000 monsters and are now out of resources, with 500 foes still remaining. No more chit-chat. I shall engage the monsters directly. Immediately, he commands the 50 female warriors. Attack with full force. Resolve the battle at the swiftest pace. Upon receiving the command, the female warriors promptly raise their colorful demon-slaying rifles and fire in unison. Bang, bang, bang. A hail of bullets erupts, shattering the monster horde before them, leaving carnage in their wake. Well done. Continue the assault, do not relent. Under the relentless barrage of the colorful rifles, the monsters besieging the survivors are swiftly eliminated, akin to leaves swept away by autumn winds. Witnessing this scene, the survivors in the public channel erupt into a fervor of discussion. Goodness, in just a few days, has Shen Han truly risen to such prominence? He is leading 50 female soldiers to flaunt his prowess, serving under Chief Zhuang with such favorable treatment. Alas, how I envy them. The splendid uniforms they wear are unmistakably of exceptional quality. And behold, the firearm in his hand gleams with a spectrum of colors, akin to the weapons wielded by formidable women of power. What kind of gun could possibly emit such vibrant hues? It must be an extraordinarily impressive weapon. Need I even mention their firepower? When they discharge their weapons, the force is utterly astounding. A single shot unleashes a barrage of ice shards, obliterating all foes in sight. One can only imagine the sheer potency. Indeed, in all my years, I have never encountered such remarkable firearms. How I yearn for one. In the wake of Zhuang Yu and the valiant efforts of 10 other teams, over 200 individuals were rescued in merely 1 hour. By the end of their endeavors, the number of lives saved exceeded 30,000. Just when it seemed that the next wave of monstrous invaders would commence, an unexpected system announcement reverberated through the air. Universal announcement. Congratulations to all survivors for successfully enduring the recent monster siege event. It has concluded triumphantly. Ding! The survivor with the highest monster kills is Zhuang Yu, awarded 100 prestige points. Reward: 10 fragments of the epic hero, Lolita, as portrait. Reward: 10 fragments of the epic hero, Pandora, as portrait. Reward: 10 fragments of the epic hero, Anna, as portrait. Ding. The second highest monster killer is the Survivor Alliance, awarded 50 prestige points. Reward: 10 fragments of the rare hero, Beck, as portrait. Reward: 10 fragments of the rare hero, Art, as portrait. Reward: 10 fragments of the rare hero, Ford, as portrait. Ding. The third highest monster killer is the Temple Organization, awarded 25 prestige points. Reward: 10 fragments of the common hero, Robert, as portrait. Reward: 10 fragments of the common hero, Tom, as portrait. Reward: 10 fragments of the common hero, Jack, as portrait. With the system announcement concluded, a collective sigh of relief swept over the survivors. Simultaneously, the public channel erupted in excitement. My goodness, that was close. It's finally over. Surviving is no small feat. Quick, look at the system announcement. Our esteemed leader has claimed first place, earning 100 prestige points along with 3 fragments of epic hero portraits. What is the purpose of these prestige points and portrait fragments? I'm not certain. To know, one would need to inquire directly with the esteemed leader. Oh, how impressive. Our leader stands unrivaled. Did you notice that only the first place displays a name, while the second and third are merely identified by their organizations? Does this imply that our leader has personally slain more monsters than all the organizations combined? It seems so. Otherwise, why would there be such an announcement? How terrifying. I can hardly fathom where our leader's limits lie. Alas, I find it somewhat disheartening to realize the presence of such a formidable figure. As the system announcement concluded, Zhuang Yu, somewhat perplexed by the newly acquired rewards, promptly utilized the all-seeing eye to examine the description of the epic hero portrait fragments. Fragments of the epic hero Lolita. Collect 100 fragments of the epic hero Lolita to summon her, and she shall become your eternally loyal and steadfast warrior. Fragments of the epic hero Pandora. Collect 100 fragments of the epic hero Pandora to summon her, and she shall become your eternally loyal and steadfast warrior. Fragments of the epic hero Anna. Collect 100 fragments of the epic hero Anna to summon her, and she shall become your eternally loyal and steadfast warrior. What will these epic heroes be like when summoned? After reading this introduction, Zhuang Yu felt a surge of anticipation. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. The population in the base was rapidly increasing. During the recent monster siege, over 20,000 individuals were rescued. It was estimated that there would be no immediate concerns regarding a shortage of population or labor. Upon returning to the base, Zhuang Yu promptly initiated a population census. Following Shan Han's investigation, it was ultimately confirmed that the current population of the base stood at 25,683. As the saying goes, fewer people make for easier sustenance, while more people make for increased productivity. Zhuang Yu summoned Shan Han and the initial 15 survivors who had accompanied him, assigning them to establish 16 production teams. The more than 25,000 individuals were to be evenly distributed among these 16 teams, each overseen by one of the 16 leaders. Upon hearing that Zhuang Yu had granted them such significant authority, Shan Han and the others were deeply moved to tears. They vowed to meet Zhuang Yu's expectations and exert their utmost efforts in their work. With the sudden influx of population, the foremost challenge was addressing the housing issue. Zhuang Yu resolved to construct dormitory buildings for them, considering land conservation. He promptly contacted Zhao Jianxi. Zhao Jianxi, are you there? I need to design new architectural plans. To which Zhao Jianxi replied, Boss Zhuang, I'm here, right in your base. Oh, you're here too? Zhuang Yu was pleasantly surprised by Zhao Jianxi's response. It was evident that he had been brought back by this rescue operation. Indeed, Zhao Jianxi continued, Yes, Boss Zhuang, I was rescued by your team. I intended to speak with you, but your subordinates are currently in a meeting and I haven't found time. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yu chuckled. Why hold a meeting? Tell your captain to come see me immediately. All right, I'll be there shortly. Before long, Zhao Jianxi arrived at the entrance of Zhuang Yu's shelter. Gazing at the imposing structure, he felt a rush of emotions. Zhuang Yu, noticing his arrival, promptly descended to welcome him. Zhao Jianxi, why are you still standing there? Guoming, thank you, Boss Zhuang. As Zhao Jianxi entered, Zhuang Yu wasted no time and got straight to the point. Old Zhao, I summoned you primarily because the population of the base has suddenly surged, and we require the construction of collective dormitories to accommodate tens of thousands. What do you propose for the design of these dormitories? Upon hearing Zhuang Yu's words, Zhao Jianxi immediately inquired, what are your specific requirements for the dormitory? After a moment of contemplation, Zhuang Yu promptly articulated his requirements. The dormitory should ideally minimize land usage, with each individual's room measuring between 15 to 30 square meters, designed to accommodate a population of 50,000. The rationale behind constructing a dormitory for such a large number of occupants was to anticipate the future demographic growth of the base. Upon learning of Zhuang Yu's specifications, Zhao Jianxi immediately presented a design blueprint, indicating he was well prepared. Zhuang Laoda, please review this design and see if it meets your expectations. Oh, I did not realize you were so well prepared, Zhuang Yu remarked, accepting the blueprint and displaying a look of approval. This is a design I had previously created. Upon hearing you were to build a dormitory, I brought it along just in case. Please let me know if it suits your needs. I can make modifications if necessary. All right, let me take a look. After a thorough examination, with Zhao Jianxi providing explanations alongside, Zhuang Yu swiftly grasped the details of the design. It was evident that this blueprint was tailored specifically for him. According to the design, a 30-story dormitory was to be constructed, capable of housing 30,000 individuals, with each room approximately 20 square meters in size, perfectly aligning with Zhuang Yu's current requirements. Upon reviewing the blueprint, Zhuang Yu expressed his satisfaction and made a decisive statement. Old Zhao, this design is excellent. Let us proceed with the construction. I have an idea. You should no longer work below. I will establish a dedicated urban planning and construction department for you, appointing you as the minister. You can then recruit professionals in the construction field within the base, all under your management. From now on, the construction of our base will rely entirely on you. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Jianxi was overwhelmed with gratitude and immediately responded, Zhuang Laoda, rest assured, you can entrust the future construction of the base to me. Chapter 108. The upgrade of Blastoise. At this juncture, Zhao Jianxi continued, so, Zhuang Laoda, when shall we commence construction? Commencement? Hearing this inquiry, Zhuang Yu realized that Zhao Jianxi had not previously witnessed his capabilities, prompting such a question. He smiled and replied, you need not concern yourself with the commencement. I will handle that myself. Your department will only need to provide design blueprints moving forward. The moment those words escaped his lips, Zhao Jianxi was left bewildered. No need for me to consider commencement. It seems the boss has other talents in construction. However, what transpired next once again challenged his understanding. Follow me. We shall find an open space outside to build. As he spoke, Zhuang Yu led Zhao Jianxi out of the shelter towards a pre-selected plot of land. Zhao Jianxi trailed behind, feeling utterly perplexed. He thought to himself, isn't this rather hasty? Who starts construction immediately after receiving the architectural blueprints? Even if we were to commence, wouldn't there need to be a construction team? Surely, we are merely going to inspect the site. Yet, he distinctly recalled Zhuang Yu mentioning the intention to build. Could it be that he had misheard? Before long, the two individuals arrived at a vacant plot previously selected by Zhuang Yu. He retrieved the blueprint, assessed the direction, and promptly commenced construction. The construction of the dormitory required 1,000 tons of steel, 5,000 tons of stone, 10,000 red bricks, 2,000 tons of glass, 8,000 tons of cement, 20 tons of copper, and 10 tons of aluminum. A notification chimed, indicating that the construction would consume 200 energy points and take 60 hours. However, thanks to the craftsman's proficiency, the construction time was reduced to a mere 5 seconds. Another notification announced the successful completion of the dormitory, triggering a 100-fold bonus, resulting in the creation of 100 dormitory buildings. With remarkable precision, Zhuang Yu arranged the 100 dormitory buildings neatly across the expansive area. Meanwhile, Zhao Jianxi, who had been momentarily lost in thought, was suddenly taken aback by the sight of 100 towering structures rising abruptly from the ground. Startled, he stumbled backward and fell to the ground, utterly bewildered. What on earth am I witnessing? Zhao Jianxi was momentarily paralyzed by astonishment, staring at the unexpected emergence of over 100 buildings, his mind spinning. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter a question. Is this not scientific? Is it magic? At this moment, he was completely captivated by Zhuang Yu's extraordinary abilities. Having never encountered such an astonishing phenomenon in his life, he was left in awe. The man before him was transforming the impossible into reality. Zhao Jianxi was overwhelmed with a mix of emotions, his exhilaration beyond words. Although he had mentally prepared himself for Zhuang Yu's capabilities, he had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of their power. It was nothing short of miraculous. Struggling to find words to describe the spectacle, he could only stare vacantly at the 100 buildings, murmuring to himself. In the next moment, Zhuang Yu's actions left him utterly astounded once again. Realizing that 100 buildings occupied too much space, Zhuang Yu decided to retain only 2, opting to recycle the remaining 98. He chose this moment for the recycling process because if it were done immediately after construction, the system would not refund the materials. To reclaim the materials, he had to first build the structures and then click the recycle button for each building on the holographic map. A notification chimed, confirming the successful recycling of the dormitory, yielding 30 tons of steel, 50 tons of stone, 100 red bricks, 20 tons of glass, 80 tons of cement, 2 tons of copper, and 1 ton of aluminum. Another notification announced a 100-fold bonus, resulting in the acquisition of 3,000 tons of steel, 5,000 tons of stone, 10,000 red bricks, 2,000 tons of glass, 8,000 tons of cement, 200 tons of copper, and 100 tons of aluminum. As Zhuang Yu continuously clicked the recycle button on the holographic map, the buildings vanished one by one. Zhao Jianxi, who had been observing from the sidelines, was once again struck with shock, witnessing the grand constructions dissipate before his eyes. His emotions were beyond verbal expression. He could only silently admire the prowess of this extraordinary individual, realizing why Zhuang Yu stood ahead of all others, leaving them in awe. Having completed the construction of 2 dormitory buildings, Zhuang Yu promptly notified Shen Han and others, preparing to arrange accommodation for all of their subordinates. The newly arrived survivors have abandoned their shelters amidst the monstrous siege. Although they still bear the title of survivors, they are now devoid of a refuge. Their existence now hinges solely on the sanctuary of Zhuanggu. Boss, what do you need? Upon arriving before Zhuanggu, Shen Han, accompanied by a dozen production team leaders, beheld the newly constructed edifice. However, after following Zhuanggu for such an extensive period, they had long grown accustomed to the extraordinary. Once all were gathered, Zhuanggu promptly commanded, Shen Han, these 2 buildings will serve as dormitories for the new personnel in the base. Please take your team and lay down the cables to electrify the buildings. Strive to allocate rooms for everyone by the end of today. Understood, boss, I will get right on it. Shen Han displayed remarkable efficiency, quickly mobilizing nearly 10,000 individuals. Within a mere afternoon, all tasks were completed, and by dusk, every room had been assigned. After finishing this flurry of activity, Zhuanggu ventured outside the base that evening and sought out the Shanghai turtle, which had been stationed vigilantly. Since its last upgrade, the Shanghai turtle had grown to encompass an area of 1 kilometer. Zhuanggu had instructed it to remain not far from the base, and it obediently stood still. Upon seeing Zhuanggu approach, it immediately lifted its colossal head, resembling a small mountain, and greeted him warmly. During the monster siege, with such a massive frame, should Zhuanggu have wished to employ it in battle, it could have effortlessly trampled the opposition. However, fearing its voracious appetite, he hesitated, concerned that if unleashed against foes, it would devour all spoils, leaving him with nothing. Now, following the monster's siege, Zhuanggu had acquired a vast quantity of water-type crystal cores, perfect for the Shanghai turtle's evolution. Little turtle, how have you been? I brought you some delicious treats. As he spoke, Zhuanggu retrieved a sack filled with secondary water-type crystal cores from his storage ring and tossed it into the Shanghai turtle's enormous mouth. The Shanghai turtle opened its abyss-like maw and devoured the offering without hesitation. This sack contained no less than 10,000 secondary water-type crystal cores, ample for the turtle to advance to the next tier. Barely had it consumed the crystals when the Shanghai turtle's form began to transform. Its body swelled as if inflated, expanding rapidly with each passing moment. Within mere breaths, it had grown significantly larger, and the pace of its growth showed no signs of abating. Goodness, just how large will it become? Chapter 109. Unified action. The Shanghai turtle's growth was astonishingly swift, and Zhuanggu, now mounted upon his unicorn Pegasus, found himself atop its shell. He watched in awe as it enlarged at an observable rate. In just about an hour, the Shanghai turtle's size had reached a circumference of 10 kilometers. Once it attained this magnitude, it ceased to grow further. Zhuangyu had initially contemplated further upgrades, as he had amassed a considerable collection of tertiary crystal cores from the recent siege. However, he was taken aback upon discovering the requirements for the Shanghai turtle's next evolution. The information from the all-seeing eye reveals that in order for the mountain sea turtle to ascend to the next level, an astonishing 10 million level 3 crystals are required. This is simply outrageous. It is worth noting that despite his tireless efforts, Zhuangyu has only managed to gather a mere 1 million level 3 crystals. Where on earth is he supposed to procure 10 million? Aside from a monster siege event, which has seen a surge in level 3 creatures, he has only encountered a single level 3 tray ant in the surrounding areas. 10 million level 3 crystals? Why not just go and steal them? He is utterly at a loss as to where to find such a multitude of level 3 monsters. As he furrows his brow in despair, a brilliant idea suddenly sparks in his mind. Since the mountain sea turtle has grown so substantial, he recalls his previous notion of relocating his base to its shell. However, at that time, the turtle's back was merely 1 square kilometer in area, which Zhuangyu deemed too small. Now that it has expanded to 10 square kilometers, the relocation plan is entirely feasible. Just as he resolves to return, the commotion from the turtle's upgrade is too significant to ignore. Its colossal form, towering 10 kilometers high, appears akin to a massive mountain rising beside the base. Now, standing at over 500 meters tall and over 260 meters when prone, this magnificent behemoth instills an overwhelming sense of awe. The newcomers, witnessing this astonishing sight, are left utterly astounded. They rush from the base, gathering around the mountain sea turtle, their shock bordering on frenzy. What manner of creature is this? It is utterly terrifying. Could it possibly be the ultimate boss of the monster siege event? My goodness, I am bowled over. Shouldn't we flee? Are we just waiting to meet our doom here? Surely, the monster siege battle has concluded. So what is this? Where did such a gigantic creature come from? Could it merely be out for a stroll? Is this not a turtle? Goodness, it is so large that its head is akin to a small mountain. This is beyond terrifying. Living next to such a monster fills me with dread. Wasn't there someone who claimed to have been born beside a colossal creature? They said they survived by consuming the monster's waste. And I initially thought it was a tall tale. But now I am convinced of its truth. Who would have imagined such a creature existed? A bunch of ignorant fools. That is merely Zhuangyu's pet. It was not always this large. I wonder what method Zhuangyu employed to achieve such growth. What are you posturing for? Do you think you know everything? You claim it is Zhuangyu's pet, but do you have proof? If you doubt it, why not ask Zhuangyu himself? Wait, look, isn't that Zhuangyu? As the crowd debates, one suddenly spots Zhuangyu descending from the immense turtle's back, riding a celestial steed. Is that truly him? What kind of mount is that? It has horns on its head and wings on its back. This is incredibly impressive. Wow, how magnificent. This is the man I dream of marrying. I have a vision that one day my Prince Charming will arrive on a celestial steed, riding a vibrant rainbow to claim me as his own. Enough of your cynicism. I bet your dreams will remain unfulfilled in this lifetime. Unless someone has a lapse in judgment or is struck by a donkey. Depart from my presence. Your envy of my exquisite beauty is palpable. I would rather remain single than concede to you. Thank you for your magnanimity in sparing me. Under the gaze of onlookers, Zhuangyu soared back to the base. Subsequently, he summoned Shen Han and the other officials to announce the relocation of the base. Everyone, please return and inform all personnel that the base is preparing for relocation. Upon hearing this news, Shen Han and the others were taken aback and immediately inquired, relocation? Where to? The current success of the base made it difficult for them to accept such a sudden decision. To the back of the mountain sea turtle, of course. Zhuangyu asserted decisively. As you can see, the mountain sea turtle has matured, and its shell now spans an impressive area of 10 square kilometers. This space is ample enough to accommodate the base, and once relocated there, we shall no longer fear any assaults. After listening to Zhuangyu, the others grasped his intentions. Shen Han was the first to express his agreement. If that is the case, we shall proceed as you direct. Observing Shen Han's endorsement, the others quickly echoed his sentiments. Boss, just say the word, and we shall cooperate fully. Seeing that there were no objections, Zhuangyu promptly instructed, there is no need for elaborate preparations. Simply inform everyone to vacate the buildings immediately. Maintain a safe distance from the structures, and I will handle the rest. Understood. We will notify them at once. He and Hung, upon receiving the command, immediately led the others to evacuate the personnel from base. The necessity for evacuation stemmed from Zhuang Yu's method of relocation. With the base expanding significantly, coupled with the influx of over 20,000 newcomers, the process of moving would inevitably be time-consuming. To expedite the transition, Zhuang Yu decided to reclaim all the buildings within the base. Once they reached the turtle's back, they could reconstruct anew. As long as the overall relocation was successful, there would be no constraints of geographical boundaries. The vast world would be theirs to explore. Shen Han and his team demonstrated remarkable efficiency within a short span. The evacuation of over 20,000 individuals was completed. Boss, the personnel have been successfully evacuated, and we await your instructions. With the evacuation finalized, Shen Han promptly reported back to Zhuang Yu. Good, you all stay put for now. As he issued the command, Shen Han added, once I have completed the relocation, I will notify you for coordinated action. Yes, boss. With that, Zhuang Yu commenced the grand dismantling of the base. Utilizing the all-seeing eyes holographic map, he meticulously clicked through the interface, watching as factories and buildings within the base rapidly vanished, ultimately transforming into neatly organized piles of raw materials. Chapter 110. Are you Tang Sung? At the same moment, Zhuang Yu received an astonishing notification in his ear. This incredible scene unfolded once more, leaving the surviving witnesses in a state of awe. Goodness, Zhuang, our esteemed leader, possesses such miraculous abilities. Perhaps he is a deity descended from the heavens? A deity, you say? Nonsense, just a simpleton. I dare say, Zhuang's powers seem even more formidable than that of the great turtle. Alas, it appears that in this lifetime, we shall forever look up to the divine's footsteps. Spare me your lofty sentiments. I have never aspired to surpass the divine. Remove that possessive pronoun from your thoughts. Indeed, there were organizations that once aimed to eclipse the divine, but what became of them? They were met with a resounding slap in the face. How loud it was! Such splendid architecture, and it was torn down for no reason. It truly feels like a pity. Fear not. Our esteemed leader possesses vast resources. Soon, everything will be rebuilt anew. Quite so. One cannot compare mere mortals to one another. While the crowd engaged in spirited discussions, Zhuang Yu had already dismantled all the structures within the base. He then mounted his heavenly steed and soared towards the direction of the mountain sea turtle. The survivors watched him depart, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. Some survivors had activated their live streaming features, broadcasting this remarkable event to the world. Come quickly, everyone. Here is the latest news about the divine. Today, the divine's pet turtle has evolved into a colossal beast. Lying on the ground, it measures over 200 meters. When it stands, it towers at more than 500 meters. This turtle, known as the mountain sea turtle, now boasts a shell with an area of 10 square kilometers. That is equivalent to a small city. Behold, this is the turtle. Am I deceiving you? Isn't it awe-inspiring? Goodness, the esteemed one can raise a turtle to such proportions. Remarkable beyond belief. Wait, am I seeing this correctly? Has this giant been nurtured into a divine beast by our esteemed one? My heavens, such a size rivals a mountain. It terrifies me to my core. The esteemed one is truly incredible. I am utterly impressed, genuinely impressed. What does this turtle consume to grow so immense? I wish to raise one as well. Don't be foolish. Do you have any idea how much feed it requires daily to reach such a size? Selling you off wouldn't even cover a single meal for that turtle. Indeed, we are barely able to satisfy our own hunger. While the divine can afford to feed such a creature, it truly highlights the disparity among us. Divine One, I bow before you. Please accept my humble submission. Imagine if I had such a turtle. I would stride through life with unassailable confidence. Hearing the discussions, the reclusive Lao Ba finally emerged into the public channel. Upon seeing the mountain sea turtle's colossal form, he was taken aback. Goodness, is this truly the esteemed one's pet? How could it have grown to such an extent? Staring at the gigantic creature, Lao Ba's eyes widened in disbelief. The esteemed one's pet surpasses any beast I have ever encountered. How much must it consume in a day? And what a tremendous waste it must produce. Seriously? At a time like this, you're still preoccupied with waste? Have you developed an obsession? What a pitiful man. It's truly a travesty. Old 8, are you still living off the monstrous excrement? No, I ceased consuming that long ago. Upon noticing someone inquiring, Old 8 immediately began to boast. The last time, I sold 300 tons of it to a big shot, who in return provided me with numerous valuable supplies. Furthermore, the big shot assured me that henceforth, he would cover all my weaponry and equipment, ensuring I receive only the finest. Upon hearing Old 8's words, the crowd of survivors erupted in excitement, jealousy igniting among them. How is it that one can thrive through selling excrement? What has become of this world? I find it increasingly incomprehensible. What would the big shot possibly want with so much excrement? Could it be a peculiar preference? I speculate that perhaps the big shot buys it to feed his pets, and after consuming the monstrous excrement, their bodies would grow at an accelerated rate. It's possible that his turtle grew rapidly and mutated due to an excess of it. Your imagination truly knows no bounds. Why not let me procure some excrement for you to try, to see if it can indeed hasten growth? Bah, get away from me. Just as the discussions were swirling, Zhuang Yu had already reached the back of the mountain sea turtle, commencing significant construction. The first priority was to establish a dormitory area, followed by an agricultural zone, and subsequently a factory district. Ding! Triggered 100-fold yield. 3,000 tons of steel, 5,000 tons of stone, 10,000 tons of red bricks, 2,000 tons of glass, 8,000 tons of cement, 200 tons of copper, and 100 tons of aluminum. Ding! Successfully recovered the production line for smoothbore guns. Recovered materials include 3 tons of gunpowder, 10 tons of steel, 30 tons of iron, 10 tons of copper, 5 tons of aluminum, 1 ton of silver, and 3 tons of gold. Ding! Triggered 100-fold yield. 30 tons of gunpowder, 1,000 tons of steel, 3,000 tons of iron, 1,000 tons of copper, 500 tons of aluminum, 100 tons of silver, and 30 tons of gold. Having completed all this, Zhuang Yu promptly returned. Upon encountering Shen Han, he immediately commanded him to lead everyone to settle upon the back of the mountain sea turtle. Shen Han had previously arranged for the people in the base to line up, ready for departure at any moment. Now, receiving Zhuang Yu's command, he swiftly returned to the crowd to disseminate the orders. Everyone pay attention. We shall now officially move onto the back of the mountain sea turtle. All must line up orderly, adhere to the rules, and refrain from causing disturbances. All right, let us commence. Upon hearing his command, the crowd formed 4 long lines, heading towards the mountain sea turtle. At this moment, Zhuang Yu instructed the mountain sea turtle to lower itself, extending its limbs to serve as a bridge, facilitating the survivors' ascent onto its back. Many walked while live streaming, sharing this process with survivors across the globe. Come and witness. We are about to relocate to the back of the mountain sea turtle. Presently, we stand upon one of its massive feet. Because the mountain sea turtle's body is so towering, the great deity had it extend its foot as a bridge for us. My goodness, it's so high. It feels as though we are climbing a mountain. How impressive. I truly envy you all, being able to follow the deity. You will undoubtedly thrive henceforth. Indeed, the mountain sea turtle is truly magnificent. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, I would find it hard to believe. What is the name of the horse that the great deity rides? Once adorned with a magnificent horn and a pair of wings, this turtle exudes an undeniable charm. Its considerable size, while initially imposing in stillness, raises concerns about the chaos it might wreak when in motion. Yet one might ponder, what does it matter if a little disorder ensues? After all, those who find refuge upon its back remain unharmed. However, one cannot dismiss the potential for harm. What if it were to trample upon a person, or even upon delicate flora? Ah, are you channeling Tang Sung? This world operates under the law of the jungle, where the strong prevail over the weak. When a game system unceremoniously thrusts you into this reality without seeking your consent, why not voice these concerns to the system itself? Indeed, I envy those fortunate enough to ascend to the turtle's back. Fear not, my friends, consider this. If Zhuang Yu's base has relocated to the mountain sea turtle's back, it stands to reason that he may also make his way to our vicinity, does it not? Let us be patient, for I have faith that the day will come. Alas, my greatest fear is that I may perish before their arrival. One ought not to dwell in such pessimism. Thus, under the watchful gaze of all survivors, Zhuang Yu's base successfully completed its relocation. Once everyone was settled, he moved his own refuge atop the turtle's back. The newly arrived survivors marveled at their surroundings, filled with childlike curiosity as they explored. Many took to live streaming, sharing their experiences on public channels. Greetings, everyone. I currently stand at the tail of this mountain sea turtle. Before my ascent, I felt indifferent, but now, looking down from this vantage point, I am overwhelmed by a sense of grandeur, as if I were surveying a sea of mountains. The viewers on the public channel were captivated by his perspective and posed various inquiries. Brother, is it bumpy up there? Will you slide off? Rest assured, once atop the turtle's back, the experience is remarkably stable, devoid of any jostling, akin to walking on level ground. Moreover, Boss Zhuang has fortified the edges with walls, ensuring that slipping off is impossible. Absolutely stunning. Incredible. I applaud your live stream. Thank you for sharing. Building a city atop a turtle's back is unprecedented in history. To witness this in my lifetime is truly a stroke of fortune. Brother, are those structures atop the turtle robust? Will they collapse? Fear not. The master has employed some mysterious technique, and the buildings on the turtle's back are now seamlessly integrated with its shell, even more secure than those on solid ground. This is simply astonishing, so unscientific. Scientific? Huh, are you jesting? Those who still speak of science must have their heads stuck in the door. With the relocation complete, Zhuang Yu promptly convened a meeting with the leadership team. The recent monster siege had resulted in a surge in population. The next step was to initiate production efforts of the base. In the conference room, once all had gathered, Zhuang Yu commenced his address. Brothers, your efforts over the past few days have been commendable. The purpose of this meeting is to outline our forthcoming tasks. First and foremost, we shall establish a new department. This will be the Urban Planning and Construction Department, primarily responsible for the overall urban design and architectural blueprints. Allow me to introduce Mr. Zhao Jianxi, the appointed Minister of the Urban Planning and Construction Department. Let us extend a warm round of applause. As Zhuang Yu's voice faded, the conference room erupted with enthusiastic clapping. Zhao Jianxi, his face flushed, quickly rose to greet everyone. Greetings, esteemed colleagues. I am Zhao Jianxi. It is an honor bestowed upon me by Chief Zhuang to serve as your minister. I look forward to your guidance in our future endeavors. The dozen or so survivors led by Shan Han promptly expressed their support. No problem. We are all working under Chief Zhuang now, and there will be ample opportunities for mutual assistance. Indeed, let us also count on your support, Brother Zhao. At this moment, Shan Han seemed to recall something and turned to Zhuang Yu, inquiring, Chief, now that we have established the Urban Construction Planning Department, shouldn't we also name the city? You are absolutely right. Prompted by his words, Zhuang Yu realized it was indeed time to bestow a name upon the city. But what would be a fitting name? After a brief contemplation, an idea sparked in his mind. He inquired the assembly, how about this? Since the tortoise is called the Mountain Sea Tortoise, we might as well name our city Mountain Sea City? Excellent. That name is wonderful. Upon hearing this, Shen Han quickly concurred. Mountain Sea City, with both mountains and seas. It exudes elegance and grandeur. Yes, that name is agreeable. I wholeheartedly support it. Agreed. The chief truly is remarkable. Such a splendid name was conceived so effortlessly. Chapter 111. Mountain Sea City. The assembly unanimously praised and officially adopted the name Mountain Sea City. Following this, Zhuang Yu assigned tasks to everyone. Xian Heng, you will be wholly responsible for the upcoming production tasks. Also, please seek out some research and technical personnel. I have need of them. Understood. I will attend to it immediately. Zhuang Yu emphasized the need for research and technical talent, having realized that without such personnel, he would have to personally organize training for any product production. While the initial production tasks were manageable, it would become overwhelming as the base expanded. Thus, finding sufficient research and technical personnel promptly became an urgent priority. After the meeting, Zhuang Yu descended to conduct an inspection. He was eager to observe how well the staff had adapted following their recent relocation. He also sought to assess the production conditions of the factory and farmland. It must be said that Shan Han and his 15 subordinates exhibited commendable work capabilities. Although they had only recently moved to the tortoise's back, everything within the base appeared orderly under their management. As he passed by an armaments factory, he suddenly overheard raised voices from within. A slender female voice asserted, "Your operational procedures are highly irregular. Not only do they risk wearing down the gun barrel and reducing the lifespan of the firearms, but they also significantly increase the danger of chamber explosions. I urge you to improve your methods." Her words, however, yielded no effect and were met with a loud reprimand. "Little girl, it seems you are well fed and frivolous, are you not? After indulging for 2 days, Have you forgotten your own surname? This production process was established by the esteemed Chief Zhuang. Who dares to modify it? Should any issues arise from your proposed methods, who shall bear the responsibility? At this point, the delicate voice fell silent for a moment, but then, seemingly reinvigorated, continued. I shall take full responsibility for what I say. Responsible, you say? Are you not afraid that the wind might catch your tongue? What significance do you hold? If something goes awry, can you truly shoulder that burden? With nothing better to do, you waste your time on such trivialities. You should return and focus on your work. If the production task is not completed, beware of going without supper tonight. The production supervisor clearly did not take the words of a young girl seriously and reprimanded her harshly. However, despite her gender, the young woman seemed resolute and defiantly replied, "Humph, what a so-called expert. You lack even the fundamental knowledge of mechanical engineering and yet establish such absurd production processes. I had previously admired you, but it appears that Zhuang Yu is merely an uneducated fool who has relied on luck to reach this point. Such fortune cannot last. Oh, you dare call me fat, and yet you are out of breath." Her words immediately provoked the ire of the production supervisor, who was now furious. What do you know? Chief Zhuang has led us this far without a single mistake for so long. How dare you question his procedures? Do you even know your place? Were it not for Chief Zhuang's rescue, you would not even know where to find sustenance. At that moment, several colleagues from the production line rose to defend her. Explaining to the supervisor, Chief, Aya was a professor at the National Defense University before the apocalypse, a doctoral advisor. The weapons she designed are countless. She is not as you claim. Before she arrived, our entire team relied solely on her. Without her, we would not have survived the beast tide, and we certainly would not have been saved. Indeed, Supervisor, we were all part of Aya's team. We know her character well. We hope you will carefully consider her opinion. Witnessing the collective support for Aya, the production supervisor found himself in a quandary. However, he still hesitated to fully trust her words and inquired, "You say there are issues with the production process. Are you brave enough to speak that to Chief Zhuang?" Aya straightened her posture and replied earnestly, "Of course, even in Chief Zhuang's presence, I would say the same. Who dares to confront me directly?" Just as the debate intensified, Zhuang Yu entered the workshop. "Boss, you have arrived." The previously arrogant production supervisor, upon seeing Zhuang Yu, quickly adopted a submissive tone. "Yes, I just came out for a stroll," Zhuang Yu responded, ignoring the supervisor and walking directly towards the girl named Aya, a smile illuminating his face as he said, "Aya, is it? I remember you well." Encountering this girl named Aya stirred memories within Zhuang Yu. He recalled that it was during the Monster Siege event when he first ventured to rescue survivors. By sheer coincidence, Aya was the leader of that small team at the time. He was quite impressed by her, yet due to the sheer number of people needing rescue, he hardly exchanged more than a few words with her. Little did he expect to encounter her again after such a long time, and truth be told, seeing Aya again brought a sense of joy to Zhuang Yu. For Aya was undoubtedly a rare beauty. During the rescue, when everyone was in a state of disarray, Zhuang Yu had not perceived anything particularly special about her. At most, she was merely more pleasant to the eye than the average woman. However, now that Aya had arrived at Zhuang Yu's base, where not only was there ample food and warm clothing, but also hot showers daily, she seemed to embody a divine presence in this apocalyptic world. Aya was not only able to rest well, but also had time to groom herself. As the saying goes, good things come to those who wait. Gold will shine in due time. Indeed, with a little attention to her appearance, Aya immediately showcased her assets. She was voluptuous in all the right places, slim where it mattered, with a well-proportioned figure, complemented by her demure yet striking beauty. Even Zhuang Yu couldn't help but be captivated upon seeing her. At that moment, as Aya noticed Zhuang Yu approaching, she shyly lowered her head. "Brother Zhuang," she called out, and instantly, Zhuang Yu felt a delightful shiver run through him, nearly causing his heart to skip a beat. Simultaneously, his fondness for Aya surged. It was not mere infatuation. Rather, it was the charm in the way she addressed him. Why was this significant? Simply put, while beautiful women are undoubtedly appealing to men, truly wise and discerning women are a rare find. The greatest folly of beautiful women is to rely solely on their looks, fostering an air of superiority and self-importance. They fail to realize that from the moment they become arrogant, they forfeit the protective affection of men. Men, in contrast, are often drawn to gentle and submissive women, even if not conventionally attractive, can earn their attention and care. This is where Aya's wisdom shone through. Some women may think themselves clever, yet their actions often reveal a profound foolishness. Aya's timid invocation of Brother Zhuang instantly dissolved any reservations Zhuang Yu might have had, instead fostering an inexplicable fondness for her. Such a feat could only be achieved with genuine intelligence and emotional acumen. At that moment, Zhuang Yu gazed at Aya with admiration and, still smiling, inquired, "Aya, I happen to overhear your comments outside, but fear not, I'm not here to reprimand you. Since you raised a question regarding the production process, I would like to understand where the issue lies. If you're correct and we can improve our operations, there will be a reward in store for you." Aya was taken aback by Zhuang Yu's amiable demeanor. She sighed in relief and regarded him with newfound respect. A man does not fear making mistakes. Rather, he fears ignorance of his own limitations, obstinately clinging to his views without reflection. In Aya's perspective, Zhuang Yu's capacity for humility is what truly befits his current achievements. Consequently, she felt a sense of ease and took the opportunity to express her opinions candidly. "Since you, Brother Zhuang, have stated it so, it would be remiss of me not to speak the truth. Upon reviewing the production processes you previously established, I have identified certain issues. Should these problems remain unresolved, they will inevitably lead to significant safety incidents in the future. I propose that the production line for smoothbore guns undergo the following corrections." With confidence, Aya articulated the deficiencies of the production line, presenting viable solutions with clarity and conviction. Zhuang Yu listened attentively, nodding in agreement at times. To be frank, had Zhuang Yu been the sole creator of these products, they would undoubtedly be flawless, devoid of any imperfections. The assistance of a systematic approach ensures the absence of quality issues. However, mass production presents a different scenario. The items produced on the line are merely ordinary products without any added attributes. Achieving quality standards for these mass-produced goods hinges on the caliber of the workers. Yet, not everyone is innately a qualified worker. They require training, acclimatization, and experience, elements that cannot be acquired instantaneously. Thus, Zhuang Yu is in dire need of numerous research and development professionals. They can not only aid in training the workers, but also refine technical specifications and innovate new weaponry. Undoubtedly, Aya is the talent Zhuang Yu currently seeks. The specialized knowledge she shared left him somewhat bewildered, yet he was able to grasp the general idea. Although he may not have fully comprehended her insights, he afforded her the respect she deserved. After Aya elucidated everything clearly, Zhuang Yu regarded her with great admiration, stating, "The issues you raised are excellent. I have decided to reward you. Henceforth, you shall be the head of my city's technology research and development department." What? Both Aya and the workers nearby, including the previously arrogant supervisor, were taken aback by Zhuang Yu's proclamation. What was happening? After merely a few exchanges, she was being appointed as the head of the technology department? This felt utterly surreal. Even in this rather fantastical world, Aya's sudden promotion was difficult to digest. Even she found the decision somewhat hasty and hurriedly urged Zhuang Yu, "Brother Zhuang, perhaps you should reconsider this matter? Shouldn't you evaluate my capabilities further?" However, Zhuang Yu perceived no flaw in his decision. Within the confines of this city, he is the ultimate authority. His word is law, an undeniable truth. Naturally, he remains open to valuable suggestions, and to him, Aya embodies that value. He recognizes that her potential is immeasurable in the future. It is this realization that compels Zhuang Yu to regard Aya with such significance. Thus, he encouraged her, "What is there to assess? Hasn't the evaluation already been completed? Your previous words resonated deeply with me. I wholeheartedly believe in your integrity and am certain that you would never deceive me." Aya, who had always been cautious of Zhuang Yu, found herself moved to tears upon hearing his heartfelt declaration, rendered momentarily speechless. In that instant, her heart surged with emotion, and the slightest hint of wariness vanished like mist. As the saying goes, it is easy to acquire wealth, yet finding a kindred spirit is a rare treasure. What is the purpose of enduring life's trials? As the ancients wisely noted, it is indeed a rarity to find such a confidant. Thus, when Zhuang Yu uttered those words, Aya's gaze towards him transformed. She recognized him as a man worthy of lifelong trust, a man upon whom she could rely. Simultaneously, a warm sensation blossomed within her. And although it was the depths of winter, she felt as if she were basking in the rejuvenating embrace of spring. Her spirit soared as if caressed by a gentle breeze. Shyly, she replied, "Since you place such trust in me, dear brother Zhuang, what need do I have for pretense? From now on, I shall take charge of the technological development matters. I promise not to let you down. I will elevate the technological advancements of Shanghai City and enhance production quality." Seeing her eagerness, Zhuang Yu's heart swelled with joy. "Then it is settled. You need not work for the time being. Come with me at once." With that, he took her delicate hand and led her toward his sanctuary. Aya, unable to resist his pull, followed him outside, her face flushed crimson. Yet, she did not resist. Instead, a smile of happiness graced her features. In appointing Aya as the head of the city's technological development department, Zhuang Yu not only recognized her capabilities, but also harbored personal intentions. It would be disingenuous to claim he was unaffected by her remarkable beauty and talent. He hoped to foster more opportunities for interaction with her henceforth, and the implications were unmistakable. However, Aya, too, entertained similar thoughts. A man like Zhuang Yu, a veritable diamond amongst men in this post-apocalyptic world, was unique and unparalleled. No woman desires a cowardly partner. It is a natural inclination. Despite her superior qualities, Aya was not immune to such sentiments. Thus, when Zhuang Yu insisted on leading her away, she acquiesced. Chapter 113. Conclusion. On the way back to the sanctuary, Aya's cheeks were adorned with shyness as she allowed Zhuang Yu to hold her hand in silence. Clenching her delicate hand, Zhuang Yu felt an irresistible urge. Another exceptional woman was being brought back to his abode, and from there, everything would naturally fall into place. Aya, however, remained silent. Her head bowed in deep embarrassment as she followed him, filled with a mix of trepidation and anticipation for what was to come. Upon their return to the sanctuary, 3 little girls rushed to greet them. "Brother Yu, you're back. Oh, who is this beautiful sister you brought along?" Etglim Maitang, teasingly noting the unfamiliar woman accompanying Zhuang Yu. Although her face bore a smile, it could not conceal the subtle hint of jealousy in her words. It is indeed true that women are inherently envious. This sentiment has been thoroughly validated by the demeanor of the little girl, Mai Tang. Even though she currently shares Zhuang Yu's affection with her sister and the little fox maiden, in her heart, this bond is confined solely to the 3 of them. After all, they had all become acquainted with Zhuang Yu nearly simultaneously, with the little fox maiden arriving even earlier than they did. During this period, the trio has coexisted harmoniously. Yet, Aya is different. Her striking beauty and flawless figure clearly mark her as a formidable rival. Thus, from the moment she laid eyes on Aya, a sense of wariness arose within her. So small yet so cunning. Zhuang Yu approached and affectionately pinched her cheek, saying, "The beautiful sister will be staying at home from now on. Are you welcoming her? Does it even matter if I say I'm not?" Mai Tang Pao Det, Feizing Ge Even. All right. You certainly have the most to say. He playfully teased her nose before introducing Aya to the 3 girls. "Come, let me introduce you all. This is Aya, and these 3 are Maya, Mai Tang, and Xiaobai. From now on, we are all family, so let us take care of one another and avoid any conflicts." Upon hearing Zhuang Yu's words, Maya and the little fox maiden seemed unfazed and promptly welcomed Aya. "Hello, Aya. Welcome to our family. We look forward to your companionship. Aya's sister, you are so beautiful. From now on, we will be good sisters, so let us not be formal with one another." Although Mai Tang felt a tinge of discontent, she had no choice but to accept the reality. In the days that followed, with Aya's assistance, Zhuang Yu swiftly elevated the technological prowess of Shanghai City. Within a year, overcoming numerous challenges, he eradicated all threats in this world and unified all survivors participating in the game, establishing the Shanghai Kingdom. Just when he believed everything was settled and he could indulge in life in this world, the system's voice resonated in everyone's ears. "Attention, survivors. Congratulations on completing the survival challenge of this world. Next, you will embark on a new adventure in another realm. The countdown for crossing worlds has begun, 1098. Upon hearing this announcement, all survivors across the globe were left in a state of bewilderment. What the hell? Another one? What's going on? Are we not allowed to live? They lamented, expressing their frustration with the system. This is absurd, I don't want to. Although the survivors voiced their discontent regarding the system's arrangements, they had no say in the matter. Thus, Zhuang Yu and all the survivors vanished from this world amidst their reluctant grumblings. What awaited them next was an entirely new journey of adventure. What stories will unfold this time? Who knows? The end. Technology is the primary productive force. Where did you acquire this? I hope it wasn't just found. Jiang Hao asked seriously, yet Wei Wei's response left him somewhat speechless. Indeed, I often take my little cat out for leisurely strolls. Yet it always manages to find numerous delightful treasures that sparkle enticingly. The cat? Yes, it is considerably larger than the average feline, allowing me to ride upon its back as it gallops swiftly, adorned with a rather exquisite gem-like organ atop its head. Surely, you are not suggesting that I have brought along a Meowth from Pokemon, are you? One with a peculiar growth on its head that possesses the ability to seek out treasures? In that moment, Jiang Hao suddenly realized that this companion of his might not be as advantageous as he initially believed. Starting with a unit that inherently possesses treasure-seeking capabilities is indeed a formidable advantage. If utilized wisely, one's developmental pace could easily surpass that of others. If the individual who collects dragon eggs and sells information is regarded as a top-tier strategist, then this girl, named Wei Wei, may very well be a natural-born lucky charm. How many of such gems or crystals do you possess? I can offer you all the necessary resources for initial development. Sell those items to me when opportunities arise. One must not let them slip away. Given that this girl must sell her wares daily to survive, it is likely that once the protection period ends, she will be swiftly eliminated, lacking any understanding of proper development strategies. Is that so? That is splendid. I have a plethora of items to sell, she exclaimed with delight, bouncing slightly, for she was well aware of the peril that awaited if she failed to gather sufficient materials for upgrades. Only when a myriad of colorful gems appeared before Jiang Hao did he grasp why the fortunate ones are often met with disdain. While others are still fumbling through their early stages, this girl had already amassed 10 special gems and 8 exotic crystals. With Jiang Hao's hundredfold advantage in collecting low-tier materials, it was a mere matter of course to acquire these gems, although he nearly emptied his inventory in the process. The potential profits these items promised were simply unimaginable. Let us commence the construction of the Elven Research Institute. This was the final command Jiang Hao issued before drifting into slumber. By the following morning, a peculiar structure resembling a gigantic pumpkin had emerged within the castle. Its walls semi-transparent, housing an array of various research apparatuses. Greetings, Lord. I am Researcher Neko. A beautiful elf with glasses had been waiting at the entrance and approached Jiang Hao with a slight bow. Elven researchers cannot be summoned in multiples, as they are intrinsically bound to their respective institutes. Thus, only one researcher can exist per institute. In the future, ordinary elves can be cultivated into researchers once they attain a certain level of intelligence. Congratulations, Lord, on the successful construction of the Elven Research Institute, heralding the dawn of a new era in research. You have earned the title of Advancer. Researchable units, primal energy. Researchable buildings, farm. Researchable weapons. Elven longbow. The graceful jungle specter moves stealthily through the rainforest, its slender arms capable of shooting the most precise arrows. The elven longbow possesses a passive skill that enhances the accuracy and speed of elves. Researchable armor. Primal arm shield. A lightweight wooden shield that, under the enhancement of elven strength, boasts defensive capabilities surpassing that of steel. Seed analysis complete. Fragrant papaya, yielding 3,000 units of papaya per acre, maturing within 3 months. Acquiring a new research direction. Brewing, the most primordial method of fermentation, transforming fruits into fragrant and delectable elixirs. A series of prompts left Jiang Hao utterly astonished. This chain reaction signifies that once a civilization embarks on its initial technological advancements, it will inevitably experience a period of explosive growth in its capabilities. However, fully exploring these subjects will demand considerable time and a plethora of resources, particularly rare materials obtainable only through the hunting of magical beasts. The surrounding area's magical creatures generally exhibit lower levels, rendering them relatively simple to confront. With the petrification skill at his disposal, he should now contemplate the challenges posed by the higher-tier beasts. Last night, Jiang Hao conducted a brief planning session for the various units within the castle. The only significant faction nearby, the wolf pack, has been nearly eradicated, and most of the remaining wolves have fled the area. Therefore, there is no necessity to deploy all combat units simultaneously, which would concentrate combat power excessively and lead to waste. He decided to group 3 female knights, 2 jungle guardians, and 3 druids into a single combat team, while the remainder would be freely allocated to form reconnaissance squads. In total, there are 30 combat teams, 10 to defend the castle, 10 for hunting, and 10 for resource extraction. The reconnaissance teams will be tasked with detecting hidden resources and other products. Edible plants and tameable beasts must be brought back for cultivation, further enhancing functionality and sustainability. Using the remaining materials, he will also produce an ordinary elf to oversee internal construction and talent cultivation. Nako, starting today, 50 ordinary elves will work alongside you. You will be responsible for imparting knowledge and theory to them throughout the research process. It sounds exhausting, but I am willing to serve, Nako replied with a slight smile, her eyes glimmering with confidence. It must be noted that the elven race possesses an innate advantage. In terms of appearance, they are almost universally appealing, especially the special elves, who consistently exude an alluring aura that captivates others. Jiang Hao mused, what if I cannot resist the temptation with such beauty before me? But now was not the time for such musings. Daylight was the optimal moment for hunting. Armed with the petrification skill, he prepared to lead his small team deep into the jungle. In contrast to the calamities of the northern lands, the rest of the regions remain relatively tranquil, with most developments proceeding normally, barring a few unfortunate souls. The nearest location to the castle is the Phoenix Forest, an expansive thicket entirely composed of phoenix trees. A precious resource. While phoenix wood is not suitable for construction, it possesses numerous other remarkable uses. The soft timber is ideal for crafting wooden boxes and musical instruments, while the seeds and bark have various applications, such as oil extraction or utilization. The bark itself can be processed into paper or woven into ropes. Whether the phoenix trees in this world yield the same results as those in the original realm will require time for verification.